Welcome, 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 one and all, to another day on the road to the international within the Eastern European region. And we've had a lot of upsets, a lot of eliminations, but today is a day to celebrate because we have some upper bracket action to bring you all. My name is Snare, and I'm joined yet again by my beautiful Bosnian, the most wonderful man. Look at that smile. Luscious Lizard. What's happening, fam? How are you feeling about the games today?
Can't hear you.
Oh no, Lizard cannot hear me. He's so excited. Lizard is so gassed about the day that he literally can't even say anything, you know? His voice has been taken away by the excellence of Dota that's going to be coming at us today. So while we are dealing with that, just going to give you all a rundown, a reminder of where we are. This is the third day on the road to the international. The first day saw quite a few teams in the upper bracket proceed. We're going to be seeing several of them competing today. And then yesterday, sadly, it was an elimination day. We had to say goodbye to 4 separate teams. So the field of play is much narrower than it was on the first day, opening things up. But that does mean that we get to witness the teams that have survived. We're in survivorship bias mode right now because one move is gone, Sibe is gone, DMS is gone, and Kalmicha is gone. It is only the teams on the left-hand side, funny enough, that are remaining in contention at this particular moment in time. Most of these games, to be completely honest, were as expected, except for game 2 of Liga team versus Sibe, where Sibe, I don't know what happened in between the break. They leveled up, went into the hyperbolic chime chamber, came back out and looked really, really solid for that second game. Unfortunately, they were not able to carry that momentum into the conclusion of the series. But nonetheless, they got that W in game 2. Lizard, you were there for game 2 and game 3. Tell me about what you consider the future of the Sebe team to be. Should there be anybody else in the world looking at some of these guys as being like, yeah, our roster can be buttressed by some of these young kids?
Are absolutely insane. Like the amount of talent on that team is really up there. Maybe how to put it? Maybe the experience isn't truly there yet, but it's a pleasure to watch them, especially in these kind of qualifiers. Comers, it's like the ultimate gaming. This is especially for TI. Any tournament, it's like you get all emotional and you're playing like you're so zoned in. You could see it on their faces when they won yesterday. Not yesterday, the day before yesterday when they won versus Liga team. But yeah, I believe in them. I think there's a lot in front for them. Maybe not in this qualifier, but overall, I believe there's a bright future.
Well, in this particular qualifier, as you all can see the bracket, we're going to be starting things off on the upper side of things. 9 Pandas taking on Yellow Submarine, 1 Win taking on Navi, and then we have more elimination games to bring you later on in the day in the lower part of the bracket. Here in the upper bracket, though, life has obviously become a lot easier for each of these squads that are here. At this point, Lizard, it's kind of weird to think about, right? If you are 9 Pandas, Yellow Submarine, 1 Win, or Navi, you are literally 3 series away from TI. That's it. 3 Ws get you to TI. But so much easier to do from the upper bracket side of things. We do not know which of the teams are going to be getting there, but we're going to be finding out together. And of course, the first series, 9 Pandas versus Yellow Submarine, both of them pulling somewhat upsets in their inaugural series. 9 Pandas not just beating VP, 2-0ing them, and then obviously Yellow Submarine doing the same thing to Liga team. So I'm really excited to see this game. This is like, how do I phrase it? I think this might be a good showcase of what the next era of Eastern European Dota is going to look like between these 2 teams. So first game, very fun to watch. Then of course, 1 Win versus Navi, VP and Liga team, and then Night Pulse versus Namiga, all of them being elimination games. So we're going to be halving all the teams that are in the lower bracket at the very end of this day. Going to be exciting things to witness. The first series, as mentioned, 9 Pandas versus Yellow Submarine. The big thing about this particular series, I think it's going to come down to this mid lane matchup, man. I want to see what they're cooking up with Kiyotaka because, bro, against VP, Kiyotaka snapped hard, bro. He played so well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Like both the first series and the second one that we are covering. The last 2 maybe a little bit more straightforward, but I would say the first 2 are also, when it comes to When it comes to power levels of these teams, I do believe that we have clear favorites in both series. In the first one, 9 Pandas should be favorited. Erase, speaking of this mid laner and not of Kiyotaka, I think he had some really rough lanes in the last couple of series that I watched, and maybe that's something that they can focus on improving, at least on Yellow Submarine, because you can't just hope on a Satanic, to just come back and carry you. Look, Erase, he would have a rough lane, but he'd always play really damn well after the laning stage. Like, even though he loses the lane, he comes back and he makes things happen. It's not like he's not playmaking, he is, but it's much easier to playmake if you're having an even or a 1 mid lane.
Absolutely. Well, like you said, we did see him pop off in the mid game.
That's Metrum, by the way.
Better from him. Mid boom.
He stole his.
He gave me.
Yeah.
He gave me some chocolate. Where were we? We're in Lima or something. And one day I was just like flagging on energy, and I was just like, "Yo, bro, I don't know. I feel so tired." He's like, he just reached into his pocket, had random candy lying around. Very nice guy. I like it.
Nah, he's omega nice. He's very nice, like, for sure. And I'm happy to see him like just playing amongst the biggest players in Eastern Europe and coaching them and helping out. It's nice. It's nice to see.
We're gonna see how his ideas. He's having a good time, man. He's chilling. Probably he's laughing. He's like, "Sorry, bro, no dogs here today. Alberca, you're gonna have to play something else, mate. We're gonna give you something really, really boring besides the dogs here."
He's like, "Solo, can you still click? Can you still click on Undying? Is that okay? Is that good for you, old man?"
Oh, that's funny.
No, I mean, Undying here, I do think the hero is pretty solid at the moment, looks strong. You know my feeling about the Phoenix, though. I do think that Phoenix is stronger, and I do love playing Phoenix into the Undying. Like, this is one of those matchups that you really enjoy as Phoenix. In the laning stage, like, yeah, he can decay you, but he can't hit you. Like, his attack speed is not really that great. And then on top of that, like, later on, he can't really deal with the egg. So, overall, I do like the Phoenix into it.
Always like seeing this matchup, or rather seeing two teams that have like both area of denial effects, where one team is like, okay, we pop egg, you have to consider the egg and fight around the egg. Other team, we pop tombstone, a similar dynamic has to happen. But it's not just any Undying, Liz, right? This right here, this is solo Undying, mate. I'm just saying, if I'm on Yellow Submarine right now, I'm like, guys, if I'm the safe laner, I'm like, guys, the moment this Undying is missing, he is twin gating to come and kill me. Please let me know exactly where he is at all times.
Yeah, like, that's how he plays, right? Like, he likes to move on the map very often on his position 5s, especially on these guys that can own the lane and then rotate, because Undying is one of those that he just makes your life miserable on offlane. And if he can make the offlaner miserable, then he can probably leave his safe lane for a minute or two and go do the same thing to the enemy safe laner. I like it. I think twin gates are used, but perhaps not used enough. I have to say that I enjoy the Dire Twin Gate more than the Radiant one. When it comes to ganking, I feel like it's easier to gank from the Dire Twin Gate. Like, going through the Dire Twin Gate, going on the Radiant side and moving on the enemy carry, it's like you're instantly around the tower. I don't know, it just feels safer. You have vision, like, you have info what's around you. Even without a ward. On a Dire Twin Gate, you pop up there and you're like, okay, can I go into these trees? Are they it's like a forest right next to you. And in that forest, like, many things can lurk. So unless you have some mobility, it's kind of spooky in any case. Maybe it's my personal preference, but it truly looks like that when you just play the map. Storm Spirit banned out. I feel like this hero was absolutely busted in the last few days of this qualifier. Like, I have casted Storm games before in this patch, before Eastern Europe, with T-Panda. I think it was the qualifier for Riyadh. Yeah, the Chinese one. And the hero was strong, but it didn't pop off as much as it did in our games. In our games, Storm really popped off with that Meteor Hammer build.
5 seconds.
Yeah, that Storm game yesterday was actually really fun to watch. Erase does have in his pocket, we already saw him play heroes like Puck, so can definitely play these more hyper-mobile mid laners. Oh no, GG, well played, it's over. Go next. One team has Weaver. we're done here. Before I hop on Weaver and why I think this hero is so amazing, you were mentioning like movement through the Dire Twin Gate relative to the Radiance one.
Mhm.
I was actually checking about side selection in these particular qualifiers. It seems that if you're on the Dire side, and especially if you have first pick on the Dire side, you have a 60% win rate on the Dire side. Dire in general has 55%. What do you think it is about like the side selection that is making, at least in these qualifiers, Dire feel a little bit stronger?
Well, I think if you're choosing second pick, and then the other team just chooses Dire with first pick. So maybe there's something that people are also how to put it? Maybe there's something that people are glancing over when it comes to the first pick and how strong that is. Maybe because I know the teams in general like second pick at the moment more. It's not like a clear consensus, but going through stats, you can see the teams are picking when they get to choose. When they win coin toss, they usually choose second pick, and then they play whatever side. But I've seen a lot of teams also choose Dire, so there is something to it. There is something that I think the Dota is very balanced right now when it comes to the sides, but Dire has some advantages, and Roshpit is better, I would say, on the Dire side. Not Roshpit, Roshan is better on Dire. You'd rather kill it on Dire in most games. So, yeah, let's see. Windranger picked up, Weaver picked up. Like you said, you're a big fan of the Weaver. I'm a big fan of Weaver, but they already have Rubik against him, which is really nice. Like you can now steal Sukuchi, you can steal Tombstone, two really nice spells to get. And I think you just stay with Sukuchi most of the time. Plus, you can lift the Weaver from the invis. Like, it works really nicely. On the other hand, why is Weaver good here? It's because of the egg. Like you get that double hit, double tap on the egg instantly. And one thing that you have to keep in mind about Phoenix, it's not only about the double hits. It's not only about the attack speed. Movement speed is also, or mobility is very important. Because if you can get close to the egg, it doesn't matter. Sometimes it just takes 1 or 2 extra attacks from you. Because Phoenix jumps 3 heroes and then he doesn't see the 4th and the 5th usually. So if 4th and the 5th have some ability to get there, then he's screwed most of the time. But okay, they get the CK. In my opinion, this guy is absolutely busted, and he has nothing to worry about right now on the map. Like he doesn't care about these heroes.
So far, not just he doesn't have to worry about any of the enemy heroes. If he pops the Phantasm, Undying, he has to be very careful with the Tombstone positioning. Can get easily rinsed away by the CK if it's not on a cliff or whatever.
Yep.
I also really like this Ember Spirit. Like having roots against Weaver and Windranger, always very, very useful to have. And one of these heroes that, you know, you were speaking earlier about Eraser's laning phase and how he has had bad lanes, which is true. But you always want to give him a hero that can still perform in the game, irrespective of how the initial laning phase goes. And Ember certainly fits the bill for that. Get this guy some levels. Doesn't have to have the most amazing farm, but can still definitely move around the map and help his team make plays.
Dude, Axe, once again. You know, like, I'm barbecuing. It's nice weather here in Bosnia and all the Slavic lands, you know. There's this meme. Nice weather appears, nice weather exists, Slavic boys outside barbecuing with some beer, you know. I have to axe up some wood, you know, like chuck it up, some lumber every time I'm building fire. I don't know where I'm going with this. I just woke up. But in any case, I think Axe has been nerfed. My axes are dull, but his aren't. He looks still pretty solid, even though nerfed a bit. I'm not sure if I'm really liking their draft though on 9 Pandas. I have to say, from all the time seeing, 9 Pandas, look, they are a stronger team here, for sure. Like, for sure, they are the stronger team. But at the same time, this draft of Yellow Submarine, damn, I value it so much. All I want from them is some good old control on the offlane. Something like the Underlord just got banned. Maybe Centaur also banned. I mean, even something like a Mars, I don't care. You know, just some good old control, and your game is so set up for OW.
I'm also really liking this Yellow Submarine draft. The things that they put together, lots of potential to keep skirmishing on the map. You have some Roshan take. The one thing that is kind of missing as well is they'll need to win fights if they want to apply tower pressure. That's something that 9 Pandas does do easier than them between the Weaver and the Windranger. But nonetheless, I do really like, given how we've seen Yellow Submarine plays, I think this kind of draft suits their playstyle very, very well. They need control, like you mentioned at the end of their draft. 9 Pandas will need to decide, is this Weaver of 4 or is this Weaver going into the safe lane? Personally, I feel like I would like to see for Saish, not necessarily Rubik, but a Rubik profile type of hero. How about Hoodwink? Let us get a Hoodwink here. Something to catch this Ember Spirit out of the trees, long range, some additional burst damage from afar, because they are kind of lacking in that department right now. A hero that can also really help out in the laning phase in tandem with the Axe. Hoodwink, that sounds like a powerful lane. I think that should be the hero in the 4 role for them.
I'm not sure. Like, personally, I play a lot of Hoodwink, and I see Ember, I see Phoenix. I wouldn't like it that much, but it is strong. Right? And it would give you, like, if you were going for that Maelstrom, it would give you some extra damage into CK's illusions. And it's not really easy for him. You can control all of them. There's definitely a lot of positives to it, but you can also just feed 24/7. So let's see. They ban out the Timber, the last... They get the Meepo.
Okay.
They needed something. I don't think Weaver carry here and Hoodwink on 4 was good. It's not about Hoodwink 4, it's just about the Weaver carry. I don't think that's good here. So you have too much catch, the Orchid, Blink, Armlet on CK, and you never have a good time. Meepo, however, owns Ember. I have to say one thing, though. He doesn't own Phoenix anymore as hard as he used to. So gotta be careful a little bit. If this Phoenix rolls out of control, Meepo might have some problems. But yeah, let's see. Like a cool Meepo pickup. There's Lesh in the pool. They go for the Beastmaster. I was thinking just pick something like a Leshrac on offlane and your game is looking really nice. Against the Meepo at least.
Well, they got some degree of control that you wanted. We have some push potential as well coming out of this Beastmaster. Decent, solidish lanes for them too. This Meepo, mid Meepo for Kiyotaka, they're going to be putting Dark Lord on the Wind Ranger instead. I haven't seen this matchup in a while, the Meepo versus Ember one. Throughout the game, does Meepo still do really well against Ember?
Of course. Like, Meepo is still really damn solid against Ember. In the lane and after it, I was... Like, when the Meepo just got buffed, that's the only thing I could talk about. Like, having level 3 more Meepo was absolutely bringing this hero back into the meta. I just absolutely adore it. I think Packrat, Face It, also has merit. Like, you can also play that and build something. I've seen a lot of different ideas. My greatest one, Discovery, was instantly Armlet. Like, that's the one I went for. Because it gives you all the actives of Armlet on your Meepos. It can be slowed, and it's the only item that doubles the strength gain. Like, when you activate it, you get the main Meepo and all the others, the strength from the Armlet. So it's kind of cool. But I've seen others as well. Like a Crit is the most usual one, or a Butterfly or something like that. But the thing is, if you're picking Meepo, you're not picking that talent. Like, Face It, sorry. Like, you can't play with it. Like, you're picking Meepo because you can get level 3 ult. Like, level 3 more Meepo. It's been nerfed, unfortunately. So your other Meepos don't really have as much stats share like before. They had 100%. Now they have like 80, 85, which is a huge nerf. Back in the day, you used to buy Aghanims just to get that 100%. That's what Aghs did. Nice little sentry instantly blocked. Like, basically, you have to stack this hard camp, and blocking the hard camp is what you want to do instantly.
He did indeed go for that more Meepo. I want to see also throughout this game. I'm interested to see Eraser's performance, not just in the lane, but his itemization as well. Because when on all the games that he's played, win, lose, or draw, he always had. He's one of those players that doesn't have like a standard itemization. You know, you always get the sense of those kind of guys always cycling through the item queue to decide, okay, what is actually the particular thing I need for this game. We're definitely going to see... I mean, doesn't even need Mage Slayer in this game, right? There's not that much magic damage on the enemy team, so he can afford to go a different route. Maybe some Radiance or something. I'm not exactly sure, but I doubt we'll see the Mage Slayer Shivas that we've seen from other players.
It's not bad, though. Like, even that, just having it applied to all of these heroes, it's not terrible. Like, you can go Maelstrom as well, you know, just... Orb of Corrosion, Maelstrom, Mage Slayer, something like that. It's still pretty solid, especially because you're hitting more units even, you know, you're hitting all the Meepos. So, And also keep in mind that you don't want to stack up the same items that your other heroes will be buying. So, yeah, like, as long as he stays alive, I think that's the only thing that matters. Maybe some earlier BKB on him as well, or something to dispel the Earthbind. Usually what you want to go for.
We'll see what the decision matrix is going to be for Erase as we do get into the game. Lanes kicking off, Erase 1v1 versus Kiyotaka middle. Doubt we'll see that much action there. The side lane, there's some potential here, Liz. I mean, we have Axe Weaver top. Down bottom, we have Rubik Beastmaster. I feel like some things could happen around these side lanes here.
Oh, for sure. I feel like all of these side lanes have kill potential. Axe Weaver is a kill lane versus Phoenix versus Chaos Knight. Chaos Knight and Phoenix as well. Very strong if Weaver is out of position. Axe a bit harder to kill, but even him, if he's trying to be a little bit too cute, like you can take him down. So let's see. Gonna be an interesting one for sure, no matter what, in the laning stage and outside of it.
We saw King Satanic playing the CK 2 days ago, and the beginning of the game was quite rough. He spent like, what, 20 minutes just in the jungle farming? Yep. At like 15 minutes, 18 minutes, he was 4th in net worth all the cores. I doubt he's going to be having as rough of a start here, so we should be seeing the CK active on the map sooner than he did the other day.
Well, you say that, but he is playing into an Axe Weaver, so it's like he should have a easier lane. It's not as strong as that one was, but Axe gets like level 5, 6, and perhaps you have to run out as well. What's nice about the CK into Axe as well, you heal quite a bit, so you get that Chaos Strike to work with. He's already falling 50% HP. This is a level 2 Axe. I was talking about level 5. Level 2 is enough, it seems like.
They also have to keep their eye on Satanic to make sure that Solo doesn't just make a big rotation through the Twin Gate. Our Undying is sitting with the Blood Grenades. He's waiting for the opportunity, man. They're going to marinate the CK as much as possible, and then he's going to try and make that jump. Every game he does this. It's so funny.
And it's very nice to do that with a Tombstone. You just pop the Tombstone, they can't really get away. It's a lot of slow. Those little zombies following you, giving all the info. Then Weaver with the slow as well, with his W. Like, this man will... I don't know why, but every lane, if I lose the fairy, like if I lose this Lotus Pool... what's it called? Why am I calling it? I'm calling it everything but what it is. The healing lotus. Every single stream, I find a new name for it, you know? This pool salve, pool fairy, like...
I like pool salve, actually, or pool fairy. Pool fairy is probably the closest description to what it actually is, right? Yeah. I like that.
I definitely have to start calling it for what it is, but in any case...
You have to go the other direction and like come up with a full list of alternative names.
Yeah, like Outworld Decomposer. Like,
yeah, exactly.
But my point was like you're playing these skirmishes where like someone like a Phoenix who wants to bring you down low. Like, let's see, top lane CK, he should be fine here. They still have some fire spirits.
Fire spirits get thrown out. Ascador is far enough away. No, he's fine. He's fine. He's got the Yatoro tag in his name, fam. He knows what's up. He's okay. He will be absolutely Gucci, but he has been marinated, so they are diving bottom underneath the tier 1 tower. They dropped a tombstone on this as well. Rule takes out a couple of zombies, but this is going to be quite a bit of pressure put onto the tier 1 tower, and until the tombstone goes down, there's no way they can approach this.
Yeah, that was a big dive. Like, the tower is already 50% HP. That's your casual Undying lane right here. You don't see this with any other lanes, but with Undying, you get to see it from time to time. You get to experience it. Power shot. Ooh, Beastmaster needed to be careful, yeah. It wasn't even close, but he had to be careful. This is a problem. I think one problem for Yellow Submarine. I do believe that 9 Pandas can play this draft much faster than they can play theirs. Like, even Meepo, you're thinking, okay, this guy's just gonna farm. Not really. Like, I feel that this hero gets faster, like, because of this divided we stand face at top lane.
King! Satanic is dead. First blood will end up applying. Sayesh will cop a bit of damage from the fire spirit, but not enough to actually kill him. So first blood picked up on the CK. And you were saying level 5, level 6, or level 2, level 4 is the point where they finally mount the right aggression.
They were chewing through their region much better than Phoenix and CK were chewing through axes, and because of that they managed to, you know, you had that glass of lotus water to work with to heal you up.
Okay, that I like. So after that kill though, he just goes back to farming. We do see that Sayash has vacated the area a little bit to try and secure this rune middle for Kiyotaka. Which side is it gonna spawn? Erase is ready, and Erase will get unlucky. Will be in the top lane. Kiyotaka gets a free regen. Not that he needed it, you know. It's Meepo. He's fine. He's chilling. Just doing his thing anyway.
Yeah, he doesn't really want... Like, look, you can already... If you're a Meepo, you can already start making some moves, but right now all you need is Diffusal and level 10. Like, you want to get to that level 10, you want to get your level 2 Meepo. But that is... You want to get the third Meepo. You get it on level 10 because of this more Meepo talent, so that's mix. Once you get that, that's your true power spike, and then you decide what you want to do. Do you want to keep on farming with it because you farm real fast? Do you want to be stealing stacks like he's stealing them right now? Or do you want to be just ganking like that's something that you can? Sky's the limit, basically.
Check out Erase. He was going to the jungle trying to find a couple stacks, see if he could get involved in those. I thought maybe he was going to consider moving to the bottom lane to try and gank, but probably Beastmaster told him, bro, I'm very far from level 6. Don't even bother. He's like, okay. In the meantime, while Axe is alone in the top side of the map, he's going to get jumped on by Satanic and Askador. Do they have enough to kill him? Yes, they do. The Axe is gone. He will, at the very least, set up the Phoenix kill in the opposite direction, but they are very, very happy to bring down the Axe after what he did to them for the first blood.
Yeah, as the core does die in the end, but it's a good kill. A very good kill. CK back to the jungle, farming that armlet, bot lane. I do like the Kasane's Aghanims build here. I think it has a ton of value on the Beastmaster. And this is the kind of thing, like you might not be able to have one single hero that destroys Meepo Axe, but you know, you can cook up something with the mix. As the core, there are dust. There's no dust.
No, he's fine. He's chilling. Whose ward was this? There's a ward right in front of the tier 1 middle. It is from Sayash. He planted it when he was making that movement to secure the rune. And that's actually the ward that gave them the information. Because Axe was walking back into the lane, Alberca, but they're like, bro, get back, otherwise you'll die. He says, sweet.
I mean, that should have been a kill. Like, that, honestly, with vision, without vision, he was caught and he should have died, but they just didn't have a dust. So that's like... It's not really like this strategical big brain.
No, I mean the Axe.
Yeah,
the Axe was going top, and then he left. Like he was literally walking up, and then he went back into the creep camps in the triangle.
Ah, the Axe definitely. Yeah, I agree with him. With that, moving back. Lane. If he gets hurt, he's fine. He just got debated on the Manta, or not on the Manta, on the illusion, because you can poof to them. So he went and he right-clicked it, and then Meepo just goes on top of it. So gotta be careful with that. Sometimes you can... It's a nice bait play. A lot of stacks, by the way, on Dire. They have to be careful with these stacks, even.
I mean, if this Axe finds himself inside that triangle, it's a lot of gold to be taken away.
Yep. I think...
But fortunately, Kasane is probably gonna... Hopefully for him, he gets there first with you just like scouting the area and keeping it safe.
Yeah, he's not 7 yet, but 6 is just enough. I feel like you can go. He has arcane boots, like he can at least farm 1 stack of these ancients. Let's see what he goes for first. Rue is calling him, boy, come over here. I want some experience as well. But Undying Weaver, they're invading.
Yeah, they're coming through. Solo now scouts it out. Sayush has the level 3 Sakuchi. They even dropped the tombstone for this to take this camp. And they'll definitely succeed in doing so, while Kasane is just casually throwing axes onto the ancients.
I think you're fine with this, right? Like, if you're Rue, you're super happy because they just wasted Tombstone on a triple stack of hard camp. It's not a waste, they got it. But at the same time, your Beastmaster is farming the ancient camp. You're like, thank God these guys didn't see the ancients. Let them take this, it's okay.
You also got a couple of those creeps at the very end. Sayush now does see the ancients. I'm not and with Dark Lord here as well, they're really considering it, but they don't have Tombstone. I don't think you can do it without it.
Yeah,
Might have
Erase
to
is
just
coming
like
as
camp
well.
it. Yeah. Erase is gonna pull through. They get the D ward here on the high ground, and they should be able to just keep the majority of the gold that they stack for themselves. It'll be fine. So speaking of all of this farm, you know Kasane on his Beastmaster? I remember it was when you were still on TSM last season. There were a couple of like really good offlane players. I mean, your like your 33s, your Zais who are like, yo, if I want to play micro heroes, I study this guy in particular's replays. He's just that good. We'll talk about how hype he is on Beastmaster in a second because we have to talk about the death of Satanic. The Twin Gate move took a while, but eventually Solo is here. Going on to the CK, but do they have enough damage to kill him? Not just yet. Sayus is actually going to die first, and he's turning back onto Dark Lord as well. They bring down this Wind Ranger. Yes, eventually CK does die, but hashtag worth, as 3 heroes will follow him into the grave. Really well done by Yellow Submarine.
That's hashtag worth right there. And there's not a single hero in the game right now that does that the same way CK does. Like the amount of damage that he dished out, it's just dumb. Let's just call it for what it is. 3.2k damage on a carry, minute 11. Give me a break. Like, there is no way that should be happening. Like, this hero is absolutely busted. I love CK. If I could pick one hero on that position 1, it would be CK 24/7. And this guy just feels way too good. At every single point in the game, and this itemization as well feels way too good for him. Like, the Armored Orchid. You get orchided, you're just that. Like every time I feel like, okay, you can lift your hands off your keyboard the moment he catches you. And I also love that you were like, yeah, let's just see the CK die because you tend to do this sometimes. I've noticed. You tend to, you know, like call plays before they actually happen. You almost got punished. You were right in the end, but almost. He almost survives even.
Now, thankfully, my casting MMR is still intact. Whew, thank God for that kill. But this CK, man, you know, we're hearing you talk about it now, how gassed you are about the CK. Can you just imagine what conversations must be like in the Team Falcons camp? Skeeter just waking up and be like, bro, please, dog. Please, man, let's make a plan. Can we just put some CK into the mix? I don't care about the overall strategy. I just want to play CK. I'll just win games. Put me back in TI, guys.
Yeah, if they're winning all the tournaments, if this hero is... I mean, they're winning them anyway, but if this hero keeps on being buffed, you're not gonna lose much that side.
Well, while they're taking the tier 1 tower down bottom, Kiyotaka is finishing up his Aghanim Scepter here on this Meepo. Just got enough gold. It's all picked up right now. So when will 9 Pandas be ready to make further moves? We're waiting for the Blink Dagger, I guess, on the Axe, right?
Yeah, Blink Dagger Axe, Blink Dagger Meepo, but I would say they already lost. Like, it's over. That's my that's my call.
Enemy team has CK Weaver. It's over, boys.
I mean, you've got some CK, you've got some Phoenix Beastmaster big as well. I'm just kidding, of course. Has the core. Is he gonna get out?
Phoenix, he already dived, so he should be in danger here. It does have Sunray, but does not have a TP scroll. So there's no way for him to escape this one. Saish has Sakuchi in a second. Alberca is here as well. He's making them work for it, you know?
Yeah. He's gonna go up. He's gonna go up. Yeah. Very nice. Oh, he eggs. This is a dead egg.
He eggs for this as well.
That's
okay. Egg is gonna get taken down quite easily. I'm not so sure he needed to egg there. He could have just like... He was dead anyway, right? There was no reason to do that.
Well, if he eggs and that egg stuns them, then maybe he can make some Twin Gate play with the dive. Like, he could survive, but the level 1 egg, 3 heroes, and the Weaver didn't get hit by Fire Spirits, you were dying for sure. I feel like people are more willing as well to risk the egg now because of the mischance. Like, you get this built-in mischance on Phoenix. So as long as you're hitting them, like with your dots. So because of that, maybe players are more willing to risk it, but yeah, usually it's not worth it.
After that, the game has slowed down is the wrong term, but it's just been very slow in general from both teams. Everybody's just very happy to get their items, make a play here or there, but ultimately happy to scale into the latter portions of the game. And I can understand that rationale, right? CK, Ember, Beastmaster, Axe, win range, or Meepo, everybody is very happy just accruing network. Well, maybe Axe wants to do stuff, but everybody else is just happy to farm as much as possible.
Yeah, I think the farming game. It all comes down to the execution, of course, but I do think the farming game benefits yes a bit more, depending on what items they go for. The only problem I do see is Ember not building, like, not being greedy at all. Like, he's going full on defensive, this BKB next, and you're playing into an axe. Like, even with this BKB, I feel like you can be dying. But let's see, Meepo mid. He's got Aghanim's, remember.
Yeah, but he's debating because his team is coming right behind him, and there's going to be the Axe call going in, catching multiple heroes. They burst through the CK. The Primal Roll will be there, back on his face, which allows him to kill off the Axe. But now Kasane, surrounded by some of these Meepo lanes, but with the help of Erase, they get the slide out onto Meepo. They kill him off. 2 heroes in exchange for 1. So although the Meepo, he was debating, turns out Yellow Submarine was ready, and they end up winning this small skirmish.
Yeah, they end up winning it, but they do lose their big ultimate win condition in this Chaos Knight, which is a bit unfortunate. He does die before. A Cornucopia is there, and you can see the damage on Phoenix. Absolutely ridiculous, but that's how it usually goes when you're playing versus Meepo with an AoE hero. One thing that I have to say, though, even though this Chaos Knight is absolutely busted, and I'm harping on how strong he is, the true carry of Yellow Submarine is actually Beastmaster. Like this game. This game, Beastmaster can turn into an unkillable hero. Like, with the right itemization, like, he literally becomes unkillable versus Meepo. So we'll see if he gets there, but it can be a really scary game to play into Kasane's Beastmaster.
I mean, we saw in that for last fight, right? He was putting in work. Couple of Slom hits on Axel 2 with the roll. It's like, wow, a surprising amount of damage that comes out very, very quickly. So shout out to Kasane. He's like halfway to BKB at this point as well.
You just have to be careful as well and dire when it comes to these initiations. And going on Meepo, you're probably gonna have a bad time because he's got tags and he's gonna have shard as well now. Going on him, your initiations are most likely going to fail. You have no AoE silence to prevent that Aghanims from happening, the Mega Meepo from happening.
Mega Meepo. Mega Meepo is gonna be sitting with the Aegis of the Immortal now, chilling. They get it on the dire side as well. I don't know, fight might still break out after this though. They do not have the Supernova for another 10 seconds, so Yellow Submarine probably are gonna be happy to not directly jump them until at least that's available. They find nobody, free Aegis.
Yeah, good for them because Alberca was just waiting. He's the only one that didn't leave the pit. He was just chilling there and waiting to see if anyone goes on Meepo, I can jump them from the back. So he was in a really good position. But yeah, no fights right now. We're gonna wait it out a little bit. Maybe this Meepo finalizes his Eagle song. He's gonna have the Disperser now. And the silences that you have from Orchid aren't as potent any longer.
New item did also just emerge from Dark Lord. We have the Gleipnir available. And that's the one thing. We spoke about like the relative lack of lockdown. It's only really the Axe and some of the Mega Meepo poof. So this will definitely help in that regard. Give them some much needed control, especially for these heroes. Like, you know, just having more roots against Ember Spirit is a necessity, I feel like, in a game like this.
Oh, 100%. And this guy on Ember, this Erase, this bro that has been losing lanes but winning games so far, he's almost got a BKB completed. So even those roots aren't really going to cut it. Axe will have to be the one, and Axe is leading the charge on CK now.
They're thinking about it, but they're like, we don't know about this one. Oh no, the Phantasm dodge of the Orcs call. Amazing. That Observer Ward, man, gave him the information he needed, and now they're gonna try and take this fight. Meepo in the engagement. He does have an Aegis of the Immortal at the ready, and potentially thinking about going onto Ascador, but I think just want to force out the egg. Not gonna succeed at that though, because the dive is gonna be good from the Phoenix. Man, what a play from Satanic. These 16-year-old reflexes, man, you love to see.
Yeah, that was... I don't think he even... What do you think? Did he check if they're jumping, or did he just insta-ult that when the smoke broke?
They had a ward.
I know.
He didn't blink immediately, right? He blinked like a second after,
Yeah.
So I think you saw him. Like, well,
No.
I wouldn't have seen him. I'm too old, but I think he had the reaction. I think that was a reaction play, feels like.
He saw him for sure. I was thinking that he moved the camera to see if he's blinking in or not, but in any case, Yeah, nice reactions from him. Unfortunately, one thing that I did notice in that fight is how fast his illusions died. His illusions were next to him though, so that's why. But still, once you commit, you have to commit with CK. That's one thing. You can't leave your illusions.
CK is a team player, man. They all go together. Nobody gets left behind. We're the strongest, apes strong together. That's the CK mountain.
Literally. Illusions strong together. Literally that. They're gonna get the Tormentor now. They're moving in with the Beastmaster. This should be fairly easy, right? Right? No one's gonna die. Right? Right?
Okay,
Right? Support.
Oh my god. Both of them sub 100 HP by the time the Tormentor goes down. It's unfortunate that the shard doesn't go the way of the Phoenix, but nonetheless, it's not like you're going to complain about the telekinesis save either.
Yeah, it's still pretty solid. The Phoenix, you know, you usually get enough gold on this hero to farm up the shard anyway. I'm not sure what he's completed the vessel, but did he buy anything else? No, he's just got the vessel. Okay, he needs level 12. Like, you need it on Phoenix and you need this shard to be very effective in these upcoming fights. And on the other side, I feel like you're already there. You can take engagements. You don't have to really wait for the BKB and, yeah, smoke up.
Yeah. They have the BKB almost finished on the axe, but like you say, they don't need it. They have the Gleipnir on this Wind Ranger, so time to find somebody. But Yellow Submarine are also coming in for an engagement. Smoked up as 5.
No,
who will
ulti.
find whom first? Okay, they see the race. He doesn't get caught by the first Earthbind, dodges the second one with a slide. The third one connects, but will it be enough to kill him? No, it will not. BKB does get popped out by him. In the meantime, Axe goes onto the Rubik on the backside of the fight, but here comes Satanic, the CK, chomping through the Meepo, taking away the first life. The question is, can they re-engage? Kasane has already used the Primal Roll, so they're out of a little bit of control. That's why they have to pop the Supernova, and it's gonna get destroyed very, very easily. In the meantime, the Gleipnir went out onto Erase and Kasane, putting both of them in an awful position in the river. Kasane is the first to fall. Satanic on the high ground, at least trying to bring down Darklord before he expires, but he will not be able to do so. Gets hit with the shackle shot, caught out, killed off. Yellow Submarine lose 4. 9 Pandas only have to commit the Aegis for that one. Oh, and a buyback from the Axe, but definitely worth it.
Definitely worth it. They're really outplaying them in these fights. Like, these fights are so going 9 Pandas' way. They're wasting all the time of Yellow Submarine on objectives that aren't really... They're necessary and they're important, but if you waste the BKB or Phantasm to kill a Tombstone, it's not good enough. Like, that ain't it. Like, okay, he did take down Meepo as well on CK, but the way this fight goes is basically you need a BKB on Beastmaster with these drums of Slom when Meepo doesn't have Mega Meepo. Like, if you can get to this point, you're basically winning the fight. Also, on Phoenix, you need to use the egg when he has Mega Meepo. So I think what you need to do is plant the egg when the Mega Meepo is up to kite it out, because it doesn't last forever. After the Mega Meepo is done, then you go in somehow with the Beastmaster and Drums of Slom. Like, this is all easy to say. It's much harder to force a fight to go this way, but that's why they're trying to qualify for TI. They gotta make these things happen.
I forget who it was. They were talking about how the mark of a genuinely world-class team isn't a team that wins when they're supposed to. It's when they win when they're not, have no business winning. Fights that legitimately make no sense. Those are what the best teams are capable of doing. That's what we need out of Yellow Submarine. Despite losing that fight, though, only a 3k net worth lead, and the big thing for me is that 9 Pandas were not able to exert that much map pressure afterwards. So there's still a lot of space for Yellow Submarine to farm, to keep things in control for themselves. The tier 2 towers are still alive and healthy, so bad fight, yes, but the game states didn't deteriorate that badly afterwards.
Oh, definitely it didn't, yeah. And you could also see the power of Phoenix in that fight. Once again, he needs to get his Sunray shard. He's farming the jungle. I don't think they'll fight before he gets that, even though he has level 12 and egg now. I think really you wait for that. It's going to make... It should at least make a big difference. And one extra thing is they just have to be careful with these BKBs. They're very important because the fights, the way Meepo wins now is he doesn't play a fight in a quick succession, like I'm gonna jump poof, blow you up. No, he's more about you go on me, I'm gonna go under with my dig shard, then if you still are there, I'm gonna use Mega Meepo, and after the Mega Meepo is done, you're probably wasted all your resources, and then I can kill you with my teammates. So it's more about that. And yeah, so far it did work out that way for him.
There was some moves in the top side of the map where this Meepo was farming Dire jungle, but weren't able to catch up to him. They still stacked up these yellow superheroes. It's looking like they might want to make a play. Does somebody have a smoke on them? They do on the Rubik, but it's in his backpack. Okay, we're just farming. False alarm, boys. Still about the greed game right now.
They might go. They have the shard now in Phoenix as well. They have everything on the Dire side. He's going for Bloodthorn next on CK, but that's kind of far, and we just might even see some move. I'm surprised on how passive both of these sides are. Like when you see how they're playing, but Meepo is in.
He jumps forward with the blink dagger, not able to find anybody. Only some balls on the ground. So the smoke move from 9 Pandas, they really wanted to find someone, get the kill before Roshan comes back. They will not be able to do so. So the next fight might actually break out around the pit. The big man is back, chilling on the Dire side right now. Both teams should be more or less aware of this timing. And 9 Pandas, they're already stacking up in this direction. They really do not want to give away the second Aegis.
Yeah, and I do love the way that both of these teams have kind of strong rush potential. Like on one side you have Egg around the pit, you have Beastmaster with his minions, you can just throw the boards in, give vision. On the other side you have Tombstone and Meepo, and it feels like Tombstone and Meepo will prevail. These guys are way too slow on Yellow Submarine, this is. Second time they're losing rush just to being very slow to react.
Let's see if they have the temerity to jump in on them after they already picked up the Aegis. They are stacking up for it, going for the long wraparound play, hoping to catch somebody on the retreat. Maybe somebody takes a twin gate out, but Solo is marshalling his troops. He is ready. He's like, guys, they are coming for us. Do not split. Do not be separated. And looks like Yellow Submarine is still going to go for this?
It seems that way, yeah. The problem is if they go around this cliff, it's really difficult because of vision, but this high ground here where the power shot just went through, maybe. It all depends, like, you can still take a fight even though they have Aegis trees. It's definitely not going to be favored for you. But if you put the fight in the right position, like around some high ground where you can set up all your spells properly, then it's still okay. Because they wasted some spells in the pit and you know that.
Looks like instead of just assaulting them directly, they will go for the circuitous route and just cut waves behind them. We've been seeing this so much in these Eastern European qualifiers, man. Teams falling behind and being like, well, I guess we're playing some Alliance Dota, boys. Not TI13, it's TI3 today.
Yeah, every 10 years you have to go back to the rat. That's the way it goes.
There should be like a contractual obligation.
Exactly.
All right. Okay, so then this year's going to be Rat Dota. Then next year should be what? Ultra fast 15-minute push meta like TI4?
Exactly. In some Chan minute 13 games. And the game in 13 minutes. But
lane? We get. Oh my god, dude! Erased, got erased.
Yeah,
He just got caught. Dude, why did he die so quickly? Dark Lord was there with the focus fire. Kiyotaka had the poofs. Man, he just evaporated middle.
That was very quick. Like, I didn't expect him to die that quickly. He didn't even get the chance to pop his BKB. Yeah, and his deaths are... Well, his lives are gonna be even more difficult now because Meepo has a Hex completed. And it doesn't get any easier for Ember. Like, your BKB, after he buys that, Hex becomes very useless. Like, if he can jump you, now he has a target. Now this target is Ember. Always jump him with the blink. I mean, anyone, really.
They're gonna try to respin back for the boy by going onto Alberca.
Ooh.
And just like the Ember Spirit died really, really quickly, the Axe also dies really, really quickly. Yatoro, or Satanic, Yatoro's apprentice, able to dish out the damage, and they're going for more. They find Solo here. He does not have any way out of this one. He is dead for sure. Satanic with a double kill for himself on this CK. Okay.
The Bloodthorn.
That always feels good.
It's the Bloodthorn, basically. It's like... I can't talk about CK and how strong this hero is anymore, but really, like, once you get this Bloodthorn as well and you go on someone with your strong illusions, they just disappear. This Axe I mean, he's not really squishy. He's got 2.3k HP. He's got blade mail, double bracer. he melted, disappeared.
Yeah. He's also got 6.4 armor from the Court of Blood. Definitely not a squishy target, but very easy to kill if CK is nearby. And they will leverage their prior victory to put pressure out into the mid lane, pushing back on this tower. Here comes Kiyotaka though, Erase gets off his BKB, and now they're gonna turn onto the Meepo, trying to kill him off. To take away the first life, the egg now will get popped. There's no axe to bail him out of this one. Kiyotaka is in a world of trouble, and he's gonna be digging himself out of danger, trying to survive this one, but I don't know about this one, Liz. They're putting in the hurt on this Meepo and they kill him off. Dark Lord now with his own BKB, just trying to get away from the fight. Alberca respawns, jumps in, gets the call, and they bring down the Phoenix. In the meantime, Solo's tombstone gets removed, and his life gets taken away as well. So Alberca, although you found the kill on the Phoenix, my friend, you're going right back into the fountain. Respawned just to grant a double kill to Satanic. And Yellow Submarine, man, they win a fight right in front of the base of the Radiant lineup. They're going to put in a lot of hurt on the real estate of 9 Pandas now.
Yeah, not to die back, sorry, from Axe, but he respawns, dies instantly again. These fights, they need to go like this for Yellow Submarine. They just have to be crazy. Like, you have to get some crazy pick off on Axe and then force some fight afterwards. They can't be composed fights in which Radiant can do whatever they want to, set up the fights their way. But honestly, at this point, I feel like it's gonna be a hard uphill battle for 9 Pandas. They need to find the right blink hex targets every single fight to take them. This, if you just check the Chaos Knight, he's got this shiny little new red item on the 3rd slot, like Heart of Tarask. He's got 4.3k HP with the armlet toggled. Like, you're probably not killing him, you're not zapping him instantly. Well, he's gonna try.
116 health regen. They're gonna try go for him though. They got the Hex out with the proofs. Sunray will be right behind him to pop him back up in the HP department. Kiyotaka, lower than he wants to be in the HP department, will decide to pivot targets onto the Phoenix instead, and they do get that kill. But here comes Kasane. Kasane threw out the Primal Roar on the far edge of the fight just to be able to bring down this axe. And look at him go with the drops of Storm BKB. He ends up getting himself a double kill, forcing Dark Lord to pop a cheese. And on the northern side of the fight, Kiyotaka in Mega Meepo mode, just trying to get the hell away from Erase and King here. But they do not catch him. They just were like a second away from having the Slide of Fist chains being available. Sadly, it doesn't happen, so he will live. But another one fight for Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, this is not just a one fight. This is basically your high ground push. Meepo has no Mega Meepo, he has no dig. You know it, there is no BKB. There is a BKB mid-ranger, my bad. It's back off cooldown. Like, at least they can use that, but they tried. That was the perfect setup. I was just talking about how this Chaos Knight is probably not killable. They try to go on him and they get punished for it. If you want to go on this Chaos Knight as 9 Pandas, you have to do it all together. Like, it's not only Meepo blinking and hexing. Like, you need to have an axe follow up instantly. You need to have everyone ready. If you don't, you're not killing him.
Especially if he has a Phoenix behind him. You're just literally not taking damage. You're just standing there. And like, well,
he heals.
All right, boys.
He heals a ton from his Chaos Strike as well. That's also something. Like, the lifesteal is pretty solid.
And unfortunately, on the Radiant side, nobody is carrying around a Spirit Vessel or anything like that. Even though he doesn't have Manta, he doesn't have BKB. They don't have the necessary debuffs, so he'll just stand his ground in the midst of these engagements. Life is good for Yellow Submarine. 11k gold lead right now. They got a lane of Rax Metal. And I presume they're going to be angling towards the 3rd Roshan. If it's on Radiant side, maybe they get themselves the banner to try and end the game. But life is feeling very positive for them right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about an item that can change things. And I don't see it happening from 9 Pandas. Sadly as well. Look, you're forcing this Meepo to do everything. He needs to jump in, he needs to deal the damage, he needs to survive, he needs to bait spells, he needs to initiate with a Hex. And your Wind Ranger, meanwhile, at the same time has BKB Lincolns, Gleipnir, not even Lincolns completed. Now, I understand the Lincolns. If he doesn't have it, he literally dies in a Bloodthorn. Post BKB, he just dies to the CK. But I don't know how you win these fights. Like, I literally don't see the damage where it comes from for Radiant. There is none. Like, they missed their timings.
Yeah, like this would be a different story if Dark Lord had like some Daedalus or something. At the very least with the focus fire, but yeah, the way things are looking right now, Yellow Submarine behind this indomitable CK of Satanic are just slowly getting themselves into a winning position. Oh no, Kiyotaka? His Meebolings top? Will they actually get them? Kiyotaka's in trouble here. The roar will come out from Kasane. I think they've got him. Stolen Tombstone getting dropped down as well by Rue. And Meepo, he knows it's up. He knows we're done. Kiyotaka, sorry mate. Wish you all the best in the fountain, brother. And this is just before Roshan respawn. Bro, it's up in 5 seconds. Are they gonna go check?
He forced the egg. I mean, I guess that's something, but it's really, really not enough.
That's the ultimate copium I've ever heard from you before.
Gotta copium a little bit.
Yeah, this game. Okay, so there's no one particular item that you can envision, but is there any place that they can take, at the very least, favorable fights on the map? Like, can they try and force a Roshan fight, maybe hold on the high ground? Where's the best place for them to mount a stand if they have a chance of winning?
Fountain.
In the fountain. Okay. I see.
If they somehow manage to bait them, you know, I've seen that in Eastern European qualifiers. I've seen a team lose because they dive the fountain. It wouldn't be the first time. So maybe if you manage to bait them out like that, there is some potential. But honestly, this game is it's rough to say. I want to keep it entertaining. I want to keep it, you know, like watchable, but it's rough. It's really difficult to take down the CK once, yet alone twice now.
Dota gives them a 17 probability chance of winning this game. Well, as we know in Dota, 17% is a magical number. They're going to try and leverage that number as they jump onto Satanic, but holy base! What? Isn't that their strongest hero, Lizard? There's no more Meepo. He doesn't have buyback either. Alberca will find himself also caught outside the base, easily killed off. Dark Lord hexed up, forced to pop a BKB and just run as Solo drops a Tombstone, but him and the Tombstone killed off almost instantly by the CK. There are buybacks, but they do not have the big buyback, the Meepo one. And without it, they have no prospect of winning these fights. GG, well played is called. Yellow Submarine win game one in emphatic fashion. Yet again, the Satanic Chaos Knight, man, putting in work for this young squad.
Yeah, that 17% was a lie. It's like my Spirit Breaker with 17%. I never bash. Just a rough game. Like, a rough game for 9 Pandas that actually could have been theirs. I feel like they had some opportunities to close this game out after having that second Aegis. They had Aegis Cheese, but they went on the wrong targets. I feel that they felt a little bit too strong, and because of that, they threw a little bit. Also, the axe being caught around the tier 2 mid when they had the Aegis and Cheese definitely hurt them. But just look at this. Come on, man. 3 heroes ganking you, you get the triple. Like, yeah.
What do you mean? Bro, this seems fair and balanced to me. I see literally no problem with this, you know? I'm definitely playing after this game, I'm telling you that, mate. Like, wow.
I've been telling you CK for how long now? Like,
yeah, for a minute. You know, maybe it's time for me to diversify from just spamming Weaver and just spam some CK, get some free MMR for myself. But another thing that you mentioned throughout this game, man, Kasane put in work as well. Whenever he would show up to these fights, you could almost sense that 9 Pandas are just like, okay guys, we firstly don't have enough damage to kill the CK, but we don't have enough sustain to just sit behind and just outlast the Erase Ember or the Kasane Beastmaster. There's too much overall AoE damage coming out of this.
Yep, he was doing a lot of damage, like everyone was on Yellow Submarine. Only one hero was below 20k damage on Yellow Submarine.
Holy beast.
And on 9 Pandas, no one did over 16%. 16,000, sorry. So, but that's the standard Meepo gameplay. Like, the fact is they had a lot of AoE and they had a lot of spells to use against him. What needs to be said is that he still had like a pretty decent game. He played well. Kiyotaka on the Meepo. Alberca on the Axe as well had a good start and then he fell off. One hero that I really didn't feel a lot of impact from was Dark Lord. He had a couple of good shackle shots. He was catching people. When they won that fight around the triangle, he had a couple of nice plays, but he fell off really hard. went super defensive with his build, and I feel like there was, in the end, no one to really win the game for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sort of like what you mentioned. Kiyotaka just had way too many roles to fill for the game. And despite the madness of this game, they put the MVP, shout out to Ru, who did play pretty decently on this Rubik, and only one death on this hero. Good job, my friend. Good spell stolen. I didn't see him steal Sakuchi all that often, but he did steal Tombstone a couple times. A couple times he had some very nice Earthbind steals, which certainly helped them out. And there was one moment where he got the shackle shot that led them to killing off Alberca. So good performance from him. But just overall, Yellow Submarine, man. This is... I would venture to say that from what we saw in this game, from how they played on the first day of these qualifiers, personally, I think Nine Pandas is in a lot of trouble, even if it's an even draft going into game 2.
I would say this really wasn't an even draft, though. Like, even with the Meepo pick, like, you had to play the Meepo game. They failed at doing that. Yellow Submarine. It's not that they played the Meepo game. They just didn't. They just met something stronger, you know. they played the Meepo game, but CK, I feel like, doesn't really care about that. So also the Phoenix. Overall, Yellow Submarine, I feel that they can take the series, but they have to repeat a performance such as this one. They can't drop the ball at all.
They certainly have to make sure that they stay in top performing form. And if they do that, then they will be going into the next round in the upper bracket final of these qualifiers on the road to the international. We're going to find out if Nine Pandas, though, have what it takes to mount a comeback and make this a 3-game series and pave their own path in the upper bracket. We find out after a very small break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes for some more Dota 2.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, one and all. We are here for some more Dota 2 action in the Eastern European region on our road to the International. Where we are right now is that Nine Pandas have found themselves falling in the first game against Yellow Submarine. So Yellow Super, you know, these boys, the Team Spirit Academy squad is living up to the billing and proving to be playing some very good Dota. However, Nine Pandas is also a team that we've seen throughout the last year can never be underestimated. So going into the second game, I'm hoping for a better performance from them. But mostly, Lanky Lizard, I'm hoping for a more active draw from them because it did feel, especially with their support duo, past a certain point, Saish and Solo weren't really able to contribute fully to the game in the same fashion that, say, Ru and Askedo were able to on the other side.
Yeah, I feel like their draft would have worked if they played it a little bit faster, and maybe something to do with Meepo and how he plays the game didn't allow them to do that. Even though they were taking ages, they couldn't really convert that into any objectives. I'm not really sure, but overall, I don't really fault the draft. I think the draft was definitely playable for them. It's the way they played it that kind of hindered their chances of taking that W in game one. Which is also very interesting to say, because for me, Nine Pandas are a team that outplays you. Their drafts don't have to be incredibly strong. They just outplay you. They play the game a bit faster. That's what they did to Virtus Pro on day one. They just played so damn fast that Virtus Pro couldn't really come online, and they won that series. If you remember 2-0, it was clean. And now they're not looking that great versus a team that's arguably not in the same caliber as them and Virtus Pro. So yeah, just ban that CK. That's what I would do. If I was Nine Pandas, start off with that, get rid of the CK.
I mean, CK ban definitely makes sense to me. I also think if they do pick Wind Ranger again, make Kiyotaka play it, man. Kiyotaka Wind Ranger is so good, and reliably last year they were winning games on LAN with the Kiyotaka Wind Ranger. So just do that, guys. Go back to what's been working. Maybe have Dark Lord play. Okay, he's not going to play his TA because that's going to be banned out, but certainly something more within his wheelhouse. And thankfully, though, if you are a Nine Pandas fan, there's the ban, bro. No CK. Sorry, Satanic, you gotta show us something else today, man.
Yeah, no CK, insta ban. What's left in the pool? Dark Willow is left in the pool. Phoenix is left in the pool. Weaver as well left in the pool. Rubik left in the pool. A lot of nice supports are still in. And Storm as well. He is left in the pool. And oh my god, they insta snatch it. Like, these guys, they know what they like and they instantly pick it. This Storm, I do think is more exploitable than the CK. Like, CK, okay, the hero is, you need like Underlord, Lashrak, and some AoE damage dealing carry to deal with CK, you know, but Storm, I feel like something like a puck and you're good. Like, okay, it might not be enough, you'll need some extra damage, but you don't have to worry about the Storm. Like, you get the puck and then later on your other heroes can contribute. Just have to dream cloaking through the fights. Dark Willow, though, we did mention her. She is absolutely busted right now. Also very strong support, so they get it. The brambles are really nice into the storm. Just gives a lot of control. Some Yules brambles or just brambles with a combo. If I was 9 Pandas, I would actually ban out Phoenix. I think that was the second most important hero on Yellow Submarine, and Dark Willow already kind of doesn't do well against him.
I like Phoenix here as an idea. Who was it yesterday? I think it was VP that played the Storm Spirit. They also first picked it as well, but somehow the enemy team of one move weren't able to counter it in the draft. So 9 Pandas can't take their eye off the ball on this one. Need to make sure you can reliably kill the Storm Spirit. If Dark Willow's playing for me, I don't know if you maybe get like, I just want the root. I don't really care where the root comes from. For the other support, maybe Crystal Maiden could be an option. But we'll see deeper in the draw for them because I'm not sure you want to play CM and Dark Willow. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to, but you also don't really want to be playing these solo heroes. Like Undying is banned, Elder Titan is really bad against Storm. Like these kind of heroes you probably don't want. You still might go for them. They're good for the lane and stuff, but overall into Storm, if you see it this early on, then why not double down for the rules that you're talking about? Why not pick a Shadow Shaman, with that foul reset? I can't believe that hero is unpicked. Like, he's picked, but he's just not in my games. In pubs, he is. But 9 Pandas, they focus on the strongest heroes of Satanic, CK, and Morphling. And they do get the solo hero in the end, but they get the solo hero with a root. So I think they found the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Good job. Shout out to Solo and Metpom for being able to yank this one out their pockets.
Metrim.
Have a Treant Protector. Metrim. Okay.
Metrim, yeah.
Metrim.
The P on Cyrillic is an R. And the U is an I. So that's why.
I see. I'm learning. Before you know it, I'm gonna come to Eastern Europe, bro. Next qualifier, let's run together.
Well, you should. You have an open invitation here. Then the CM does get snatched up by Yellow Submarine. Like, this is not super surprising, but I wouldn't mind seeing a Phoenix still for them. These two supports kind of suck against him. Probably not the greatest combo with CM, but it worked out well for them in game 1.
Let's see. Go for the Shadow Demon instead. So we have a save to keep some of these heroes alive. We've got some Purge coming out from us, some decent laning potential. Okay. This does mean, though, that 9 Pandas, well, they're not going to pick a Spirit hero now, right, into Crystal Maiden and Shadow Demon, but it would be very nice if they could find some kind of backline jumper to get to these heroes and try to kill them off in these fights.
5 seconds
okay, you can look at it that way. It's hard to play a Spirit hero, but at the same time, I would have, like a pot, like a Void Spirit. They go for Tiny first. And this Tiny, I'm not sure where they're gonna lane it. Is it going to be a mid or a safe lane Tiny? Because I have seen a lot of... Okay, it's a mid Tiny. Answered. Like, no more questions. No more questions. Any other questions, Lizard? Are you unsure about something? Please.
Lizard, what's your credit card number and the PIN?
I'll send it to you. I'll send it privately.
9 Pandas, one thing I really do like about the tiny heroes, like I was saying about them needing some kind of backline jump, and it's the kind of backline jump, if you just see Shadow Demon, Crystal Maiden, they can die before they get off any of their spells. So a lot of Magical Burst is good. They buttress that with the Gyrocopter, who can build into the physical damage for later. So they're not going to have that same issue they had in game 1, where at some point it's only one person really dealing damage. They're always going to have some scalability just with these two heroes. I like it a lot, actually.
The support on Yellow Submarine when it comes to damage isn't... It's okay, but it's not like crazy. Like CM with an ulti, Shadow Demon with his innate ability and some poisons, it's okay, but it's... it's really not what you usually go for if you are looking for damage from your supports, but that's not what they were looking for. They were looking for some save, and they got it. Now they have to deal with the gyro. If you're 9 Pandas, you have this gyrocopter, you already banned out the Morphling. I feel like something, maybe a Lifestealer is a decent ban. Like, this hero is pretty solid against you. maybe
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not sure what else. Like a Lifestealer looks solid. You banned out all
5
the other
seconds
popular
remaining.
ones. You don't want to pick anything squishy into tiny that much because you're gonna get blown up 24/7. Lifestealer, you have something against the root, something against the bramble, something against the gyro. Into tiny, the matchup is honestly decent if tiny is mid, but if he's a carry, it can get rough super later on. I guess anything, yeah, they ban out the Lifestealer. Okay, that was the first idea. The second one, I don't know, Jug, maybe? Like another built-in BKB, Omni slash into gyro is solid.
And it's the classic lane, right? Jug Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
Taking us back into the past. I actually wouldn't mind the Juggernaut.
10 seconds.
What else is available?
There's
Can they
the
play...
casual Ursa or Monkey King as well are still in the pool. I think Ursa is
I think
also
Ursa's fine.
also
Yeah.
fine.
Ursa's fine. I don't know if you want to play Weaver carry here necessarily. It's not the worst thing in the world, but you can get blown up by the tiny early
they
on in the
can-
game.
And you don't have ultimate last pick, so if you're doing that Weaver, you make sure you ban out Axe here, I feel like. And
Yeah.
it's not only Axe, there's a couple of heroes.
You can get slaughtered too, yeah. So I'm not sure. So they go Terrorblade instead. All right, an illusion hero for Satanic. Obviously banning out the Brewmaster to make sure you can still maintain said illusions in these fights. I mean, you always want when you're playing up against Gyrocopter, someone that does overwhelming damage in a very short span of time, and Terrorblade can certainly fit that bill as the game
10
scales.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, like he's got a ton of armor. Like
5
looking at some
seconds
offlaners right now that I'm seeing more often, an Enigma, like all those Eidolons into a lot of armor aren't great, but like later on you have a free game.
How
Besides
about
the six.
LC, dude? Oh, if only LC wasn't as nerfed. Man, this would have been so nice to pick LC. Getting the duel into the Storm Spirit,
Maybe some
AoE
Pango?
against the TB. Pango? Pango's not bad.
Let's see what they go for. Just a Mars.
Yeah, Mars. Okay. Casual Mars.
I mean, it's not only casual Mars. You have a lot of combos. Like, I just stopped calling for Mars because he's not picked, but the Mars is like still solid in my opinion. Like you have Gyro Mars here, you have Tiny later on with Mars as well, and of course you have Dark Willow Mars. All good combos. I feel like something's lacking on both sides. Like when I look at these two drafts, I don't know. Like okay, maybe more on 9 Pandas when it comes to damage if your lanes aren't going that great. And also, you really need to make sure that this Tiny gets... you don't have to make sure. He will get a good dagger timing. He's a mid-Tiny.
Yeah.
But maybe a couple of rotations to mess Storm Spirit up before level 6.
I think this is one of those games where both squads, you can like see the idea, but fights are not going to be easy for either of them, you know. 9 Pandas will definitely have, you know, Treant doing his thing, keeping heroes alive, making sure that they're all rooted up, some living armor to make sure that the damage output doesn't come out as quickly. And then, you know, other side has the Shadow Demon to save. They have Sunder as well from the Terrorblade to keep him alive. There's going to be, you know, some of these games you watch where fights just take forever because nobody's dying immediately. The supports will die on a yellow super side, you know. Maybe Dark Willow will die here and there, but everybody else... We're in for a long one, I think, Lizard. Prepare yourself. I hope you've got some water, got some coffee. We're going to be watching a lot of Dota in this game too.
Yeah, like I don't have really an absolute clear favorite in this game. I do think it's a decent TB game. I love Underlord right now. I have to say that I think I love Underlord more than I love Mars when it comes to one-on-one matchups. But at the same time, I think I'm also a very big enjoyer of Storm into Tiny. Not Storm into Tiny, but Storm in general in the game, against Tiny in general in the game as a position 2. As a position 1, sure, Tiny is really strong right now. I love the Aghanims on Underlord build as well. A lot of root potential. Okay, I am in...
you talked yourself into supporting Yellow Super.
Exactly, I talked myself into it. A little bit at least.
Well, you are the 2-0 merchant, so for your reputation to keep holding, Yellow Submarine will have to cop the W here. Definitely have good prospects to do it, but 9 Pandas... This drop's going to be... There's not a lot of wombo combo. Fun stuff is going to happen in fights here. Like, this is going to be a very execution-heavy game, so... And 9 Pandas, especially Kiyotaka, always the guy I want to rely on when I just need solid button clicking. Going to be fun to watch.
Solid button clicking. He can even play Meepo. I'm sure he can play Tiny. He is a good Tiny, so... We'll see how that goes for him. But you do have illusion-based hero, but you don't have that broken illusion-based hero like you had in game number 1 or yellow Suba, the way you call them.
The battle begins.
You know something? Haven't you noticed something about like some of these upcoming carry players? Satanic here in Yellow Submarine, Low in China. Why do so many of them get big and on playing illusion heroes? You're like TBs, PL, CK. What is it about these kids, man?
I'll tell you why. Because these heroes, basically to become a pro player right now, I mean, kind of always, but specifically right now, you need to be like rank 5, rank 1 even. And illusion-based heroes win MMR. That's always been the case. If they're strong and in the meta, it's much easier to win games with them than if someone like Ursa is strong and in the meta. It's just like illusion-based heroes that win games no matter what, because they just force the enemy team into bad decision-making.
Let's see what the decision-making will be in this game. The lane start out mid. Should be fine for both sides. Everyone's just going to farm, do their thing. Not anticipating any big action happening. Top lane, there's going to be a little bit of a skirmish between Saish and Askador. But there is kill threat here on this side of the map. Mars with the Dark Willow can definitely make life difficult for Askador. Mars is actually coming in behind him. Askador, okay, he's thinking about which direction to go, but he will end up being fine.
Yeah, messing up a little bit of this creep pull as well. The range creep will die. Oh, he even gets the deny.
Oh, deny. What a player, dude.
Oof,
He's a better man than me, though. I would have tipped him immediately as I did that.
That's a rough move right there. Like these range creeps, man. They of course they give a lot of experience. So them being denied, and at the same time you're losing some experience on the other side.
Dude, you got another one. That's 2 range creep denies.
That's illegal.
Illegal gameplay.
Honestly illegal. If you have Mars with God's Rebuke, it's kind of illegal.
So how's things faring in the bottom side of the map? Kasane and Rue, they're just chilling, man.
I think mid lane is what our boys are trying to show us. Because mid lane is going kind of rough for the Storm right now, but he did get a full wave under the tower and he's making a comeback. It's kind of stock standard, normal. Always difficult in this first wave versus a 3-man or rock man with the 3, I should say.
Yeah. He'll be fine, though. He's about to hit level 4, so he'll be A-okay. Besides, this is a race, man. We have literally not seen a race win a single lane. You always come out at a disadvantage and it still performs in the game, so he's a win.
I love that the Kiyotaka is just spamming toss as well. He's got that facet, the crash landing. He doesn't have the other one. Can't even remember what the other one is. The carry one. Let me check. I'm gonna go into heroes.
You mean you haven't memorized every single facet?
Insurmountable. Tiny gain status and slow resistance from strength, like that one. The one where Gaben was like, okay, you're tiny, you're a rock, you don't need a blacking bar.
Rocks can't get stunned, right? Top lane, they will end up getting themselves a kill. The first blood onto Saish. Askador playing really, really well on this Crystal Maiden. Able to put in some more work. And this time around, it's not going to be the Satanic first blood happening in favor of Nine Panda. So this lane, things looking really good for Yellow Suba.
Yeah, as the core denying double range creeps, getting some kills now as well. With that first metamorphosis, really nicely done. They're these two in that lane. I'm just looking at top lane. I'm sorry to everyone. Bot lane is also very important, of course. We have another carry down bot, but top lane has a lot of these little mini things that are happening between the CM and the TB.
They're playing really well. Keeping their pressure up, keeping the farm going. At some point, they might want to make another move onto Saish if he gets marinated a bit more, but Askador only has the 1 blood grenade. They'll need to watch their timings and maybe wait for the metamorphosis. Up in 25 seconds, so we'll see what happens then.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you can leave this lane alone until meta is up. If a kill happens, it's gonna happen on the TB, not the other way around. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, Kasane is finally starting to pick up. Like he was zoned out a little bit up to this point, but now he's got like 2 waves under the tower that he farmed. Level 3, no Pit of Malice just yet, but no kill potential as well. That's the difficult part. Like you're playing into a 3 and gyro, a lot of heals.
Yeah. Pretty much nothing's going to be happening here, boring side of the map. Also, a quick shout out to Kasane. The last time I saw him when we were in Seattle, he gave me some fire album recommendations.
Dude, why is everyone giving you shit? Like,
I don't know.
Metrim gave you chocolate. This guy gave you... What kind of corruption is this? Are you paid to... Is this like some, I'm gonna give you chocolate, you talk nicely about me in the game? Is that happening?
Maybe it's like, you give me stuff, I'll stop flaming you. I'll stop talking trash.
I see.
We might have a little bit of a skirmish in the mid lane because they are gonna start contesting for these runes. Unfortunately though, Erase is level 6, so there's literally no hope of killing him right now. They just want to get these runes and be happy.
I'm gonna start spamming my PayPal address in the lobby before the game starts.
Send me something, I'll say nice things.
Wanna be complimented, boys? Wanna end up on a highlight reel? €5.
Oh, well, €5. I wish Ru would have sent you that money because he needs some help right now. Getting killed off while surrounded by these 9 Pandas heroes.
Ru is
and
just...
they got the double damage rune as well. Amplified damage picked up too.
Ru was just in the perfect position to break an action happening on Storm. He's just the masterful Shadow Demon player, reading the enemy side, knowing what to do. You see, that was just a showcase of what can happen, Ru. So $5 if you want me to continue. And $5 isn't a lot. That's like a Twitch sub.
Yeah, 1 Twitch sub. Okay, how about he, instead of giving you $5, they subscribe to your Twitch?
No, don't do that because you're giving Bezos money.
Oh, okay, I see. Top lane, the Metamorphosis is online, so they're trying to leverage it against Alberca. Frostbite will be there. The Brambles will create quite a bit of space. He is getting himself into the tree. He's actually going to live. They spear back the Crystal Maiden onto the tree. Very nice pickup there. And at the same time, they lose the life of the Shadow Demon down on bottom.
Yeah, but look what Satanic did. Read the chat. Read the chat.
Oh, he denied the Wisdom Rune.
He denied the other Wisdom Rune. Yeah. He sent an illusion, denied the Wisdom Rune while CM was dying. Honestly, I think that's worth it. Like, CM dying, but you deny the Wisdom Rune, I really think that's worth it. Like, the supports not getting that Wisdom Rune is massive. So, getting that away from them for a life of CM, I'll take it.
Crystal Maiden, and you're playing CM, you will probably anticipate quite a few deaths in the game, so not really a big problem for him. Things have yet again started to slow down a little bit, a bit more passivity, but Kiyotaka's like, nah guys, we can try and make something happen if they do find the appropriate rune, but they will not. They get unlucky, it spawns on the other side, and they were hoping to maybe run down the CM on the high ground, but she's already gone.
Yeah, he's gone. They do have this nice ward that scouts the hard camp stack, but this hard camp stack is going to be farmed by these 2 supports. I love it. This is like the true love between 4 and a 5, you know? You start spamming some spells, taking hard camp, getting some experience. Because Wisdom Rune has been taken on both sides, right? On one side... No, actually, Ru did take his own. Never mind. I was wrong. He just died afterwards.
Yeah. We see a race. He got an Invis rune, made a rotation bottom. Unfortunately for him, there was already a sentry planted down by Solo. When did Solo even get this out? He literally just got it out. It's a fresh ward. And that gives them the information needed to not get killed off. Gyrocopter just twin gates to the other side of the map to stay safe and keep farming.
Also, you know, your Gyro is level 6, he's got phases, ulti, and he's going back bottom, like now that... Okay, the gank has been dodged. Go back in, farm under the tower. Storm has to go back mid because it's been pushed. Very slow game so far, but it might all break loose once these supports get levels. I think that's the problem. Like, no supports just are far away from 6.
Yeah, all of them are level 4 right now, so it's going to be a while before they have that ability. In the meantime, you know, Kiyotaka will just happily farm away for his Blink Dagger, so maybe that'll be their impetus to go. But if we get Blink first, Then hopefully we get Blink around the time that these level 6s emerge. Then we have this massive power spike to leverage on the map.
He's gonna get it fairly quickly, like minute 11, 12 maybe even sooner, depending on does he have any stacks in the jungle? No stacks, but he'll be able to get it. Like, it's your mid lane Tiny after all. And like, looking at the map, he can literally blow up anyone but the Underlord. Every single hero he goes on, he's gonna need some support, of course, like a Bedlam or something. And that's maybe the only issue I see with their draft. Like, he only has Dark Willow to truly play with once he gets his Blink.
Race just zipping in to try and steal a rune. Solo will take the illusion down bottom. That will feel pretty nice once they do have the Bedlam available. But yeah, it's yet again a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Kiyotaka to create the moves and control the tempo.
Like, do you really want to play with Mars? Yes, you do, but he's not going to help you way too much. Some arena spear. When you look at Mars as well, he's got 3-3-0, right? Like, his build is all about just farming and pushing. He doesn't really have to join any fights at the moment.
Farm. This is a right-click simulator happening right now. Only 4 kills at this point in the game. While this is happening, though, Kiyotaka is going to put pressure middle with the Sea Dragon. But Askador's near. Never mind. He's got the Frostbite. Tower shouldn't take too much damage. Let's see. What neutrals items did people pick up? Sayush got himself the Safety Bubble. What an item. Royal Jelly for Kiyotaka. Some Caesar Serenity for Gyro. Yo, really? Real talk, dude. This Caesar Serenity item with the new facet, with the Gyrocopter. Yo, you just grief the opponent when you have this. Just run at them. And they're like, well, we actually kind of have to back, guys, because this guy is much tankier, is much more sustained than we thought was possible, and is too speedy for us to reliably catch unless we commit a lot of spells on him.
But what exactly about him is it that makes it so good?
There's movement speed talent, the facet, sorry, the afterburner one. So you just like run around them. It's sort of like playing with Weaver. Mid lane, the Race gets himself tossed into the opponents, and there's gonna be the arena spear, catches him, and they do manage to kill him off. King does come in, throws in the Metamorphosis. They're hoping to punish Kiyotaka for this move. They will succeed in this endeavor. Can they get more though? Kasane is here too with the Pit of Malice, but nobody is in range. So it's just going to be mid for mid here in this lane. And we'll deal with some, we don't know, at least try to put some damage onto the tower before the meta finishes.
So much stuff on the ground, man. Oh, he may die. He needs to swap.
Is he dead?
Oh, nice.
Shadow Demon there with the disruption and the freezing field from Askador.
That was sweet.
On the high ground, they outplayed Dark Lord. The tips going in towards the Titanic. And now it looks like Solo is also going to get himself killed off as Erase has respawned, rejoins the fight. What a play from Yellow Submarine, man.
He still has mech on Kasane as well. Like, okay, the Tiny is back up. Kasane might die in the end. Blink. Let's see.
Blink up in one. Gonna go for it. Should be able to bring down at least Kasane.
But you're so mad if you're 9 Pandas, right? Right now, with Gyro doing that move, you have to feel terrible because he did everything right. Like, he connected to the fight, he used his ulti, he used the homing missile, but he got baited mega hard by Rue. First, everyone is tipping Satanic, sure, that's great, but Rue was the one that used that disruption in the perfect timing. Like, homing missile doesn't connect, and you can swap all that damage, all that Sunder. Erase.
Oh my gosh. Well, you were talking about that combo of Bedlam on Tiny when they jump on Storm Spirit, and we see it a demonstration because he died really fast there.
And it's the Bramble Maze as well, right? Like, you get comboed, and then on top of that, you fall into brambles. You can't just zip out.
Is Saish later on gonna get a psychic headband? So we'll see those pushes into more brambles again.
Yeah, get a 4-staff, push him around, you know, like, just push him around the brambles.
After these couple of skirmishes, they didn't end up having to deny their tier 1 tower middle, but very similar to like in game 1, even though these skirmishes are happening, everybody is farming. And Kasane is also starting to take down this ancient stack, getting closer and closer towards picking up his pipe. There's a lot of magic damage on the 9 Pandas lineup. Literally all their heroes deal magic damage. So this pipe is going to put in marvelous amounts of work.
I love how you said that. Everyone is farming. Everyone is a farming. I'm just a poor old farmer.
It ain't much, but it's honest work.
Exactly.
I'm just farming.
Just a farming. But yeah, everyone's just farming. Meanwhile, Tiny and Dark Willow, they're the only ones actually having to do some solid work, some hard work, and now Gyro is joining them.
Okay, they're going to just go on to Rue. Going to buy space and time with the disruption, but I don't think they want to re-engage on top of this. And they also ping out bottom. They see Kasane. He was slowed down by the grasp of the Treant. Blink should be available soon from Kiyotaka, so they should be able to get and kill Kasane.
Toss.
Overgrowth holds him in position. The damage is coming out. This took a while though, like
They're not responding.
not as fast as they were hoping for. But yeah, I was surprised that they weren't responding given how long it took them to kill him.
Okay, Nade, this is...
Erase? Is he gonna die? Yes, he will, dude. Alberca actually caught him with the spear.
No, Alberca was the first one. He jumped behind, he speared into the tower, and then Tiny joined in. I mean, okay, you don't have to respond to these fights, but you cannot die on the other side of the map then. You have to find something. Like, you just lost the Shadow Demon and the Underlord. You have tier 1, tier 2. All the time in the world to respond to that. And this Underlord really lived for a long time. Even the toss failed. He used it on the Treant instead of him. But then the Storm dies on the other side of the map, and like you can't even justify not joining that fight anymore.
Yeah. The Night fight middle again because Kiyotaka still continued to make things happen, tossing back Rue, but not into the team though. Erase, jumping the backline onto Solo. They're hoping to kill him off, but it also makes space to kill Kiyotaka as they get out the Metamorphosis. The king has shown up and he has reclaimed his throne, destroying this Tiny. And they finally find themselves responding adequately to the aggression of 9 Pandas.
Oh, this is exactly my point. I don't think that they're weak at all right now. They had meta in that last engagement as well. They had Storm, full mana, full HP. They just didn't want to use it. Storm, by the way, even though he's got galvanized, he's not going Meteor Hammer first. He's doing the Eternal Shroud. I do like this because, I mean, I kind of like it and I don't. I like it because he needs to stay alive against this burst damage from Tiny. And he has Blink Phylactery already, so that's a like he can solo you at this point. So getting that Eternal Shroud or even just the Cloak will help you. However, it won't help you against all the control. Arena.
Going on to the Terrorblade. So far it's a 1v1 fight, but Kiyotaka has now made it a 2v1. Going on top of him, can they kill him before the Sunder? No, they cannot. He gets the Sunder off, turns onto Kiyotaka, and here's Askodor. Just needs a couple of spells. There will be a little bit of heal coming in from Solo, but Kasane, he ports through. He wants to make sure they win this fight. Erase, his zip-in will initially just targeting the Mars there, so it's only 1 kill. I'm surprised they let Kiyotaka go, but they take the guaranteed kill instead of forcing what could be a dangerous fight.
Yeah, that was so clutch. The Sunder on point. Well played, Satanic, once again.
Dude, this kid is... Yeah, he's really good. He's the one, bro. This guy's really good.
On the other side, one guy to definitely praise would be Solo. Like, he positioned the Bramble. I know it's a small thing, but he healed up the Tiny and positioned Brambles so that Underlord can't get on top of him.
Kiyotaka and the boys, they were going to try and contest this haste rune. They don't catch Erase, but they do find Askodor. Okay, fine. They don't get the haste rune. You get a free CM kill, that always feels fine.
Some BKBs will come soon from all these kills on 9 Pandas. Gyrocopter almost complete. I think it's completed actually, yeah. Gyro has his. Meanwhile, Mars is still kind of far away, but he's working towards it, so you're gonna have some BKBs against the Storm, which will come in handy versus Shadow Demon CM as well, and of course Underlord and all his roots.
Speaking of the Underlord with the roots, Kasane not going for the Aghanim Scepter just yet, opting for the Crimson Guard to lead things off with, making himself even tankier. It's gonna take much longer to kill him. I'm still like bugging on how long it took them to kill him. And he does have Fiend's Gate, so he might avail himself to this gank attempt down bottom. They're going to go on to Kiyotaka. They find him underneath the Observer Ward, and they easily kill him off. No escape for the Rockman. Beautiful play from Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, nicely done once again. And Underlord, of course, he's just out pushing top lane. Fiend's Gate actually is used, but for the gyro on top, I mean, he's got a BKB. I think this was probably a play before they noticed it, because it just doesn't work.
Might try to jump him though. Alberca wants to lead things off. They get out the arena, spear him back, and they should be able to bring him down. The Bedlam doing quite a bit of work there. So good kill for the side of 9 Pandas. Kind of punishing that they knew for a fact Underlord was pretty much all alone top lane.
Yeah, he got punished. That gate wasn't really on point, and the moment the gate disappeared, he got punished. Unfortunate. What can you do? Storm. See, yeah, he's got a region. He's getting all the runes this game. That's something that needs to be said. Like, if he is not finding the rune, then Tiny isn't finding it as well. Someone is denying it. But all the runes that have spawned, I feel like Storm got it. Besides that one arcane for Tiny.
You know, sometimes you just get those lucky days, man.
Yeah.
Everything is just coming up in your favor. All the runes are spawning nicely. You get good camps in the jungle. You find what you need to in your neutral stash. Life can be good. And he's pretty much finished with the Eternal Shroud. It's being delivered right now. And looks like they're stacking up to try and make something happen once this item arrives. Rue already ready with the smoke. They're definitely going to try to move for a play, I think.
What I really like is, even though he was going for this shroud, that's kind of, you know, like when you think about the item, it's definitely more that it's the ultimate defensive item. But he was playing very aggressively. He was making moves all the time. He's got 1 kill and 3 assists, but that's half of his teams, so it's still quite a bit.
Let's see if they can find themselves Alberca here. Is he gonna wander into the lane? He doesn't yet. They know where he's at though. Erase jumps directly onto his face. Even Fiend's gated for this one.
Maybe rush with
Sunday
this.
comes in. Yeah, they can. They have meta. Just popped right now by Satanic, so time to go into the Roshan pit. Say hi to the big man.
Yeah. The moment you see that Fiend's Gate and the meta, you know they're going to rush, because they had enough. They had enough without the meta to kill off the Mars, but they're running. Like, this is a smoke. Like, without the Aghanim, it needs to be set on Gyro, but they want to take this fight.
Roshan falling very, very low. Only 1,000 health left. Can they get here in time? They were drawing the line around, but they decided to chicken out at the last second. The Aegis will go the way of the Storm Spirit, the best Aegis carrier in the entire game of Dota 2.
Unfortunately, they chicken out, because I think this is a fight they can take. Rue?
Okay, Rue's gonna sit that. Crystal Maiden will TP out. So it's only gonna be the Shadow Demon that they find here.
Yeah. Like, look, if you take this fight as Radiant, you know you're taking it into meta that's running out, into Storm that lost 90% of his mana 100% because he needs to use it, and he used a lot of it on the Mars kill. So they maybe could have taken it, but they were a little bit too scattered on the map.
Yeah. Also, unbeknownst to them, the Freezing Fuel was committed as well, so they wouldn't have to worry about that big ultimate either. Would have been nice.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, right?
Yeah. Well, Dota's always a game about leveraging information. And sadly, well, there's also risks to what they were doing, right? So you can understand why they opted to play it safe in that moment instead. Now it's time to play the dodge game. Do not engage the team that has an Aegis Storm Spirit. We just play and farm, finish the Ags on Dark Lord, get the BKB out on the Tiny, and then the moment the Aegis goes down, then we stand and make a play.
Yeah, but who's happier with this? Like, who enjoys farming this game a bit more? I would argue it's Yellow Submarine. Like, seeing Storm, Underlord, and Turblade, I'm kind of more afraid of them. And Alberca, who's kind of, how to put it, like a wild card on 9 Pandas. Like, he's the one that's been shut down in these last couple of moves. He's the lowest core on the map, so you don't have to worry about him that much. Like, he could really make a difference if he was big, but he isn't, unfortunately, for 9 Pandas. They do have Ags now on Gyro. It's up in 5 gold.
They finished the Ags on Gyro, they got a BKB out on their Mars. And they also dodged this fight very well. They knew that Yellow Submarine were trying to leverage the strength of this Aegis. So they're like, you know what? We are just not going to let you do that. We're going to play together, play very, very safe as well. And the only person that's showing in a random part of the map is this Dark Willow. But if you come to kill her, great. Less pressure on us in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think you leave this triangle. You probably just push on the tier 1 tower on top, cut the wave maybe mid and look for a fight. TB though, he did TP down bottom. So I was wrong. Like, they're gonna bail. They're letting them take over the Radiant side of the jungle.
And also, with the fact that TB is down bottom, they had an observer ward that just saw Storm and the Shadow Demon. So they don't have to be as afraid of being completely overran. And yeah, they immediately start spreading out, de-warding the triangle. They're playing with a bit more confidence. They're like, guys, they're not going to fight us right now. They're too split.
Yeah, but what this does mean is that Yellow Submarine, their read on the game is we're stronger late. And that's it. Like, we don't have to force things. We have this Storm Terrorblade combo, and it's stronger than the Gyro Tiny combo. That's what it screams to me, at least. Let's wait for the BKB on TB fight afterwards. I mean, that's fair, even though you have Aegis. Maybe you could be a bit more active.
Activity is coming now as Urace goes in with the amplified damage rune, hoping to try and bring down this Dark Willow. And I think she is definitely going to die. Sorry, Sayesh. But Alberca's here with Kiyotaka. They're thinking about re-engaging. He goes on the backlines, finds the support inside the arena. They have removed the Dark Willow, but with Kiyotaka's help, big avalanche combo brings down the Storm and the Crystal Maiden. But that's an Aegis life. The Storm will be back. BKBs have been popped by 9 Pandas. They're mounting a hasty retreat here. But now that Erase is back, full mana, get directly onto Kiyotaka once the BKB expires. So this Tiny is going to die. They buy back though on the Dark Willow. Mereska wants to return, but Solo in the meantime dies after he throws out his Overgrowth. He was hoping to maybe hold things out for the Dark Willow to return, but way too much damage available from Satanic.
They lost that fight, and it looked like the best fight possible for them. Like, this Tiny clips 3 with his AoE damage, with the toss, with the avalanche, with the right clicks. Like, he literally went ham in that arena. They killed off the Storm because he literally had no mana after he tried to go for the Dark Willow, and they still lose the fight in the end. That's rough.
Yeah. Tough times right now to be a fan of the 9 Panda squad. Another lost fight. That was a buyback and a tier 1 tower taken. Okay, Gyro, Dark Lord. Okay. I thought they saw him, but they did not. They just leave on the side of Yellow Suba. So after this, right, with things going that disastrously, what now on the side of 9 Pandas? You played the fight with your BKBs. Would it be better for them to maybe go on a different target that's not the Aegis Storm in the future? Like, pick off, try actually kill everybody else?
Usually the Storm Aegis is not the best target, but he won't have it. He doesn't have it anymore. So you did take that Aegis away, and you also showcase that you can take him down fairly easily if he's out of position. He's got that Meteor Hammer now to work with, by the way. This is, yeah, he's reached this point. This is the annoying point where he has 30 mana regen, just built in 30 mana regen with galvanized. It's a rough one. Like, you need to control him from 100 to 0, or he'll just be insane in these fights.
Yeah, he's gonna get the Aghanim Scepter as well, so that's a little bit more stat padding, make him even more difficult to kill. And it'll give us the potential for the combo, right? Blue hole into the Meme Hammer. It's gonna be awesome. And now with this kill onto Solo, he gets even closer towards that goal.
Yeah, you can see that he's always carrying a dust. Everyone in the chat that's playing mid, look at this man. He's got a dust. He's carrying it. Even though he's a core, he's not spamming. Where dust support, where detection pinging when he misses a kill. No. He does it on his own. He also does lose the tier 3 token, but might go back for it. Let's see. Yeah, he's gonna find it.
Let's see, what is he going to pick up for himself? Okay, Ceremonial Robe. Always very nice on this hero. What are some of the ones we have here? Orbital Destruction right now on the TB. Kasane has an Olga Seal Totem. OST. What an item. What an item. I really hate that item. But not as much as I hated Tumblr's Toy. I really hated that item.
I love OST.
This I still don't know.
I love it. I love the fact that it doesn't have a channel anymore. It just instantly goes as well. Like, just insta flop. I like it. I think it's one of those items that like, they help certain heroes in certain situations. It's not like completely broken, but it's like any mobility neutral item can be considered, I guess, a bit broken.
I think the one thing that you should not get for free in Dota is mobility. That's mobility is such a broken mechanic in this game. That's the one thing it should always be a massive investment for you to increase your movement on the map.
Oh, that's fair. I kind of agree, but it's not like the best ever mobility. You don't really go too far, but it just buys a little bit of time for you sometimes, and that extra strength, of course, is nice.
I might not like it, but like I said, it's not Tumblr Sword. That one was really, for the stage of the game especially that you got it, that was really silly. But we are not about the past. We have to consider the future, my friend. And the future is Roshan. 45 seconds away. He will be respawning on the Radiant side. How do they contest this Aegis for 9 Pandas and make sure the Storm doesn't get another Aegis?
It will be maybe a difficult one because the Storm also found an arcane rune. It's bottled right now. Has that gem to play with, no more dust, so not really worried about being under vision as well. And but one thing needs to be said in that last game, Yellow Submarine, they weren't the best when it came to taking rush fights. They gave away a couple of those to 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas don't have a good rush taking team, but they still can do it if they catch Yellow Submarine off guard, but it's gonna be a rough one.
Fortunately for them, Yellow Suba have not made that trek to the Roshan pit just yet.
It's just going high ground. High ground when Gyro is just about to complete his butterfly. It's flying out to the secret shop.
They jump him though. He doesn't get off his BKB list. They gonna kill him. Dark Lord doesn't have the evasion either, so he's just gone. No buyback when he bought out for this item. Now we're gonna see the zip onto Solo on the south side of the fight. He gets killed off. In the meantime, Satanic has been happily on the high ground, wailing away onto Alberca, forcing him to retreat into the fountain. And with Kasane showing up through the Fiend's Gate, dropping down the Pit of Malice, makes it impossible for 9 Pandas to come back and protect this lane of Rax. What a time to be alive, man. Yellow Suba, who needs Roshan? We're just coming at you on the high ground.
Yeah, I was talking about the butterfly on Gyro. Butterfly is already completed on the king. The new king. The old has died, long live the new. He's got the butterfly, and yeah, this man is just not the satanic. Sorry, the Skadi is really what's making this game unbelievably hard for Gyro. Like, he gets clipped by that Skadi of TB, and he just can't get away. The Mars Arena was way too slow and way too far. And of course, like you mentioned, Gyro not popping the BKB on time made sure that he's gonna die there.
The next fight gets harder as well, because they also just got Aghanim set though, so they have Blue Hole now available for erase.
Yeah, and the worst thing is, TB, he only needs to delay for 40 more seconds, and he's got meta again. So it's not like you can respawn, smoke up, and instantly go into the pit. You might try, but I guess you might even have to. Yeah, they're smoking up.
They cannot afford to leave this Aegis.
Radiant are scanning.
The question is, how do they get there? How do they get there? They do not have any positive vision in the area. Erase is chilling on the high ground, waiting to break any smokes, scout any movements. So they have to take the long, circuitous route, but they're doing this very, very blindly. I don't know how they start this fight. Solo putting his body on the line to just go in and get some reveal. He does have buyback though.
Kiyotaka.
He will use it. And now Kiyotaka, he gets frozen out by the Crystal Maiden. At the same time, Alberca tries to get the arena out, but unfortunately, Yatoro, Satanic has his BKB going and is just wailing on them with this Terrorblade. Gyrocopter will die. Double kill for the King. And yes, although they managed to bring down the Crystal Maiden, it will cost the life of the Mars as well. Sayush getting caught out now too. He will almost certainly die here. In the Shadow Realm though, buying a little bit of time so he can TP out to safety. Solo though has no such luxury as he dies back within the trees. That's 4 heroes that they take away, 9 Pandas. They try to take the fight, Liz. It just does not work out for them.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to give up yet, even though it feels like game. This TB took 0 damage through the fight, not even Sunder used. Like, he did not care. Meanwhile, he dished out a lot. Together with the Storm, what, 9k, almost 10k damage dealt into the Aegis, into the pit that is, to take down the Aegis, and they can slowly close this game out, because right now, it just doesn't feel like... I don't know what they do. They have this Kanda. They need to maybe jump with Kiyotaka and blow a certain target up to just start off the fights, but the target that you need to blow up, unfortunately, for 9 Pandas is the Shadow Demon. Like, if you don't kill the Shadow Demon, you're probably not killing anyone else. Like, he has the saves. He's got the Shard, he's got, like, the Disruption, the Glimmer Cape. He's got so many saves on his side. And something that you don't really see very often on a support, he's got a Vindicator's Axe, by the way, on his passive. The 20% slow resistance is nice here.
Oh, love to see it. 22k net worth lead for Yellow Submarine. They are trying to set up for another lane of racks through the top side of the map. There is one thing that 9 Pandas are hanging their hopes on right now. If by some miracle this game goes another like 10 minutes, maybe they can get this Divine Rapier on Gyrocopter. But it would be a miracle if they get to that point and saved. Let's see how they deal with this. Here comes the push onto the high ground. Meta has been popped already. Not level 25 just yet on this Terrorblade, so doesn't have the maxed out talent on the Metamorphosis situation. Now they just spear him back. They're going to try and bring him down. They do get a decent enough Terrorize, and his life is falling. He does have the Sunder, though, and he's going to be able to get it off onto Alberca. In the meantime, though, Erase was right underneath the hands of this Gyrocopter. Does die, but does have an Aegis, so will return for life too. Buyback was used for Alberca. What now? They have no more arena. They don't have the overgrowth. They do not have the cooldown. How do you defend this?
That was such a nice attempt. Storm is in.
Oh, Storm is in again, going down immediately onto Kiyotaka, killing him more, forcing him to buy back too. They are about to run out of Metamorphosis though, so the timing has been missed for a full-throated push. Oh, Kiyotaka was trying to get the toss back onto this Underlord, but the Glimmer Cape of Rue, very, very, very quick. He realized, wait a second, there's no tier 3. We don't have the reveal. I actually can't get this kill.
And the Seal Totem as well. Keep in mind the Seal Totem as well. Moved him out of position so he does not die. But yeah, I really think that was the best possible scenario to take this fight for 9 Pandas. And they executed so nicely. The spear on the tower and then the arena to keep everyone away from the Terrorblade. Like, they couldn't approach him because the arena was positioned so nicely and the spear was also in the right spot. But goddamn, this TB just isn't dying. The Butterfly, the Scuddy, too much armor, too much evasion, manages to pop his BKB. Shadow Demon, by the way, even didn't manage to save him. Like, Shadow Demon was spamming Disruption so much on the TB that he ended up using it on himself in the end. You know, sometimes it happens when you spam it. But not even that is...
Dark Lord. He does have BKB, but will he be able to survive long enough to use it? He gets it off. Now turning his attention back onto these heroes, but he just wants to escape. Alberca bought him some space, but it's not enough. He's dead. That is a gone Gyrocopter, forced to buy back. Solo doesn't have buyback himself, though.
They have meta again.
Liz.
They have meta, and Satanic has Satanic on top of everything else, so... What do? You can maybe toss him under the tier 4s and spear him to the tier 4s? Maybe, but he's got a BKB. Realistically, this is just megas.
Yeah. There's no way. And they're keeping the Metamorphosis for the upcoming fight. And here goes the jump in from Erase, catching out 2 heroes. There's the meta! Shredding through Dark Lord. The Gyrocopter is gone without buyback. Mars follows him into the pit. And more importantly, the game follows him too. They call GG. Yellow Submarine, man. They get the 2-0 victory over 9 Pandas. They remain undefeated, Lizard, here in the qualifiers on the road to the international.
You know what? Like, I love this. I'm all in for the yellow... I'm on the Yellow Submarine fan train right now. Bandwagon. I love it. Like, these guys... You can't even say that Satanic has a couple of heroes, you know? Like, he has his CK and he has his Morphling and that's it. No, they banned out like 3-4 carries. He gets this... Terrorblade, who sees level 25 on, by the way, on Dota Plus as well, and he just destroys them with it. It's not only about the TB. Like, if it was just the TB winning the game, then I would be like, okay, the TB, whatever, it's broken, he's solo carrying them, they can't get far with one hero, one player just carrying them. But no, everyone played very nicely on this side. Kasane, of course, is doing work. He's the most experienced one, doing a lot of work from the offlane, but the duo of supports, they remind me of Poshka and Mira combo back in the day, just before they became famous, just before that TI run. But they're doing a lot of work. But I don't know, I was not a believer after their first series, but after this one, I have to say, I have a lot of faith with this team, at least for the future. We will see. Like this tournament, like if they play this way, I think the patch is really benefiting them as well.
I also want to put a shout out to Erase as well, who's been able to consistently perform despite not necessarily having the best lane, right? And it's such an advantage where you have a player that can snowball in the game without having to snowball immediately from the laning phase. Really, really good player from. I'm on the yes movement too, man. I feel like I'm a wrestling fan right now. The yes movement is underway. We want to see these boys at TI. I want to see Satanic versus Yatoro on the main stage, man. Let's go. With the boys in yellow through. What a game from them. And they also, the thing I like about it is that, especially in this game too, they showed us a different look, that they can be a composed, steady team where it's like, guys, we have the advantage. We don't have to force the issue. We can just play methodically, control the map, get our necessary objectives. We can play that style. We can play the frantic style that we played the other day. And we can play a pure recovery game, which we had to do against VP as well. Seen a lot of good looks from this Yellow Submarine squad, man. I love what they're doing.
No, for sure. Like I think they're also improving as the tournament is happening. They just found their confidence. I think that's really the case. Sometimes the team can be really good, but if you don't have the confidence, you're not making plays on the map, or they're always a second too late because you're contemplating. Okay, should we do this? Should we not? There's not a clear voice in the game. But right now, I think everything is clicking for these guys. Especially the way, look, Nine Pandas, they're not some nobody team from Eastern Europe. They owned Virtus Pro. They 2-0'd Virtus Pro. And now they're getting 2-0'd by Yellow Submarine in a series that didn't even look close. Like this second game in particular. First game, by the way, I was sugarcoating it because, you know, we're casting, we're trying to make things look a bit closer than they truly are. But they also were really out of the game, like very fast. Second game, this one, Terrorblade, 10-0-10. That's a perfect score if you ask me.
10-0-10, putting up those basketball numbers. What a G. What a game from him. What a game from everybody. I was actually just checking quickly. So Kasane, Satanica King, and of course Erase, all three of them all only had 4 deaths across the entire series, which is insane to me. Obviously, the supports were dying quite a lot. Somebody has to feed, but they were playing. And it's not like they were just playing super safe, right? A lot of times they were the ones playing aggressively, setting the tempo, making things happen on the map. Just really, really good performance from them. I feel bad for Nine Pandas, especially Kiyotaka, because there was that period of the game after he's the one that got Blink Dagger, where he was the only one making things happen on the map, right? Sort of being like, guys, we can still win. We can still try and do something. And it was working until it stopped working, you know, and then until Satanic just gets too strong to be ganked anymore, then he just survives everything.
Yeah, that's one thing that needs to be said. Like, they had this duo that's supposed to be doing stuff, and on the other side, you have this Underlord that breaks it all apart. Like, you go in with Dark Willow and Tiny, you can't get out. That's it. Like, if you're committing on a kill, you best make sure that kill is a Storm or the Terrorblade, because everyone else you're gonna get punished for, and then it's really not worth it. Unfortunately, those are the only two that could make like these big plays on the map. Mars is there, but he's like just an additional. Like what I dislike about their draft, this small thing, is you have this 5 Treant and the 3 Mars. Like they literally do, not literally, but they kind of do the same thing. That's just crowd control. A lot of area control. Like they're setting up fights, but they're contributing not a lot of damage later on in the game. Not a lot of it, and you could see that really hurting them. They just couldn't find the right targets post that BKB stage of the Terrorblade.
Well, because they could not do that, they will go down in 2-0 fashion. They now fall into the lower bracket where they have no more lifelines remaining. The next series that they lose, if they do so, will mean the end of their journey on the road to the international. Of course, Yellow Submarine is now a team, the first one confirmed to be upper bracket finalists, 2 series, 1 BO3 and 1 BO5 away from competing in Copenhagen at the international. So we'll be seeing more of them down the stretch. In the meantime, though, still a lot of business to take care of, a lot of Dota to be played, which brings us to our next series, which will be 1 win taking on the side of Na'Vi, the winner of which will join Yellow Submarine in the upper bracket final. So stick around, go get a glass of water, and see you in a couple minutes to continue the road to the international here in Eastern Europe.
the official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, one and all. We are continuing the road to the international within Eastern Europe as we now turn our attention to the next series of the day, which is One Win taking on the side of Navi. Yet another matchup to decide a participant in the upper bracket final. Yet another showcase of what Eastern Europe has to offer, and yet another opportunity for me to talk to my boy Lizard. What's happening, fam? How you doing?
It's always fun, casting with you, watching these games with you, man. It's all good. It's very warm here in Bosnia, like good, nice summer in comparison to your South African winter. Am I correct?
Yeah, it's cold as hell.
You're freezing down there with your crazy winters of 10 Celsius degrees. How can you survive? But yeah, I'm hyped to watch yet another game of the Eastern European qualifier. This time around with, again, a lot of upcoming faces, but I could say on one team, on both teams at least in general, more experience coming back in the, like, comparing to some teams like Liga or Zibe or maybe even Yellow Submarine, besides Kasane, of course. I feel like both of these teams have a previous experience with qualifiers, with big events, with big tournaments, and they've been around for a bit longer. But a lot of upcoming, like 19-year-old players, such as Chira, like Chira Junior. It's in his nickname. He's still junior. He needs to
level up.
He needs to play a couple of extra tournaments before he becomes senior, or just Chira.
Yeah. Once you win a tournament, win a LAN first, then you just Chira. Then everything is fine. I'm excited to see what he's going to be giving us. Also excited to see this Navi squad. Remember, everybody, this is a squad that earlier in the year managed to beat VP to qualify for Dream League. So they've shown that they can win these qualifiers. I would say most people expected either them or VP to be the squads going through after these qualifiers, but anything can happen. Let's see if One Win can deliver us yet another upset in the same fashion as Yellow Submarine as we get into our inaugural and opening draft of the series. Radiant side is going to be One Win, Dire side is Navi, and already we see some very familiar bans. No TA, no Witch Doctor, no Enigma. But this might be the first time we've seen a Wind Ranger ban in the first phase. Most of the time, it gets removed second phase by the team that's second pick.
Yeah, very peculiar. Like, I think that there are other heroes that are stronger right now, but that also comes down to the teams and what they like to play. Of course, they scream each other quite a lot. So you remove you remove their flavors, they remove yours, and then you play with whatever. I think like Storm is first phase material, definitely. I don't think teams are figuring out a way to deal with that guy. I think Chaos Knight is first phase material. I think if you're going for cores, if you're going for supports, I think your Weaver is there, because he can be a core as well. And then of course you have your Phoenix, your Dark Willows. These kind of heroes are too damn dumb. I love that everyone hates Witch Doctor in unison though. Like everyone is banning the Witch Doctor in unison. Like no one wants to play against that.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen some Enigmas let through, we've seen Underlords, we've even seen a TA game or two, but Witch Doctor, no. This is our hero, guys. No, nobody's playing this. I agree with them, though, that just ban that out. But I am surprised that CK is still being left in the pool. Maybe Navi is considering right now. They're like, yo, bro, Yuragi, how do you feel about the CK? Because Yuragi, even when he was playing for like OG and stuff, he never really played that well with the illusion type of heroes. Well, unless PL. He had this one really sick PL game. But in general, I never thought of him as like this illusion spammer. So maybe they're having that conversation. Just how good is the CK that even the non-illusion guy can play it?
Just how strong does the hero have to be? It's like, I don't know, like right now that CK is definitely answering all the how strong is he aspects of the hero. But when it comes to Witch Doctor and how strong he is, let me just go back 1 second. You don't even need cask. Like you're not going with the casky. You're just basically leveling up Maledict and degeneration and running around. It's still interesting for me to see Yuragi in Navi's clothes, by the way, and not in not in OG's shirt.
Yeah. How times have changed as things have gone on. They do get the Shadow Fiend instead. This is another hero that we often see banned out first phase. Yesterday we saw it 2 games, right? Once in the mid lane and then once in the safe lane. Yeah, and then once in the safe lane. And then Beastmaster we get again. BKB piercing disable, always a very, very good. I wonder what they're going to pair this with in the lane with the Beastmaster, because I imagine that it will be a very nice game for them if they can increase the tempo by trying to overload that lane and just play as dominantly as possible. Like a hero like Dark Willow would have been nice, maybe some Hoodwink, one of these heroes that can guarantee kills in the early laning phase.
No, I agree completely. Like any sort of ranged support can be good. I've seen teams experiment a lot with Skyrat. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Sky as well on either of these teams. But it's really nice with Beast. Of course, you have this solid setup for your ulti. Overall, I'm not sure. Like you mentioned the SF and where he can go. I think that's the point of first phasing it. Like you can go mid, you can go safe lane. And the hero does bring a lot of problems to you. Like if he is played mid, like he can crush a lot of matchups. So a lot of these matchups you cannot pick. And if he goes safe lane, your off lane, like you really have to be careful about how you play it. Even something like a Beastmaster can really run into problems. I know SF versus 2 heroes can be tricky, but if you pick... I love this, by the way. Let me just stop my yapping. No more yapping. Clockwork. If you're picking SF, I think Clock needs to go. They didn't ban out Clock. I think that's a small win for 1 win already in the draft.
I mean, you were mentioning yesterday that like Shadow Fiend versus Clockwork just sucks reliably at all stages of the game for the SF. So definitely like to see this Clockwork coming in. Means that they have a source of initiation no matter what. I will say Sweden strong on 1 win. I remember the first time I saw him was when he was playing for, I think it was Level Up. That other squad.
It was.
And he always played like Clock, Tiny, Primal Beast. He was also spamming that a lot as a 4 position. Any of these like brawling type of 4 positions that just go in and make things happen. He's just that kind of player.
And I just say Chira Junior does not look very junior-y to me. That looks like some 30-year-old man right there. That's some South African coming into Europe to play football, claiming he's 18. I don't trust that, man. Or like South Americans. Have you seen that? Like there's a lot of you follow football, right? Like,
yeah.
You know,
I remember,
I'm
a Chelsea supporter. I remember we had Diego Costa, who was apparently 25, besides looking older than my father. I was like, alright, man. Cool, dog.
Yeah, that's their coach. That's not Chira Junior. If it is, man, he's had a rough life. Looking like that with 19, like the beard and everything, he looks. He's one of those guys, you know, looks a bit older than he truly is.
In this game, there is an old man, and man so old he's just become skeletal in this Lich. A hero that we don't often see that much, but I do remember for a while, Eastern Europe was kind of the only region that still respected Lich overall. Seen some, I like this new Icefire. All the bounces around with the Chain Frost stuff is nice. I guess you get some damage reduction onto the Shadow Fiend. That always feels really good in tandem with the BKB, so that even if he gets roared, doesn't actually die during the stun duration.
By the way, that's Achilles. Like the guy that was on the camera. I'm pretty sure that's Achilles. I think I played with him. I played with that dude. We were in a team together. Like I couldn't recognize him. We never land, but yeah, a long time ago. 2 coaches today in Eastern Europe that I played with. First Metrim, now Achilles as well.
You're holding it down for old man Dota. You're like, we all made it, boys. We're still here. None of us can quit this game.
We're still hanging in there. Perhaps not as players, but you know, like we're sticking together. Marcy, by the way, I feel like this Marcy needs to be a support now. Like usually you pick this Marcy Lich, it's a really strong combo on safe lane as well, and Marcy becomes really damn difficult to deal with as a carry. However, there's a Chaos Knight on the other side. Not only is Chaos Knight really strong at the moment, he's really strong into Marcy. Yeah. So like these illusion-based heroes aren't the greatest matchups for Marcy. You put her on a 4, you pick something different for your safe lane. And you first go for the Centaur. Okay, I mean, like you could still go with the SF safe lane. Like that's an option too. SF safe lane, Centaur off. It's okay.
I imagine that they're just waiting to see. They only get to pick last, however, so they'll just like assess the bans and then think about how deep the situation can get. CK, what a hero. In this game, he's not just CK by himself. He's got assistance from the Beastmaster with the aura and from these Weaver bugs. Anything that minuses armor around CK, you die really fast. This is really great. I like the CK pick here.
Yep. What I would like from 1 win is some sort of playmaker from the mid lane. But you also have to keep in mind that you are playing into SF.
10 seconds.
The casual matchups can be a little bit rough for you. All these spirits and stuff, like they might struggle.
Yeah. Fortunately, they don't have to ban out like an Ember or whatever for Na'Vi because of what you mentioned. Them just rolling the mid lane with this SF. What do they need for one win still? They need a mid laner themselves. Na'Vi need to decide where their mid goes or it's a carry.
Yep.
I mean, Ember could have. I would actually like to see Ember's a hero like that can at least deal with these illusions somewhat because, man, I'm looking at their ability to reliably deal with these illusions. Not looking super fresh right now on the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, you've got what? You've got Lich's ulti and maybe some Centaur with a stun, but it's...
5
I
seconds.
really don't think Chaos Knight cares that much about it. He still chews right through you if he can get on top of you. But you have some outplay potential, like the Centaur stun, Shadow Fiend ulti. Like if he goes for magic and if you end up picking your safe lane on Na'Vi, something perhaps like a troll, like is that maybe an option? You know, like you can mix things up a little bit here. You don't
I like
have to
that
necessarily-
suggestion.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to put SF on the safe lane. And you can see from one win, they banned out 2 mid laners, so they are expecting SF safe lane for sure.
If it is indeed mid, what could Na'Vi do? I mean, if not for like this clockwork, I would have said maybe like some Coddle would have been decent for them. But with clockwork in the game, I don't know if I want to play Coddle here.
Yeah, Weaver to get on top of you as well, but I wouldn't mind like some Force Staff. Okay, they don't get the Troll, but they do get the Ursa. I don't mind this at all. I actually think that SF is much better, like this game is much better suited for an SF that goes magic damage than it is for this ultra late game carry, because ultra late game carry, no matter what you have on SF, Chaos Knight will destroy you. Like Reality Rift stun, you're dead, no matter how far you are. It is not necessarily the same case with Ursa, but it's not an easy game for Ursa either. Even for Ursa, it's really not simple. Like he needs to farm a lot, he needs to get that Battle Fury, maybe even get an Orchid on of his own to be very active. I've seen that build becoming more popularized as of late. No matter what, he needs to get the shard, get the Aghanims, because CK slaps.
Yeah, CK does slap. Slaps pretty hard with that blunt old axe of his. And now we're going to see one win. They have a lot of time to make this consideration.
Is Quap a hero? Like just
Queen of Pain, I have
She's
only
dead, I
seen
guess.
Quap like in one of my pubs. There was one, I think, I forget which region. One of the qualifiers did have a Queen of Pain game. If I remember correctly, it ended up losing that game, but I think I've seen it like once or twice in some of these pro games.
I'm not even sure what they go for mid here. This matchup on SF is definitely like for 10 years now almost SF hasn't been the popular mid. Like he's been gone ever since the Mac meta of 2015. They go with the Razor.
Heroes.
Okay, I mean, interesting one. Like the raises are still kind of a problem, but you do have Clockwork to play with. Some Clockwork rotations on the mid lane together with the Razor. You have that link into an Ursa later on as well. Not too bad. I like it.
Yeah, I'm fine with this. I am a bit worried right now that all of their playmaking pretty much has to come out of respect on this Clockwork. No, I mean, Beastmaster can buy a Blink Dagger later on in the game as well after he finishes his axe and stuff. But there's a lot of pressure on the clock. I don't mind the Razor because of it's a very solid hero, right? They did need somebody as well who would be happy to like anchor in the middle of the fight, pop BKB, and just create the havoc necessary for Munkushi to come in. And Razor can fit that bill, but yeah, I feel like this mid game, Na'Vi just has many more options of how to move around the map and stuff to do relative to what one would have with this draft.
Oh, I completely agree with you when it comes to one thing. I mean, the Razor being solid, of course, but the Clockwork having to do a lot this game. Like it's usually you'd rather have him as like he initiates, but there's something that goes in instantly with him. Like you don't have that right now. Maybe a CK with the blink eventually can do it, or a Beast with the blink, like you mentioned. But it isn't looking that simple. But what needs to be said, it's kind of similar on the other side, because you do have this SF mid. However, the difference is SF can build into being that guy that goes in earlier. So We'll see. We'll see. I do like the SF here. I feel like he can go some Blink, Yashakaya kind of a build. Just go for those raises. Maybe use for your ulti.
We're gonna find out how he decides to build things up as we are into game 1 of Na'Vi versus OneWin. Na'Vi, man, this is a team I've held close to my heart for the longest time. They're the first team I supported in Dota. And we also have Zaya, on the team, who came second at TI not that long ago. So there certainly is a wealth of winning experience on this Na'Vi roster.
We have experience galore.
Experience. That XP. Do you think this game is going to be as passive as the previous series? Or will there be a little bit more brawling between these guys?
30 seconds.
I think that position, well, this is a 5 clock and the 4 Marcy can break things apart a little bit, and they usually want to be playing the game a bit faster. So because of that, maybe we'll see some more action early on, but overall, you don't have these heroes that are from the mid lane just gonna go ham. They're more about farming and pressuring the map a little bit in different ways.
The battle begins.
Not really your embers, your spirits, your pucks.
Well, time to get things going. Bounty runes traded out. No one tried to kill anybody. Let's see. Vision. Vision is fine. We don't have the ward that you hated so much the other day. Is it a much more standard spot on the left-hand side?
Oh yeah, that word was terrible. that word gave no info. This word is kind of nice because you're playing into a Beastmaster, and right now Beast is back to his old self of farming the Aghanims. And to farm that Aghanims, if he's having a rough lane, which he should have, you're playing into Lich Ursa. To farm it up, you need to go and stack the Ancient Triangle, right? So that word will scout it out. Scout out the stacks.
Scouty. Mid lane, Razor versus SF. Should just be heroes hitting his... Ah, man. I can't even pretend to be excited about that lane. It's like, whatever.
The Razor SF. I feel like there's some kill potential top lane right now. Sweden
Yeah,
Strong,
they're going
dead.
onto this Weaver and they get him. They're also going to be able to get the kill onto the Lich though. So some revenge picked up by Uragi. But nonetheless, OneWin get the bonus gold with the first blood.
No, it's Uragi that got the first blood.
Did
He got
Uragi
the
get it
Beaver.
first? Oh, he did it.
Yeah,
he did
yeah.
it. My bad.
Yeah.
Other-
Uragi gets the first blood, so actually, because it's very important, if Ursa gets the first blood, he gets boots faster. This lane becomes just that harder. Like the first blood here is omega important. If it goes Ursa's way, he can start pulling you.
His boots are in the stash already. He's going to start delivering them over. So good times for Uragi here. And lots of harass is going to keep happening in the top lane. I would not be surprised if they try to go again as soon as these boots do arrive.
Yeah, it kind of goes maybe both ways because you can get level 3 now as well on Beastmaster, so he's gonna have something to say about that as well. But Uragi, oh, he's already got his. That's 1 creep and he's got level 3.
Down bottom, they're all going to get a kill onto this Clockwork Goblin. Respect. Falling very low. Quite a wonderful cogs. Managing to push them both back. Survives by the skin of his teeth. Zyax really wanted to find that kill, unable to get it.
Yeah, keep one thing in mind. Clockwork can move out of the cogs now. He doesn't have to kill them. Like, you can instantly just walk out. So he is a bit tankier than it looks like. When you think they're about to get him, he can just move out, send those power cogs back in, burn some mana, deal some damage.
Just middle. Oh my gosh, what? Did Sanctity just solo kill the Razor? Yes, he did. What a player.
There is potential. Like, mid lane actually has solo kill potential for both of these heroes, especially for the for the SF, sorry. I do think that SF... That's what I was saying. Top lane, Malady.
We'll talk about it in a second because Malady's about to get picked off here. Dies to Sweden Strong, but did drop down the Frost Shield on the way out, so they can't really threaten Uragi's life either.
Yeah, that's the level 3 Beast Master. I don't know if you noticed, but Lich was forced to use Sinister Gaze even on one of the boars just to kill them off, because they become very annoying against Beast. And going for Beast here probably wouldn't work. He has got 14 magic on charges. He's not gonna die, so Uragi decides not to.
So with that death having happened in the mid lane, right? Does Razor need assistance? Have things gotten bad enough that somebody has to make a move, maybe to try and contest the rune and then kill the SF while they're at it?
Well, maybe he needed assistance before. Right now, it's kind of done. This kill onto him like usually spells disaster. But what's crazy, if you look at the net turret, it's literally the same on the two of them. It's all about how is that even possible? Wait, like I'm looking at net worth. SF isn't winning. Razor is winning. No, SF is winning in Elastids, and he killed him, and they have the same net worth. I guess he used a ton of mangoes to spam these raises.
I mean, even his inventory right now, he's got a blood grenade as well as the mango, so it's probably where the excess net worth went to.
So even though it looks like he needs help on Razor, he's actually doing fine.
I'm gonna tell that to my next time I play a game, my mid laner dies, I need help. Bro, you're fine. You'll be okay. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, don't keep on feeding, but that's bot lane. Got pushed only once, but yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. Still has rebound available, so everything is a-okay for Zayax. Everyone just kung fu farming right now.
Oh, by the way, I turned on. Now that you mentioned kung fu, I turned on Bruce Lee last night, like one of his movies. Bot lane. This Bruce Lee guy will be.
He is dead. Yeah.
He's very dead. Yeah, he entered the dragon. Dude,
which one did you watch?
Mid lane, Zayats.
He's
I'll tell you
here.
about it in a second.
Well,
See if
he
can
has the rebound as well as the dispose, but there's not enough creeps to go underneath the tower to tank the tier 1. So this movement's going to end up not accomplishing much just yet. He might stick around to maybe secure Rune. He's actually already hitting all the way back bottom.
So I turned on some movie, like I watched all the classics, and then I saw there's like 2 or 3 extra movies from Bruce Lee, and I opened up some Death Games or something like that. That was the name. And it's literally just some random Chinese actor and they... Melody?
Is he dead? Razor is here. Does have plasma field in a second. We'll throw it out. It doesn't connect onto the lich though, so he lives. In the meantime,
Nice cogs, but
Sanctity uses the Requiem just to force them to get pushed back. They can't keep the chase going.
if those cogs were the normal ones, I think maybe they push SF away, but these new cogs don't do it the same way. They're further away, but they don't... The bounce is different when you're hitting them from the outside. In any case, it was just like some random dude, and they would paste the face of Bruce Lee during the scenes. It was terrible. Like the whole movie made no sense. It was absolutely horrible. I had to turn it off. And like suddenly you see a fight between Chuck Norris and Bruce Lee, and then the movie goes back into its own plot. It's like, what the hell is happening?
Okay, I need to find this movie, dude. That sounds hilarious to me. I want to watch this.
You have to. It's like they just farmed on his name, you know. I was like, okay, maybe they didn't manage to finish off the movie. Maybe that's when, you know, stuff happened with Bruce Lee and the illness. But no, I think that they just made a really bad thing there.
You actually just introduced me to a new favorite pastime. I'm just gonna go find bad knockoff Bruce Lee movies and watch as many of them as I can.
I mean, we should do something like that in Dota. Find the worst games ever and watch them again.
I'm down for that.
Melody?
Speaking of Dota, in the top lane, they're going on to Sweden Strong with Malady and Uragi. They get the kill, and now that Respect is here. He's hoping to try and get Malady, who tried to get himself out of the Sinister Gaze, but there's too many boars. And now Primal Roll going out onto Uragi to save the life of Respect. But he might have just doomed himself, because here comes Sanctity. Zayax has the dispose at the ready, bringing him right into the waiting arms of Sanctity. Respect doing his best to try and grant him salvation with the power cogs. And while he's doing this, Chiro Jr. comes in to kill off Sanctity. Cloud somehow is still alive, dies on the way out, but gives away a double kill to Chiro Jr., who takes down Zayax. What an engagement, what a skirmish. Na'Vi, they get the short end of that stick.
That's level 3 cogs on Clockwork. That's a ton of damage. Like, you should put some respect on this Clockwork. And I believe like Sanctity, he got hit by like 2 or 3 times. Like he bounced 3 times, I think. Something that probably shouldn't be happening. That was a lot of damage just from the cogs on Sanctity. Yeah, like we mentioned how strong clock is against him. I think the normal clock is even stronger against SF than this one. Like if he went for the other asset, facet, sorry. Keep on calling it asset. I'm done. Like I'm
fine with
rebranding it.
assets. I think asset is fine. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Some assets mature, some are trash. What do you know? The way this game has gone now, after that fight, Jiragi is going to be delayed in him getting his Battle Fury, but he is still top of the net worth. At some points, he will have to vacate this area, and one win want to make sure that that point is now. There's 3 heroes surrounding him. It's kind of difficult to get the direct jump. So Chira Jr. is like, you know what, guys? I have more important things to do. I'm going back middle.
Yep. He's gonna go back mid where Marcy is. She got that solo kill on Beastmaster, by the way, keep in mind. So she's already level 6. Zayats is feeling himself. He's bought the smoke. He wants to make a move because of that. With an SF, like you talked about Ursa being zoned out, well, they want to zone out CK down bot. Respect, good positioning. Nice.
Very good positioning from him. He will die, you know, he's dealing with the Marcy here, who just has popped the ultimate, but definitely saves the CK. Worth it.
Ursa, Lich, Roll. This is like 5-man rotation at this point down bottom.
Are they gonna go tier 1 into Roche? Is this the plan?
I don't think so. No, it's too early for Roche, but you can take the tier 1 at least. Zone out the CK, force him to farm around the pool. That's it. Maybe Ursa can even go back top.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, he is going now. Not more heroes streaming in for them to try and pick off, and they kind of lack the damage to deal with the tower, so the pressure on the map will have to abate for now. They just go back to farming. Farm. What's been going on today, dude? Everyone has just been really in the mood for net worth.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the mid laners that are being played more than anything else. They're a bit more passive, so you see more farm. Even though things will change once Sanctity gets his blink. He's getting closer to it. He's going blink Yules. Solid build, like you're playing into a CK Razor. If you can blink Yules them, it's nice. I don't mind the Kaya build as well. The only problem is like this build, it's gonna get scary against Clockwork. This kind of a build, you don't have a force staff, you don't have a way to move yourself out. Might be difficult once he starts hookshotting you.
We'll see if maybe Melody or somebody then pivots back instead of getting like a Glimmer, decides to get a force staff just to assist with that. But still a long way away from him making that kind of deliberation on Lich. Not enough money just yet. I'm kind of surprised, like, all tier 1 towers not only are still in the game, all of them are like really healthy right now.
Ursa.
Much slower game. Ursa. Oh! That is unfortunate. Respect gets the hook shot onto Razor. Ursa just shocks to the ground, and he's fine. He's farming away. He's cool. There's a lot of time that they've wasted trying to gank him in the top lane. They even popped the ultimate on Chira Jr., so they need to get something out of this. They'll try to get something middle, but here comes Sanctity jumping in with the Requiem. That's the Blink Dagger being shown off by the Shadow Fiend. The very least, they do pick off Malady. Running in is sweet and strong with his Weaver, but Sanctity, man, just must be very, very happy with the kill literally being delivered into his laps here, Liz.
They baited them really nicely. Sweden Strong at least gets that kill, and because of that kill, he's gonna complete the Vessel very soon. Top lane Respect does not have hook, but he can go on Iragi here.
Yeah, but at the same time, here comes Nefrit as well. They get the stomp out onto this Beastmaster underneath the tier 1 tower. Primal Roll is thrown in onto the Ursa as they brought in Munkushi through the Twin Gate, but they definitely are not going to be able to threaten this Ursa. Instead, it's Beat under siege. He's the one that gets killed off. Yep. They might not be done just yet. They're trying to find Respect. Zayax took the long way around, has Rebound up in 1, but the hookshot will get Respect out of here. TP's out to safety, so he's okay.
Yeah, he TP's down bot, playing with the CK, maybe breaking some smokes, but I feel like it's kind of bad to say, but I'm not sure if Respect read the changes on this facet of expanded armature. He's trying to... Okay.
Centaur does not have Stampede for another 23 seconds. They should be able to kill him off the Blade proceedings, but here comes Yuragi. I was hoping to try for revenge, but he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. There's no easy way for him to get into this fight.
This time he uses it correctly. Like, this time the expanded armature is there. So far, like every time he tries to cock them out, like it doesn't really work. Cogging them in, of course, like it's much easier to burn their mana to make them bounce around. But when they're outside, it feels a bit harder.
Him and Sweden Song are setting up down here to steal away this Wisdom Rune. At the same time, they're going to get their own Wisdom Rune with the Beastmaster, so that's going to be a pretty big spike for experience in their favor. Feels good.
Dyer's
I'm wondering if Sanctity wants to start moving around with this Marcy, see what they can find on the map, get closer and closer towards his next round of items. Looks like he's changed his mind from the Yule Scepter. He has decided now he's going to go in for the Hurricane Pike, pretty much for all the reasons you were listing earlier of why Yules can be dangerous for him.
The kills that he had before on Razor were, like you said, completely given to him. And I don't think Yules is going to allow him to get these kills any easier, just because of the Clockwork. If Clockwork is positioned properly, he will feed, so getting this 4-staff, I mean, it's the problem is, you don't really want to get it. You want to go for, like, basically if you're playing SF mid, you really want the Kaya Yasha. But you are playing into a Clockwork, so at least you'll stay alive if you go for this build.
They caught a glimpse of vision of Cloud coming in to farm on the high ground here. And let's see if they want to try and commit for this. Sanctity, thinking about it. There we go. Rebound, Blink, Requiem. That should be the kill. Nicely done by them. They might even see this courier. They see it now. Yeah, they could be able to take out the CK's courier. They do manage to do so. That was the Orchid that was going to be delivered. In the meantime, though, Respect jumps in. 2 heroes inside the power cogs with the help of Munkushi. They get to blow up the Sanctity SF. Now they want to chase for more. Zayax attempting to TP out. Will he be allowed to do so? Ooh, they just ran out of disables.
Yep.
But they get the big prize. SF is gone away from the game.
Yeah, unfortunately for CK, for Munkushi, Reality Rift does not break the TP. It just dispositions you, so you couldn't. The Chaos Bolt was still on cooldown for 2-3 more seconds.
is under attack.
Overall, the trade is good for 1 win. You're happy with this. Like, you killed the SF, you killed the Lich, you lost your Beastmaster. You're super happy with just what just happened.
It should also inform them that there's vision in this area, though, that they have to deal with. Respect already dewatered the one, but they need to get more out of it.
Maxed out the Swarm. You have your CK. You
Rush
have the
time.
Beastmaster. You go into the pit. They are smoked up already. Iragi missing some mana, but it's a nurse, I guess. He will be able to use 1 spell at least.
They actually
Nice.
scanned out for that one as well, so they knew it was happening, but they don't get there in time. Seems to have been a consistent theme today.
Yeah, exactly. Another consistent team is Chaos Knight going Armored Orchid every game, and nothing has changed.
Radiant are
This time around, Mukushi, I believe the courier is dead, but he should have the Orchid once it respawns. And then the Ursa isn't safe. Like, what's so good about this Orchid is it works really nicely about most meta carries. Like the Ursa, the Jug early on, the Life Stealer as well. To force them into buying the... Okay, Jug maybe, he buys Manta, whatever, but... It forces these heroes into a defensive build earlier than they usually would.
Things have slowed down yet again as they have playing the Aegis. They give the Aegis to Cloud on the Beastmaster instead of to the Razor. I'm kind of surprised by that, honestly, but
Same.
yeah.
Yep.
What do you think the rationale is of him having the Aegis?
I'm not sure, like even... okay, Chaos Knight, not the best Aegis carrier. But still, I would like to see it on Chaos Knight even more than on Beastmaster. Like, Beast is the hero that goes in this game. He's got Blink, Ags. And because of that, it makes sense. And you were talking about... We were discussing how do they play with the Clockwork. Well, this is how. You get another Blink.
Dyer's structures
Suddenly, you have multiple heroes just jumping in on top of targets.
They were hoping to find a target. They might find one bottom, though. It's the Marcy that gets scouted by Sweden Strong. Cloud, though, would much prefer to find a bigger target with the Primal Roll. And they're still sieging the tier 1 middle, so they will make a team call. that we're going to play for the grander objective on the map. They even hook forward onto Malady, but should be fine. As a Force-Staff, we're going to see multiple Force-Staffs in this game.
I love that SF is literally the way he's thinking is the way we're thinking about his item build. He cannot decide. Like you're playing this SF mid. If you go for a Force Staff, you literally shot yourself in the leg. You're like, okay, now I'm just some random SF from the old patch. It doesn't really matter. I'm not strong. But if I go for the Force Staff, I can survive against the Clockwork maybe, or the Razor with the Link. But if I go the Yashakaya and I play properly, if I do everything right, then I'm imbalanced. Like I'm just imba.
Radiant's bottom
So,
tower is under
I mean, I like it. It's a riskier play, but I think in the long run it should pay off more.
Definitely the more entertaining play.
tower is under
Going to be giving us our money's worth.
Dire's top
Now they move bottom. They want to take down this tier 1. This time around, it does look like they also want to just control this area before the next Rosh arrives, so that they're already not forced into this awkward position where you're smoking and just hoping they're not killing it fast enough.
Lich, top lane, maxed out Frost Shield. He wants to delay this at least, but
Yeah, gonna
instant
die for this
blink.
one. Blink, Primal Roar, easy kill. Well done, guys. And he's pinging out that there's an Observer Ward. He's correct on that front. Sadly, that information comes a little bit too late.
It's the life of a position 5 Lich. You die very often using Frost Shield on tier 2s. It's like, if you don't die, the enemy team is doing something wrong.
I thought you were gonna say if you don't die, you're doing something wrong. It's your role in the game.
Yeah.
Weaver might get jumped on in the mid lane, but they smoked up after taking the tier 2 tower. And they're gonna go onto Sweden Strong, but they get the miss.
Oh,
Unfortunately, Munkushi is here as well. He finds the Sanctity SF, bursts him down. There's no BKB on the Shadow Fiend, no way to protect himself. So they thought they were jumping into one win, but it turned out one win was prepared and they were waiting for that engagement.
Now you wish you had like some ability or a BKB or something. I mean, look, like it is a risky play, and if you do go for this Yashakaya, you can get wrecked very easily. You're still an SF with like what, 1400 HP. He didn't even toggle power threats to strength. He had them on int, so oof. Yeah, that's a quick kill. Yeah, it is. It truly is.
So in previous games that we've seen, in particular when Yellow Submarine was playing and Erase was having a hard time, we could still rely, generally speaking, on Satanic to carry the game, but he was normally given heroes like Morphling, CK, Terrorblade, these kind of like 1v9 heroes. Ursa, not really in that bracket. So once they get this BKB, do they just start fighting and trying to like reassert themselves on the map before the CK outscales them?
Yeah, they have to. I do think that Ursa is in a better spot than he...
Well, we'll see. He's going to be in front of the Munkushi CK now. This is the perfect spot for him to be in. If they can get this kill, holy smokes. Yuragi almost died. It was 3v1, and he's still the one that has to limp back to safety.
That's CK free right there. Classic Chaos Knight gameplay. But yeah, I think Ursa, what I want to say is probably in the best spot that he was in years when it comes to being in the meta. So I don't mind his like late game potential. It's not like you said, it's not your Terrorblade or Morphling, but it's still pretty solid.
Right now he does have his BKB complete. There's no Aegis for them to play around, so he'll just happily farm in the jungle. And for one win, they're trying to get themselves into the Sanjay Nyasha for this Razor. They'll have SNY, BKB, feeling very, very strong, like he just wants to run headlong into the fight with the 15 talent as well. So more damage to steal away from Yuragi if he ever finds him.
Yeah, but Yuragi also finished off his BKB. I think this is really important because you are playing into that Orchid on CK. And keep in mind, not only Orchid, but Blink Orchid. So CK kind of went full aggro. He didn't go for a BKB of his own and nothing like that. He went Blink Orchid. I'm like, this is a popular build, but also kind of risky.
Lots of risks being taken today. The Dire Scan will connect onto these heroes. They find Munkushi first, the perfect target. Dispose will be there. They're going to be able to kill off the CK before anything else even starts. At the same time, Malady with the Sinister Gaze was pulling in Sweden strong, but now Cloud and Chiro Jr., they want to punish Sanctity, trying to go on the edge of the fight, but they can't reach him in time. Yuragi the bear is behind them, causing chaos. Hoof stomp onto Razor. He is gone. Cloud now, his own BKB has expired. His life is going to expire as well, as it's a double kill for the Ursa. The lone survivor is this Weaver. And Na'Vi, they punish one win heavily for their positioning on their side of the map.
Yeah, this is the risk that we just mentioned. Like, if you're under vision, if they see you, if they can get on top of you, you don't have a BKB, you don't have ways of surviving as the Chaos Knight. And that's the best target that Na'Vi can go for. They found him, no saves. I think Clockwork tried to hook in or something to maybe break that apart, but just didn't work. Yeah, one thing that you have to make sure you do is not die as a carry in the first second of a fight.
Sounds simple, bro.
I mean,
also,
yeah.
I'm just laughing at Zyax's build. I love watching these Marcies when they're having a good game. Being like, I'm not itemizing for any utility, man. I'm another carry. BKB Basher. Let's go, boys.
You think it's only when they're having a good game. I think it's whenever they're playing. Like every Marcy ever. Position 5, 4 doesn't matter. If you're having a good game, a bad game, a mediocre game, you're building to carry.
I'm the carry now. Well, Roshan is about to respawn 25 seconds away. He will be coming up on the Dire side. And now we are very well positioned. You even see Yuragi slowly but surely making his way towards that side of the map. But I don't think one win will let this one go. They have a tier 1 tower so they can easily TP in and contest.
Now let's see. Chaos Knight does not have, unfortunately, at least the BKB. And this is the point in which the Blink Dagger feels a little bit bad. You know, like, you have this Blink to get pickoffs, to hunt people down, but it's not a pub. You know, people aren't going to be that separated most of the time. This Blink, if you're pubbing, it's like the best item to get, because you're just solo killing plebs left, for in the center. You're just hunting down people and killing them. There's always someone farming somewhere for no reason. But in this game, in professional scene, this is what happens. They just go rush.
Clockwork did scout this one out with the rocket, so they know what's happening. They also know they can't really stop it given their positioning on the map. So Roshan going the way of Yuragi with the Aegis. So the double life on Ursa. Just average times, man.
Double life on the Ursa, double damage, or amplified damage.
Amplified damage. There's no bottle. It's only double with the bottle.
Yeah, that's in the river, so if they find that, they might even make some play. The safest option for Na'Vi, of course, would be to wait out the BKB on SF, which is very close. It's got 4k gold. And there we go. Purchased.
Dire's bottom
This
tower
is a pretty strong timing. BKB just picked up by him. He has a cheese. They just picked up the shard for the Ursa. I would say that there's nothing that they really need to have in the tank right now. It is time to go, boys. Let's go fight.
Yeah. On the other side, the BKB is there on CK, and both of these teams, of course, there's a clear advantage for Na'Vi because of Aegis Cheese, but both of these teams are ready to take an engagement.
Sweden Strong is on a show bottom in the creep wave and die? Okay, that was unfortunate.
Yeah. And the vision as well. The ward will be most likely the ward that it's pinged out. It's just Weaver things, you know, like if your team is not ready to fight, you are creep skipping, you are pressuring the enemy side of the map, you don't want to be taking the farm away from your cores on your side. It's a normal death on Weaver.
I also like that he's building into a nullifier. I think one of the things they've also been struggling with is this Lich Frost Shield. So having a nullifier, some consistent way to make sure you can actually hit the target you're going on.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely agree.
Na'Vi starting to amble towards the bottom side of the map,
Radiant's middle
putting
tower
pressure on the
is
tier
under
2
attack.
tower. Zyax has been clearing out these waves. His Basher is now on the way. So this hero's getting very, very strong. Oh, it's not yet. Okay, didn't buy it. It's just a courier with observer. It's my bad. My bad.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
One win looks like they're going to be happy to just let this one go. Don't really have the appetite to fight into this Aegis. But they're going to smoke up and find somebody on the backlines. Maybe as they retreat from the tier 2. They come across Nefrit first. They commit the Primal Roar onto the Centaur. He does have the Stampede if he manages to survive long enough. He's still alive right now. They do manage to eventually kill him. He is down, and now Zayax going in with his ultimate, looking towards Cloud. He wants the Beastmaster. Unfortunately, Chira Jr. does a little bit too much damage with the Eye of the Storm. They zone back Zayax. So he will chill. They're thinking about still jumping
Razor,
though. Yeah, haste the Razor. They still have Eye of the Storm going. The Eye of the Storm will work. They kill off this Lich, and now Sanctity though pops his Sanity, the ultimate, just trying to zone back Munkushi, while Yuragi was picking off the Weaver. So no Sweet and Strong available. Long fight, Liz, but only goes 2 for 1 in the end.
2 for 1, but they demonstrated that they can even take down this big ass Centaur. He didn't manage to even pop Blade Mail or Crimson Guard. He just died instantly. They went on him. Yeah, survived a second longer, but does get killed off in the end. Overall, 1 win. It felt like they were a bit behind, especially because they're playing versus Aegis Cheese, but yeah, they can still take these fights very comfortably if they find the right targets.
That'll also mean that they very shortly will no longer have to worry about the Aegis, so the next engagement they take will only have a solitary life for Yuragi, and he might prove to be a target. I mean, there's still Ursa, not the most fun person to jump initially, but like you said,
a hard one.
It was a proof of concept. That was a proof of concept fight. We can sort of do this, guys.
This Ursa is a really hard kill, and he is smoked up now. They have 40 more seconds on the Aegis. They should not find a fight here, but if they do, it would be the perfect timing for them.
We also just had Munkushi TP out back into the fountain, so if they find anybody, they will not be the CK as reinforcements. Unfortunately, though, everybody has vacated the area. The only one left is Respect. And let's see how he plans to play around this. Is there anyone he can hook to? Nope. Wait, what? Okay,
he's on high ground again.
You got high grounded again. That was so sick, actually. You know what, Respect? You have my respect. Bro, somebody kill this man. Oh my god.
He broke some ankles. Okay, like the Ogre Shield Totem definitely playing a big part of that, but also Marcy helping him with that dispose onto the next high ground. He almost TP'd from that little cliff there where he Shield Totemed. Very nicely done by him. He just bought a little bit of extra time for his teammates to set up on the map, and look at Cloud. Phantasm is used. They were thinking about SF. He was starting to push in, but luckily for him, he moves back.
Yeah. There's no Aegis now anymore. Yuragi, not the first person you want to jump, but Respect is about to come back as well. So Na'Vi will be dealing with the 4-5 hero complement. While they're doing this though, and they know where 1 win are, they are slowly taking their tier 2 tower in the top lane. Zayax and Sanctity succeed, but Zayax did pop the Unleash to make that happen. So we do not have this spell available for an upcoming fight. 1 win, dude. Look at the wrap that they're going for here.
It's a pretty good one. Keep in mind, if Munkushi gets to the secret shop, he can get his Bloodthorn as well. Yuragi has a Linken's, so going on him is not really an option anymore. Nefrit is just way too well positioned.
Go for Zayax first. There's going to be a Shiva's pop though. Cloud, the Primal Roar went only onto the Marcy, but sadly, the Bear comes back first. Requiem is thrown out by Sanctity, zoning out some of these heroes with the Chain Frost bouncing around all over the damn place. CK is gone, and so is the Weaver too. 3 heroes removed from the field of play by Na'Vi. Sinister Gaze by Malady actually triggered, but it did not cancel the TP out. So he gets out, he leaves, he's fine, and another 1 fight for Na'Vi.
No, that positioning from Na'Vi was on point. Also, you're starting the fight without your big item, like this Bloodthorn on CK really could have made a difference, but it all comes down to like initiation and positioning. Centaur, Nefrit, just way too good. Like, he blinks in first with the Shivas. The Beastmaster is completely isolated because of that. Like, nice try, nice attempt by the Beast, but he just gets eaten alive by the Bear. SF as well, by the way, later on, blinking in with the BKB. Perfect positioning to use the ulti. I feel like SF might be the answer to the CK overall.
We finally cracked the code, Liz. At long last. He's doing it. And he did it without having to like end up buying a forced off for himself. Or anything like that. Just straight BKB, Ags with the Sanjan, with the Kayayasha. Like to see it. 15k gold lead now. They have taken a lane of racks through middle. And they are just in complete control of the game. Roshan might come back soon, but they don't care about Rosh. They want to just go find fights. They smoked up again, Liz. But is there anybody they can find? Okay, Razor is bottom. So if they get to him, they should be able to kill him.
Ursa started running when he saw the illusion, but his smoke didn't break, so they should know that CK is around bot lane. Somewhere around. Oh, they stunned the illusion. No one noticed, though, I feel like. No one reacted.
Chira Jr. is trying to get out. Chira Jr. Chira. He's trying to take the twin gates. Is he going to get through? He is not. He pops the BKB, but now the bash is going to be on top of him. They even commit the Abyssal for good measure. And that'll secure them the kill. 73 seconds in the grave, no Razor.
Yeah, and Yuragi can go and get another shard for his team if he wants to. No, never mind. He's just going Ancients, probably afterwards. Yeah, the Abyssal on him. A lot of control. Same goes for the Basher on Zayat. So the BKBs are not going to keep you healthy. You will not survive by popping the BKB and trying to TP or go through the twin gate. Let's see who gets the shard. It's Malady. Happy little Ice Spire addition to the team.
That Spire. I mean, the Chain Frost has already been doing work for him, so it gets even better now with that Spire being available. Good times all around for Na'Vi. The Roshan is up there. They haven't scouted it yet, but I think Yuragi will find it now. He's heading towards bottom. And can they contest this on the side of 1 win once the Razor respawns?
Well, they have to be really fast. One good thing about 1 win is they have a lot of vision. Weaver, though.
Right, Sweden Strong starting things off on the other side of the map. He's held in position, though, by Nefret. He still managed to escape, though. In the meantime, Munkushi coming in to try and help to kill off the Centaur, but doesn't do it because Sanctity revs up the Requiem, blasts everybody away, and demolishes 1 win's prospect of winning that fight. What a time for him to show up in that moment.
Yeah, this combo of SF Lich is just destroying the Chaos Knight. I've been hyping this hero up for such a long time. He's looking like, I don't know, he's looking like free food for Na'Vi.
This is a far cry from that CK that we'll see with like the hard BKB Bloodthorn at this stage of the game. Now they're going to lose another lane of racks on the top side of the map. 2 sides. And they might be able to put some pressure on the tier 3 tower. It's still 35 seconds without CK and Beastmaster, neither of whom have buyback.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom
Right now, according to Dota, it's a 2% win probability in favor of 1 win. Wow.
I would say that's fair. Yeah. This time around, you know, I disagree with these win rates very often. This time, however, Chira Jr. is trying to get away, and it's not gonna happen.
Wait, how did he get here? I didn't see him leave the base. Did he TP or something? Yeah, his TP was on cooldown. Might have come bottom. He's still alive for now, but this chase will invariably end with his death. Brought down once more. And that's almost certainly gonna be a Roshan for Na'Vi.
Yeah, maybe to the outpost or something. Zayat's caught him, forced out the BKB, and then the rest is just the team following up, killing them off. This is Aegis, Aghanim's cheese. They can give the ads to Ursa, and he's gonna get it.
Aww, I was hoping they'd give it to Senso.
Absolutely not.
Well, here comes what could be the game-ending smoke from Na'Vi, but
By the way,
1 win are not dead just yet. They're not in a position to get caught.
one thing, Centaur has the horsepower, asset, facet, but he has no strength items, which is really cool.
We need strength items, man. He's like, natural strength will do.
I mean,
It's okay.
he does have enough movement speed. He's on 440, so it's good enough.
Also about to finish off a Lotus Orb here. Just needs to have the courier by the secret shop. And here they come. They go into Sweet and Strong. He's gone. Gonna be forced into buying back if he wants to mount this defense. And they have to do it soon because they're about to get mega. It's just happened now. Respect jumping in with Cloud. They want to at least try to bring down this Marcy, but Zayax is too strong for them. Pops the Unleash and is just turning around and fighting. Shiro Jr. in the meantime was surrounded by the rest of the lineup and easily killed off. Forced into buying back, but he no longer has a BKB, no longer has Eye of the Storm. The power of this Razor is drastically reduced. Yuragi thinking about jumping back in onto Munkushi, but just trying to make them realize that do not come close to us. We are here to win the game right now. They're beating on these tier 4 towers, and it's a 5v3 defense that OneWin somehow has to mount.
Yeah, there's no BKB on Razor, no BKB on CK. This defense is, unfortunately for OneWin, probably not possible, so they can contemplate the next game, defend the throne a little bit further.
Let's see now. One more fight gonna happen here. Nefrit inside the power cogs, but while that's happening, the cog deliverer just gets blown up by the bear. Now though, Nefrit gets pushed into the fountain. He's taking a lot of damage, but it does not matter. GG, well played. The Ancient has fallen. Zayax was the one hitting it with the Unleash, because he is another carry, of course. And game 1 goes the way of Na'Vi. Smiles all around because they know that they played well.
They played well, and I think the greatest victory here isn't only about the execution, because the execution was on point. I think the greatest victory here is about the statement that they understand the meta very nicely. Like, they do let the CK go through, the hero that is looking so scary in other games. They go with this Lich plus SF combo, and he just doesn't feel like a hero at all. Like, he didn't feel strong at any point. I also think that maybe they missed their timings, that if CK went for a BKB earlier than a Blink, because basically you're going Blink Orchid, but Ursa already has a Blink, so your targets are either SF with the BKB, Ursa with the BKB, or Centaur. You're not killing anyone. And then he just got caught a couple of times in a row. He was the first one that they would eliminate, so they definitely played the game well, but they also have a really good read on the heroes.
I must say that they made this SF. Definitely, we got to see the best showcase of this hero so far in the qualifiers in this game. CK, like you said, looked very, very weak, but Ursa looked surprisingly strong, you know, making me reconsider playing this hero again. Yuragi ends the game 12-0-5, which is, you know, it's pretty good because of the amount of time that they committed, specifically trying to chase and kill him. He was just outmapping them, just knowing where they would be before they got there, and just never arriving at the same time that they did. He's always the one farming a completely different part of the map when they're trying to gank him.
Yeah, for sure. He was dodging ganks. He was joining all the fights when it was necessary to join. Taking those Roshan fights as well very capably. Like, overall, Yuragi and Sanctity. I think Sanctity actually had a harder game, but he performed really nicely too. Meanwhile, Yuragi, he had a game that was like not too difficult for an Ursa, but he still, you know, he delivered. Same has to be said for Zayat. I think this Marcy was on point. He was catching Weaver a couple of times. And of course, he was rebounding in and out of those cogs to help out the SF when he needed it.
Yeah, just a solid performance all around here coming in from Na'Vi, which grants them that game 1 victory, gets Yuragi into our standout player category. Decent itemization. I love the fact that he bought the Lincoln Sphere as well, because he also probably recognized the same thing you did, that wait a second, CK's only viable way of playing this game if he can jump and kill me. Let me just make that impossible. And then suddenly, CK is just a creep with some buddies around, you know? Just spawning Phantasm to have somebody to hang out with, not to actually kill heroes.
Yeah, for sure. Not really an item that you see too very often on the Ursa, but keep in mind it's not only the CK, there was a Beastmaster as well with the Primal Roar, so getting this Lincolns made a ton of sense.
Great game from the side of Na'Vi. They will be the ones to win the first game of this BO3. However, one win, it's fine. They've lost many series in the past, but they've also come back in quite a few of them. So they certainly can't count themselves out just yet. There were a couple of moments in this game that did look good for them from an execution standpoint, but it was mostly a strategic loss in retrospect that they ended up suffering. So going into the second game, we're hoping that they can rejig their ideas, come with something fresh, and demonstrate the same patch understanding that Na'Vi showed us in game 1. We're going to have answers to all those questions in just a couple minutes. So go grab some water, join us back here to continue the series and to continue on the road to the international.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Top tower.
Welcome back, everybody, for some more Dota 2 action for Game 2 of Na'Vi versus OneWin, where the winner goes on to play against Yellow Submarine in the upper bracket final. The loser drops down into the lower bracket, but their road to the international can still continue. A lot easier if you just win this one series, though. Of course, to witness this game is me, your boy Sine, and I'm joined by the leader of the Dota 2 Magic Mike gang. It's Lizard. How you doing, brother, man?
I accept that position. With a lot of honor, I accept that position. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm like this Eastern European Dota never ceases to, especially the qualifiers. I feel like they never cease to impress. Like it's always fun to watch, and I'm learning some new things. Like I thought that CK was absolutely broken, busted, unbeatable, but we've seen a different approach. I think Lich is a really big deal against him if he doesn't get deleted first. And SF as well seems pretty damn solid. First phase SF, that's something that you couldn't even imagine just a couple of months ago.
Yep, but I'm pretty sure it's going to get banned out in the second game. There's no way they're going to allow them to play SF back-to-back. And indeed, it has already been removed. Witch Doctor banned too. No TA, no Dark Willow. We'll see what OneWin decides to remove themselves. They take out Nyx Assassin. Are they going Storm first?
Yep. Yeah, that's Storm. Like the moment you see the Nyx first phase ban, you know what's happening. You know what's up.
Is this China? I just see Nyx Assassin. Actually, I'm also, you're mentioning a new look in terms of dealing with the CK. I'm glad that it was Lich, and I'm glad it was this region that came up with the Lich, because I'm just thinking back to people like Puppy, Goblak, the old heads used to run around doing seemingly nothing, be like level 3 at 12 minutes in the game, but winning in the end. Classic Lich region, man.
Yeah, by the way, what do you think about Na'Vi grabbing the CK instead? Like, speaking of CK and speaking of Lich and the counters, I feel like maybe that's an option.
I wouldn't mind to see it at all.
Yeah.
The Chaos Knight.
You
Yuragi only has, I checked in between, I checked, he has 9 games career on CK, on Yuragi. So that might be the only thing that's dissuading them from going for the hero, despite the fact that without the SF being in the game, they would definitely have a much easier road of playing it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's, yeah, if you play it a lot, if you don't play it a lot, it doesn't really matter. The hero is just top tier meta hero. You just have to learn how to play it. If you're a carry player, I think you need to learn how to play CK stat right now, and play it well. On one side, we have the Tiny and the Monkey King. We've banned out. We've seen the Tiny into the Storm Spirit today. It didn't really work out, but it was strong in some parts of the game, like just blowing him up together with the Bramble Maze with the Dark Willow. No Dark Willow as well, of course, in this game. Not going to be picked up.
What do you think? Is there the potential for this Venge to be carry? Quite a couple of people have been running that like melee splash damage Vengeful Spirit nowadays.
Yeah, with Echo Saber and stuff. I mean, she benefits from so many things because of that, face it. Like, you can increase your range, but you still stay melee. Like, there's a lot of really weird things. Your attacks still stay melee. There's a lot of weird things about the Venge. I do think that she's a solid option for a carry, but I would rather have something. It's possible, but you need to have the right draft round. Let's put that.
Okay. Well, Na'Vi, what are they going to remove here? They could also decide to go into a bit more of a minus armor strat, maybe take like a Weaver for themselves, but then you have Weaver Venge potentially as your support duo. It could still work. It's not the worst thing in the world. Let's see. What else is busted that we've been seeing a lot of? There's no clock in the game. We still haven't seen a reliable solution for the Storm Spirit, so I wonder what their idea is going to be on the side of Na'Vi. If they are indeed operating with updated new tech and understand the meta, maybe we finally do get to see this first pick Storm Spirit actually get punished.
We saw like, what, 1 Buck game? And that's it. And it wasn't into a Storm. Instead, they go with the CM. Like, you called it yourself in the last couple of games. You get the root, right? Like, you get the CM, you max out Frostbite. It feels so good versus most of these spirits. It's a very, very long route, so I like it. I like it as a pickup. These two ladies as your 4 and a 5.
5 seconds remaining.
Also gives them some kill threat depending on what they put into the safe lane. So lots of aggression could come out in this game for Navi. For one win, which direction are we going now, boys? Last game they went clock at this point, and then they turned the clock into a 5 eventually. But I still would like to see another hero that fulfills that clockwork role, right? Can go start fights, make things happen. I think it's either you get that, like clockwork or something, or you get like some shadow demon just to make sure that you also have salvation. And you're not just playing with them being able to reposition and you can't do anything about it.
And it would be nice to have the save for the storm, right? Like any save. Shadow Demon into Venge is kind of weird because usually if someone is swapped out, it's swapped out very far away from you, so you need to get like Aetherland's Blink, items like that, be able to save targets. But overall, I wouldn't mind it. Instead, one win are the one that snatch the Marcy away. Could this be some Marcy IO? Like, probably not, right? Like, I mean, it could be. Like, you could go ham. Like, the end of the last patch was all about Marcy IO. In the second picking stage. If you had these two picks, you could pull that off.
Dude, now would be sick if they go Marcy Io here, and then to close out the phase they get Centaur. And then didn't you just have like constant brawling all across the map? Very easy ways to get people in and out of fights. Storm Spirit doesn't have to rely purely on zipping in for repositioning. Stampede would help you out in that regard. They've already banned Monkey King, so they can more or less be certain that that lane would be fine. I would not mind that at all. If they went that direction, it would be pretty cool.
This guy, by the way, went through. Like, this is
normally banned first, right?
Exactly. I didn't even think about the bad, but this is a hero that has been banned in the first phase almost every single game we're watching, and goes through now. Ember as well went through. They pick up the Ember, a hero that, you know, like spirit on spirit matchup mid. I think Ember is in a solid place. I think he's strong. I think Storm Spirit is a bit stronger because of the build. Like the Galvanized plus Meteor Hammer, I feel like does a bit more later on, but I really don't mind the Ember, right? Even like in the last patch, he wasn't really played a lot, but the last couple of weeks, you could, not weeks, last week of the patch, you could see some players spamming it and having like a really strong win rate. Stormer was playing a lot of Ember and dominating with him. But they go Ember, they go Gyro. Very stock standards for Navi.
Yep. Stock standard stuff. Lots of magic damage, lots of physical damage eventually. We've got some Ember to start the playmaking for you all across the map.
It's this Morphling game. Like, this is hands down a really good Morphling game if you're one win. Like,
yeah.
Going into Ember form, going into Gyro form feels amazing. So you can pick and choose in these team fights. But it's also a very good lifestealer game. The only thing you have to think about is banning out some Slardar and offlaners like that, but it's a solid lifestealer game too.
Yeah, I would love Slaughter. Get them some of that corrosive haze amplification
they're not
to kill Roshan.
Yeah, I don't think Navi is getting Slardar with the lifestealer picked.
5 seconds remaining.
What if they leave the Slaughter in the pool and then they pick it because they pick first out of the phase?
I mean, then actually, yes. Why not? And then you can put Bat Marcia on supports. I know it's a bit awkward of the 5 and 4, but I'd be down with that.
I would definitely be down. This is, I think, our first lifestealer together, these qualifiers. We've seen it banned a few times. You've called for the pick very often, but...
Did we not see it once even? I mean, that's crazy.
I don't remember. Okay, let me go back and check. I'm going to go check.
We had to. At least one game, I feel like. The guy is just
the first game. Yeah. The first overall game, VP versus 9 Pandas, is the only time we got to see lifestealer. Every other time, it's not been around.
No, the hero is just way too strong not to be picked at all. But let's see what one win are doing. They're actually expecting maybe this Venge to be a 3. So if Venge is a 3, you can put Gyro 4, then Gyro offlane, and then you can pick up carry that's a bit better into lifestealer. So they ban out the more. I like this. I like this. They didn't get instant fooled by Navi's draft. I see where they're going with this, but I still feel like if you're Navi, just picking something like Slardar would be amazing for you. Unfortunately, as well for you, you don't have the ultimate last pick. You have the ultimate last pick, so you might have to risk getting a Slardar. Like Slardar, Lifestealer, Storm, that sounds amazing to me.
Let's see what is going to be the contest here. Razor was removed by Navi. Their final ban is going to be what? perhaps, I mean, they do need an offlaner for 1 win. If they're not going for a slaughter, the question is, do they want anchor style offlaner or do we want some team fight slotting? I'm still looking at this MK ban. Like, there's a non-zero chance they go for Underlord. Having that Pit of Malice route into the Ember Spirit is always very nice. And just having Atrophy Aura against Gyrocopter really, really feels good in the earlier portions of the game.
Okay, I can see it. I can definitely see it. Like, Underlord would be... but you just have to think about one thing. Crystal Maiden plus Gyro, no matter what you pick, is not going to have a greatest time.
Yeah.
Like, these two are really, really difficult to lane against.
Yeah. Barrage, freeze. Barrage, freeze.
Yeah, they just push the lane, you know? Like, they can play it in multiple ways. They can either just barrage kill you 24/7 with Frostbite and Nova, or they can just push the lane and farm the hard camp. So either way, they're winning. You know? That's how strong this lane actually is.
Now we remove the Centaur at the very end. Also would have liked that hero, but good ban. 1 win now. This is where they have to put their cards on the table and say, where do we really think this Vengeful Spirit is going?
Let's see. They're definitely thinking hard about this ban, banning out two carries, that is 3 carries, you could say, even in the last 3 bans, and 4th one, Ursa. So they're definitely thinking this Gyro isn't gonna carry. And okay, they picked the Brewmaster. Maybe expecting and blocking a couple of these illusion-based heroes.
Speaking of illusion-based heroes, bro, CK completely ignored here in game 2.
Yeah.
Nobody has any appetite for that. I always laugh when this happens in series where there's a hero that we all agree is OP. It loses a game, especially if it's a hard loss, and then people are just like, oh, well, I guess it wasn't that OP. Completely forget about it. Remove it from our idea about the game.
Well, he got answered, and the answer was really strong. So there goes Spirit Breaker.
Okay. So it does turn out that it's going to be this Vengeful Spirit into the offlane, like you were saying. Spirit Breaker, get some charges on the map. We have a way to track the Storm Spirit, at least provide the necessary vision.
Yeah.
BKB, piercing, ultimate. I'm okay with this. I'm fine with it. I like Spirit Breaker overall. I'm just not 100% sure where he fits in the meta right now.
Yeah, I think I like the draft of 1 win a little bit better this time around. Like, considering what I'm seeing on the map, Spirit Breaker right now looks pretty busted, by the way. The charge talent, face it, that is just charging in and keeping your movement speed after your charge is completed. It just feels too busted, because you can go in and out of these fights very easily. You don't have any brambles or something to worry about that you're playing against. You can harass the Storm Spirits on the mid lane with some charges. Overall, these are the nice things for Na'Vi, but I'm not the greatest fan of Venge as a core. I don't know. Maybe not in this game. Overall, Venge core is solid, but I like 1 win's draft a little bit better.
We'll see how they fare in this game. They also, with Sweden Strong playing the Marcy, they're the ones that have the scaling support in a different fashion. I mean, Zayax can scale with the Spirit Breaker, but it's different than how this Marcy will do it.
Yep.
So game 2, 1 win, setting themselves up for success, trying to put themselves in a position where they force a deciding game 3, and hopefully maybe for them, unsettle and rattle Na'Vi a little bit, put them in tilt mode, makes the game a lot easier. But the thing I like the most about the changes that they've made is there's never going to be a point of time in this game where they can't do something. It always feels like we can do something, guys. A couple of heroes can smoke up. We don't need the full 5-hero complement. Chiro Jr. not playing a hero like the Razor instead of being on Storm does mean that they also have a lot more tempo in the mid game that isn't reliant on like his item timings in particular. So I like this look a lot more.
Yeah, for sure. I think 1 win have an easier draft to play as well. One big difference for me, I just have to wait and see. Zayat is trying to run away this time. He might be able to... Never mind, they got him.
Dispose. Ha! Got him! First blood will go the way of Yuragi, most likely. And Yuragi Munkushi, excuse me. So,
Munkushi
first blood for Lifestealer. That's going to be very, very fast boots in the lane. Okay, good times, good start.
30 seconds to battle.
He's actually going to go for Orb of Corrosion, it seems like, on the Lifestealer. So he really wants to dominate this lane. Something that some players opt to not buy, you know, you just go phases and straight into Armored Radiance just to get that Radiance a little bit faster. But okay, Orb of Corrosion is also solid. I just want to see this Venge on offlane and how much Nefrit is going to be able to do, because I dislike Venge into heroes that have like summons or illusions, or in Brewmaster's case, minion like these primal companions, primal splits, and also heroes that get on top of you easily, which is the Storm, which is the Marcy, which is the Bat. So for me, this looks like a really rough Venge game. But I might be wrong. There are some nice things, like you can swap out of Lasso, which is always nice. But you could do that as a support as well, so... Let's see.
Yeah. New tech downloading. Let us see if this new tech is favorable. And mid lane, Shira Jr. versus Sanctity. Now, this is an old school mid matchup. We've seen this countless times over the years. There's no way there's going to be solo kills this game, though, right? Ember versus Storm. Don't tell me that someone's going to get solo killed here.
I mean, it's always possible if small mistakes happen, especially when the new patch hits and there are some, you know, intricacies about the matchup that one player might know and the other does not. Like, you can abuse it somehow. Like, Storm Spirit, the static remnant, actually not being static anymore.
The moving remnants. Top lane, Nefrit might be in some danger here on the Vengeful Spirit. The offlaner of Na'Vi finds himself getting taken down. Zayax can't really help him with the level 1 point into the Greater Bash.
The static moving remnant still has some static in it, but yeah, when it comes to Venge dying top lane, not good. You know, you died into Lifestealer Bat. You didn't die into some strongest lane that ever existed in this world. You died into Lifestealer Bat. This Zayac.
Well, they're about to get another kill because Zayax might just die to that same combination. He's being gone on when Kushi wants the final hit. It's gonna go the way of respect. They're just happy to kill him off. And Nefrit, he has 5 napalms on him. Is he just dead? Nefrit? Oh no. They might decide to dive him underneath the tier 1 tower, and indeed they do. They get the kill from Kushi. Yep. He is dead, and when he respawns, he won't have a TP either. He just came back to the lane.
Yeah, I was a bit reserved about this lane, and I think you can see why now. And not about this lane, just about Venge in general. Like, the lane itself is hard, but... yeah. That's also, by the way, on Lifestealer without anything. He only has a Bracer. It's not like he's got Orb of Corrosion or something still. He's just flying out on the courier. Once he gets it, it doesn't get any easier, I can tell you that.
Well, Nefrit, buddy, played an amazing game 1 on the Centaur. Good luck, have fun. Let's see how he's going to be able to come back into this one. Down the stretch, what do you think he should be buying in terms of items? Are we going to see like some mech on him, some solar crest? What's the build up for the offlane Venge now?
I really think if you're playing core Venge and you're not buying Aghanims, you're doing something wrong. So you just have to buy Ags regardless, and you might just have to TP here, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's a TP that he was wishing was available to keep him safe or to get him back to lane faster. He will use it now, but that does mean that the next time they decide to make a dive like that, they should be able to kill him.
Yeah, they can go on him very soon again once the flame break is there. Bot lane, of course, we have some other lanes as well. Unfortunately, top lane is full of action. Other lanes aren't as much fun. Sweden's strong bot lane is being zoned out by CM Gyro. Basically, they are winning this bot lane, but they're not winning it nearly as hard as top lane is being lost. So.
Cloud, in the meantime, has just been sitting around with Brewmaster, just chilling, getting his levels, getting some CS. Nice, calm early game for him. Zayax, his game has been anything but calm. Forced to charge out. This will keep him alive. He's actually charging towards Shira Jr. Potentially, they might want to try and turn this into a kill, but at the same time, here comes Sweden Strong coming in with the rebound. They really want to bring down Sanctity. He's falling low, and he will end up dead on the Ember Spirit. Yep. Shira Jr. Nice Jabate play. Sweden Strong coming in to help him finish it off.
I think what Jabated the Ember the most is the charge. Because of the Storm Spirit being maybe they communicated it, maybe they didn't, but whenever you see a charge on the mid laner, you try to go in. Unfortunately, Zaz, he had to He had to stop that charge because he takes so much damage under the tower that one static remnant would have finished him off. So he just had to stop it. He couldn't continue. The Ember gets debated and the Ember dies.
Well, Zyx, that's on a charge now onto Respect on the top side of the map. This would be... some of these kills, I don't think it even matters about like the gold exchange, which would be substantial, but it's emotional, man. Finally, we're killing this guy that's been making our game a living hell. But sadly, they don't even get that. Feels bad.
Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely some emotions involved when it comes to this top lane. You have to cry for someone to help you out. The biggest issue is like this Lifestealer is refarming. Zayats might be just gone.
Yeah, Shiro Jr. makes his first move to the top side of the map. He's hoping to at least take Respect with him, but Respect says no. In fact, Respect hits the flame break out onto Nefrit. Here comes Munkushi. Wants the range for the open wounds. Does have boots and Nefrit does not. So that means that Nefrit's going to be in danger. He dove underneath the tier 1, but the bonus armor from the tower will provide enough protection to keep him alive. Mid lane, Sanctity though, he's not having such luck. Goes in, Slide of Fist, does not have a remnant or anything like that because he's still level 5 and he will end up dead.
Bro, Navi's crumbling. This is 0-7. Your Ember still does not have level 6. Storm is very deep into that level 6. You also find the Haste Rune now. Bot lane arguably was the best lane for you, and even that lane, Cloud is out-leveling Gyro. Like, and by some margin. Like, Cloud is having a really good game here.
They're gonna charge Cloud. He's got a homing missile flying into him as well, but Sweden Song is already here. Going back in. Might dispose Malady, does so, and now here comes Respect as well. They've already killed off the Crystal Maiden. They do succeed at bringing down Sweden Strong, but Cloud is still fighting strong, as well as with Kira Jr., who's made a TP rotation. They pick off Yuragi. They take out Nefrit as well. 3 heroes all of a sudden just dead in the bottom side of the map, and they thought they were going for an easy kill there.
I don't know what they were thinking, but Nefrit TP'd in. He didn't go top lane because he understood there's absolutely nothing he can do. Lifestealer takes your Wisdom Rune as well. Batrider takes the other one. Honestly, like, this game feels like one of the roughest games that I have seen in a long time to come back to.
It's about to get rougher because they're jumping onto this gyrocopter down bottom. It's going to be the Storm Spirit making the initial zip. They pop the ultimate from Cloud. And Yuragi, there's no way out of this one, my friend. Zayx cannot save you. Zayx might be dead himself, in fact, attempting the TP out, which will definitely fail. And Chira Jr. is now on a dominating streak. 1 win, have 12 kills on the map. And they're going to probably take this tier 1 tower bottom too. So where the hell is Gyro supposed to go next?
Where is anyone supposed to go? That's the question, because at the moment you have 3 supports. It's the Venge, Crystal Maiden, and the Spirit Breaker. Basically, they can go into the triangle and farm this Heart Camp and Ancient Camp together. That's the only place where they might feel safe. Like, the biggest issue is, like, when they decided to pick the Spirit Breaker, I wasn't sure what their idea was about the Lifestealer. Like, how then... Like, because Slardar was in the pool. Like, you pick Slardar, first you win the lane into Lifestealer, and second, you also have a hero that controls him throughout the game. You can deal with him. With the Spirit Breaker, you still have a BKB piercing bash, but it's nowhere nearly as strong.
Yeah. I feel like if they got Slaughter and it was Slaughter Venge into Lifestealer, Lifestealer would have hated his life right now.
Yep, yeah, exactly. But I guess the Batrider is the problem for both of these heroes. Like, maybe they understood how the matchup versus Bat goes and they didn't want it in the lane. Because Bat did a ton of work on top lane.
Cool. Batrider has been involved in 10 kills in this game. Mid lane, he's not there to help out with this kill, but Sanctity is in a lot of danger. Does have remnants though, and the roots held the storm long enough that he's able to get back, but still, that's one of those things that's going to make you a little bit anxious whenever you're on the map and you don't see the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, if you look at Storm, he's not going for any Kayavich blades, he's just rushing this Orchid. He feels like he can sense blood in the water, so just going for that Orchid, that's literally the best snowball item that you can go for on Storm. If you feel that you're owning, if you feel safe.
They're trying to make a move onto Zayax in the top lane. They have a shield rune available for the Storm Spirit, so he'll be happy to dive him underneath the tower. Zayax is definitely going to die here. Sars, mate, not fun to be you right now. Make sure that there's no charge potential. Everybody is there to slow him up, cancel the charge, and now potentially aggress onto another tier 1.
Top lane rune, even? Oh, he actually does not get it.
Okay, Sanctity got the illusion, and he's out of mana on Shira Jr. But Sanctity, hey, you can tell I was thinking about it, but then he remembered what's been happening in this game. He's like, you know what, I'm just going to let this one go.
No, he just doesn't have the damage, and there's also a lasso on bat. So he's actually afraid of being killed off. Better safe than sorry. He moves back. He's the only one. I mean, he died twice, but he's having kind of a decent game at least. So ruining that would be not a good thing for them. Spirit Breaker as well, by the way. Zad says, yeah, he's died 5 times, but at least he's finding some far. Remember, mid?
Sanctity, can they kill him before he remnants out? No. There's a safety remnant on the high ground by the tier 1, so it's all good. At least he baits out the lasso, so someone on the map can feel a little bit safer. Unfortunately, while this was happening, Respect actually finished his Blink Dagger, dude. 11-minute Blink Dagger on a position 5 bat.
That's that's a good timing, I can tell you right there. That's a really damn good timing. 4 kills, 0 deaths, 7 assists on the bat. He's living life.
Yeah.
That's the reason Bat is banned out every single game.
Dude, he almost has as much net worth as the enemy Ember Spirit. What the hell is this? What's going on here? Playing out of his skin right now. This top lane went much better than anybody could have anticipated. But they still do need farm and items on the side of 1-win. You know, you can't keep the train going forever. At some point, you do have to hit creeps. So a brief moment of respite for Na'Vi to finally try get to some items, you know. Get some this Chrysalis for Uragi. At least finish this Maelstrom for the Ember. Just, they need something, man.
Yeah.
Time especially. And Sanctity, he might not be granted that time. They were thinking of going on him again. Shira Jr. instead, just gonna harass Malady. Respect, waiting in the wings, 8 seconds until his blink is back online. He might stick around, wait for the blink to come back, and then force a fight. He's gone and smoked solo on this bat. I think that's exactly what they're gonna do. Lasso's up. The next person to show is definitely getting jumped.
The tier 1 tower is still standing. They know that heroes are around trying to farm. Maybe this hard camp, there's a swap, there's a... You know, you can get a lot of info. Let's see. It's just, look at this Centaur. It's just the Lifestealer moving in, giving all the info. So you can't really swap anyone defensively here, and you have to be careful about the lasso.
They just do not own their own jungle anymore. Tier 1 tower's gone, so... Now what? What's the plan, Lizard? Coach Lizard, I need some help, bro. How do we get back?
You start thinking about the next game. About your transgressions during the draft. What got you here? There's gonna be 2 Radiances on 1-win. One on Brewmaster and the other on the Lifestealer. I know it's not super common to see 2 Radiances, but it really isn't that bad. Like, you can still play easily. We are going in though. Charge on the bat.
I don't know about this one, mates.
Yeah.
I don't know about this one. Zax cancels the charge. Good idea.
It's because
Would have been.
it's because of the Lifestealer top. Like, they saw him TP top and then they tried to make a move to secure their jungle, which they did in the end. Like, they got some vision in the jungle. But they are going to lose the triangle now, most likely. Mid lane, Orchid.
Mid lane, Orchid revealed onto the Sanctity Ember. And he is very far from BKB, from Yules, from Manta, any of those things that'll protect him. So I have a feeling that's not the last time we'll see that zip into a kill happen.
Yeah, Zayac does manage to steal their Wisdom Rune though. And the lasso on the
That
CM.
Strider catches CM, drags her to the high ground. She gets Cliff TZ'd. Try to do the cool little freezing field play, but absolutely no hope for you, my friend. Burned down by the Radiance of Munkushi. And both Radiances are now up. Almost around the same time, basically.
Yep. The double burn. Yeah, it doesn't really work that
Is
way.
he gonna
but-
just walk down Zayax? Is Zayax just gonna get walked down? Oh my god, he at least has charge now. Okay. Whew, that was scary.
Storm? No, I'm not gonna try for it. Okay, yeah, Zayac just moves back. he did a nice thing. He stole their Wisdom Rune and then he moved back bot, wasted a little bit of Brewmaster's time. Where's Yuragi going? He's going for the enemy Ancients, right? Yeah, that's it. That's what you want to see from your carry. You know, you want to see him farming this one set of Ancients on the enemy side of the map. Actually, two. It's stacked.
Oh, he's gonna make it. Is he gonna make it a triple? Yeah,
Wow.
baby.
Actually, efficiency. Not gonna lie, this is pretty damn good for him. Considering where he is in the game, being able to farm a triple stack is absolutely insane.
Yeah. Sadly, it's gonna take him a while to actually be able to finish this reliably, but he is building into his Aghanim Scepter, which will definitely allow him to start playing more Dota. Right now, though, the rest of the enemy team are very happily just colonizing your part of the map. You don't have a triangle anymore. You barely have a jungle. You just have to hope against hope that this gyrocopter can... He must basically farm like he's about to win another major. That's all we need to see out of Yuragi.
It's a rough one.
Mid lane.
Orchid.
Well, I've seen this movie before. They're going to be jumping out onto the Ember, but this time there is assistance. Malady is there to offer his body up as a distraction, as a sacrifice to keep Sanctity alive. We'll succeed in that endeavor. The question is, can they all get out? Ember can. Can Nefrit? Munkushi? Just going to start chasing him down, looking for the open wounds. Does get it. Now, with all of this slow happening, Nefrit is dead for sure. We'll take him out. Chira Jr. credited with a kill and a wicked 6 streak.
Yeah, they're just feeling so absolutely free to do whatever they want to on this map. And on the Radiant side, you're waiting for Yuragi to come online. He's actually finding a lot of farm. He farmed the Triangle, Heart Camp and Ancients, and now he's farming these Ancients. He's doing a good job with a little space that he's got. This is very impressive, but at the same time, I'm not even sure when he comes online that it's going to be enough.
Yeah. I officially diagnose him with one more item syndrome. Gonna be sick for a long, long time in this game with that. Down bottom, they need to be careful. No, this is the worst possible timing, dude. Respect just saw Batrider while the Spirit Breaker was being picked off by the Storm. They saw Gyro, but he didn't want to jump him alone. So Gyro will get out. That's so lucky for Yuragi that the Batrider was like, you know what, I'm on 0 death. If I die, I actually give away quite a lot of gold. But had he just gotten jumped, he definitely would have died there.
Yeah, he didn't have lasso also for like 15-16 seconds, so he couldn't really initiate alone. He was waiting a bit for Sweden Strong. Gave enough time for Yuragi to get away, and like honestly, everything said and done, this has to be a very commendable gameplay by the carry Gyro. Like, he's finding a lot of farm on a map that is literally infested by the enemy heroes anywhere you go.
It's also a very dark map. They don't have that much good positive vision for themselves. Ember, middle, be careful, mate. Here comes Shira Jr. Fortunately for him, Nefrit is nearby to try and swap him out of danger, but still a dangerous place to be right now.
Another nice play by Yuragi, by the way. This is the last time I'll talk about it. Like, he uses the missiles to keep himself alive from Cloud. Cloud tried to go on him. So after using cooldown, he moves back, but he then rotates. They read it. Never mind. Or are they just going rush?
They're just going rush.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
they don't know. You know, it's actually funny. Whenever we cross together, I'm always the one like gassing up supports, talking about how well they're playing. You're always the one being like, yo, bro, this carry player, bro. This guy knows what he's doing. His movements are so good.
Because if he moves back to the Tormentor and Ancients, he gets caught. But he rotates back up top and actually finds some more space to farm. He's gonna complete his Zaganims. Like, he's gonna have like a decent farm, considering the state of the game. Nicely done.
I will say I'm astonished that he's been able to keep up in farm the way he has. He's really not that far away from the Brewmaster and the Storm Spirit. It's only the Lifestealer that's really lapping him, but given that this Lifestealer is 303, you kind of expect that to be the case. And yeah, he's gonna finish. Dude, he's still on dire side of the map. Yuragi, what a god. What a player.
Yeah, you can't be anywhere else. As you have 3 supports on your side, farming all together.
Nefrit's still trying to build into his own Ags, about 1,000 gold away from that item. And they smoked top. I think they thought that Yoragi is probably farming close to his Ancients, but they'll probably just settle for this kill onto Zayax. Sorry, mate. Sucks to be you right now. This time around, Chiro Jr. is not the one carrying the reveal. That honor goes to Sweden Strong, but they do get the kill.
Scanning. Radiant's middle tower.
Should be tier 2 tower time. Or Tormy time. Yeah, let's steal their Tormentor. Hello, gaming boys.
It's all together time. Like you get the Tormentor, then you're gonna get the Wisdom Rune on 21, and then you're gonna take the tier 2 as well. I'm not sure if that's the exact order of things, but yeah, you can really secure this full area of the map, and it is secure. Just look at the dire wards; they're seeing pretty much every move. They also scouted Nefrit down bottom. They know where he is.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We'll get a free tier 2 tower here. While this is happening, Yoragi did finish the Aghanim Scepter. It is waiting for him in base. He's still gonna stick to this area because it's the only place he can farm, like you said.
Yeah.
And it's working. It's been paying massive dividends for him so far.
That has to be said, yeah. Like he is finding farm. One hero that is also kind of farming but isn't finding farm is the Venge. Because this hero sucks at farming. Like, it's really not that simple. If you lose the lane, like this hero just falls off so damn hard. Like what you want to do with Venge is you want to win the lane and then play very actively with your Aghanims. But he just, yeah. If you don't find that Aghanims in the lane, or maybe a little bit after it, you're just gone forever.
Yeah. I'm looking at Sanctity's build, and he's had to... The game has gone tough enough that he's had to change his mind from BKB to just getting Yule Scepter. They smoke towards Chira Jr., getting swapped into the rest of the crew. They're actually going to blow him the hell up. No Chira Jr., no buyback from him either. Now, though, here comes Munkushi, looking towards Nefrit. They should be able to chomp through the Vengeful Spirit, and indeed they do. They definitely want more out of this. They're the ones that had the Aegis. They're the ones that lost their mid. Much more is needed than the position 3 support Venge.
Yeah, they just got position 3 support, yeah. Sanctity just got 1,000 gold off of that kill. Sweden strong, Sweden strong.
Oh my god, no way.
Was really close. Like that rebound shard almost catches the Ember Spirit, but yeah, he gets away. These kind of pickoffs are pretty damn good for Na'Vi. At least that they keep them in the game.
Yeah.
Gyro?
Did they scout him? They know somebody's farming the area. They will probably intuit that it is indeed the Gyrocopter. But he does get out. Now though, Malady is not going to be so lucky. He's going to get ran down by the rest of the heroes. But they don't care. Gyro gets to live a little bit longer, and CM has buyback if absolutely necessary.
I really hope people appreciate how much space this guy made out of nowhere on Gyro, because this is very impressive. I promised I won't harp on about it.
No,
but
bro. Listen, as a carry player, please, bro, keep talking.
Yeah.
Let the people know just how much effort is being, how much effort it's taking from Yoragi to be able to achieve this. And the fact that he's only died twice in this game, to me, is kind of incredible.
Keep in mind that he's playing versus Batrider, versus Storm, versus Brewmaster with Boots of Travel. Like, if you're seen for 1 split second, you should die in general. But yeah, you can't split push forever. Your mid lane, your bot lane, sorry, is being assaulted.
The assault is happening. They threw in a charge from the Spirit Breaker. But right now, they're just happy. Well, 2 things that I think they're okay with. They didn't take any big damage on their racks, but crucially, Sanctity finished the Yule Scepter. So he can't actually be jumped by the Storm anymore. So they can use now the swap for somebody else. Maybe use it on the Gyrocopter instead. I like this a lot. This game is... They're actually feeling a little bit more confident. They're the ones that decide to smoke out of the base and look for a fight somewhere. Hoping that they can catch one win, being a little bit separated on the map.
They've got the Aghanims Nefrit. Let's go. The big item.
His only item.
If they could get 1 cloud before he sweep, 1 win cloud before he splits, that would be amazing. But that's also, if you don't kill him and you go on him, you just lost the fight.
Now they're actually going bottom. Chira Jr. is carrying some precious cargo, sitting with the Lifestealer inside of him. They have an Observer Ward that just scouted out the Venge as well. They don't see the Gyrocopter, but they're not that far away from him.
They should have seen him, right?
They see him now. They see him now. There we go. They just pinged him. Now they saw him. They zip in. They're gonna catch him. He doesn't have a BKB here yet, Lizard, but he is still fighting. His team is coming to assist him. Where's Nefrit? We need the swap, my friend. We need the swap, Nefrit. He's not gonna get swapped at the last minute. Juragi's alive. Drops down the cooldown onto everybody else. And Munkushi finding himself just trying to deal with Sanctity, but Sanctity is wasting a lot of their time. He will eventually be forced to retreat from the fight as they kill off Nefrit. They'll take his first life as well as the illusion.
Dude,
but the big objective is achieved. They saved Juragi.
They saved Juragi, your Ember is alive as well. You also forced out the Primal Split. I mean, honestly, this is insanely good for Na'Vi. Keep in mind, they're 20k behind. They're still somehow keeping themselves in this game.
We're gonna see what they do to defend here. Munkushi's a little bit low on the HP and he doesn't have any Aegis to play with. So they do have to watch themselves. And as Nefrit is about to respawn, they say we don't want to risk getting swapped from the low ground, so let's just retreat.
Yeah,
Tier 3 tower is practically taken, but still, like you said, they basically hold.
Yeah, they hold once again. And you know, this game, okay, 222, the score is just, it's so sad for Na'Vi. But this game, once Gyro gets really big, can kind of be played because you have ways of dealing with Primal Split.
Yeah. Once you get to like Daedalus and stuff on Gyro, Daedalus, Butterfly, whatever, then you really don't really care that much about Brewmaster. You dare him to split in front of you and say, see what happens, bro.
Yeah, eventually he gets that talent, right? Like plus, what was it's like 1,200 rulings health. He gets that talent, but still, you can take him down. So overall, definitely they are reaching the stage of the game where it's becoming playable. Even up to this point, it was unplayable.
Holy base, dude. Juragi has BKB now. Okay, listen. Production, I hope you're listening. No matter the outcome of this game, Juragi's MVP. It really doesn't matter what happens. This man has like been solo keeping this game alive. Like, holy damn, man. This is incredible to watch. So with this BKB being active now, obviously they don't feel like they can necessarily go fight headlong. But maybe they can think about contesting Roche, depending on which side it spawns. And right now, if it does come quickly, it's going to be on the Dire side. And they're better positioned to take it.
Oh, they are going through. Look at this. I'm not sure we can fight this way. Let's see. Juragi is here.
Okay, they're coming through, but Juragi is the first one up. He's sitting there with the BKB active, but there's too much damage coming in from one win. They kill off the Crystal Maiden very easily. Zayax is taken out next as well, and the lasso cancels out the BKB TP out. They will end up winning this fight decisively, one win. They're the ones that came through the gate. Na'Vi thought they had the strength to hold the area, but it turns out to be an abject lie.
Amber didn't even join, like he couldn't even fight there. Look, you are able to play this game now, but you're not able to play that way. Like, there is absolutely no chance in this world in which you take a fight 5v5, even when they're going through the gate and you win it, because you just don't have the burst to take down anyone. Like, you can't. The only hero you can kind of burst down is the Storm Spirit, but only if you swap him into charge into everyone, killing him from 100 to 0. If you're going for these engagements where they have all their heroes around, you're not winning them. Absolutely no way. I mean, your supports, one support has Shadow Blade, the other has Arcane Boots. How are you gonna fight against a support that has BKB Raid Band, that's Marcy, and the Bat Rider that has Blink Dagger Force Staff? Well, come on. It's just not happening.
Actually, Malady might be one of the poorest supports I've seen in quite a while. Like, we don't get these uber, ultra, mega poor 5s anymore. Not like this, anyway.
You don't see these uber domination games as well anymore that many times. You know, usually if a game is this dominated, teams GG out very early on.
Zayax was running around on bottom, but doesn't get caught up to by Seaton Strong. The Roshan is up in 18 seconds. And it is going to be on the night time. Or at least if it comes now. But they might wait for it to come down to bottom first. Let's see what they decide to do. Now they're going through it. They feel like they can take it fast enough. If it does end up spawning.
Yeah, and you want to take it on the Dire side anyway. If it does spawn, which it will, Respect is in the pit to scout it out. You have 30 seconds. I think 30 seconds should be enough.
Dude, Respect still hasn't died. 5-0-16 Bat Rider, wow.
I mean, not a lot of heroes have died on their side. It's only
That's
2.
true. He's also about to get another kill because they see this Zayak Spirit Breaker. They don't want to have to lasso him, but he was leaving the range of the Sentry Ward. Had to be done. Aegis gets taken while this is happening as well. Lifestealer will claim in Aegis Cheese. They give the cheese to Sweet and Strong, who is now becoming another carry. Hey.
Yeah, they might give the cheese to Storm. It would be nice to... It would have been nice to give him the Aegis as well, but it's okay. This Storm has Lincoln Sphere anyway. It's not the easiest kill any longer, too.
Guys, y'all aren't right, bro. They took out Melody's courier. That was at least a Pavis. Guys, come on. Let him have something in this game. Don't do this to the homie.
What do you mean?
Y'all already stealing a Tormentor from him?
He has a shard. What more do you want? Like, it's incredible. And
That's
he's
all
got
you
mobility.
get this game, bro.
Yeah. He's got Ogre Seal Totem. There you go.
Given how bad things are, okay, maybe that's my adjustment, right? You only get OST if you're having a really bad game. Then Gaben gives the OST just to help you out a little bit.
Okay, to even things out.
Exactly. Top
Swap.
lane, though, they get the swap play into the lifestealer. They blow him up remarkably fast. Yuragi dealing a lot of damage to Chira Jr., who also dies on the high ground. They manage to find the window of opportunity, and they get a huge kill on the Storm. They take away the Aegis, and now they want to chase for more. Charge going forward onto Cloud. He does have the split at the ready, and Sweet and Strong going back in on the backlines to look for Malady. They easily burst him down, and Nefred will end up dead as well. They were strong enough to hold the high ground, but certainly not strong enough to chase. But still, they did kill Lifestealer really, really quickly. That's going to be a sign of life, I think, for Na'Vi overall.
Yeah, they evaporated him together with the Storm. Storm was even like buyback on the CM.
Okay, they buy back on the Crystal Maiden. Cloud goes into the split. They just want to get out right now. Bat Rider gets the lasso out onto Sanctity. Can they kill him off? He uses at the last second. He does have a remnant somewhere, but cannot leap to it in time. He ends up dead. Does have buyback though. Now one winner on the high ground, looking for their first set of racks. They also have the Storm Spirit respawning, so he's going to be re-engaging in this fight any moment now. TP's onto the outpost. They go in, look for Malady. They want to get the dieback out of the Crystal Maiden, and they will succeed. 4v5 now, but they are running out of mana. CM being dead did cost a lot of the toolkit from Chira, and he's completely out. Gleipnir thrown forward onto Sweet and Strong. They really want to get something more out of the Sanctity brought back, but now all of a sudden it's Zayax, who realizing that he's bit off much more than he can chew, gets killed off. Cloud though coming back in from the ultimate. He almost dies, but they ran out of damage, and now Yuragi needs to pop BKB and flee away. The charge, it will at least give him a little moment to play with. The ultimate on Lifestealer, they've killed him. 75 seconds in the grave, but at the same time it cost the life of the Gyrocopter. Sweet and Strong finishes him off, turning this into at least something a little bit better for one win. Na'Vi have to expend massive resources, but they do hold and they do kill Lifestealer.
Yeah, they lose the melee racks, so it's not really the biggest hold, but they hold on to the game. They kill off the Lifestealer, and Gyro is becoming bigger and bigger here. Like, it was him that got the kill. No, it was Ember, but he was around. He dealt so much damage. I love the way that they turned on to the Marcy, even though he had, I don't know, like 5% HP on Gyro. He decides not to run. Once that charge went through, he decided, okay, now I can turn. And actually, so many carries would have just ran back, but he turns around, hits a couple of extra times. That allows them to kill the Lifestealer and the Marcy. But honestly, like, the way Na'Vi played that fight, I thought they just wanted to get out of this one. Because if you were behind, most of the times you're not chasing targets on their high ground. If you over-chase, you're probably going to be punished, which they have been. They were forced to use a couple of buybacks, but it really wasn't that bad, all things considered.
Yeah. Given how the overall state of things, it really could have been much worse. I will say I do respect them a lot for playing aggressively in that fashion. They probably were like, guys, we're already losing. Like, if we play too safe, too passively, nothing changes about the game state. The only way we can make change happen is if we play high risk, high reward.
Yep.
And to their credit, it kind of did work out for them, right? They did very risky things, but they were necessary to get this Lifestealer killed off and away from the base.
Yeah, and one item now defeats two. Like, you have this Radiance on Brew, Radiance on Lifestealer. Well, there's an MKB on Yuragi. MKB crit, he's still not there when it comes to where you want to be as Gyro, but it's not too terrible any longer. Playable. Playable. It's the best that they can get. 27k behind is the best that they can get. What's the probability, by the way?
It is 1%. So there is a chance.
Playable.
There is still a chance. I don't think I've actually ever seen a 1% comeback. They have to exist, but I haven't seen one personally with my own eyes.
It's a mythical creature. The 1% comeback.
1% comeback for one win. Let's see what they've got. They're on the high ground now. They are tired of this game. They're like, guys, we've been winning for such a long time. Let's actually win the game. Beating down on these racks down bottom. Everybody is present from the side of Na'Vi to try and mount this defense. They're dealing with these Brewlings. Oh my god. This gyro damage.
He's got the shard, so like, killing
Nice.
off the Brewlings is probably not possible. Like, he always has the Primal Split cancel to use. But what does matter is that he cannot solo kill your Raxes. That's something that in certain games, Brewmaster is so annoying because he just pops ulti and takes your Raxes and you can't do anything about it. They smoke up, but the illusions are going to scout them.
And they actually have a charge forward. Zayax already going on to Sweet and Strong. Hits him with the ultimate, but Sweet and Strong does have BKB. Pops it, gets away. The rest of Na'Vi unable to catch up in time.
It's insane that they're even able to leave their base and make these kind of plays where defensive BKB is forced. That's impressive.
If Na'Vi wins this game, this will be one of the greatest comebacks.
For sure, 100%.
A part of me kind of wants to see them do it just because it would be so amazing. But that would be robbing one win of a much deserved victory here. But in Dota, no matter what you deserve, it's about what you can actually make happen. So that's why they are the ones smoked up right now. Trying to regain some of the map that they lost down bottom. Start to work on actually ending this game.
Let's see what they can do. They can maybe just go in for the push again. Those melee Rexes are on half HP. They don't have Glyph anymore, if I'm correct. I think so.
There's nobody actually in the base. There has to be a lot of people TPing here. Zayax can scout for them. Maybe break the smoke. And he'll break a smoke on some illusions. He'll know what's up. But guys, time to come home. They are back. Trying to take our stuff.
This time around, 3 minutes without the glyphs, so melee Rexes will fall, and that's another side lost for Na'Vi.
Speaking of Brewmasters sieging high ground, who was that player from China, dude? Shang Ye. Remember how much I talked about that guy in his Brewmaster game?
Yep, I remember.
Bro, you sound like you're having PTSD, now flashbacks. Like, oh God.
You mentioned China and you mentioned Brewmaster. I instantly remembered Elephant and Red Panda playing it on 5. Like, losing every game, but a long time ago. That was like 2-3 years ago, but...
That was fun, actually. I miss Red Panda playing that Brewmaster. Didn't work, but it was fun to watch. 30k gold lead right now. We have 2 minutes until the next Aegis. One win. Already taken a lane of racks down bottom. And they're gonna smoke up right now. Go force a fight. And they know, that Na'Vi has been openly moving outside of their map. So that does mean you don't have to jump into the base to find them. They could get a great catch here. They just don't have the vision just yet. He gets on the high ground, Shira Jr. Now he's scouting this out. Now he can see. And he's gonna go for Zayax first. They're taking out the Spirit Breaker.
No buyback.
There's no buyback. Oh my goodness, that's a big deal, that having no buyback. Shira Jr. though, look at the damage he's taking from Yoragi. They need to kill this Gyro ASAP, and they do. Hold him inside the lasso, kill him off. He can do nothing. Nefrit gonna be offered up as well. Very easy kill for them. Sanctity though, at least trying to bring down Shira Jr. He will succeed. Can he get out of here is the question. Lasso not gonna be available, and Sanctity will get bashed though. Munkushi is here. Do they have an Orchid?
Yeah.
They do. Do they have stuns? They do. Do they have the damage? They do. Do they get the kill? Of course.
And
100 seconds in the grave without buyback.
Yeah, the mid lane is forced to buy back. But this buyback might be even too late. You just lost the lane of Fraxes. He's just sending all his illusions. And the little Brewlings to go for the range Raxes. Look, the game was fun. 1% was true in the end. I would have given them a little bit more, even though they're 30k behind, considering how they played, but leaving the base and losing a hero that doesn't have a buyback is a certain way to lose, so...
Yeah. As our German compatriot would say, illegal gameplay that was.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, got Mega Creeps now, 1 win. Oh no, they're about to get Gyrocopter. The swap back from Nefrit does save his life though. Nefrit still staying alive for now. They're at least maybe just gonna kill off this Cardi. But I don't know about this one. The blow up of the Infest kills Nefrit. They do get the swap back though. Look where Munkushi is. They are playing aggressively into this lifestealer. They really wanted to try and kill him, but sadly they did not have the lockdown. Munkushi now, he can just turn it up, go directly onto Yuragi, kill him off, secure the game, and force a decider. GG, well played is called. We are going to game 3 because 1 win will not go quietly into the night.
I see someone has been reading some books recently. Snare, have you, you cheeky Lil? Or watching some movies, actually. That quote,
true, yeah.
That quote is really used a lot, but nicely done. Nicely done by both of these teams. First and foremost, like you said, 1 win, a very deserved victory. It would be a shame if they lost this one in the end for them and their prospects as a team going into the future. At the same time, for Navi, in my opinion, they proved that they might be the stronger team here because the cards that they played with were terrible. Like the laning stage itself, the draft first and foremost wasn't easy to execute, and then the laning stage itself. Like there aren't many teams that will be able to even stay in the game after this thing. Most teams, minute 11, 12, you're already checking out. You're really not there, but they continued. Gyro only died twice in the first 15-20 minutes. He was able to farm, find a lot of farm considering the stage. Unfortunately for Navi, a couple of fights outside the base are all that it takes for 1 win to win the game and even out the series.
I feel like this fight that we're watching now, if that particular engagement doesn't happen, I think we have a very, very, probably still playing game right now, honestly. But 1 win, we're able to at least make sure that they're always playing on the front foot, always playing aggressively. That's the one thing that was missing from their game in the first draft. Certainly not a problem in this one. But also, you know, Sweden Strong, in retrospect, obviously it's very fun as Master. You go BKB, Basher, all these things. If he had not gone that itemization, right, I actually would have worried at some points about some of their damage output because he was legitimately putting a lot of work on Gyrocopter in particular. And without him, maybe Gyro can stand longer, delivering out that damage to threaten the storms within the lifestealer. So really good itemization from Sweden Strong, I think.
Yeah, really good considering Gyro also is going all in into damage because he has to. This isn't a game in which you can contemplate buying some sort of a defensive item. You just have to go all in on the right click, and then Marcy just jumps with Unleash, blows you up. So nicely done by Sweden Strong. Of course, nothing really crazy when it comes to the build. This is what you want to see from your Marcy, and this is what was delivered to us, same like in the last game, where Marcy was picked up. Nicely done by Respect. This Batrider will not go through. Again, I feel like
No.
you just have to ban it.
Yeah. You know, every now and then this happens where there's a hero that gets reliably banned almost every single game. And then at some point it goes through. Then you remember why it gets banned every single game. This was insane performance from Respect. Definitely helped out a lot by the nature of the Na'Vi lane. Having Vengeful Spirit, Spirit Breaker, definitely not what's going to cut it against Lifestealer as well as the Bat. And they punish that lane super, super hard. Sets up Respect for a good game so that he's able to make other people have a good game. You know, he can spend all the money on the support items. Sweden Strong just build into another carry. And, you know, sometimes when we talk about lanes in Dota, people talk about the snowball effect that can happen from lanes. This game is a perfect illustration of why it's so important to consider the early laning phase.
Yeah, like they couldn't lane, and they couldn't find any space for the Venge. I think that was standout player, definitely deserved. Yuragi on that carry. 165, not really the kind of a standout performance that you expect from your carry, but honestly, this is... the score does not give him justice. Like, it really doesn't paint the full picture. He did as much as he could considering all the circumstances. They have to reconsider this Venge on the offlane as well. And for me, the MVP, the hero that won the game, was the two of them, that and Lifesteal. They won this game. Like, they won the top lane so hard that the whole strategy that they had on the Radiant side just fell apart. You couldn't play anymore.
Yep, sometimes the game ends before you even know it. By 11 minutes, if I'm clicking on the enemy Batrider, he's 406 and he has Blink, the 5. Yeah, I'm calling the GG. Let's go play another game, guys. Whatever. Don't really care about this. Fortunately for Na'Vi, though, that is not their last say in this particular matchup because there is still one more game. BO3s are lovely when it gets to the end because now it's just down to basically a BO1 where anything can happen. So let's see if Na'Vi can recover, bounce back, give us something new in game 3, or if it's going to be one win, keeping the train going of upsets here in the upper bracket. Let's find out after a very small break. So go get some water and join us in a few minutes for game 3 of Na'Vi versus OneWin.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome, 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 everybody. We are here for the final game in our series between One Win and Na'Vi, down to the wire. And so far, both of these teams have shown us something interesting. Game 1, Na'Vi strategically completely outclassing One Win. Game 2, One Win in execution completely outclassing Na'Vi. So now, Mr. Lizard, the luscious man himself, for Game 3, lavish us with your opinions. Tell me, what are we going to be witnessing? Who is taking the series?
I have no clue whatsoever. Like looking at these two games, I would say that I would favor Na'Vi a little bit more as a team because remember, it was something that you said. It's like a team that even in a games that they should have no business winning, they win. Well, Na'Vi didn't win that game, but they won our hearts with the gameplay, right? Like they managed to kind of keep themselves inside of that match. They managed to fight until the bitter end, even though the game was very unplayable from the laning stage. And they managed to find these little openings and execute properly to kill off Chira Jr. a couple of times to bring themselves into the state of the game that's playable. Because of that, I might value them a little bit more, but overall, it's all about the draft and the execution, but most importantly, the draft, because that last game, no matter how you execute, the offlane you lose. It was very difficult.
I'm somewhat surprised they have not opted to ban out the Bat Rider, still leaving it in the pool. It's available for anybody to snag that up and try it. CK is still available for One Win. I doubt we'll see Na'Vi play it. And they banned the Storm instead, so they felt like Chira Jr. was actually the biggest problem in Game 2. And to be fair, Chira Jr. did play really damn well in that game, so completely can understand this perspective.
He's the one that got first phased, right? Like the first phase SF game 1. The mid laners are being first phased. Now the Storm Spirit first phased, so you know that the hero is really strong. He didn't even go for the popular meta build. He went for something a bit different, and it still worked out. He was the nail in the coffin. Like if they had some more passive mid laner, maybe they couldn't have played off of the advantage that they got on that safe lane. But because they have this Storm, he just snowballs out of control, and Dark Willow goes through. This is something new. Like the hero has been banned out before.
So let's see. Sanctity played Ember the previous game, right? So maybe the rationale is we can choose between Bat and Dark Willow, but if we get Dark Willow, then we get a guaranteed route into Ember, and we can contest them even before we get a Blink Dagger on the hero.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, but also what a fair assessment is. Dark Willow is strong, we play Dark Willow. You know, and then whatever Na'Vi goes for, we have Dark Willow. We can adjust to it accordingly. I think Bat is still solid. Like you get a lot of damage into her, but Na'Vi once again. Okay. I'm not the biggest fan of Venge, but I'm not gonna say it. After that last game, I'll let the game speak for themselves. Like they obviously believe in the hero and they know something about her that I don't. If it's like a perfect Venge game and you're playing her on carry, it can look ridiculously strong. But it can also look like that last game.
Yeah. I mean, remember which organization this is. This is Na'Vi, man. The DNA of Puppy is still around, where he's like, no, I will not capitulate that my idea was bad. We just have to play better, guys. Don't worry about it. Pick the same stuff, run it back. Let's do this.
Yeah, and Venge is also in the DNA of Na'Vi, really. Totally hero they played quite a lot on multiple positions, but let's see. SF and Storm Spirit, we won't see those mid laners. Marcy as well from One Win, they ban it out. 2 games of Marcy, I believe, are enough. Let's see who can win without her. She has a 100% win rate in this series.
Pick Marcy with win game. Simple. I'm actually curious who does have overall the highest win rate in this region. Let's check. Heroes. Oh, that's surprising. Guess who it is who has the highest win rate for all heroes in this region so far?
Well, it's not Chaos Knight because he lost like 2 games.
Yeah. I'm only counting heroes with 5 games or more. Anything less than that, I'm like,
I didn't actually check the stats, so I couldn't be sure. Yeah. It's not Phoenix, right? Like he lost a couple of games as well.
Phoenix is 50% right now.
50, yeah, he lost a lot.
It is Storm Spirit, my friend. 80% win rate, 4-1 in this region.
Okay, okay. What about SF? How's the SF boy doing?
SF is 6 games, 66%.
That's also pretty good.
That's pretty good as well.
One more game.
There's a lot of winning heroes that are around here. And then, of course, there's heroes like Snapfire, Morphling that have like 3 games, 100%, but not enough of a sample size. Right now, though, Na'Vi is really burning through the reserve time for that bad. Damn. And it's going to be the bad driver, but they really thought about it for quite some time. At the very least, they picked the win rate quite quickly, though.
Yeah, they knew exactly what picks they wanted. They just weren't sure about the approach with the bans. So, Wind Ranger gets picked up. Bat is banned out. We've seen some Axe into Wind Ranger today as well. We've seen some Centaur as well. Basically anything that buys Blade Mail makes and has this AoE kind of control is difficult for her to deal with. Even the Brambles sometimes are difficult, right? Like you get those Brambles on the floor. Wind Ranger can't really do too much about them.
Also, I would like Centaur here for 1 win. Have a hero that can... You pop the Stampede to be able to chase even through Windrun and stuff. And in the event somebody gets swapped back, you can immediately reposition onto the initial target, kill them off. Strong lane with the Dark Willow, scales well through the game, gives you the Blade Mill you're talking about. I say go Centaur, baby!
Wouldn't mind it, wouldn't mind seeing some good old Cent. It's very straightforward, like you said. All these combos work well with him. There's a lot of offlaners that are still left in the pool for 1 win that they can choose from, though. It's not like they've been banned out. First and foremost, Clockwork, once again. We've seen him in game 1. It was played on position 5. This time around, most likely will be the same. And yeah, it did a lot. Like in this game, you have a swap against him, which isn't that amazing for the Clockwork. Like you can always save the target that he goes on. But it's usually not that simple. Like Clockwork, there's a plan why they picked it.
Let's see, what are they going to pair this up with? They do not have last overall pick, but I would like an offlaner first. And it is my boy, yay!
Okay, yeah. So you get the Centaur, Dark Willow offlane, you get this Clockwork. Now you can even think about getting some glass cannon long range carry with the clock. Meanwhile, if you're Na'Vi, you really could think about Lifestealer for your Ragi. Like you have the Cent already in the lane, it's a decent matchup. Other options, of course, are something like an Ursa.
Ursa Warrior. I would like Ursa a lot. We already saw him played really well in the first game, right? So he can't do that. For now, they're gonna get the Beastmaster. Get some BKB piercing disable, get some damage as well, so that they're never in a situation where Nefrit is suck, unable to hurt people. But more importantly than that, Nefrit's playing a real hero in the offlane. He's not going to have as torrid a time. He'll actually have an influence in the game.
I like the way you put it, a real hero, because that's what it is. And they get to Rubik afterwards. Like, do you have some things to steal here for Rubik? It's not like the most straightforward game for him. You have lift against clock as well, which is nice. Later on with the shard as well, of course, it can be helpful, but nothing like clear that Rubik will be stealing besides plant, not like a Stampede or Brambles are amazing, of course. Spells from Dark Willow are nice.
Yeah. I also like that as a hero that he's playing with the Rubik. Zayax eventually will not necessarily be a playmaker, but there's additional options for them starting fights in this game. If they get a blink on him as well as, say, Beastmaster, then all of a sudden they're the ones that are playing extremely fast, extremely up-tempo, basically doing to 1 win what was being done to them in game 2. Never letting them have a moment of rest, because these cooldowns aren't really that long either on the side of Na'Vi. They can brawl a lot with these heroes.
Yeah, for sure. And you can get that facet that amps up the AoE. Is that a facet? That's a facet, right, on Rubik, amping up the AoE. It's it's 1 win that actually get the Morphling, because Na'Vi can maybe get the Lifestealer, so you already have that kind of a matchup that's decent for you. You're also decent into Beastmaster. Like, overall, I was thinking, honestly, about Chaos Knight, because this hero is... Look, they found the answer to the Chaos Knight, but if the answers are not picked, maybe he's not first phase, but he's definitely last phase material. Like, he's definitely still a good pick.
Yeah, they could still definitely go for the CK on the side of Na'Vi. Yoragi has not shown his cards just yet. Coddle gets removed from the mid lane. There's not going to be an Ursa, so one would want to protect the laning phase of the Centaur. Probably after the last game, they're like, hey guys, nothing matters more than winning our offlane. Please, just do that.
Exactly, and when it comes to these safe laners that can kind of deal with Centaur, it's your Ursa, it's your Lifestealer. Do you really want to play the Lifestealer here? I think you still could. For me, CK would be maybe still the best, even though there's a lot of tankiness on the Centaur. I've seen CK's 100-0 a fat Centaur. It doesn't even matter.
We saw was it yesterday or the day before where there was that Centaur that had like 4k HP and he died in 4 seconds? It's crazy.
I mean, it's Bloodthorn with strong illusions hitting him. They're called strong for a reason. So
the strongest illusions. Na'Vi ban out the Injoker in the mid lane.
5 seconds.
Let us see here. So now one would have to consider like the matchups for the Morphling. I guess now the question for them is what's more important, the laning phase or the game state versus the Morph? And then you ban accordingly. But what mid laners are left for them to pick? They can go Ember. Quap's not a real hero like you said, or we're not sure if she is. How about, I want to see them play something that goes forward and can make things happen. Ember would be nice, but how would you feel about DK?
On one win?
Yeah.
I feel like you have a lot of that already. You have Centaur, you have Clock, you have Morphling. Like you have these heroes that go in front. Sure, you can go for those. I won't mind. I won't mind something like a Zeus as well. Just long range, just hitting them from, from his own fountain, not caring about Wind Ranger getting on top of him because she can never get close. There's Stampede as well, and they do ban out the Chaos Knight. I respect that. I like it. They go with the timing. Well, there you go. You got your wish. It came true.
I mean, it's half-half, right? Because he also gives the one thing that they lacked before, magical burst damage. So we get some Zeusiness, we get some jumpiness. Lizard and Snare right together. It's great. It's awesome.
You're too kind, but yeah, with the tiny you do get that extra burst that you needed. I was afraid that their draft might be a little bit too slow in that aspect. If they go for the Viper-esque, DK-esque heroes. Bounty Hunter.
Oh, well, Na'Vi are giving us some surprises. Mid Bounty Hunter for Sanctity. All right. Okay, listen. Na'Vi, no matter what the result is, right? They're the people's champion, dog. They've just done some cool stuff today. We've got Sanctity mid. I don't know how it's gonna work out. Honestly, I haven't even encountered this mid bounty in my games. Have you seen it in any of the other scenes? Have you come across it in your pubs?
What do you think? Have I ever encountered? I'm spamming bounty mid. I'm literally playing it. Like, okay, I haven't played it in the last patch, like last 5-10 days, but if I drop down low enough in MMR, like what I do is I just start spamming bounty mid because you win games. This true and true Faceit on bounty is really damn strong. Like people disregard. So what did you get with the true and true on bounty hunter? You actually got the way of farming. Like this thing, it's not bounty isn't any longer. If you're playing him as a core, it's no longer okay. I have to win the lane and I have to snowball. You want to win the lane and you want to snowball, but if you don't, true and true will allow you to farm waves. Like one shuriken toss with any magic camp clears a wave. And you can do the same in jungle camps. Like you can farm a lot easier. When it comes to the item builds, usually what I would go for is just some mobility, like some phase boots into whatever lets me move across the map a little bit faster. Sometimes it's drums, Yasha, whatever. Just to be everywhere, and then you can use the track, buy that Aghanims if you want to. You can even go for some right-click on bounty. Back in the day, you could. Right now, I think it's more about the axe. Getting that axe as soon as possible, but we'll see. Like I'm as hyped as you are.
You see, whenever they open that book, fam, I get excited because normally I'm just like, hey, cool animation, but now I'm like, we're opening a new chapter in Dota. If this works, if they win with Venge, Bounty Hunter, pubs are going to be a very fun place for the next few days. Let's see how it goes.
When it comes to like the Bounty Hunter itself, like last pick bounty, this game, like there are some things that are annoying, like Clockwork getting on top of you, Dark Willow as well. It's very simple for these guys to hunt him down. These are good anti-bounty heroes, but if he does get a good lane, he can just roll the map.
Let's see what Sanctity is cooking up here.
Ah, you see
Navi
that.
went back in the kitchen.
What did I tell you? Mobility. You check what his build is. He literally has Phase Boots Windlace queued up with the bottle. Like, that's literally all you need. Like, it's crazy how much this hero would be a core instantly if he had some mobility spell, you know, like something built in that moves him faster. So,
But you want them to add like a movement speed component to Shadow Walk?
yeah, if they did.
Down bottom, there's a small little fight here over the bounty rune. It does get picked up by Yoragi on his Wind Ranger, but he's taking quite a little bit of damage. Not gonna die though, or rather shouldn't die. He's chilling. Let's hope also that Yoragi's performance on this Wind Ranger is going to be better than what we saw from Dark Lord, because that Dark Lord Wind Ranger didn't really accomplish too much, mostly because he itemized so defensively. So definitely want to see Yoragi itemized to carry this game.
Yeah, he has to. Like, the bounty hunter, in general doesn't. One other thing about this mid lane matchup is Tiny has no armor. So Junada is physical, is gonna hurt quite a bit every time he hits you.
Let's see how Shira Jr. decides to deal with this. And also, all three lanes are before us right now. Which side should really be expecting the kills? And I don't think it's going to be as bombastic as Game 2, but where should we expect the most blood to be shed?
A lot of kill potential, I would say, on bot lane. Bot lane, you're just securing your Morphling, trying to stay alive. Clockwork and Morphling, it's not the strongest kill lane. Bot lane is like very killable on both sides. And Uragi right now...
Going on to Uragi, he's inside the Bramble Maze. He does get the kill first onto Sweet and Strong, grabbing himself the first blood, even throwing out the tip as he goes down.
Melody got it. Unfortunately for him, he's the one that got the right click. It looked to me as well like the Wind Ranger got it, but it's still okay. They still get the first kill.
This lane is very dangerous though. As they get more and more levels on the Dark Willow Centaur, they're gonna try moves like that over and over again.
Yeah, and you don't feel great playing. Like, what? Remember when they picked Wind Ranger, we were talking about Axe, about Centaur, all these heroes that naturally build Blade Mail. So Cloud should at least have a good time against the Wind Ranger. Mid lane, Chira is not having a good time.
No, he's not. He's not dead at least, but it's can definitely get worse here in this mid lane. He did just get his bottle. Will be able to pick up a water rune, so replenishing most of the lost HP that he had taken away from the bounty hunter.
Yeah, it's just that this bounty can spam you 24/7. I don't even think you need to. Like, you can, but you don't even have to get Shadow Walk. Shadow Walk is really nice because it gives you that stun now. But like, you can go 2-2-0 in this lane and just spam the Tiny constantly. It's not like you're going to be using the Shadow Walk anyway in the lane, so... We'll see what he opts to go for.
How's things going in the top lane right now? Nefrit playing a real hero, and all of a sudden, this laning phase is looking very, very positive for Na'Vi. He's top of the CS department right now, and with the boars being out, I don't think this particular dynamic will change anytime soon unless they kill him, which they will try to do right now. They go on to Nefrit, but he still has 6 charges on his stick. There's a tangos as well. He'll be fine.
It's not a bad lane for Morphling. Like, you can't really zone him out. At the same time, it's not really a bad lane for Beastmaster as well. Like, Clockwork, Morphling versus you, as long as you have Rubik around, should be fine. Tiny is really taking a beating mid.
Is he ferrying into more regen right now? Okay, at least got a magic wand to try and deal with this shuriken spam, but this is not fun.
Yeah, he went 2-2, by the way, 2-2-0. Like we called, this is the build on bounty here. Like, you can even okay, if he doesn't get the Shadow Walk next, it's a little bit harder for him to rotate, but sometimes you can even do that.
Let's see what the decision is going to be from him. This bottom, Yoragi and the crew. Let's see what they can do here against Malady with Malady's help. Malady, though, gets himself stunned up by Cloud. Cloud now also hitting a magic missile. A lot of damage going in both directions. Who's going to die first? It will be Malady. Yoragi spins back for the boy, but nonetheless, it's going to be one win who claimed the life first. But they get the big kill. Top lane, though, now we're going on to Zayax. He is just trying to get himself away from Respect. will succeed in doing so, but Munkushi, he's now very far forward with Nefrit. They drop down the Hawk to stun them up. Munkushi, morphing for all he's worth. He really needs to get the hell out of here. The power cogs. Make sure that Nefrit stays in control. Cannot keep chasing onto the water boy.
Yeah, those cogs still catching people off guard, you know, how wide they are and how he doesn't have to be right next to you to use them. Yeah, he went 3-2, by the way. 3 levels of shuriken toss. Tiny, you can lane, like he is finding farm, but it's just wasting a lot of that gold on region.
Very unfortunate to be him in this particular moment in time, but we'll see how he fares in the mid game. At least making moves around the map. Can anybody come help him? As I say that, Sweden Strong is here. I don't think they actually have the damage to kill him off right now, right?
And his scan. Like the scan is used, so he knows. You want to pressure this guy before he gets tracked, because then for Tiny it becomes even harder. But once he gets tracked, he can also just start rotating. You get phases and you get enough mobility to start rotating on the map.
Speaking of rotations, the Dark Willow, she is porting to the top side of the map. They might be considering going out onto one of these heroes. Reclaim some of the advantage, but there's also 3 heroes for the Radiant side. Malady is in the wings waiting. I think they saw the Sweden Strong TP with this Observer Ward that's just north of the tower. So I don't think they'll be caught off guard. But how do they approach this push? Some pressure onto the tower, and here comes a tiny rotation as well. They're going to definitely go onto one of these heroes. It's going to be Zayax. I think he's fine with this. 4 heroes needed to kill him. Okay. Whatever, man.
Yep. It's also not too bad for one win, because Tiny, he didn't really waste too many resources besides his DP. He just found that region rune, so being very happy to go top. Perhaps pop the region afterwards, heal up.
Yeah. I was seeing a move coming in from the Bounty Hunter. Track going out onto Cloud. He's only level 5, does not have the Stampede available. Shackle Shot holds him in place, and they were trying to leave the kill for Uragi, but they failed, and now the Shuriken Toss gets the kill, but they tossed forward onto Uragi first, so they stun him, follow that stun up with an Avalanche. And Sweden Strong claims his life with the Shadow Realm hit. Man, why have we been seeing so many missed power shots lately with these Wind Rangers? We'll talk about it in a second, because in the top lane, Respect, he's being run down by Nefrit. And this Beastmaster in the off lane for Na'Vi continues to succeed.
You miss your power shot, you miss the kill, you die in a situation you had no business dying. And then you tip your offlaner because he's getting kills, you know? At least you're doing something, right? Like you're morale boosting your teammate. Keep in mind as well that like this combo of Bounty Hunter and Wind Ranger is kind of nice. Like you use the track and then you can follow up, easily chase the target down with focus fire.
We'll see if he decides to make another move towards the bottom side of the map. He is scouted by this Observer Ward that's looking at him. They want to know where he's at all times. They invested quite a bit of gold and sentries all across the map, even though he doesn't have Shadow Walk, but they couldn't have known that at the time, right?
Yeah, they couldn't, but I really think I feel so I don't know. I feel great seeing this, because I think this is the right build, and I feel justified, you know. Back in the last couple of months, I've been flamed a couple of times playing this mids. Especially in a game such as this one, where they're mostly physical. Like, you can dish out a lot of pain without dying.
Left back here in this mid lane. I think they were just trying to secure space on this area of the map. Maybe make sure that the next rune that they can get it easily. They actually throw forward Respect onto this young Sanctity Bounty, but he will not die.
Where's the dust?
Gets the Shadow Walk. In the base, in the fountain.
I mean, you are playing Bounty Hunter.
They're going up against the Morphling. They really want this kill. They get off the Stampede though, because Tiny, Shira Jr. is here to try and get some immediate revenge. They're going for Nefrit, who has fallen quite low. And Munkushi has now strength morphed enough that he's not really afraid of dying any longer. Avalanche interrupts the TP from Nefrit. This could be a huge coup if they get this kill. Indeed they do. Chira Jr. doing God's work for his team here.
And that Arcane Rune definitely helping out, having the mana and the cooldowns on his spells to catch him, to kill him off.
The one thing that I'm looking at this draft on the side of Na'Vi, outside of, say, if the Beastmaster is not nearby you, or if Yuragi is not willing to commit the focus fire, feels like they're going to have some difficulty, like pushing buildings or sieging them rather from long range.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that's why you do have Beast, and that's why this Beastmaster isn't going Ags. Like if you look at Nefrit, he is actually going towards Helm of Overlord. Meanwhile, Centaur, he's
Should be
very
dead,
tanky,
right?
but he is also, yeah, he should be very
Yes.
dead.
Yeah. Track money, baby! That's the second track kill of the game. So we are starting to see this gold accrue. That's a lot of money for just one Centaur kill. Holy base.
Yeah,
Things are very even right now, though. It's 5 and 5 on both sides. Doesn't feel like things have popped off just yet. Both teams still, just like in some of the previous games, right? Ready to farm until they feel that they have the necessary advantage to move, and or until the Blink Dagger comes out on the Tiny.
Yeah, we'll see what Sanctity goes for, because right now he's in a really weird spot as Bounty. He needs to make a decision. If he goes Aghanims, like, he will scale better, because it's, of course, it's like buying a Midas, right? Like, you want to get it as soon as possible, because it will pay off easier. But if he gets the Aghanims, he might start feeding. Once this Tiny Blink is online, he just might start feeding. There's also Clockwork, of course, with Hookshot. This isn't an easy game for him to have no defensive tools. But if he gets the BKB, and then it doesn't, you know, like, it doesn't pay off, he doesn't make a lot of good plays, then he might feel really bad about it. So I guess Aghanims is still the safest play. Even if you start feeding, you're gonna get that BKB a little bit faster afterwards.
Still has a lot of farming to do before he fully makes up his mind. How far is the Blink Dagger on Chiro Jr.? He's 1,000 gold away from it, basically. That tells me that Na'Vi can play very safely in the meantime. You know, we haven't checked on their carry, Yuragi, in a while. How's he doing? About to finish the Maelstrom, still holding his position around the tier 1 bottom. Okay, he's okay, and he's not like being completely depressed in net worth, which I think is the most important thing right now.
Yeah, he's been missing a couple of power shots, but besides that, he's been having a pretty good game. Mid.
Chiro Jr. gets a stun out onto this Venge. They throw the Bedlam in as well. They managed to bring down the Vengeful Spirit, but it will cost the life of the Tiny Cloud. He threw in a stun to try to get himself out of here, but the Shackle shot interrupted him for just a solid little second. Another missed power shot, but they have track. They should have what they need to run this man down. The Terrorize will be a very good one. Unfortunately, it paths them to the south, but through the west first instead of the east, so they can still catch up and kill him.
That's how many? 2 kills with the track, right? Like the first one on the Tiny. Yeah, like Bling Bling. And
is that number real?
that's a real number, yeah. Because they had all the heroes there. Everyone got some. Like, it's stupid, I'm telling you. Like, this shit is underused. It's underused because some games it's really bad, especially if they have a lot of magical bursts, like you just get bursted down. But if they don't, like in this one, it can feel amazing. And he will buy Aghanims first. That's after this fight. This fight decided it, I feel like.
Yeah. He was like, yo, guys, if we just keep getting this money, I'll have this item in no time. Let's just go find more kills. It'll be great.
And then you feed like 3 times in a row and you're like, why didn't I buy BKB? The classic.
You're the one. No, the ultimate classic is when you're having a really good game. First you queue BKB, then you win like 2-3 fights in a row. You're like, man, I don't need this BKB nonsense. You queue something else, you die, and you immediately re-queue the BKB. You're like, okay, my bad, guys. Should not have done that. Yuragi finishes his Maelstrom, still just continuing to farm away down bottom. Farm, 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 baby. Not too much exciting happening on the map. But they are going to smoke up right now on the side of Na'Vi. They're clustering together. They get the swap back. Oh, poor Chiro Jr. He just wanted a rune, man. Let him have the rune, boys. Sanctity has just been griefing the poor guy the entire game.
Yeah, this just isn't a good matchup for the Tiny. It's a terrible matchup in the mid lane. Later on, like, you can become strong, bursting him down, but in the mid lane itself, it's just terrible. post-laning stage, once you get the blink and stuff, sure, but right now you can just feed, and that's another track. 800 gold for his team, no problem. Out of 1 kill. Seems good.
Dude, you're lying to me. These numbers are not real, dude. Holy.
They're real. Another real number, by the way, is the damage amp that you get from track now. It's no longer whatever it used to be. It used to be minus armor at some point, or a crit or something. Now
it was a crit, I think.
Yeah, now you get 8% level 1, 20% last level. I combo that up with something like a Wind Ranger, it feels really good.
The disgusting thing to me about the damage amp is that it's all damage. It's not like some corrosive haze or natural order.
Yeah. It's like, it's the same, right? It's the same with Clockwork. Like his armor power, all outgoing damage is increased. Like the more armor you have, the more damage. It's just his innate. It's not a lot, of course. It's 0.3%, but it adds up.
These things do indeed add up. Right now, OneWin want to take the tier 1. Looks like it will be traded as Na'Vi are on the other side of the map doing the same thing. But OneWin are looking to punish. They smoke up with some heroes. Unfortunately for them, there's nowhere really to go. It's the entire Na'Vi roster that are gathered up in the top lane, so they'll be safe from a gank.
It's like this full lineup of Na'Vi. Just you can see that they really cooked on this bounty hunter, because it all makes so much sense. You're forcing fights with a Helm of Overlord, Beastmaster. He's not going for Aghanims or anything like that. You're forcing objectives. If someone tries to defend, you have Swap from the Venge. You have Vision from the Venge. You have this bounty hunter as well, scouting around. On top of that, of course, you have Track Gold. It's like everything is set for success here. Like there's so much synergy between these heroes.
Looks like the time they spent in the kitchen in game 2 wasn't long enough, but in game 3, the recipe is coming together quite nicely. Aegis now in tow for the Wind Ranger. We'll see what they decide to do next. Looks like they're going to just sacrifice the tier 2 tower down bottom. This is a trade we used to see all the time when Roshan was only on the dire side. Tier 2 bottom on Radiant in exchange for Roshan on top, man. Taylor's all this time.
Yeah, they did send Cloud up top to try and defend, but he's instantly tracked and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna chill a bit, go back. He's very tanky though. Cloud now with 3 bracers, Blade Mail and a Blink. They can burst him down, but they'll take a lot of damage doing so.
They're still gonna try for it. He is tracked up, so giving away a lot of good vision. They're throwing the Terrorize, but it's definitely not gonna be good enough. He is killed off. And it barely tickled him, Liz.
I take that back. They took no damage killing him.
Toss back onto Zayax. Malady swaps him out, though, to save the Rubik's life. And now they potentially want to chase down Munkushi. He is going to find himself very low on HP. He gets tracked up, but he escapes through the help of the Clockwork. Respect holding all of these heroes together. No track. Yes, bad, man. Hook shot going forward. Now there is another track, though. Shira Jr. has been caught out. Shackle shot will be there. He is going to die, and he's going to give away more money. Let's see. 3 kills, 2 of them being tracks. The amount of money given away should be infinite.
Like 2,000, I feel like. Yeah,
2,490 gold.
Yeah. I was going to say around 2K, but I didn't expect 2.5. 2.5 is kind of wild. Does the Centaur that is also included in that one, right? Like Centaur,
yeah.
Walk, and Tiny, yeah. Oof. Yeah, it's looking rough, man. It's already looking really rough.
Yeah. This bounty hunter is 2.3k gold. He's not that far away from having a BKB on top of having the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, and the Morphling he decided to go for Lincolns is the reason why he survived that last fight, of course, but it's going to take some time before he comes online. It's not that Manta plus Kanda kind of a Morphling. This is more of a we're going late game, boys. Stop feeding.
We're gonna be here for a minute, boys. Just relax. He might die bottom, though. Wind Ranger's not here, though, so they do kind of need the Shackle Shot to be able to get these easier kills. And they might jump Cloud. Here they come. Cloud has the Blink Dagger, gets onto Nefrit. And Nefrit is losing HP, but he's still alive right now. He might not even die here. They can swap him out if need be, and eventually they do. Respect went forward with the cogs, and that enables Shira Jr. to come in, at least find the Avalanche. killing off the Beastmaster. In the meantime, with Bounty Hunter showing up, they've got the tracks on everybody. Kira Jr., he's trying to get away from Sanctity. He's really struggling. He's tossing back creeps to create space for him, and somehow he succeeds. Respect has been putting in overtime work with these power cogs, creating space in the middle of this fight, and it's the only reason One Win walk away without losing any members.
Yeah, they still have Aegis on Iragi, but they're not really willing to commit. I feel like they should have went in head first there, even if you lose a couple of heroes, if you lose the Aegis. Who cares? You're getting all this track gold anyway. You know, sometimes these kind of trades, they just make sense when bounty is involved in the equation.
Well, with that situation, One Win to dip back into the jungle, trying to get Morphling into a formed state. He just needs the recipe for his Manta. Cloud building into a Crimson Guard next. I mean, that definitely makes sense when the enemy Beastmaster went for the Helm, right?
For sure. What I'm interested is like no Lotus Orbs on their side. That's something that I maybe would have expected perhaps from the Clock or the Dark Willow even a little bit earlier. Maybe even the Centaur, you know, getting he's queuing up Shivas afterwards, after the Crimson. I feel like Lotus is omega good this game.
Lotus Orb can be incoming. Down bottom, what is Chira doing? He's going for his BKB, okay. Just picked up an Echo Saber. They clearly do not want to fight right now. He got Echo Saber instead of going straight for the BKB. So they're all just going to sit back, farm it out, and they know Navi's Aegis is about to finish, so I doubt Navi's going to make incredibly aggressive maneuvers in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, this Echo is definitely the more scaling kind of an approach. Like you get an Echo Saber, you can flash farm a little bit better. Chill back and enjoy your game. With the BKB, you are committing a bit more to taking these engagements. But same can be said with, honestly, with Echo, you can still fight. You can still find some pickoffs if they present themselves.
Navi and the gang with the BKB on Sanctity are trying to find somebody. They have an Observer Ward onto Cloud. Melody, can he close the gap in time? Not just yet. Cloud does not know that he's being scouted. Yeah, he's dead. Well, was fun, buddy. It was a good time. I hope you enjoyed those creeps. Here comes the gang. There's the truck. And probably another 1,000 gold or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah, definitely. Now with the level 2 track, we'll see in a second. But I wouldn't really be surprised. Yeah, 1,100. Yeah.
Wow, dude.
It's also where he died. He felt very safe because he's farming straight under his tier 3, right? So he's not, even if he dies, he's like, okay, they moved all this way. It probably has to be a smoke.
Also, if they're killing him, they are not killing Munkushi. So the Morphling gets to just farm and farm away. And eventually try to become active in this game. He's actually changed his mind. He's going back for the Kanda. So after finishing the Manta, he's like, yeah, let's still just play to be able to burst down some of these heroes. And you were mentioning it, right? That one of the things that this BH is scared of is magical burst. And they definitely didn't want the Tiny to be the only source of that. So I like this Kanda pickup.
Yeah, for sure. It's not only for the bounty, of course. Like all of these heroes are a bit more squish side. Besides the Beastmaster, right? Like all of them can be bursted down. Your Venge, your Rubik, your Wind Ranger as well. It's a nice thing that he went for the Kanda, then you can combo it up with the Tiny as well. Basically, if you smoke up anyone you find, probably will be dead. Just by the burst.
Looks like they might set up for something here on the side of Navi. Multiple heroes congregating in the triangle. But looks like they're uncertain about whether or not to make the play, but now they decide. Smoke up, Melody. Hopefully he leads the charge to swap somebody back, but One Win is reading this move quite well. Most of their heroes are situated inside the base. They are not going to get caught out by the smoke.
They're playing it really damn carefully. The same way Jaro played it, but this time around they will smoke up. They don't have a BKB on Tiny, but they do have it. They do have that Manta that we discussed on Morphling, so one save item is there. Look at this standoff around the rune.
Standoff. Let's go. Let's go. What's going to happen
Uragi?
next year? Uragi, he's in a very dangerous position. He gets revealed. He gets blown the hell up. They jump in afterwards, though. Get a good terrorize onto 3. That's going to enable them to keep this fight going in their favor. 1 win. Now trying to get this kill onto Rubik. But here comes Big Bag Nefrit with the help of Malady. They have a little bit too much damage. They're just fighting through them right now because Sanctity with his BKB is able to pierce the back lines. He's taken out the Tiny. Now with this Bounty Hunter in the middle of the fray, he wants to get further involved. Inside the Power Cogs, though, they do manage to melt away the life of this Wind Ranger. Of the Beastmaster, excuse me, not the Wind Ranger. She died first. Doxia, Aquilo dies
Dude,
after
this
the toss.
Bounty's doing so much work.
Killing this fight. He's been throwing shuriken after shuriken, throws another one all the way onto Munkushi. Does not kill him off, though. But everybody else has to flee. It ends up being a 3-3 fight with a buyback on the Rubik.
And they still...
And
okay, they didn't get more gold, but almost. Almost.
yeah, but Bounty
2.2K.
alone got 1,300 gold there.
Yeah, he got as much as Morphling, which is really good for the Morphling, all things considered. So why did all of this happen? It happened because of this crazy standoff around the rune, where Navi were the first one to lose their composure. They thought that Roshan is happening. They pinged it just before the fight starts. Like you can see them drawing around the pit, and that's why Uragi goes here, because he's thinking, okay, there's a pretty high chance they're actually just sneaking Rosh, so I can go here, and he just gets blown the hell up instantly.
It's way too much damage. It's what you were talking about just now, right? That these heroes, a lot of them are quite squishy and can get bursted. But man, this Bounty Hunter with this BKB active, just going from hero to hero to hero. Like this right-click Bounty Hunter carry, man, seems to be a thing.
Okay, so I wasn't gonna say it because it sounds kind of dumb usually, but what I do on this hero when I'm playing in mid, I am going for right-click more often than not. It's just like some... He used to be even stronger on right-click when what was the difference? He had that... Yeah, the shard wasn't this one. Basically, he had that shard that gave him 30%, which is the talent now. But it was kind of stronger because you can get it on level 15, on minute 15, and then you have the stun as well. It was pretty damn broken. But I think this mixed approach to the right-click plus the Aghanims is really strong. Right-click becomes ridiculous when you don't have anything to worry about, which is what I think this game is very much like. So he could even opt to, like he's going for Kanda. It's sort of a right-click, but also a lot of damage on the track and on the shuriken. Respect.
Might get some gold happening with the track because Respect is scouted. He was hoping to also cancel the TP of the Dark Willow. Won't be able to do that. With the track out, they're getting some more heroes in, and another 1,000 gold in favor of Navi.
Yeah, just 1,000 gold. Every time a hero with the track dies, that's a pretty good deal if you ask me.
But it's not all doom and gloom for 1 win. Respect was creating some space, forcing them to play on that side of the map away from Munkushi, which means that he finishes his Kanda now. The Smurfling is still, the enemy team is winning, but the Smurf is still very, very strong right now in the game.
I mean, you are winning, but the Bounty, even with all of his track kills, he's not going to win you the game alone. You need a carry that will eventually do it, and Uragi, he did get blown up the last fight. This time around, of course, he does have Aegis and most likely Vengeful that will be a little bit more careful with the positioning to swap him out. But they can still do it on 1 win for sure. They have the Kanda that you mentioned on Morphling, also the BKB on Tiny, the Crimson on Centaur. They're ready to take these engagements.
They ideally would not like to fight into this Aegis, but they might not have a choice because Navi is putting a lot of pressure down bottom, and they're not leaving. They want to try and get as much out of this Aegis as possible. So 1 win forced into the mass Power Rangers TPs. They will return, but they'll probably just have to give up the tier 3 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see. No one's leaving, right? Okay. They're playing around this Observer Ward. It is in range of the Sentry, so they can deward this, but going to deward this might get you killed. But they have decided to just leave it. They vacate the area. They respect the power of 1 win.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower has
look at Chira Jr. This Tiny is just making sure that these waves are cut. They don't have an easy way to just keep maintaining this control on the side of the map. But Navi, they're sticking in the triangle. Looks like they are hoping that they get chased so they can re-engage. Will this smoke succeed, though, is the question. Navi, 5-hero complement moving together. They do not have the right vision, though, but Chira Jr. might show himself top. Does have blink, though, so should be able to skirt himself into the trees before any real danger approaches. Yeah, he should be fine. Is he fine? Is he fine? They scan for him, they power shot him, they disable the blink dagger, but he has the BKB TP out, and Nefrit does not have a blink dagger, so he cannot close the gap for the primal roll. So, the next few minutes, while they still have an Aegis, or the next minute so, they'll just be happy to get closer to the tier 2 tower middle. Ideally, you take it just as the Aegis finishes. Then you've got a lot of map real estate to play with.
Yeah, straight into the tier 2 tower. Double damage. Aegis. No contesting it possible. I'd like to see them be a bit more aggro and just, you know, high ground, of course, is the bane of all Dota players right now. At least it was in the last patch, and it is in this one as well. But when you have this combo of Venge and Bounty, I feel like you can risk it a bit. And even if you, I don't know, trade 3 for 2, it's not too bad. Like, you get your track kills.
Will definitely be more worthwhile an endeavor for you than for the enemy. Munkushi going for the Satanic at some point. Wants a Butterfly as well. A lot of items that he needs to build up in order to feel strong as a Smurf. But the Aegis is now finished, so Navi have to decide. Are we going to try and leverage our strength right now? We feel we're overwhelmingly strong, or do we wait for Roshan number 3?
It's no problem for them to wait it out as well. Like, the next rush could be the game-winning one because, yeah, there you go. Clockwork is out. Respect. They know he's out, but can they catch him?
Sanctity is going to go and hunt. It's behind enemy lines right now. They pop the dust, assuming that the Bounty Hunter was there. He is not wrong. Bounty Hunter is there. Just a little bit to your west, my friend.
Yeah, didn't... the bounty just isn't fast enough. That's it. That's the problem. The dust was good. He just wasn't fast enough. But if you're Navi right now, you don't... I was saying that they could push their advantage. At the same time, they don't necessarily have to. Aghanim's on Venge, you know, very soon. Like, you have a lot of items that are coming your way. You are farming the full map, so it's not that bad. Yuragi as well, building towards his Manta. Very defensive build on Wind Ranger.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised because this is the exact same build we saw Darklord do. But I suppose he's really worried about getting blown up 100 to 0. I wonder if he still goes for his build if he didn't die like he did earlier on. But right now we have a fight because Nefrit, he was caught out, but he gets swapped out to safety. Inside the power cogs though is Malady, who should end up dead here. First casualty of this fight. Beautiful shackle shot coming in from Yuragi, connecting the Morphling and the Clockwork, but no follow-up happening just yet. Sanctity, his BKB is finished. He's on the low ground. He's taking a lot of damage, but he eats the cheese. That'll get him right back into a healthy position. But can the rest of his team escape? Nice little lift back by Zayax, connecting onto like 4 heroes there. And with the Stolen Avalanche as well, he makes sure that they can't chase him that easily. He's inside the Glimmer Cape right now. He does not have a blink soon. No blink, forced off on cooldown, and now he has no life. So good fight by 1 win. They managed to bounce Na'Vi away, but crucially, Munkushi gets to sit and deliver damage in a way that Sanctity was unable to in this particular fight.
Yeah, and that's a much better gold exchange. Sanctity, by the way, he didn't want to use his BKB at all that fight. Like, he was waiting for the bitter end to use the cheese BKB, but by the time he uses it, then the fight is already over. Like the BKB, I know it confused you as well because you said his BKB is over. It wasn't over. He didn't even use it. That's when he started. Like he popped the BKB at the end of the fight, which basically meant that he was controlled the whole fight, so he couldn't really do anything. A bit unfortunate for Navi the way the fight started. Of course, one win, they're the ones that initiated, and one win is becoming scary. Like you might be 8k ahead, but your draft is like for Navi very early to mid game oriented. I'm worried for them in these next couple of engagements. Even the Beastmaster, you know, it's not your Aghanim's Beast. This is Helm of Overlord, AC, BKB. This is more utility. Someone that is buffing everyone around him up, not necessarily himself alone.
I fully agree. The damage output is starting to become very problematic. Like even Uragi, he changed his mind. He realized what happened in that fight. No Manta, it's instead going to be a straight up MKB. He probably also knows that Butterfly will come eventually from the morph, and the Butterfly is now available. Nkushi has it.
Yeah,
Morphling starting to feel scary.
I completely agree with that as well, because you need to carry this game, and the Manta does not allow you to do that. Like when I said a bit defensive, I meant extremely defensive build if he went for the Manta.
You know, if I'm the one that's always calling kills that don't end up happening, whenever you think something is bad, you're the king of let's just say you don't always express just how bad you think something is, you know? Euphemisms are your thing. Right now, big jump in, Malady is going to be the first one caught and killed, but at the same time, they also take down the Clockwork. Primal Roar going out onto Cloud, Sanctity and them are trying to beat down the Centaur, and they succeed. But now here comes Munkushi, here comes the Morphling. He is online, baby, and he is the strongest person on the map. They've already taken down 3, moving for the 4th kill. It will be Zayax getting eliminated. It will be a team fight win for 1 win, and that should also be the reward of Roshan.
Not only that, but Sanctity bought back. Like this bounty hunter just used his buyback, so... Ooh, yeah, yikes. That's a really bad engagement for Navi. Their advantage halved. Now with this Aegis being picked up and Rosh killed, it's going to go down almost. 3k. Aghanim picked up. Yeah, advantage on 1 win. Very nice.
Wow.
Suddenly the game has completely flipped upside down.
And even though they were able to kill off Cloud, it just took them so long to do. And this time around, he was actually able to get a lot of damage back in the opposite direction before Munkushi even really got involved. It was really nice to see.
Probably though not the target that you want to go on any longer. Like back in the day, like 20-15 minutes ago, you could bully the Centaur, like you could go on him, track him up, kill him off. That made a lot of sense. I don't think that's really the case any longer. Like you can go on him and you can kill him, but you will be blown up doing so. You have some more important targets to deal with. This Tiny has an Ancient Guardian on top of full Kanda completed and Echo Saber and BKB. Like, he is 100 to 0ing anyone on this map right now.
1 win, man. They were playing patiently, eating a lot of deaths from the Bounty Hunter, but they weathered the storm, and now they are in a very good position to win out this game. Have an Aegis for the next 3 minutes, 40 seconds. You can grab this rune, put it in the bottle, and then get the double damage when they need to hit buildings.
Yeah, they do have this shard now on Sanctity. They had it for a bit. They can invis a couple of heroes go in, but Shira, he does have a gem. He can just jump in here with the BKB if he wants to.
Nice thinking about it, and he will indeed. He finds 3 heroes with the Avalanche, and look at this, the backlines have been pierced. Both Melody and Zayax need to get the hell out of here. That being said, though, Tiny, Shira Jr. was being manhandled. He will end up dead, so his team definitely need to get more out of this fight to justify his death. And they will indeed by finding Sanctity. That's a dieback on the Bounty Hunter. Shackle shot onto Cloud prevents the Centaur from going forward and opens up enough space for Uragi to kill Respect. But now the stolen Shackle shot in the opposite direction. Morphling goes right in on him. Uragi is gone without buyback and ultra kill for the Morphling.
Ooh.
Holy based, what a fight coming in from 1 win. Yes, they lose Chira Jr., but what a trade. You do that any day of the week.
The way the fight started was actually pretty good for Navi. They eliminate the Tiny before he can... Well, Tiny dealt a lot of damage, but they eliminate him anyway fast enough. But the way the fight ended was very damn bad for them. dieback on the Venge, dieback on the Bounty Hunter, Windrunner out as well. They tried their best to save the Windranger, but nice Morphling just outplayed. Shackle shot, catching her, getting on top of her, then the Centaur follow-up. If they had Creep Wave anywhere close to their base, this game would have been over already. They'd go for the throne, 100%.
Yeah. Nonetheless, they should still be able to find quite a lot still. They didn't finish the mid lane.
Yeah, he just moves. Okay. He moved away to push top. He wants the creeps in, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. He's just gonna go back and finish it now. Or he won't. It's gonna go top instead, okay?
Now, this is min-maxing, fam. This is efficiency from the carry player of 1win. Top lane of Rax should get taken down. Mid lane has been finished off, and all of this happens before the heroes even respawn. That's one of the most painful feelings in Dota. They're gonna decide not to leave. They're like, well, we still have this Aegis. They pass a mango to Munkushi just so he can replenish his mana pool. But they're happy to go again. How will they defend this?
It's going to be almost impossible if you can somehow take down the Aegis without using your roar.
They actually almost kill Munkushi, but he does wave from away. Chira Jr. opened up some space for him with the Avalanche. It's quite a substantial amount of damage dealt. It might dissuade 1win from continuing. No, I say that. They're like, guys, what are we really scared of? We can just keep poking them. Eventually, we'll get through.
No, for sure, they still have Aegis. This Morphling can... yeah, just
Stampede popped. Oh, look at the angle from Respect. They go on to Sanctity. They try to kill him off, but they don't manage to do so just yet. He is still alive for now. The rest of 1win not getting their targets just yet. Munkushi got swapped back in by Malady, and that's going to be them able to take away the first life of the Aegis. Yoragi did have to commit the focus fire for that one, but certainly worth it. Now they have the BKBs going for round 2. Here's the stun from Cloud. He was looking towards bringing down Yoragi. Yoragi gets saved a little bit, and now they turn their attention back onto Respect. Respect is gone, but Malady joins him in the grave as well. Cloud, maybe here on the far south, he is waiting for an opportunity to blink forward again, but they keep power shotting him, throwing axes at him, doing their best to disable this item. Sadly, there was a missed power shot again, so now he can jump onto the Beastmaster trying to get this kill. But with focus fire, look at Yoragi go! Yoragi and Sanctity kill off the Morphling. Chira Jr. at the very least takes the Ranger Axe. He tries to get out. He will not be allowed to do so. The TP cancels it. Stolen Avalanche does the same to Sweet and Strong.
Show us the gold. Show us the gold.
Hold the game. Tracks on tracks on tracks. I want to see the gold.
10,000! Yeah, that's about right. 10,000 gold going their way. It's a lot of gold. It's a lot of gold, baby. Will it change a lot? Probably not. Bounty Hunter does have a completed Kanda now, and on top of that, 4.4k gold. It might change, though. It might change things, depending on what items they decide to buy. I feel like maybe if you just go ham. I think you need to go ham at this point. Like, get some Rapier or something. He finished off Gleipnir, and he bought a Pike on Windranger. These items don't strike me as game-changing items. I'm sorry. Like, it's like small upgrades to what you already did.
The next item will, though, he's queuing up a Daedalus. I think I would have much preferred the Chrysalis now. I'm with you that it doesn't really change all that much with the Hurricane Pike. But if he can get to the Daedalus, we already saw in that fight that if left to his own devices and allowed to just hit one person, there's a lot of damage that can be dished out by this Windranger.
You see this heart on Bounty Hunter that he's about to buy, or at least he's queuing up. I really think he's unsure about the item build. No one is spamming Bounty mid, let's be honest. No one spams the Zero mid. Besides...
Except you.
A couple of players, not gonna name them. And I think the problem is, like, once you get to this point where you have Aghanim's BKB phases, like, you invested so much gold. If your carry is not carrying you, you become... I don't know, you just don't be... You're not an issue anymore in the game. You're just not doing enough. Like, the best thing about you in this game is the track and the damage amplification, because it's very high. Like, that's the best thing about you. Everything else is kind of mediocre, unless you itemize in some crazy different way.
Yeah. Speaking of itemization, look at 1win. Munkushi His only death in the game, and he's like, I've seen enough, time for BKB. Need to be able to protect myself.
Get rid of those boots by the BKB. Let's see, this next fight is going to be crucial. There's a lot of big items that have been just completed on Navi.
Yeah. Everybody with the exception of the Venge and Clockwork. Well, now it's just the Venge. Everybody else has buyback. This fight, if it happens in the exact same place here middle, it would be hilarious. We've seen this standoff before. Sanctity breaks the smoke on Shira Jr. Hasn't thrown out the track just yet. Leipnir, just to slow him down. They swap in. They look to bring off respect and they kill him nice and fast. Now with the BKB focus fire, they're trying to deal with Munkushi. He's tracked up. There's the damage multiplication, but it's not going to be enough. Shackle shot stolen back between Sanctity and Yoragi. Getting killed by your own spells. Game is hard. Double kill for Munkushi. And they're going to get more. Malady joining them in the grave. And remember, Malady's the one without buyback. The other two do, though, but they have to commit them very, very quickly.
They have glyph. That's the real question. The glyph is not there. It's
no, they do not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on cooldown for 1 extra minute. Oh, you have to buy back instantly. If you had the glyph, you could maybe play around it, but there's no way.
Dude, Munkushi, whenever he steals this Wind Ranger form, pain and suffering with these shackle shots, making life incredibly hard. Now they don't have the two buybacks.
His shackles look better than Uragi's shackles. They don't have buybacks, they have to stay in base, out push a little bit. Meanwhile, what's Morphling doing? He's soloing Rush. And he can. Like, this isn't really a hero that struggles doing this on his own. He's got the crit, he's got the lifesteal. This is basically sealing the deal on the game.
Aghanim Scepter's gonna get dropped down as well. Aegis, Ags, Cheese for Cloud.
Dude, he
like he's ever gonna really
he
need
took
it.
the Aghanims. He didn't give it to anyone else. He's the one that.
No, he took it. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not seeing this. This is the old Morphling illusion, right? Like, that's the one.
Yes.
Outcast to Morph, yeah. So you can switch, the good old times when Morphling was a rat hero, you know, just...
These were not good times, Lizard. That was the worst times, bro. Where you could just never kill a Morphling. Man, I was so happy when they changed that.
You go on him, and suddenly he's on the other side of the map, you know, split pushing your tier 2 or something.
Yeah.
Not great.
At least this time they'll know exactly where he's at, because there's only one avenue that they can come through. They want to get these megas by destroying their melee racks bottom. We already saw Navi managing to mount a miraculous hold last time, but that was when Munkushi did not have BKB. Now he does, so it's a very different story, being able to kill him afterward, the Aegis especially.
Yeah, they have to break the Lincolns. I feel like what they have to do is track into swap, if they want to even try and... because that's what they just tried. They tried to swap him, but he had the Lincolns on. And it's the track that went through.
Game is hanging on a knife's edge. Navi know that this is a do or die scenario for them.
This is some...
They're doing the...
track, swap, roar, never mind.
Junior jumps in, goes in for Nefrit. Nefrit is gone, but he does have buyback. Forced to commit it almost instantly. But they're putting in the damage onto the rack. There's going to be a shackle coming in from Yoragi. Yoragi helping to burst through this Morphling, and they have focus fire again just now. He's forced to get himself out of trouble. Waveform away. He is tracked up right now. Can they bring him down one more time? They get the stun out now onto Yoragi. He didn't get off his BKB. He is going to be losing so much HP and he loses his life. It's a dieback on Wind Ranger. No BKB activated. And she just loses her life. Now Munkushi feels completely unchallenged, reaching forward for the rest of these Navi heroes. They take down Sanctity. He gets swapped into the base, but that's not going to kill a Morphling at this stage of the game, my friend. Bringing down Malady should be easy enough. Nefrit is dying inside his own damn fountain. And they no longer have the Aegis available, but it certainly is not necessary. Another ultra kill for Munkushi. A GG well played call. And a spot in the upper bracket finals for one win. They upset Navi and they keep the road to the international alive.
Yeah, absolutely insane gameplay from them, managing to stay in this game. That was... They got crushed in the laning stage. Like, this is what, well, not necessarily as crushed as Navi got crushed in the last game, but they didn't have an enjoyable laning stage. This Tiny was just well, he ends the game 4-7-24, so you can imagine how bad his lane was. But the Morphling, that's the important one, 19-1-11. What did we discuss in the mid game? Like this game, if it goes super late, one win will take the W, and they did. Like it's just the scaling. When you go for this build on Bounty, you have this mid laner that doesn't really scale, and then on top of that, you have a Wind Ranger as a. She's more of a semi carry than a real carry at this point. Like she had this spotlight maybe a month and a half back when she just dominated as a position 1. I really feel like she still can, but she needs to have a favorable carry-to-carry matchup, which Morphling is. Right? Morphling was just strong enough to take the W eventually. So just wait for the late game. This level 13 Morphling, easy W.
Yeah, I mean, even we saw the Tiny, right? Made the decision. Let me also scale. Everybody's going to be much richer. And that's always the risk that you run when you run these off-kilter mid-heroes in particular. That some of them they'll dominate the game for a while, but there's all in the back of your mind that, guys, if we don't win this game soon, I don't know if we can scale against the Morphling. I must say, I'm also not really a fan of Yoragi not buying any crit until he queued it at the very end of the game, but wasn't actually able to pick that one up. And unfortunately, it really meant that he was so gimped in the damage department. There were so many of these fights where he could kill heroes if he had full channel focus fire with the entire duration. Okay, somebody dies, but
Yep.
Ideally, you want to be able to get the kills in and out a lot faster than that.
I think the only thing that they will regret, well, not the only thing, but the thing that they will regret the most is not pressing their advantage when they could have. When they had, remember those high ground plays, when they put the ward, wait for the swap, they don't really wait it out, they just abandon the area. These kind of plays, I think, needed to be executed because eventually, this happens. Your bounty falls off and the game is too hard. Aghanim's bounty is good, definitely. You need this axe, it helps you farm, but I feel like you need to go crazier with your items afterwards. Just going BKB, Eternal Shroud, will make sure that you're kind of not dying, but you're not really doing a lot in these fights as well. You're just there, tracking people, which is good. The amp damage is good, but I don't know. I don't think it's enough. From your mid laner, I don't feel that's enough.
Would you have liked some Dagon bounty hunter to just run around trying to zap people?
Of course not Dagon. No, not Dagon. I'm not sure. That's the problem. I'm not sure if there is a better item build that would make him a stronger hero. Let's say if he had some Dezo Skadi, some full-on right-click carry mode bounty hunter with a Manta that used to be played from the safe lane. There were players that did that. Not in recent past, but a bit longer ago, and it did work. It would allow you to also be a nuisance later on. You scale as you're a true core. His skill set doesn't really allow that to be done effectively. So maybe this is the best that he can do.
Unfortunately, they went into the kitchen. They tried to cook up something new on the side of Na'Vi, but it just didn't work out for them. Turns out that the loss that they suffered was not a fluke. OneWin knows what they're doing. They earned their place in these qualifiers, and they are now in the upper bracket final up against Yellow Submarine. It's wonderful that the teams in the upper bracket final, none of y'all, not a single one of y'all would have believed that it wouldn't be some 9 Pandas versus Na'Vi or something like this in the upper bracket final. So this just means that what we want out of Dota, new people coming up, new teams developing, new rivalries being formed, that is what we're getting out of these qualifiers here in Eastern Europe. Unfortunately, for anybody who thinks that, we're just going to keep listening to the boys the rest of the day, sadly, our time here is done, but the Dota is not, because next up, we have some elimination games. First up with Virtus Pro versus Liga team. It should be VP, Lizard, that wins that game, but today has shown that upsets can happen to pretty much anybody.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what the power levels of these teams are in CIS region, Eastern Europe. Because it used to be I had a clear VP and 9 Pandas on top, then everyone else kind of in the middle. Right now, I have no clue, because Yellow Submarine, they're looking the cleanest, I would say.
Yeah, the power levels have been very much mixed up here within the region, but that just means that every single game is important, every single game is worth watching to understand exactly what is developing within Eastern Europe. that is gonna be it for us for now. So until tomorrow, we're gonna hand it over up to the British boys. Mr. Lizard, Lucky Lizard, thank you for your work today, fam. Everybody at home, please make sure that you go grab a glass of water, go absorb some sunlight, touch some grass outside, and then come back and join us in about 10 minutes for League One versus Virtus Pro, the elimination game on the road to the international.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
day, Dota fans, and welcome back to the Eastern European Road to TI. That's right, we're here in the closed qualifiers, and all that upper bracket nonsense is over with. We're down to the lower bracket. We're down to the real Dota, where there's real spots on the line. That's right, the loser of this series will be eliminated from the road to TI. Their hopes and dreams smashed upon the rocks, and we have two great teams facing up against each other here, T-Gov.
Yeah, so we have ourselves Virtus Pro versus Liga Team. Of course, I think Liga Team, before, they had a little bit more star power in regards to, I think, Ramsey's played on the team for a little bit. But now they've had to find up a new offlaner. And then, of course, VP, I don't think anyone coming into this qualifier expected them to be in this position. The fact that they did lose the first round to 9 Pandas very one-sidedly as well. Because, when you look at VP's achievements throughout the year, yes, they haven't really done very well on LAN, but they have been doing well in qualifiers. They won BB qualifier, Dreaming Season 22 qualifier, they won PGL Valahia qualifier. Sure, they also lost other qualifiers, right? But it's they have been able to get to multiple events throughout the year, and but yeah, not really netting much after that. So we will see how Liga Team's able to face up against what arguably should still be the favorite for this qualifier, right? Yeah. One series shouldn't knock them into they're not qualifying, but we shall see. It is early days, as we do still have 3 more full days left, or technically 2.5 days left.
2.5, yeah. It would be disappointing not to see Virtus Pro at TI, but then again, also exciting to see another team coming up from the region and seeing what they can do, if they can pull anything off here, obviously. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. But of course, I don't think many people are expecting Liga Team to come out with a win here, but who knows? Maybe it's a day for upsets. I mean, we did already have Na'Vi losing to 1 win, which I think not many people would have expected. I mean, even some people perhaps thinking that 9 Pandas were just going to go on to smash Yellow Submarine as well, since they did beat Virtus Pro so handily. And that didn't happen either. So, maybe this is just a day for upsets and backwards results. Who knows? Let's find out.
You reminded me, because yesterday when we did the schedule for today, I was like, yeah, you know what? I think 9 Pandas should be able to beat out Yellow Submarine. No, I think Na'Vi should be able to be 1 win. It's oh yeah, it's not really happened, but fair play. I think the big dub so far has been the idea of Yellow Submarine, right? Yellow Submarine, that was the team spirit before their team spirit. It still has probably a lot of it's basically Team Spirit's academy in the logic and how it's set up. So it is conceptually very cool to see. And of course, I think Satanic has been a player that everyone's been talking about for the last probably say year. The super young carry player, really up there in regards to skill, and it is just, there will just eventually be a point where he'll be on a team and be crushing it. It's just it is inevitable, but at the moment he's having to do it on this academy.
Yeah, post TI, that shuffle, it's going to be it's going to be a bidding war. It's going to be hype. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of money put on this kid's name. So, yeah, deservedly so. I mean, he's very, very talented. Obviously, came shooting up the ranked charts, and there's already almost a household name in Dota just simply because he's just, as you say, a young rising star. Always excited to see them coming, and we'll see what he can do and whether he can take his team all the way. But of course, he's going to be playing in the upper bracket finals alongside Yellow Submarine versus 1 win. Probably not the upper bracket finals anybody expected, but here we are. Very, very unpredictable region. That's what happens when the skill level is so deep, and that's why you can't sleep. You can't come unprepared. You can't do what Virtus Pro did, not prepare versus 9 Pandas, or just not bring your best ideas, not bring your A game, get knocked down to the lower bracket, and now you've got to face all of these unpredictable teams down here. They did all right versus 1 move, and now it's time to face up versus Liga. And I'm going to try and do it with a tiny first pick.
Yeah, overall, nice pick. We just saw it in the previous series do a lot of work. I think the toss facet from the mid lane where you get Blink, Kanda, and you just blow people up. Of course, you can down the line go back for the Aghanims if you need to and get Daedalus and become a right clicker. But no, I think Tiny is star power right now in the patch, and it will just of course, I think when the patch first dropped, everyone's like, oh my god, it can be a carry. There's status resistance and stuff. Oh my god, he's so cool. It's no. I think the fact that you can play it carry, but also still pop off from the mid lane, enable from the 4, it is. Dark Hulu, I love in the patch. I think Tiny, I love in the patch. And of course, Witch Doctor right now is still a bit up there, hence why he's getting banned out. But yeah, it's Tiny and Willow easily, maybe even like top 5 supports right now.
What do you think would happen if they made facets also change your stats scaling? For example, if the Tiny facet with the toss also gave him like a little bit of bonus int scaling, but a little less bonus strength scaling. Do you think that'd be interesting, or do you think that would just be bad?
As much as I love the complexity of Dota, I think that might be a layer too deep, right? Like imagine all of your kind of like muscle memory of playing Dota and like Tiny having certain HP at certain points, and now suddenly it's like he's taking the red facet, but he's got the BKB and this and this and this, and now it's like it might be a little bit too much cooking in the Nomad kitchen.
Nah, I don't know. How can you say that when they literally just added like innates and facets in a patch where we already have talents and we have
Stack
shards
game's
and
completely
agonyms
different. I don't know. I feel like it's a whole other territory.
Keep going. We must keep going. We must keep our title as the most complex
So,
MOBA. I mean, I
before
think
you
we're
even play
probably
a game, you're basically suggesting before even playing a Dota game, you have to like play a full chess match just to get to the point where your draft's complete. Where it's
Yes.
like X hero, X. Oh, okay, all right. You know what I do like
exactly
though?
what I'm saying.
These 4 heroes right now are so much fun to watch against each other. It's like CM Tiny, they complement each other so nicely with the map play, the aura from the CM to give the Tiny more map presence, the natural combination between the two. You can Frostbite to set up for the Tiny to initiate, or Tiny can toss back into CM spells. So that's a really nice combo. On the other side, then you've got the Dark Willow for the team fight control to prevent the Tiny aggression, the Rubik to steal Tiny or Crystal Maiden spells, and they both have high damage. They want to make moves, and I love when I see teams just kind of mirroring each other, because it kind of shows less about the draft and more about like how do you choose to pick that fight, how do you break from your lanes, because yeah, they are kind of going toe for toe in that fight right now.
Absolutely. And I love the power stance here from 1J as well. I don't know if you spotted there on the cameras, but that's just pure wow. The presence.
It's distracting.
Power. It's really, it's hard when that's on my second screen to concentrate, but yeah.
I hope he doesn't play like
he's being
that.
confident.
Yeah.
It's a confident pose.
He needs a posture check. Maybe that's if the coaches, I don't know, does the league have a coach? I'm sure they do, right? To be an organization, to be an Eastern European qualifiers. Let's see who their coach is. All right, it's No Fear. All right, No Fear is going to have to step up and talk about the posture real quick, but it's all good. All right, VP, what are we going for?
Yeah, we have the Storm Spirit, so we do want to see some answers for this. Storm is one of those heroes where you just need to make sure you've got something to force him to at least get like a BKB, or at the very least go for like a more defensive build with Ethereal, Eternal Shroud, sorry.
Yeah, this kind of does do it though. You got the roots from the Ember, you got the CM as well. So early game, any smoke move to a Storm Spirit will be able to kill him off. Like CM, Tiny, plus Ember, that's dead. That's assuming Tiny is of course the support in the position 4. Otherwise, if he's carry, we'll expect a different hero to do that. But it's a good laner against the Storm Spirit, early pressure. As the game goes later, sure, Storm can brush off an Ember quite nicely. Ember jumps your backline, Storm jumps the other backline. They kind of do the same job. But yeah, in regards to lane, it is just a nice little matchup and kind of early game pressure that you were kind of asking for. So yeah, VP ticking the box. VP now do have a difficult choice to make, where if they don't pick the offlane here, the Tiny is going to be revealed in his position. So potentially being able to pick up a strong offlane here could be a good option. As I quickly go through my notes to see what I should be suggesting.
I want to see an Underlord with the cleave talent. Oh, Alchemist coming out. Okay. Fair enough. I imagine this is going to be your carry hero. I imagine this is going to...
I mean,
really?
You don't know. Like, so technically right now, you got like Alk could be... you mean right now, like Tiny could be technically offlane or carry. Alk we've seen been playing offlane before, but also carry. But I expect it to be out carry, Tiny 4, keep offlane pick last. But maybe VP's cooking a little bit. You never know. I feel like surely for this level of team, I always like to respect they could have got some like really cool strategy, and it isn't just the out carry pick, right?
Yeah.
But it also just
I mean,
probably is the out carry pick.
Yeah, they played it earlier in the tournament. It was
Yeah.
a Kiritich Alchemist, so fully expect that to be the case again here.
No, I
The-
agree.
The first back-to-back pick. Hey, Underlord comes out. All right, that'll be your first pick coming out for Liga then. Underlord versus Alk is a very tradey lane, isn't it? None of these guys are really going to push each other, so Alk maybe a bit of greed, and then Underlord just kind of answering the greed with more greed, which we've seen a lot of teams do. But the one thing it can do is like threaten the tower, right? If the Alchemist wants to go and farm jungle stacks, that's going to be kind of difficult against the Underlord.
Yeah, I think it's less about that. I think it's more the Alk doesn't really care about Underlord when you get to your strongest timing, which is Radiance Blink BKB, because a lot of Underlord's spells are about like putting the root down, area control. Like, do you really want to fight into a firestorm? And like Alchemist can brush it off very quickly, especially when you have multiple jumps from the other heroes. And so I am a little bit concerned that if the Underlord doesn't really pressure inside in the laning phase, like firestorm in the creep wave, keeping the Alk from having to acid spray and kind of play a little bit more careful, then you are going to just see this mid-game timing where Underlord's kind of like chasing the engagement. Like we've seen that a lot in this qualifier so far, where if Underlords don't really open up the lane with their kind of pressure, that they just awkwardly farm, get an aura or two, and then they're kind of like a sluggish hero hoping to assist where possible. So I think there is this Underlord pick could be a little bit volatile potentially. We'll obviously see how it plays out, but
like I feel like it's most successful. I enjoy it the most if it's paired with something like the Dragon Knight, for example, where you have that initiation and then a nice long stun, which can really set up for that Fiend's Gate to come through and actually allow them to engage. Because we've seen so many Underlords try to TP into a fight, and by the time they actually arrive there, you know, they use the Fiend's Gate. Yeah, the fight's over. The guy's gotten away, or you know, your teammate's dead, and then he just kind of turns up and he's like, "Oh, hey everybody, a little late to the party here," and then usually just goes right through the portal. It doesn't really get much done. I can see that being the case here potentially. You know, you don't have the supports with long lockdown. You don't have the mid laner with particularly long lockdown, especially the way Storms build at the moment. So, yeah, I have my doubts, but let's see. Liga, final pick for them. Looking like, if I were to guess, probably a Chaos Knight. I mean, not amazing versus Ember Alk, actually. There's a bit too much AoE.
I don't mind the burst. I don't mind that suggestion at all. I think for VP, I'm kind of excited where their offlane pick, they got a lot of options. They can go for the offlane Pango that we've been seeing for even more skirmish and fight. You've got the option for like a Mars to just contain every engagement that you want and go. And yeah, I like the CK suggestion. That's good. But it's like for VP now, it's like I like Mars for laning because you can like spear away the CK team fight as well. I think the Pango that I was talking about also still pretty good. I just want that offlaner to be chaotic in nature. Like, you know that your out's going to have timings. You know your Ember's going to have timings. If your offlaner can say, hey, join me for this fight, Alk Ember love this. They love, like, Ember Alk want to always engage at 15, 20 minutes. And instead, they are opting for the Tidehunter, which can it also mirror that kind of logic I'm bringing. It's a little bit more of a tanky style fight rather than the I kill heroes that I was mentioning. This is the damage soak initiator, but cool. I think if Notice can get to a nice shards timing with Blink, we might even see that punish the Storm Spirit a couple of times. And against CK, it's a really good lane. The game can always be a little bit scary because CK can go Silver Edge. So when Tide's playing super confident up in the face of Liga, there could be a world in which Violent just blows up the watermelon and you're not expecting it. But yeah, overall, I like both drafts. I think they got some heroes that they really want to utilize, but I think I'm leaning a little bit more VP just because they got some really strong statement heroes. Like, it's like the Alk to play for the timings. You got the Tidehunter that can pressure the CK in lane, the Ember, the CM, the Tiny to break open the map. So yeah, I think I'm leaning a little bit VP, but I can see either draft really win this game. There isn't like a very clear, oh, this draft is 9 times out of 10 is better. It's nice to see in the low bracket.
Yeah, I think both of them pretty stable. I worry about the damage output of Virtus Pro. I feel like you're going to need a lot coming out from its Ember Spirit. I think there's a big possibility that Squadix goes for the Mage Slayer, and I think that might be an issue. I think that actually might cause him some problems if he does go for Mage Slayer, because I worry about the amount of damage they're going to have with that. So, I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe like these slow kind of building fights will work in their favor. I can certainly see that, but yeah, they need the long, slow fights. And if Liga come in and the CK's farm and he can just burst somebody down, I think you might start to feel like you're in a bit of a deficit every single fight you're kind of turning up to. Obviously, that dissipates a little bit in the late game when you have the Alchemist, and then he's going to be kind of farming up a storm and hopefully have a bunch of items to jump in and blow somebody up. You know, big AoE damage as well could cause the CK some issues. But yeah, overall, I'm actually leading Liga based purely on draft. Of course, I would never go against Virtus Pro in this situation, but I prefer Liga's draft. Yeah.
You do? Okay. We'll see how it pans out, you know. Draft-wise, I do enjoy the VP, and you draft-wise, you like the Liga, so loser doesn't get to cast the next game.
Yeah, they have to use a voice to text to voice module for the entire game.
I think I used that yesterday, to be fair, mate, so it's all good.
True. Liga. Very, very defensive here. But look at the wards placed down. That's pretty wild.
Seconds to battle.
There's a lot of commitment to top side. And actually, look at the
what's
ward
this
on
ward
the
gonna
on that
do?
hill.
Come
That's
on.
a really cool hill. So basically, that's really cool because everyone places a sentry normally on the kind of the front of that tree. So pushing it to the top side of that, the sentry that you place will never see it. So to de-ward that, you actually need to throw a courier or vision on top. So that's a really cool ward. Thank you for sharing that. That was nice. Good job. Good job.
Thanks.
Violent though.
Begins.
Let's disengage a little bit. I actually just I kind of had like the energy of a post team fight looking at a single ward. By the way, that was kind of I'm gonna calm down.
Well, nothing was really happening anyway. I mean, okay, it's a cool ward and it's probably not going to be de-warded, but also, why would you de-ward it? Like, I don't know what it does.
But it doesn't show the top rune, and it will show hero movements. I think in a Ember Storm matchup, the runes are always really important, and you can expect a Tide lane to be a little bit more free. Therefore, Rubik might also want to be able to leave the CK, right, if it's just a 1v1 duel. So it's kind of respecting the potential stagnant nature of top lane. If Tiny leaves and Rubik leaves, you kind of want to see what's happening, right? So I'm not opposed to it, but yeah, it could just be a ward that does nothing in the game. We will see.
See if it gets the value. We are results-based analysts. Well, you're
I mean,
an
it could
analyst.
also, the logic as well is when you're playing aggressive early on, right? Like you place that ward, you're looking for the bounty rune fight, right? And that is like the additional little bit of high ground vision that you need to potentially catch a hero off before the game starts. Sorry. So again, it's like there's a lot of layers to it, but at the moment, it kind of looks like it doesn't do much.
We'll see. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, I mean, it's most likely going to be a trade. Maybe the Storm can get a bit of an advantage with these annoying remnants, which can slide across, plus the ranged advantage. Squadix might start to struggle. We'll keep an eye on that one. Most, it's a Storm versus Storm matchup. Sorry, a Spirit versus Spirit matchup.
Yeah, Rebel's really going to have to, fight up against himself here to win this lane.
That's what every mid lane's about, to be honest with you. Can my mid laner hold it together long enough to get out the laning phase?
Often the answer is no, but yeah, the cream of the crop. They've shown that they can do it. They're pros.
Absolutely. It's a bottom lane. 1J will be going down. May still be in that position and getting caught out because of it. But hopefully he adopts a proper gaming position after that death, as it is going to put Kiritich in a very, very nice position here on this Alchemist. Man, getting first blood in an Alch. Whew, pretty good. He's actually got Mixologist. Wow.
I was hoping you were going to bring this up. I feel like the logic for carry Alchemist, it's you either want 250 gold to buy a snap to maybe get that extra deny in lane in the first minute or two, or you just have the better facet for the entire game. Like cooldown reduction on your unstable concoction whilst you're in ultimate is so much better than here's 250 gold at the start of the game. Like, there's no scaling. It's just here's 250 gold and hope that I can understand there is probably some maths where it's like if you start with 250 gold, you maybe start with like a stick, which allows you to play the lane better. You don't have to leave lane earlier in harder lanes. Like there might be a world where it works, but yeah, it's. I don't think you ever take the gold over CDR in a lane where you're going to farm well.
The only argument I can make is some kind of you know, it's not exponential, but growing your net worth in Dota is like a gradual thing which picks up more as time goes on.
For sure, yeah.
So it's
kind
like-
of what I was leaning towards and describing,
Yeah.
but it's like the goal just isn't high
You
enough
get your
for that to be
Radiance or Battle Fury like maybe a minute faster than you start, you know, your GPM increases faster. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I find it, I read that one and I was like, why would anybody pick this? Like, that feels so meh.
I mean, we saw the support outs at the start of the patch by Bottle for the mid laners, and yeah, there's some world for it to be some memes, but I think that is the type of facet where starting with 250 gold, 2D bonuses.
PX might be a little bit dead here, but he does get away
FNG
under the
though.
tower with the wand, and it's actually FNG that goes down instead. 1J attacking very, very quickly on this Willow, and now trying to bring down Kiritich as well. The right click's coming through thick and fast, and well, Sharon comes down as well. Kiritich turning around with the stun, trying to get himself out of dodge, and he will be able to get himself to safety, so Kiritich lives for now.
And he's dropping some regen for FNG to bring. He's bringing, dropping the salve, and it should be back into the lane. It's kind of an interesting lane bottom, right? Like the Underlord shouldn't really be dying, so it's more on the positioning of the Willow. Can the Willow bait that engagement where the Alk see him chase? And if you do chase, then you're going to be hit by a root with the Firestorm, and there's plenty of damage either side. It really is just kind of who steps up first to take damage and get to a riskier point of HP in mid lane.
Yeah.
We're not really expecting anything special here. It is just Ember versus Storm. Both heroes can push out the lanes. Both heroes can punish each other if there is an overextension, but that's not been the case here between these two mid laners. They have just respected each other a lot, unlike the pauses where they keep spamming it and unspamming it, and there
weird.
we go. The G's is shared and off they go.
Yeah, some like 5-second pauses going on, which, I mean, I'll take a 5-second pause over a 5-minute pause, but
No,
it's a little strange.
I'll take a 5-minute pause. Good memes. Well,
We love a
FNG
good
though.
podcast. Yeah, Squadix making the early counter rotation onto Rabel. Doesn't really achieve a whole lot, but, you know, keep the support safe. And this is what I was about to mention, is that this lane isn't really about the lane. It's more about the side lanes and how they play into them. But it's about the power runes as well. That's when we're going to see things come to life. Down at bottom, the fighting continues, and Onjay has lost his life already. Kiritich on the run, not going to survive through it. He will fall as well. So positive trade for Liga here for sure, as Kiritich does fall.
Oh, that's a cool toss into the camp.
Yeah, I love that.
And finally, I get to see an Underlord go for the cool facet, Demon's Reach, getting that
we got
cleave.
some-
Like, I understand that, like, pro tracker win rates show that the Horde is good with the summoning of the Necromonicons, but if your Fiend's Gate isn't netting kills and you're utilizing it, why would you not just get the free cleave? It doesn't matter. The
Avatos.
squad is killing off the Rubik.
On to Pantomime. They need a little bit more, and they will find it. There comes that Sleight of Fist, and Onjay will not be able to do anything about this, although Relbel's coming across as well. They want to make sure they
okay.
get this power rune, and they will be able to do it. Relbel picks up the Arcane, bottling it up, and leaving Squadix without anything. But luckily, he has an Ember Spirit. He's got a Remnant down, so back to the fountain we go, and we'll get the full refill for free.
Yeah, both teams, they are poking each other a little bit, but trying to be as efficient as possible to get to the early items. I have a team, they have that ability to play out onto the map very explosively if they get the early lead. Ember, Storm, these are the two key heroes for either side, but yeah, I think they're both having pretty good games.
Yeah, definitely. Two most last hits in the game at the moment. Both of them have found a little bit of a success with their rotations. Squadix a little bit more.
Radiant are scanning.
Which is riveting stack.
It's a hard one to do. I struggle with it every time.
But you do? Oh no. I'm sorry, no man. Remember when stacking used to actually be hard because you didn't get notifications on what time to stack it? There wasn't the spawn boxes. Like when you wanted to deal with a camp, you had to go watch a guide on placing a sentry on the turtle to then hit the I kind of miss those days where it was a real art form.
It's not that, I mean, the timers still aren't super reliable anyway. Like some of them are a bit weird.
Oh, yeah,
but
it's janky. It isn't good, but
it's the boxes.
better.
It's being able to see the boxes, which has made it so much easier. And I did like it. You know, it was a bit silly. I remember I did have a print off. I wanted to get good at stacking, so I watched like TI13 and was like, oh
It's
wow,
such wholesome.
stacking's
Okay.
so strong. So I printed off like the little sheet with all of the spawn boxes on it, so I knew exactly where to pull it from, and then it had like all the numbers of when to stack. It's basically
good
the
old
same
days.
thing as what we have now, but
Again, I think it is
Manual
great for
form.
the game because like majority of players need it, and it's just nice, and it doesn't need to be that hard to play for stacks and stuff. But I do miss the joy of going that extra little layer to understand this mechanic. And
yeah, it was like printing off the cheat codes for your Game Boy or whatever. Felt like the same
violent.
thing.
oh,
Ooh. Thank you, ghosts.
you know, if that was like the Rubik standing there, he'd get hit by the roots. Like there was this like core to core respect where he didn't get hit by the RNG of the root.
Squad X ain't giving up right now, though. South pops by Phantom as he sees his Ember Spirit approaching, and they will find Violent after all, but a little bit awkward here. This dude's tanky. He's just turning around and taking chunks out of the Ember Spirit. What's happening right now? Ember forced to run away from this one with the Illusion Rune, still hanging around, but he's not really getting any help in for this one. I'm not sure what this play is, and it's dragged his Tide Hunter way out of position, which is going to allow Railbolt to come in and probably just scoop up a kill here on to poor old Noticed. Down he goes.
Yeah, it was quite the blunder there from VP. Like, especially when you don't hit the root initially, why are you chasing deep behind the tower? Because at this position, Storm obviously would want to TP. You have a Willow, there's a Rubik, even the Underlord can gate in as well. Like, to try and like, disrespect your opponent that much to spend, what, an additional like 10 seconds chasing the CK down, like, there's no pro team that will never react to that. And yeah, they just didn't have the numbers. So yeah, VP getting a little bit too kind of big for their boots at the start of this game, and they're gonna have to sit back and just respect the fact they don't have the if they don't hit the spell, don't go for the kill. Simple as that.
Simple as that.
And everyone is just farming up. Like, look at Notice build as well. He's gone for the 0-2-4 build on the Tide Hunter. It's like he knows his carry doesn't want to join the fight, so everyone's just farming stacks. Like Tide's farming stacks, Out's farming bottom, Underlord's farming stacks off screen, well technically on screen, but on the off screen, on screen.
Noticed. Look at him trying to body block the shield rune here, but 1J, he's got the tech to get the rune. I don't know how he did that. The Tide Hunter was literally sitting on top of it, but somehow.
Well, that's Dota Labs for you. You know, you can choose what your priority is.
Oh, cool.
You can choose if you want to hit an enemy, an ally, or whatever. It's just an additional button that you press whilst pressing the button. So, for example, like if you want to spam Yules on an ally, you can then hold your ally key with the Yules key, so then you never, or Wind Waker, sorry, not Yules, but you get the point.
Yep.
It's very, very good.
Know about that. I'm gonna have to go into my hotkeys and look
Use
into
Dota
this.
Labs. Many quality of life features are being implemented by Valve. It's yeah, look at Dota Labs. Very, very
What an
good.
amazing and great company.
You can send feedback too in the client,
Yeah.
but use it wisely. Don't
Only positive,
make them
guys.
delete it.
That's all it
okay.
is.
Mid lane, also positive.
Queen's Gate to the middle lane. 1J is gone, but they're getting a return kill onto Antares by the looks of it. Taking a bit of time though with the toss back. Might have just saved his life. Squad X just running away, not really looking to save the Tiny. He is dead. As noticed in on the side here. No Ravage available though. Gone for the full farming build, so won't really be able to help out with this one. Does now pick up the Ravage. He's was holding the point the whole time, but didn't see an opportunity to really save anybody there.
I'll be honest, I don't really understand VP's moves at the moment. Like, their heroes are playing to farm, but they're still trying to make the moves as if they're able to fight, right? Like, your Tide didn't have Ravage.
Strange, isn't it?
They're going mid. The Alk obviously is farming Radiance. And there's kind of like this disconnect, and coincidentally, they also do disconnect from the game at the same time when I say that. But it's like there's this. Like, we just saw how happy they were to farm jungle. Like, why wouldn't VP just sit back for 3-4 minutes, be the team that actually waits for Liga to maybe move to them? Because like Liga, they can never hit a tower. A Storm doesn't take tower, CK doesn't hit tower. If they do, Tide can TP in, and then you're the team in the better position. But instead, they're the ones chasing behind the tier 1 tower top, chasing into this mid engagement whilst multiple heroes can't really join them. And because of that, Liga, with the damage that they have in play, they are just capitalizing on kind of free kills. And it's not a lot of kills. We're not saying this is some like 10-12 kill lead, but it's still just a little bit awkward that I think BP are making a lot of mistakes that we probably wouldn't have seen them make months before. Like if this was a BB or a Spirit, they're not making these forced errors here. So yeah, VP have to clean up just a little bit.
And the question is why as well. Like they're really well equipped to just kind of farm the game through. And you're not even going for damage on Squadix, which really suggests to me that they're just fully happy playing like a very defensive game. So yeah, like why are you trying to make plays? If Liga are happy to just let you farm and let you do your own thing, then accept it. But they're going to make the move down to the bottom side now. Liga looking for the prime turkey. It's going to be Kiritic is the target here. Move in on him. The TPs are coming, but they won't be here nearly quickly enough. He's already dead on the Alk. Phantom now Jonah come in with the Avalanche and follow it up with the Terrorize. Just getting them the space they need to get themselves out and stop themselves getting ravaged. VP, though, they're turning up to this one. They want to force this fight here. Moving forward onto Violent, tossing in the Crystal Maiden. Ravage to follow up as well. The Storm comes jumping on through. Violent still alive for the time being. Just fighting. Terrence is gone. Notice trying to run away on very little HP. Might just get away as the Ember Spirit dances around the fight, but Notice now gets noticed by Rebel, who is going to be able to eventually finish off. Who's out of mana, might not have the damage. In comes Willow as well, also trying to catch him out, but realizing that that might not be possible anymore. Chains out onto the Rubik, slow him down, meaning that they will not be able to get the Tidehunter kill, but still another big win for Liga there to get the carry and then gifted a few extra supports on top of it.
I mean, VP are just getting outclassed right now. Like the moves VP make, they just run into a brick wall and fall apart. And then Liga, the move they want to make as a team, they find the Alchemist, they get the kill. VP then continue to want to try and take a fight into the area. Violent has just beautiful utilization of his armlet. Under the threat of multiple heroes, the Ravage, the CM, he's able to ensure he stays alive and he disengages. And yeah, VP just, what, three moves in a row now that are just losing moves, it feels like. And yeah, Liga just capitalizing on it really nicely. 2,000 gold lead, slowly working their way towards a confident mid game. And yeah, of course, VP still a lot of time is needed for them to feel good. The Alchemist, he just completed the Radiance. He is one component deep into the BKB, but Ember wants the Maelstrom like we see on screen. Alk wants the BKB. You know, Tide wants to hit that one Ravage. There's a lot of, I guess because of how awkward the start of the game is now for VP, it's like it's now just a lot of waiting, a lot of we need this before we can go aggressive. And for Liga, I expect them to keep wanting to poke, keep wanting to find that next pick off, especially because the Storm Spirit has just completed his Witchblade.
It's a good timing for them. A lot of extra damage. Gives them the ability to basically solo kill a support now, which he wasn't really able to do before. Top side. Phantom, he just wants to farm waves. You have an AoE damage spell on Rubik, you shove waves. Very, very simple. And Terra's does see the Willow here. Willow, pretty chill for now. Has the support of the Storm Spirit to help him out, so... yeah, I imagine we look for Maelstrom on the Ember. I imagine we look for probably the full pipe finished up on the Hunter. And then maybe we see some activity coming out from VP.
It just puts a smile on my face with Underlord with this facet. Like, if Underlord had the other facet, he just wouldn't be anywhere close to, like, pipe plus mech at this point. He'd have, like, cloak plus a mech, and then he'd be hoping for the pipe, so... oh, it's nice.
I'm glad we got to see it as well.
Yeah.
I've been worried we'd never get to see it, but yeah, we get Demon's Reach, and it's looking pretty good.
Let me double check actually the win rates for Underlord on those facets. The issue is, Pro Tracker really doesn't do it justice. It's 42% win rate in 200 games, sorry. But then the other facet has 52% in 1,700 games.
Okay, well, there's a large difference in the amount of games, and
yeah,
I think a big factor of that is probably like a lot of people trying to play it carry, a lot of people playing offlane and being really greedy and not playing with the team. True. You know, it's one of those ones which is going to bait a lot of like dummies.
Too much cooking. Yeah. I see this facet as like, it's like you play a normal Underlord, but you've just been gifted the ability to get to places quicker in regards to your itemization. So either way, Crystal Maiden will be going back to the fountain.
Bye-bye.
As they get deleted very quickly. So no, I'm really happy to say. I think this is probably one of the few facet combinations where its win rate doesn't reflect how good it is for the hero, because I don't think people have respected it enough, or they've tried to overutilize it, like you were mentioning with the whole carry and whatever. So yeah,
Yeah,
this
I
is
think we figured it out.
looking like a really, really good mid game now for Liga. If they can just play together, this Alk shouldn't really be able to have a big statement entry to the game, because of course
No.
Alchemist is only 1,000 gold ahead of the CK. And that is not what you want to see if you're an Alk player. Normally at this point you'd have what, 3-4k maybe. You'd have a whole item over your opponent, but with the blunders VP made, this game is going to be quite the challenge for them to get Alk into it.
Certainly is. And yeah, just to quickly revisit the facet thing, I feel like that's been a kind of a trend with like a lot of the facets. It's people kind of like over adjusting or like over valuing a facet, trying to change their whole build around it. Like I've seen Tinies go mid with like no points in tree grab, just starting with toss because they've got crash landing, and it's like,
Yeah,
bro, like CS first. you still want to CS first.
like facets like seasoning, you know, like you are the, you know, your hero is like the dish, and they're just kind of like
Exactly.
they're complementing different aspects. You don't like turn everything into just that one
Yeah,
thing.
you don't make a garlic roast, you know.
Or do a garlic crust. Oof, that does sound pretty good on it. I do have
Exactly, but
pork
it's still
joint.
the bread, which is the main thing, you know.
Making pulled pork today, Nomad.
Delicious.
Yeah,
Probably.
Oh, yeah, I just realized. Yeah, you don't eat.
I can respect a good meal when I see one.
Like, yeah, telling a vegetarian I'm having pulled pork. Ah, well, sorry, boss.
Don't worry about it. I grew up eating meat. It doesn't. I respect food. Sometimes I see a steak video on Instagram and I'll be like, you know what? That's a good looking steak. I'm never gonna touch it, but
That's a good looking steak.
Violent does have the orchid now. They're moving in his direction, but I feel like VP.
He's
I'm
well
not sure
aware.
what
Look at
the
his
read is
positioning.
here.
I think the read feels like a twin gate to Roshan.
It's about to turn to daytime. I don't think they can take Roche in a minute.
True. It would be ambitious, but with Acid Spray, with the Gush, like they could technically have done it if they were really keen on trying, but
Yeah.
instead
I
they
think
are
they were
looking
just trying to
just
read the move, like dangling
Yeah.
Kiritich top just a little bit, knowing that they want to kill this Alchemist really badly, smoking him behind with the gate. It could have made sense. It didn't, but it could have. I mean, Pantherman is here. He's just obviously only him. And Kiritich now with the BKB, with a Blink Dagger. You know, he's very farmed, ready to fight. Sure, not quite as far ahead as we'd like to see an Alchemist, but still capable of doing some serious damage, especially if he finds the right entry to the fights. It really does come down to the start. Like, I think all these fights will be decided in the first 5 seconds. That's phew.
The game has slowed down because Liga is respecting the what if we overextend. Like a lot of VP's complications have been poor execution, but you can't utilize that to kind of be your strength, right? Like at some point you will get hit by a Ravage, or there will be a blink initiation from Tiny. And I think for Stormthreat at least, he's gone, okay guys, let me get my BKB, and then we can like ramp up the aggression. Like CK as well, he's going for his Manta, so then he can play on even more burst. When he pops his ultimate, pops the Manta, if he sees a hero, they are going to be dying with the abundance of damage that he'll be able to bring to the fight. So I think people maybe expected Liga to
Jesus. My God.
I don't know why, it's always just so satisfying. Every time.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't just die to that tournament. He got shredded by, he put the bedlam on the CK. It's just 100 to 0 him.
There's
Jesus.
also the crit from the CK as well. It's like, and boom, get out of here.
You want your shard, you gotta pay for your
You
shard.
gotta earn it, yeah.
What are our supports up to? We've got a Blink Dagger and a Tiny. That's going to give them some pretty easy initiation. You're not going to have anything like that on the side of Liga, so potentially that will make starting fights a little bit easier for VP if you have this Tiny to jump in with like the toss back or something like this. If it goes wrong, it doesn't cost you your whole fight. You can just back away and be like, okay, whatever. On the other side, like Liga, you know, if they want to commit to a fight, the CK has to commit. The Storm has to go in. And that's going to cost you heroes if it does go wrong. But with an Aegis, that won't matter at all. And that is what they're looking for right now. Liga into the pit, looking to take the first big step forward in this game. VP completely unprepared to contest the Roshan fight. They will be giving it up here.
VP is not wanting to go near them at all, right? It's, I kind of also have a sense that VP, if they can survive this first Aegis from Liga, the turnaround potential could maybe come into play. Like at that point, you're going to be entertaining the blink on the Tide Hunter. You'll have maybe a BKB on the Ember. Like we are like AC on it, like Alchemist. Like there's at least a path to some itemization for VP to lean on for the fight. But again, it's for the heroes that they have, the aggression that you expect to see. Like the 15 to 20 minute mark was meant to be their times to take the Roshan, to get the kills, to break down Liga. But they are just going to keep skipping waves, and the net worth is even, but it's kind of, it's like a fake net worthy just because Alchemist is in the game, boosting up VP's economy.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
and
now the real question is, do you think CK is calling for his team to fight or wait for his BKB? Because Liga, they do have kind of like staggered timings, right? Where it's like we have the BKB on Storm, but now CK is kind of close to a BKB himself. It's like, at what point does Liga just say, hey, this is my game to play? Are you,
will it
are
happen?
you uncomfortable?
Or is
Or is it just me? I'm looking at this game and I'm like, I'm hoping for some aggression soon from Liga. It's like you had so much time, you've outplayed VP, you got your Aegis, you gotta go.
Heritage, blink away. BKB available. We'll just use it and TP out here, I would imagine. My imagination is correct as usual. All right, we got dangerously close to a fight there. Everybody, let's calm down, okay? Let's not get crazy with it. T, maybe we died and now we're in casting Purgatory, and that's what this game is.
I think so. We're not allowed to cast any hype fight. Oh, well, this is a pick-off, not a fight.
It's a support pick-off even. Core pick-offs, you know, okay, cool. That changes the game a bit. Support pick-off, eh. I mean, if they don't get anything done with his Aegis, I'm honestly going to be kind of both surprised and concerned. Because I don't think that Liga particularly do great in this game, and like when it gets to the super late game. That is where things will be heading. They're very strong right now. Squadix has very, very little. Noticed has even less. The only issue in this game is this Alchemist who you've just forced the BKB out of, and still, they're not forcing mid, they're not forcing top, they're not hunting for kills. They're just farming. They just want that cash money, yo. FNG has been in the trees for about half an hour now. It's going to finally TP out.
Okay, CK has to BKB. This is it.
This is the timing, and they're going to portal in. They found Kiritich. No BKB available. The patience is rewarded as they will get on top of the Alchemist and kill the big boy on the side of VP. Well, brings him down. No more Alk, dead for 60 seconds. All of that net worth, all that 18,000 gold now completely gone, dead,
I mean,
off the map.
Let's be honest, VP have spent 25 minutes farming for nothing. They're kind of playing PvE the entire game. It's very lackluster coming into this game one. It's yeah, they're gonna have to really find some kind of miracle play to kind of at least give us some confidence in their ability to win this one out, because they are just running around the map, chasing the jungle.
Yeah, Pantomime almost finds the Tide Hunter, tries to catch him out with the Unstable Concoction, but doesn't quite close the gap. And Noticed will just keep on farming. What have we got now?
This is peak Underlord, by the way. This is no like Amar Underlord. The Greaves, the Pipe, the Crimson. Two Aura boys going at it. You got Pipe on one side, triple Aura for Underlord, one Aura for the... It's oh yes. You keep farming, Underlord.
No, not Aghanim Scepter. Boo. AC.
No.
Vlad.
Oh, come on. I know you want the Aura meme, but as soon as if Underlord Ags, that makes me so happy again. The Cleave facet makes me happy. Aghanim's on Underlord makes me facet. No, makes me happy. These are the two things on this hero that I think are instrumental in its ability to be competitive. of course, the Aghanims increases the radius of Pit of Malice, therefore kind of taking over fights with multiple routes, especially when you have the 30% slow on your 15 talent. It is very hard to play into, especially when you have the Dark Willow as well. You're going to have the Pit of Malice as one route, the Bramble Maze as another route. Like, positioning and, you know, moving through the fight will be very difficult.
Bye-bye,
There's another
Antares.
kickoff, yeah.
Yeah. It's the tiny tax.
I don't think again, I've not really followed VP too much in qualifiers outside of when they get to events, right? Because of course the hype of it. But has this been potentially like the worst showing of VP in some time in regards to like their performance? And the upper bracket of the 9 Pandas. This is.
It's a tough game. We'll see if it's just a one-time thing or whether it's going to be a repeat of the 9 Pandas series, because that's not a good way to end your year. I mean, they still have, I believe they're qualified to EWC, right? So
I will double check. I believe so. Yes, they did. They won that. Yeah. To get there, they beat Liga team. They beat Na'Vi twice. And they beat some other open qualifier team.
time to channel a little bit of that magic in this game, because right now I'm not seeing the team that could qualify. But, you know, everybody has off days. Everybody has a couple of drop games here and there. It's about how well you can recover. I'm sure they've got it in them. We know they've got it in them.
For VP, the time that they spent farming, it's Kiritich. He's looking towards the Basher, and at that point, you've got to argue Alex probably farmed enough to really want to enter the game. He's sitting at a 2-3-0 scoreline. At no point has the Chemical Rage been a "this is my fight," and they're going to smoke up pre-Basher. They're hoping to find a pickoff, and they do not want to run into the Underlord. He, as much as he can die, the time taken to get through a pipe, Greaves, and a Crimson isn't going to really net you the best result.
Yeah, I'm just thinking though, is there any hero which they like can get through quickly enough before the Fiend's Gate comes through? I don't know if Burst is really in this draft's playbook. And a blink away from the Tiny doesn't go in onto Pantomime there.
I mean, they've
The
been
whole team
conditioned to
smoked
not
up
fight,
behind
yeah.
him, and he
They
backs away.
expect more.
Yeah. Wow.
That's not a
pretty
neutral.
crazy lack of confidence.
Yeah.
Look at this. The whole team just smoked up to the top lane, and Pantomime just clears it. He just fade bolts it down. Super illegal. There's no one here. Like, Violence down on the bottom side, Storm's down on the bottom side. Obviously, they don't know that. Their map is very dark.
Exactly. We know that. When we look at the map, we see the positioning and how kind of greedy Liga is. They're but they're pushing out multiple lanes, they're farming the entire stuff. But the vision from VP, they've just started placing vision they actually don't even have any good wards up. They have one ward at the top tier 1 area for their own side of the map. They have 0 wards. Now they see the Underlord push out top wave. They're hoping to find it. They've scanned him as well.
Okay.
Can they kill him off in time?
It's
Press
not
the
quick,
auras.
but it might just be quick enough. The rest of the team not coming over. He's going to pop that Fiend's Gate just for the Pit of Malice, but they will be able to bring him down. BB3 is gone. VP, it takes them a while, but they finally convert on that move up to the top lane. Now, can they turn into anything more? They're looking to set up for the Roshan area here. Smoke up for the side of Liga. Still feeling pretty confident, it seems, to come and approach Virtus Pro. Of course, they have the buyback, but they don't have the Fiend's Gate available on the Underlords. This might be a misplay here from Liga if they're not careful. Let's see how they approach it. They find notice on the side.
Silver Edge.
Yeah, this could be a very dead CK. The damage coming on through along with the Reality Rift to hold him in place. And down goes your team fighter. Down goes Noticed. Over on the backside, they found Kiritich. He's going to BKB TP. He's gone. Well, the moment VP show a little bit of life, it is immediately stepped upon by Liga, smothering it out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They just don't have the items to kill off. Like, they killed the Underlord, and like, you could argue if Underlord was able to press pipe or Crimson before they jumped him, obviously not before, but maybe during the combo, then he could have survived and bought time to use the twin gate that he used. But VP can then after that go for another kill to keep trying. Yeah, it is relatively uncomfortable, especially with the CK getting the Silver Edge now to threaten the Tidehunter. I think if anything, Squad 1X, he's he's the hero that needs to find some more farm, right? Like he's sitting at 1,600 net worth, or 16,000 net worth, sorry. Now, he just finished the Gleipnir, but if he has like a Shivas with the Gleipnir, with the Agnims, then we could start entertaining the idea of CK getting a little bit more punished in the fight. His illusion's not feeling as good, but yeah, so far VP, they show they can get a kill, but they can't take a team fight, and they just keep desperately trying to farm as much as possible. Again, the net worth not really looking as if League is crushing their game, but Alchemist inflating VP's economy. It's probably a bit more like to like a 13, 14k gold lead if you were to take out the boosted Alch economy.
Yeah, and you know, Alchemist
Tide actually going Midas.
Huh?
I mean, the Tide's about to get overtaken potentially by the Rubik, so I wouldn't be opposed to Notice going for a Midas. Like, this could easily be a game where he goes like Midas back for an Aghanims, then like a BKB, and he plays on Midas to get XP, Ags to push out the high ground and defend the potential siege. Then you return to trying to be a hero, but yeah, at the moment he does not have a single drop of a game. As the next Roshan will be taken by Liga. Roshan screams in pain, but
yeah,
there is no way VP can get to the pit in time. And don't
I like
do
this
anything.
scam. Like, this is a very pub scam from VP. You know, just we know you're doing Roche. Like they're going to be doing Roche sometime soon. Can we do anything about it? No. Are we going to know about it when he screams anyway? Yes. Will it make a difference to anything? No. Should we scan anyway? Sure, why not? It's nice to see the circle turn red. You always feel like you've done a good scan. Oh, the courier usage to Midas the creep on the high ground here from Noticed. Really, mwah, chef's kiss Midas usage in here.
It's a pretty just spare setup.
Oh man, not the game I was expecting today. I'm not gonna lie, I saw this one on the casting sheet and I was like, all right, it's gonna be a quick 2-0 to start the day off, but yeah, no, Liga, I doubted them, and I'm being punished for it. Let's see. Kiritich jumping here onto the Storm. Storm, he's going to lose his Aegis. They will be able to take him down for the first time, but the rest of the team, they're coming on through. They want a bit of revenge. BKB not available from the Alchemist. He's feared up. He's in trouble. In comes the CK. Do they have the damage to kill him before he gets the TP off? They don't. He gets himself away. Big survive here for Kiritich. They take the Aegis and somehow get away with everybody. That is crazy here from VP.
So a good little setup there. They get the quick pick, get the Aegis reset, and you did have to use the Aegis though, so might give a window for Liga to go going in. Yeah.
Jesus. Oh, the BK usage as well.
But we haven't even talked about the fact that VP, they haven't really took a team fight with Ravage to talk about is Ravage down? Can Liga go aggressive? No Ravage. We saw the pick off on Storm, and now Liga for the first time in the game go, wait a second, they've used a team fight spell. Let's go punish them, and they get the Ember kill.
And then
Terra's
as
trying
well.
to skip waves. Yeah,
this is an important catch. Catch that Rocky Rat, take him out, keep your waves alive, keep the push alive, keep the pressure onto Virtus Pro. No acupuncture allowed. No vouchers.
I think the tiny death kind of enables VP to do what they want, right? It's the force TP's back, and CK keeps hunting, gets the Tide Hunter.
Jesus.
Yeah, you are just not tanky into CK. Like, Tide into CK matchup, Tide feels good for laning phase, early game momentum, but if you ever fall behind on net worth and CK gets to like Silver Edge +1, you are just food for him. You do not get to utilize Kraken in any shape or form, and yeah, Violet is showcasing how this matchup is a little bit volatile. Yeah, hindsight gonna be VP's friend after this game for sure. A lot of improvements need to be made once again as Liga now hit the tier 2 tower mid. 36 minutes into the game, 9,000 net worth lead. They are slowly but surely trying to close out this first game. Another smoke from VP. The Tide is still dead for 20. When he respawns them, he will have Ravage, but your base is falling so quickly. Where are they smoking to, VP? You walked past your Tormentor, now you're running back to mid. It's
The Illusions alone are just going to be able to take the barracks by themselves.
insane.
Like, no one's here to stop them. Finally, Squadix, and with the help of the CM, will be able to take them down and keep the melee barracks alive. But yeah, zero committal. Just grab that range tracks there for Liga. putting themselves in an advantageous position. VP moving up to the top side onto the Storm Spirit Storm. He does have a BKB and a gem available, so sneaking up on him, not going to be super easy, and converting on a kill even harder. This game has been a very, very one-sided affair. Oh, look at that. Berserker's Potion from the Rubik onto Violent here, as if he needed another buff.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Don't even know why the Alchemist has the Berserker's Potion, but there we go. Must have got it from Torment, I guess. Or maybe he did buy it just because he's got the facet. Topside, and Terrors.
And Terra's dying in aggressive positions, VP farming. That's like the tail of the game.
Yeah,
I kind of want the highlight
from the
reel
Tiny
after
I'm
this
going to
game.
complain about. Like, he's doing his job.
That's what I want the highlight package. Just be one tiny death. One. Oh wait, they're going for Storm. Maybe they're going to get Willow instead.
Okay, Onjay will fall. BKB available from Kiritich here if he feels the need to use it. And with BB3PX coming in on this one, it might be enough to trigger the TP. It is. BKB, TP out. That's probably been like the third time we've seen this from Kiritich. But there's a fight going on. What? Squad X is just dead again. How?
I mean, Violet is just hunting down the entire map. As much as VP are trying their hardest to stay on the dire side, Violet is living in the Radiant jungle, utilizing the Silver Edge beautifully. Killed Ember twice, killed Tidehunter once. But there is, no wave is safe if CK's in the area.
He is so fat as well. I mean, 33k gold at 38 minutes into the game.
He's got the
himself
Alchemist now.
Jesus. He's laughing at the Alchemist.
Radiant's bottom tower.
There is not a lot which VP can do about this either. Like, if
You know you wanted the auras? Look at the Underlord next item. It is
let's
the
go. Stack them up.
Guys, if you want to be a pro player, you can just pick Underlord, right? You just buy 4 auras and an Ags.
Radiant's middle tower.
It can win you a game against VP.
Yeah, someone asked me if you were to like have to stand in for a pro team, like what would you do to try and be useful considering, you know, I'm me. I'm not very good. I feel like it'd be something like this, you know, just hit the jungle, get the auras,
Solid
stand
auras,
behind
yeah.
them, hope for the best.
You wish Wraith Pact was still in the meta then, or in the
Oh,
game,
absolutely.
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tower is under
What's FNG's plan here? Waddling around.
Probably has a notepad out, planning the
Yeah.
draft for game 2.
And he's gonna wait here 2 minutes for the Wisdom Rune.
I believe so, yes. This is what he did at the top, just sat in the trees. I think he hit like one wave maybe. He was just catching them with crystal novas as they walked past.
Do you know the meme where you had the guy's got the stick and he's poking the thing to do something? I feel like I need to say this. This is exactly what's happening. I'm just like poking VP. Hey, come on. Hey, do something.
Do something. Play game.
Play game, please. And the issue is that 40 minutes is not that easy to just simply play game. Obviously, this stems back to many minutes ago, but squad has got to be careful.
Oh, that is. He had a safe remnant. Might still get
He
away from this one. He's
misclicked
got a BKB, so.
Madman jumping in.
Yeah, okay. A little too deep for Liga. Not back themselves out, but Kiritich, he's on him, and he's going to get the return kill. Now moving across to the Underlord. Violent is coming in from the side. A nice toss back, but also making it a little bit awkward here, as they can now turn around, and with the beacon down on the Alchemist, they can bring him down, no problems at all. 95 seconds, but no Alki has the buyback. They'll take down Antares instead. Deep in the base, they still haven't killed this Underlord. He's still alive. His auras are still going. Antares trying to mess with him now with the Avalanche with the toss. The buyback coming out from all 3 of the VP heroes. They're trying to turn this one around, but the roots, this is causing them so many issues without the BKBs. It's so hard to fight up into Violent. Down goes FNG. Noticed on the run as well. Has to back himself away. It's an ultra kill for Violent. My goodness. Look at Liga. All healthy. All absolutely fine. Like, sure, some of them missing health, but Violent, full HP in the front lines. Absolutely fine.
Yeah, when you're this far down, you cannot make the mistakes. And
Oh, well, there's one of those mistakes. Squadix gets caught out again. Another death for the Ember. No buyback, noticed as well. Gets crit, and there it is. GG comes out for game number 1, if you can call it a game. I don't really know. 41 seconds of Liga just beating the hell out of Virtus Pro. Scores them the first win in this lower bracket series. VP now 1 game from elimination here.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of improvements required for VP, not only to win this series, but have the confidence to get themselves potentially to a grand finals that a lot of people expected. It was just so lackluster. Like, I don't know. They did nothing. They dove top tier 1 tower, died. They fought mid tier 1 without 2 of their heroes, died. They then lost their Alchemist bottom to then fight still after that with 4 heroes, all died. And then since then, they were like, you know what? We're just not good enough to kill them. So they did nothing. And it was just 3 VP errors into then VP only ever hitting creeps, playing for the occasional pickoff. I've not seen a game to this level where it's, a couple blunders into just absence entirely from the map. And of course, when you make these mistakes, when you enable the CK to get these cheap kills, to feel like he can go toe for toe with the Alchemist in the early portion of the game, like, your whole point of your draft is to get Radiance BKB Blink on Alchemist, jump onto the CK early with the evasion, not caring because he's maybe got an Orchid that you don't care about. Like, the whole point of VP's lineup was to be efficient and farm for 15 minutes and then to obliterate the map. But instead they tried to set the pace a lot quicker than they should have, and they lost themselves this game. Like, I still think Liga easily can play out this game under the threat of VP if it's a lot closer, but the fact that VP, with their draft, they never gave themselves a chance to play it because of their own mistakes, then yeah, there's going to be a lot of work in this post-game 1 because Liga, they saw the mistakes, they punished the mistakes, they played around it beautifully, Violent, beyond godlike, getting the ultra kill, he itemized perfectly, the general map play was awesome, the Underlord facet was great. I think, yeah, Liga just showed that they are a spooky team. Of course, they are in the lower bracket, but nevertheless, they are here due to losing to Yellow Submarine, which are now a top 3 team. So yeah, Liga looking good, VP looking lost. I'm interested to know what happened in game 2. This was not the game I was expecting coming into today.
VP with a very poor performance to start off this series here. Liga absolutely smacking them down. Violent on the CK, 15-0-4. Completely dominating and very chill as well. He's playing into this Alchemist. He's playing into this farming lineup from VP. And he feels no pressure. He's just like, yeah, I'll come online. He wasn't killing from the very get-go. He just farmed up the items you need. At 20 minutes, he had 2 kills. And, at 23 minutes, he had still 2 kills. And then all of a sudden, ending the game with 15 kills at the end. I mean, just hitting his timings and dominating.
I have a really important trivia for you, okay? So it's kind of close between the heroes, right? And as much as Violent is the standout player, I want to ask the question about Pantomin. Do you think, out of him versus the 5 VP players, where do you think he ranks in regards to building damage when it's just the 5 VPs plus only the Rubik?
I'm trying to think how many towers actually. I mean, I think VP took a fair few towers, so I'd maybe put him in 3rd.
Okay, Rubik's actually 1st. He did more building damage than all of VP. He did 431 building damage. The most building damage anyone did on VP was 427 for the Alchemist. Yeah. Ouch. That's when you know the game was rough. VP looked at their creeps hitting towers more than the heroes were doing it. And overall, just, uncomfortable game, nevertheless. So, yeah, I think Liga, they are going to be very happy going into the next game. And, yeah, this is just one of those moments where I think the coach really will be the standout player, I think, for VP. If he can kind of rally their confidence and rally their logic, then, of course, they have proven to be a formidable team within Eastern European qualifiers, but they need to do something because losing to 9 Pandas in that fashion, losing this game to Liga team in that fashion, there isn't a lower bracket. There's not another lifeline if you are to lose this series. So, yeah. I think we shall see how well they can adapt because I think this is the first time they've really, truly been tested in a qualifier to this capacity, and it is rough.
It's very rough indeed. Yeah, there needs to be a reset button here. There needs to be a way to come back into this one. And also, not just that, but also, your mentality coming into EWC, huge tournament, a lot of money on the line. You need to have that confidence behind you. You need to be able to come in with the right mentality. If they've just crashed out of these qualifiers, everyone's going to be doubting them. You know, teams playing against you, going to have a lot of confidence against you. It's a tough position to be in. So hopefully Virtus Pro can pull it together and give us a series here. Although Liga looking very, very good in game number 1. We'll see if they can repeat it in game number 2, guys. Short break, and then we'll be coming back with the second game of the series.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Game 2 is on the cards as Virtus Pro face elimination. They have to stare death in the face and say, not today, to come back and keep their dreams of making it to TI alive here. But Liga team aren't going to go down without a fight. Game number 2 is on the cards here, T. I'm expecting entirely different things to come out here from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, if you were still watching after that game, saw the player reactions, you can see like the look of FNG on his face, the realization, like, what did we just do for like the team, the org, the whole, you know, strength for this team that was not on display in that first game. So yeah, you could feel it on the players' faces, you could feel it in the game as well. So I think we've fully gone down the entire line of that logic. So I am interested to know what type of draft they're going to be coming into in this next game, what type of mindset they're in, because for now it's easy to speculate, but yeah, there is, yeah, so lost looking. But less about VP. Liga, incredibly strong. The fact that they lost to Yellow Submarine in upper bracket in quite a long, like 66-minute game, quite close. They then nearly lost to Seeb team in like they had like the carry invoker Lena type shenanigans.
Yeah,
I remember we
it
were
was a weird
looking at it together, but then they still won that series. So it's like Liga team hasn't been like the get knocked to lower bracket and dumps to everybody type team. But then to come up against VP and win in this fashion, it's like, whew, okay, like there are some like fringe teams that never make it to tournaments, but are still strong enough to go toe for toe. And here it is, we're entering the next draft, and we'll see what changes are made from game 1 to game 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, something needs to be swapped around. I mean, what I'd like to see is just like, I don't know if aggression is the right thing, but just like the ability to make plays easier. Tiny should have been that for them, but then what is the follow-up? I don't know, this feels like something I'm just not understanding, but the consistency which we see Storm Spirits going for the Mage Slayer and then their inability to affect the game with that item is really apparent to me. And I just feel like it's not, I understand the strength of the item. It's very, very good, especially at slowing down fights, which is kind of what you want with an Alchemist and a Tide Hunter. But at the same time, how do you make plays happen? You know, who's going in with your Tiny? How are you following up? You know, I really want to see the Maelstrom coming out first. Even if you are going for a longer game as well, like that also makes sense to me, because you just want to be able to farm a little bit better, get yourself in the game a little bit quicker. So I don't know. I have a big question mark about that one. I know it's a great item for the hero, but I'm just wondering if it's an every game type of thing or whether it's something which could be considered. I just wonder if Squad X is looking back on that and wondering the same thing.
I mean, in regards to Ember, though, it's like the Mage Slayer is the item to poke for the early fight, and Maelstrom delays you. So it's like I kind of don't mind the Mage Slayer if everyone else played normally, but also Ember by Slayer, you want to push yourself forward. So there's so many layers to that previous game where you could probably make a YouTube video on how VP probably could have won this game out with like 5 different choices, but alas, I just look at FNG's, look at the despair on. It looks rough right now in VP.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, everyone's kind of locked in, looking pretty focused. You know, no hands-on faces here. Looking pretty ready to go, ready and locked in. So we're going to start things off with a Batrider pickup for the side of Virtus Pro. And interestingly for Virtus Pro, they don't ban out anything from last game which Liga team picked, which, you know, is quite kind of like a confidence thing for them to be like, yeah, like, we didn't lose the draft. We know we can start draft. We know our ideas were correct. There's just something which went wrong, which we're now going to address in the heroes we pick. So Batrider comes out for them. Darkseer comes out for Liga.
Yeah, I like both picks again. I think the opening drafts have been quite nice, and Darkseer at least you get to play on kind of team timings or team fights as well. Batrider likes to always find that hero isolated. Darkseer naturally draws his team to want to play together. So it's quite a nice counter between the two, and also in laning phase. If for some reason Batrider is in the 5 position, Darkseer doesn't really care too much. So yeah, overall, Darkseer is a good hero here. Batrider also still very strong. Nothing really to read into. If anything for Liga, it's just what are they going to use the Darkseer for? Is it going to be the melee position 4 to go for the laning phase? Is there going to be a Ember type mid lane that wants to use Iron Shell, or is it from the carry? So I'm intrigued to know what type of combination they will be using for the Darkseer. Because they could also go for the full Eastern European route, which is to get the Disruptor, have the Darkseer, then you have your kind of team fight unlock, and then go full skirmish with the other 3 heroes. It's of course it's early days in the draft, but we shall see what they go for. And VP respect banning out the Dark Willow. Of course, we've praised it in the previous game, and it does just complement so many different concepts in Dota right now.
Yes, it does. Willow, huge problem. Nice facets as well. The ability to choose between the two is a nice one. I feel like it always kind of amplifies the strength of any hero. It's either you have a broken facet or you have a 50-50 choice, which can kind of change the hero in subtle ways to make it better and more suited to your matchups. So I would like to see... I feel like every time we've seen Virtus Pro, like in these really good games, you know, on the international stage and stuff, like it is usually on the back of Squadix being that playmaker. So giving him the ability to activate himself in the game a bit more might be nice. I know Ember Spirit can be that hero if he has a really good time, but, you know, maybe, I don't know, he doesn't have last pick here, so it's sort of difficult. But if you can get him into a good matchup and then play a game around him a bit more, I feel like that kind of opens things up for you. Like, I'm worried they're going to go for like Heritage Weaver or something, and it might not be the ideal game for him. He is banned out, but just go the total opposite end of Alchemist, where you're just completely over aggressive. And I feel like if you're in a kind of difficult state, which it looks like the team are, judging by the faces, then that might not work out too well for you.
Yeah, these are the faces of a team that have very much understood that they are a game away from not getting to the tournament of the year, right? So
yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Rubik coming out for Liga team next. Nice pairing with the Darkseer if you want to run it as a 4. Get the reduced damage and the lift up. It was very nice to play with Iron Shell. Obviously, not a guy you want to shove Iron Shell on and have to go play up into people's faces, but still good enough to secure the lane.
instant Ursa, okay. Not even trying to hide anything here. They just straight up go, Darkseer, we are going to try and prevent you from having a lane. Of course, the Ursa Darkseer matchup's always a good fun. If Ursa can play the first wave really well, zone the Darkseer out, keep him on the resources, then Darkseer never really joins the lane. He's kind of skipping waves, he's playing for other stuff, so yeah, I don't mind it. And
yeah. One thing I do want to say, though, is it's already kind of nice for Liga to have this Rubik. Now they can kind of just put it 4, I reckon, and you have ways to play around the Ursa. Rubik can be very defensive with the lift, with the Fade Bolts, so you'll keep the wave pushed in and you'll keep the Ursa under his tower, and in theory, the Darkseer shouldn't really be under too much pressure, so I don't think there'll be a ton of kill threat, unless Virtus Pro can, you know, get a lot of catch coming out from their next pick, which, I mean, they already picked it. They got Phoenix, so...
Phoenix is a very strong laner. With the Dying Light facet, you just do a lot of damage. You play on Blood Grenades and Fire Spirit slow. So I think Liga team should be able to potentially survive the lane. I don't ever expect Darkseer to get kills, but if they ever step too far down the lane towards the Ursa or Phoenix, expect the chase down, utilizing the length of the of that safe lane to punish them. And they go back for the CK, which, yeah, overall, I don't mind. You need explosive damage. I think against Phoenix, Batrider, these heroes, they like playing fights with a little bit more understanding of where things are happening. Batrider wants a little bit of time to know who he's lassoing. Phoenix wants to be able to play the limits to get that clutch egg off. If you ever get hit by the burst of a CK, Phoenix just instantly dies. Sure, if he doesn't die, he can get egg off, but in what world would a position 5 Phoenix not just instantly get 100-0 to a CK, right? It's like Manta Orchid, you're dead every single time, and that's probably why they got the CK. Also can utilize Darkseer nicely. Iron Shell, the Surge to get in and out of the fight. They need a position 5 in the mid lane. They are going to be locking in the Tiny, which, yeah, I expect to be the mid lane, and it goes back to the burst. I think Tiny to Phoenix is always a funny matchup because Phoenix likes playing into Tiny because you get a couple stats, you survive the Avatos, you might get hit by a tree, but you then have just enough HP to hit egg. It's a little bit different to the CK burst, but still, it is all about the speed in which they can kill off a hero for Liga. CK, Tiny, boom, you're dead, get out of here. And now VP need to find a way to either get a pipe buying hero to survive the Tiny burst, or have initiation themselves so they can set pace and not have to worry about the jumps from Liga if they're jumping the entire time.
I do worry that it's going to be like a Darkseer tiny lane, which I feel like maybe plays into the Ursa's hands a bit too much. We'll see.
Virtus Pros.
I'm committed to Darkseer Rubik. I think you survive that lane, and you should be happy with surviving. I think trying to go for some sort of kill matchup with Darkseer Tiny could be a huge bait. And now they go Brewmaster on Virtus Pro, so definitely looking to play up here. This is aggressive. This is heroes which do stuff, and nice answer to the CK as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think VP in a stable game with everyone getting items, they do have, like, if Phoenix goes Yules, for example, the Brewmaster has Radiance, the Ursa is able to utilize Enrage, maybe gets the Ags. Like, they have 3 heroes that can survive the tiny combo. Depending on situation, might be able to survive CK. But it's just, overall, I think VP they've adapted from game 1, where it's like they expect Liga to make the moves, but when they pick these heroes, like they did in the previous game, if they go aggressive and they falter, they will just lose out their map. Like, they don't have pick-off potential, they don't have, like, other than Ursa being the pick-off, like, there's no other hero. There's not like a DK Scarif mage. There's not like a Mars plus Willow. There's no innate combo to, in difficult games, go hunt and find some resource to whittle down. So for VP, if they do blunder the lanes or they do blunder the early game momentum, it will just be a lot more of farm, wait for the Ursa to be strong, wait for the Brewmaster to get, like, Radiance. Please, we need a bit more time. So I like VP having that ability to be super reactionary with their heroes, but if they play like they did in the first game, it could just be a repeat. We'll see what mid laner they can pick up to at least open up the early game. Again, Ember getting banned out. I'd like to just see any just super playmaking hero. Pangoli getting banned out. Yeah, I just want to see, like, a hero who gets, like, level 6, level 7. It's like, okay, this is my time. I'm going to go kill a hero and constantly annoy you. But what is that Squad X hero that can do that?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering as well. Luna ban, just making sure you're securing his lane with something decent. I mean, the one hero which
as well.
Oh, it's actually banned. I was about to say the one hero which Squadix has played, like, since the beginning of time and has always been kind of known as one of the best at is Leshrac.
Yeah, it's
but
banned
it's
every time.
Banned.
Yeah.
You don't let it through.
What would be the next hero? If you want to play down the defensive route, you could kind of go OD. But they go Void Spirit.
Okay.
I don't mind that. Like, when I was saying OD, I was like, it's like cool for saving heroes, and then you basically have only saves on your team, right? Like, Batrider can save with Lasso, Ursa can enrage himself, Phoenix can egg, Brew can split, OD can Astral. Like, then you have we have 5 ways to deal with a CK. But they go for the Void Spirit. Of course, Void Spirit with the Ags build, if he wants to go for that. If you ever get the Darkseer, or Tiny, or the Rubik, these kind of high spellcasting heroes with a silence, it can offset the fight. So yeah, overall, not too bad, but it does open up for potential counter picks, and not really a counter pick, but a momentum pick at least. We're going to see the mid Earth Spirit.
So last game we saw the Ember Spirit versus the Storm Spirit. This game we see the Earth Spirit versus the Void Spirit. So we get to see every single spirit in this in these 2 games, which is kind of interesting. All at mid as well. So both of them have this kind of timing of being able to jump in, AoE silence, really kind of wreck team fights. So like most spirit matchups, it's just going to be about who gets a counter rotation on whom and who kind of gets the power runes. That's what it comes down to. Then you start looking at the side lanes. You think, okay, who is self-sufficient enough for the supports to start to move around and go and get the power runes? And quite honestly, most of their lanes, like on both teams, have a degree of kind of self-sustainability. So I'm kind of imagining mid is just going to be a battleground where, we're going to have 4 supports moving in at like the 4-minute mark onwards, and every power rune forward from then as well. So I'm expecting a lot of fighting. I'm expecting the river to be flowing red with the blood of dead heroes.
I mean, I hope so. I think VP tried to do it in the last game. This time around, it isn't as easy due to the lack of stuns, right? As much as you want to see that aggression, it's going to be Void Spirit setting up other heroes. Plenty of damage if they can. Maybe a bait in Liga team to overextend, but yeah, this is going to be in the test of VP. They are a game away from elimination. I don't think a single person expected them to be a team that goes from upper bracket to 1 win to then eliminated. So we'll see if they can bounce back for sure. And based on play, based on draft, like, I am leaning Liga due to the amount of like combinations they have. I liked VP's draft in game 1. They didn't execute. I don't really like VP's draft in game 2. We shall see.
I'm still trying to kind of get a read on it. You know, it's like very similar in a lot of ways, where you have that team fighting off laner, you have the mid laners, which are both spirit heroes, you have both carries, which are very aggressive and can catch. So the difference really here is in the supports, I would say, where you have the Batrider and the Phoenix versus the Rubik and the Tiny. Still
And, like,
kind of
Phoenix-
similar in some ways, but yeah.
Phoenix will become a raid boss in this game. That's the thing, right? It's like if VP overcome the Liga hurdle of CK getting man to Orchid, Ursa and naturally want to find kills, like, time will be VP's friend, because late game Ursa is really hard to kill in this game. The Darkseid doesn't really provide any value against it. The Phoenix as well, it's what, 4 melee heroes and a Rubik? Like, this egg won't be dying. And then like Void Spirit, Brewmaster, these are so annoying when they get to multiple items. So I think lanes should be relatively even. Early game favoring Liga, ultra late game probably VP. But again, this Dota is such a complicated game that the journey there isn't as simple. So we will see what VP can do to poke down Liga to accelerate their timings. But
Yeah.
and like you said, the mid lane matchup, I think this will really bring either draft to life if a Void Spirit is able to take over a game. Same thing for Ursa. These heroes in the correct hands, in the correct momentum, can just ruin a game. And it's our observers. He just learned how to write.
No, that was me.
He wasn't very good at
was on
learning
that
his
cringe.
H's yet. He's still going to improve on his H's. Again,
It was me.
oh, was it you? I thought it was our
Yeah.
observers. Oh, that's
No,
not
no,
cool.
no. They're way too
you don't
professional
know
for
how
that
to
kind of
type.
thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, that's a good point. I was
I'll
thinking,
work
I
on
was
some
saying,
H's
there's
over
no
here.
way they would do that. Yeah, that's impossible.
I'm too busy observing.
sorry,
Look at
observers.
this. You've got the split cams to do. No time to write silly messages. Saying hi to you guys is never silly, don't you worry. The special little guys.
Say goodbye and just turn off the stream. That's a power play.
Bottom side immediately stun out onto Noticed, but Terra's one flame break. And Violent's kind of struggling to trade up into Notice as these guys just kind of going at each other right now. It's a nice way to start the game, you know. Last game they barely hit each other. This game are just immediately going in and just taking chunks out of each other. Already a new sign of life for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you want to make your mark in the lane and FNG it. Get
Toss
tossed
back.
up, but not the tower.
Yeah, Iron Shell also on the Tiny, not doing that much at level 1, so they will just have to back themselves away. Phoenix, Ursa, very, very strong lane. I mean, what's scarier than a bear? A bear on fire. Or a bear when you're on fire, more accurately.
I don't know if a bear on fire is actually that scary. 'Cause I think the bear has bigger problems to deal with. He's not going to be like, you know what? I'm also going to maul this lonely walker whilst I'm on fire, right? Like,
Disagree, because if the bear's on fire, then it's got something to be mad about. Bears are actually pretty chill, because they're like apex predators. They don't have much to worry about. They don't really see
Okay.
humans as prey, so if it's on fire, though, it's just going to be doing whatever, you know? It's very unpredictable.
okay, the final hunt. It knows its demise and it'll take me down with him just to spite me.
Yeah,
Good thing we got to this conclusion.
I think so. I think that sounds correct. I'm sure there's veterinarians in the chat who can back that up. I'm not sure a veterinarian has much experience with flaming bears either, but I don't know how much of a common occurrence that is. Spiritich very aggressively farming under the tower here in the bottom side. Doesn't give a damn about Iron Shell at all. Does now have
Oh,
a
got
level
lifted
2 on
back.
the Dark Seer at least.
Always
three,
going to be
in fact.
careful. With Ruby and CK in the lane, if you're anywhere close to that tower, the lift into the Reality Rift, and it can put you into a spot of bother, but not to be the case. Yet to see a first blood in the game. Most lanes, I'd argue, going relatively even. No crazy CSC. I think the only hero really losing out right now is probably the Brewmaster. He opted to go for a bit more of a bruising style of play onto the CK rather than the early CS, and Whilst Darkseer naturally will always be able to farm up due to his Iron Shell and wave skipping potential. Oh, quiet start. Eventually Hell will break loose.
FNG
you need to
very
be careful,
far forward here. If they can catch him when he goes the Icarus. Oh, he can't. Even BB actually putting the point into vacuum there. He'd been holding it for a long time, but puts it into the vacuum to try and catch him out, but doesn't trigger it in time. So
Tiny was also level 1. If he had one more creep to his name, he would have been able to have that avalanche. And the FNG really playing the limits there.
yeah, but because of this, BB3PX is actually already at level 4 on the Darkseer. Like, he's the same level as the mid laner. He's just been getting every wave solo. The amount of XP this Darkseer is getting is absolutely ridiculous. Down the bottom lane, the toss back onto Antares. The right clicks from Pantomime will need to be quick because Violent's in some trouble. The Verifier comes through, but the damage is in, and they will kill off the Batrider. That'll be your first blood going to Pantomime on the Rubik.
Oh, and FNG, he's getting chased down top. He doesn't have the dive. He's already used it. Vacuum.
Yeah, with the Iron Shell taking him down, FNG should be dropping here. And BB gets himself a kill to go along with his ridiculous amount of experience.
And he's got the good facet, not this movement thing. Make sure you utilize the attack speed from intelligence and violent. He will be dying bottom, and
Big kill.
yeah, he didn't really have a lot of resources, right? Like after getting the kill, he was kind of staying on the edge. Their couriers hadn't come out yet, so an important death for VP to get, but also not the craziest one, right? But Liga doing a little bit of reset, and I gotta say, I do love the way that Liga played this top lane. Like really enabling the Darkseer, getting the levels. If you get to level 5 with 3 points Iron Shell, you don't really care too much about Ursa anymore. You just double Iron Shell, hold each other's hands. And Ursa can't chase you down, so they've really ensured that by minute 6, Darkseer should be able to hit these timings. And as a
Rotation down
6-minute mark,
to the bottom side for FNG. But the TP rotation from the Tiny. Seemingly predicting this one.
Is under attack.
he's bringing the Iron Shell as well, so technically it's a 4-man gank.
Toss back onto the tower. That's very nice. Follow up with a Chaos Bolt as well. This is looking like a dead panda in my screen. And noticed will eventually be dropping, although the evasion doing God's work, but going to be no more than that for him to stay alive. FNG very low as well. A couple more right clicks will be required. Doesn't have a Verifier, doesn't have a wand, does have a free trip to the base. Antares running through the trees, maybe looking for one more here. Very low mana though on 1J, which is going to make it kind of difficult. Antares also going to pick up the Healing Lotus here, and he's actually turning around and going aggressively onto Pantomime with the Healing Lotus. Is going to be able to be absolutely fine. And for Pantomime, as in comes SquadX looking for a kill here. Not needed for the Rubik kill, but will be able to bring down the Tiny. And that is going to be 2 dead supports down in the bottom lane. A bit of revenge to be gained for the side of Virtus Pro.
Everything was looking so good for Liga until they overextended just a little bit there. If the Tiny had a drop of mana, then sure, it probably would be a different story. And SquadX, he identifies the time taken to try and kill off the Batrider, and he comes in and gets a nice little cleanup.
I think...
No, Rebel, he's bot lane as well.
Yeah.
That's where it's also going for the bot fight.
So one thing I noticed about that fight is that it all took place around the 6-minute mark. And I was trying to figure out like why there were so many supports bottom when we already had this conversation about how sufficient the side lanes are and how all the fighting is going to be at mid. And I feel like both teams made that read where both teams thought the supports were going to go to mid, which meant that they were going to be able to get a free kill on the side lanes. They pass on the power rune and trade for a kill on the side lanes, which would be more valuable, assumedly. Yeah. But because they both made that read, it just turned into an absolute bloodbath down on the bottom side, which is really interesting.
Yeah, it's cool to see the kind of the mirroring moves there. And you know, luckily for Liga, the rune that they gave away was only a shield rune, so it's not as if the Void Spirit was able to get like a amp damage rune or haste rune, because if he keeps that bottled, that will be another pick-off coming down the line. And as we get to the 8-minute mark, I do expect Liga to bring some focus now towards mid, as you see Tiny and Rubik. Actually, all supports plus mid laners are now ready for this rune fight.
Here we go. This is what we signed up for. The brawl of the middle lane. It takes place with a pretty slow start. 1J's the one who picks up the haste rune, runs in round the back, finds a Phoenix. He knows who he wants, and he's going to get him. FNG to fall. A Rebel might be in some trouble, though. Nice jump in from SquadX. Interrupts a roll, putting him in a whole world of hurt. Rebel's going to go down. A great kill here from Virtus Pro, and they're looking for a second. Pantomime going for the TP out here and will be able to make it. No more cancels available from Virtus Pro. So it's just going to be a trade here, but one which massively favors VP, and they're getting a ton of damage on the tower at the same same time as
Maybe
Tiny
a
comes
Tiny,
in to just try and land the toss, but he's just giving his life for this one. Fortify even coming out to make sure they can get this kill with ease. And 1J will be dropping for that toss.
Darks is about a year late to this engagement. He just rocks up at the very end of it like, I'm here, hello.
Don't worry, guys. I'm here to help out.
And of course, we already commented on the play style of the top lane, right? Tiny sacrificing his game to give Dark 0 lane. And now we're seeing kind of the repercussions where Tiny elsewhere on the map just doesn't have the resources to assist, right? He kind of rocks up, he gets a kill on Phoenix, fight extends, and that's about it. And I think Liga, they got to be careful where they not shut down the bear, right? The bear has 4,600 HP in the top lane. You compare that to CK, who's had to fight his way through the laning phase, 1,000 gold less now, and also can take over games. If he's uncontested with Battle Fury Blink, paired with the aggression of a Void Spirit, with the split of the Brew, it could be a scary mid game, and I think VP's done a pretty good job to ensure this could be the case. Rebel has been very quiet though in this game. Like the fight towards mid lane has kind of been his at least somewhat entry, but we've yet to see him TP to a side to punish a Brew for 4-6. He hasn't tried to chase down the bear in the top side of the jungle to make him think about where he wants to farm. It's been a very, very quiet game from us for it that I didn't really expect as much, and it really does stem from the fact that Tiny just does not have the levels to be able to play up with the Spirit.
So we're gonna, well, mid lane, once again, they'll go fishing and they'll go finding. Pantomime gets brought down, and Terra is able to close the gap there with the flame break to get on top of him with a flaming lasso. And yet another kill going to VP. This mid lane is being dominated by Virtus Pro at this point. Yeah, Rebel, what is your timing? I mean, he's going for that blade mail, so I imagine that's when we're going to really start see him turning up to the engagements. And this is really nice for Noticed as well on the Panda, who's kind of just chilling at the bottom side, going for the greedier build, and good start for him. Do you remember how much he was struggling earlier on? But due to all the distractions and all the fighting that's going on, he's been able to stabilize his game very well.
Yeah, I think Liga's perspective on the map now is going to be very kind of wide, right? So you want to gank Ursa at the top side of the map. You see Brew now farming on the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, mid's not been very successful, and kind of that issue of where do we really want to make a play? Like, if you go for Ursa and he doesn't die, Brew will get to Radiance. If you go gank a Brew and maybe delay his Radiance, Ursa will have Battle Fury Blink. There isn't one move that feels good now for Liga. It really is the difference of mid, and it's why it's so important that your mids are able always to kind of mirror the pacing. Like, I look towards Void Spirit, I see kills, I see potential, and right now with this Earth Spirit, can he really kill a side lane? The Ursa can dispel the Magnetize, the Brew can split to get away from it. Like, this Ursa, it doesn't have that pick-off potential that the Void Spirit's carrying. And it's probably why Liga does feel very uncomfortable. Both Darkseer and CK are very farming side lane heroes. We're going to have to take a page out of VP's book a little bit. Sit back and farm and wait for a very clear opportunity for them to enter this game. And that opportunity might be coming soon if they are to really force this objective top. They did show mid in a little bit of a conga line fashion. So if Ursa was to die here, he isn't looking at his minimap.
Yeah, Kiritich running himself away to the jungle. He's pinging warning signs into his own jungle as well, right where he is. So definitely seems to know something is up here. He's telling his team exactly that. Being very cautious, doesn't want to get caught out. Violent has the has the armlet finished. The FNG, Antares is TPing in. They're looking to defend this. They get the lasso out onto the Void Spirit. Very nicely done, but Rebel immediately jumping in and trying to help out with this one. Moving across to Kiritich. Kiritich, he's on the run, not getting brought down as they'll kill off the egg. VP losing their support. Now they need to leave. Antares going for the TP out. That's not going to happen though. Interrupted by Rebel as they move across towards the Ezra as well. He's gone as well. 3 heroes taken out on the side of Virtus Pro. Notice his pandas are just getting murdered one by one by one. Wants to get the kill onto Pantomime, but the stolen primal split from Pantomime. Oh my goodness, they are getting their ankles broken and stepped upon here by Liga.
And the MVP of this fight, it isn't the top side, it's 1J on his Tiny. He cancelled the TP of the Void Spirit. He also further baited out multiple jumps. So if Void Spirit's to die here, it's because of what Tiny was able to achieve here. But Squadix, he doesn't go down. And that's why the tip came in. Void Spirit TP'd, it got cancelled. 1J was just toying with him the entire time. So incredible stuff from the Tiny to prevent the Void Spirit on top. Like maybe if Void Spirit was there, it's a completely different fight. We were already saying about the killer mentality that we're seeing from Void Spirit. So yeah, nice little bit of communication there to tell Liga like, hey, they're missing their mid lane. Go for the kill, be ruthless. So 3,000 gold lead, nice stuff there. And it always because of the Tiny that has had a relatively quiet game due to his sacrificial plays, but he stepped up at the right time to give them everything they needed in this top engagement.
Huge stuff. The MVP of the fight wasn't even in the fight.
Amen. That's what every POS 5 player tells himself, by the way. It's like,
this was me. I did this.
I died first. I tanked the spell. I got this. But if the Void Spirit died as well, oh, that would have been just like the icing on the cake for that play, but not
who
to be
knows how the fight would have gone if the Void Spirit did get into the engagement.
entirely different.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looked like a great start for Virtus Pro, and Terra is getting a beautiful flame breakout onto the Darkseer, catching him out, stopping the team fight from Liga, but it just didn't matter. The number advantage was too much.
Now they're smoked up as 4. There isn't
They're feeling
a
it now.
Who can they find?
A little bit suspect when the middle wave just gets fade bolted. It does seem like VP were paying attention.
Yeah, when the wave just disappears in front of you on the meter, it's like, wait a second.
Yep, circle comes out from Squadix. He knows what's up. They've been notified. And look at this, a line of wards here on the mini-map.
The Liga
one of them
has
just died.
incredible vision though.
Oh, one of them just died, whatever. It was that. Yeah, thank you, Observer.
Like, as long as they play up this top side, like these 2 wards are the wards that instantly get dewarded if they leave the area. So if they at least play kind of in like the fringe side of the dire map, then they will be able to utilize it quite nicely. And I mean, you look at the other side, right? VP have the same ward coverage on the enemy jungle. It's like they are very much mirroring each other's play.
Yeah. We've actually got 3 wards in the enemy jungle. In fact, it's very thorough for an area they're not really playing in a whole lot, but it does give them information all the same. Pantomime, his steel is about to run out, so he does just use the pandas to split up and farm. I respect a little bit. We have seen this before. I feel like you and me have cast a few games like this where Rubik's just like thrown out an ability because it was about to run out. And then they steal it again later and it's on cooldown. Only with ultimates, obviously, but...
What if it runs out? Now we know why.
Yep. Primal Split's a weird one, though. It's a bit different to most other ultimates where you're likely not going to be stealing it at the start of the fight. It's just something you may happen to get at the very end.
It is a novelty still.
Indeed. What's your favorite spell steal? Just in terms of memes.
Oh, for memes? Focus fire on Winona. Just seeing the Rubik at high speed going it's pretty hilarious.
Lasso on the top lane. 1J's gone. Doing what a good Tiny must. And shoving waves. Almost gets out with the TP. It was close. But it does drop in the ender, though. Liga are looking for a little bit of revenge. Moving up here, smoked up, ready for some action.
They have the Orchid on CK. They see any hero, they will be dying. And Keratic, he's respected on the other side. He's rushing the BKB. He's not even looking towards the blink after Battle Fury. So there's Orchid timing. There's a very slim window where they can utilize it.
Well, Antares is gone. I mean, big commitment just for the Batrider. Wall used, smoke revealed, Orchid revealed, but kill's a kill. Better than no kill. My favorite spell for Root, by the way, as you already know, as we've already seen, is Moonglaives. It's a fun one. I wonder if there's any more weird innates which or like weird abilities which turn into actives which you can then steal. Let us know, chat. What's your favorite Rubik ability to steal? The silliest one. This one's always a classic as well. Firefly, where he rides around on a broomstick. I just love that some guy's like, I'm animating this.
If you take global silence, then you've just proven what MMR you are, by the way. Just to put it out there. You've had enough time. Gonna put it out there.
Get him.
Got him, boys. Because that's why it's literally impossible to still win any game above like 4K MMR.
Darkseer.
Twinja's carrying 4 blood grenades, by the way.
Oh my god.
He really
Right.
wants that 200 HP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Get the restock going. Make sure that they're available.
Yeah, it's a reasonable amount of HP, I guess, and always nice to have them in the fights, regardless.
Darkseer,
Time in the game.
Watch out.
There is an angry bear here and an angry phoenix, and Pantomime's going to be the target of their anger. He's going to heal himself up to buy himself a little bit of time. Nice back wall coming out onto the 3 of them. That means FNG's dead before he gets off the wall, and down goes Antares as well. Relbo just coming in and tearing them up with a Darkseer. Moving on to Squadix now as well, and they've got the Orchid out on him, and now the CK comes in to take him down. Triple kill for the Earth Spirit. Virtus Pro thought they were getting a sneaky snipe, but they were just getting destroyed. Out-read, out-maneuvered once again. This is just the story of the series.
I mean, they just wish they had some stuns, right? Like, the Darks is, like, next to the tier 1 tower. He gets to run away. The Rubik yules up, kind of kites out the fight. Then you hit the vac wall. There's no egg as he gets silenced up. The Void Spirit, if he doesn't connect on a stun, there is no other stun really in play. You can't rely on Brewmaster Pandas to be there. Kind of the pillar for your team fight. And, yeah, VP are feeling the repercussions of their draft a little bit. Liga, the confidence as well. Like, the Earthra has BKB. And we've already spoken about how little stuns they have. We mentioned Rebel not having a very crazy start to the game, but he's slowly been finding the farm, finding the pickoffs, and 6-1 and 2. He's a very substantial threat for VP. Like, for VP to win a fight, they need to utilize like the lasso next to an egg, and no, they're utilizing lasso, but it's only on the tiny. I feel like VP, the major kills that they've had in recent time has been multiple tiny kills.
It's a tiny tax. You pick tiny, you got to pay the tiny tax.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now, though, they're setting up for Roshan. With the Ursa in the area, this is a very
Liga
real
aware?
threat. They're coming over. Yeah, they're aware. They're moving over pretty quickly.
Yeah, they have no scan, so this is very much just a... Oh, they actually have a ward, so...
Smokes up as well.
They're going to be too late, though.
Too
They're
late,
not
surely.
running over.
Yeah. Roshan is dead already.
But they can fight after. We see this a lot from teams.
Yes.
Even if they get the Aegis, go straight away for the fight. They have the ward. They had the ward.
And a TP out. This is exactly what they wanted. They're not going to have a Batrider for this fight. They are split. They'll get the Phoenix. That should be about it, although they're pinging noticed as well. They want to bring down the Brewmaster. Brewmaster, no split available for another 10 seconds. That's going to cause them a whole world of issues. Orchid's not even needed to bring him down. It's going to be a double kill for the Chaos Knight. You might get Roshan, but we get the fight.
It's such a kind of new age version of Dota. Like before, when you lost Roshan, you're like, run away, get away. They got the Aegis, but now teams have so much more confidence to run to the pit, even if it is to fall. And something that we haven't really mentioned is Darkseer into Ursa doesn't feel too good, but Darkseer into Brewmaster, if you're able to take that Radiance burn from the Brewmaster illusion, throw it into the fight, post BKB from Ursa, like it's going to be quite a little bit of a nuisance, and something to consider. Aegis now on the Ursa for 4 minutes. We'll see if VP can utilize it. And in the team fight, they struggle. They just don't have to lock down the control to kill off the CK, to survive the Ursa at the moment. And I think they kind of want Ursa to have Blink Basher, probably. He just gets the Blink, but that is going to be when at least VP are their most confident. As they are smoked behind the bear, hoping to bait something out.
Yeah, and they go with the lasso. The fight is messy, and it does look like Rebel will be falling here. Virtus Pro are able to get one, but immediately Violent jumping onto the Ursa. The Aegis Ursa is an interesting target here for Violent. Without a BKB, though, they see the opportunity to kill him twice. Now the Orchid comes down onto the Brewmaster. He's in a whole world of trouble. No one's going to come and save him. Violent's going to take him down. And a toss back onto Squadix. He has got himself an Astral Step and a Manta. He's not going to be an easy kill by any means, as Violent chases forwards here, looking for a target. So aggressive on this CK. BK. Ursa wants to punish Kiritich. He's angry about this, but he's going to have to be angry whilst he dies. That said, they don't want to commit to the kill. Again, Aegis on the Ursa. Not really someone you want to jump here super badly as Antares jumps in, just trying to mess with them, trying to stop the escape. But a stolen Astral Spirit causing issues for the Void Spirit. He's got the Mantra. He's going to get it off, but it doesn't matter. He's dead anyway. How does he die there? That is crazy. The stuns, the damage, the harassment. It's too much for Squadix to handle. And they'll lose their Void Spirit and their Aegis. And the price, it's free.
Disconnect. There we go. But the Pantomime on this Rubik with the Aether Remnant still, he nearly caught the combination at the start when the tiny toss back, but it didn't clip on the Remnant, but just constantly spamming out the Remnants, constantly looking to chip down and find that catch with the stolen stun. It really just eventually netted so many kills for them. I say so many, it was a couple, but it felt like so many.
Yeah.
VP, it's just so awkward to watch VP fight, right? Like, they're not really fighting. It's just more surviving with the hope at some point Kiritich has enough Fury Swipe stacks to then get a kill. Like, it's like you kill in Lasso with a 1+1 combo, or you just survive and then eventually whittle down your opponent in some way. Like, the egg as well. Like, the egg gets popped and everyone just walks away. It's like, all right, see ya. As much as an incredible Phoenix game, due to the lack of egg killing potential, it's also a terrible Phoenix game because of his own team.
Quick Torment kill for Liga. I don't know, like Sunray always feels like it doesn't really feel very useful when you're against like really high burst lineups. The CK just kills heroes way too quickly for a 6% heal or whatever it is to be any useful. I mean, he hasn't leveled it either, which kind of proves that FNG feels the same way as well. Don't know what the current particular build on Phoenix is, but going more in for the damage with the Dying Light, Blinding Sun, and trying to stack up that instead. But again, it's really hard to stack up those debuffs onto Violent, especially with the Manta and the Phantasm. Constantly purging everything off just makes them a pain in the ass to deal with.
If you're a BP fan, you are looking at Kiritich on screen right now, you are hoping he can get to like Basher Aghanims. When I said earlier, like, he wants Blink Basher, it's always the way. Like, if Ursa isn't leading the game, it's okay, now he wants this item, okay, now he wants the next item, but eventually when he gets there, sure, he is gonna be a menace. He needs the Basher to lock onto a hero, he needs the Aghanims to survive the amount of damage that Liga now presents in the fight.
Yeah. With a Basher, you become a threat. All of a sudden, this Earth Spirit can be punished. BKB Earth Spirit is very difficult to get the lock on him, to actually catch him when he jumps in. Basher will make all the difference. But it's a lot of issues for you to deal with right now. You have to get so much done inside your BKB.
We have a little bit of smoke from VP. 3 heroes. Currently under the cover of smoke.
Oh, that tower is low.
But the tier 1's still alive. It's 26 minutes. It's so hard to smoke like this. They're hoping to find the Rubik or someone, but Ego smoked up as well.
Kiritich didn't realize you just popped his smoke on the tower. Now jump in, toss back, force stuff around, and Terrence is everywhere, and now he is dead. Kiritich is in onto Rebel. He needs to bring down this Earth Spirit. He needs to do it now, but he's not able to do so, and now the stun comes in from Violent. Enrage gonna have to be used. The heals are coming from the Phoenix, but it's just not doing enough. The stun is there, but all it does is delay the approach of Liga. It doesn't turn the fight for them, and VP will have to run away once again. Squadix trying to find the backlines with his amplified damage rune, unable to do that.
Okay, but a sign of a positive fight for VP. The egg didn't die. They punished Tiny, who jumped in quite early.
She'll get a kill here as well.
Yeah, some cleanup kills as well. A lot of things had to go right for VP to win an engagement, and at least here it did present itself. And one thing's got to be careful. If he jumps in like that, forces the fight in that style, like the vacuum was, it was pretty underwhelming. It hits 2 heroes, the Ursa's BKB'd. This is not going to be...
Oh, they're not just satisfied, they want more. They'll move forwards onto the Phoenix, but it's actually Violent who's getting ganked here. Kiritich on top of him, and Violent is dead. Virtus Pro, they're coming back. It took them a game and a half to find it, but finally, they start to find a little bit of that momentum, a little bit of that VP magic. First real big mispositioning we've seen from Violent in this series as he stepped up too far down the lane. Without that BKB
as well. Oof.
Yeah.
With the bash from Ursa, even if you have BKB, it's not a place to be. Kiritich is trying to do everything in his power to get his team to a game 3. And Squadix and the Void Spirit just completed the Aghanims. So we'll be able to cut to the back lines and to prevent that additional spell casting with the silence on his Resonant Pulse.
Yeah, I think this is a big deal as well. It's going to make life much harder for the Tiny. You know, Tiny's always that weird one where your initiation is so difficult. It's so high skill to start fights as Tiny. And now that pressure's even harder. Like, you have to blink toss immediately. Whoever you see, you have to get the blink toss back. It has to be instant. Otherwise, you're going to get silenced up by the Void Spirit. And then you're in a whole lot of hurt. He's going for the Yules to try and give himself like a second lease of life inside these fights. It's tricky. And Terez utilizing the ward vision. If he pops his smoke here, he's in an excellent spot to do so, but they found him, immediately getting the vision on that high ground. They'll take down the Batrider. Ursa immediately, BKB in range, TP away. Kiritich is gone. Ooh, that was very close to being a disaster, but thankfully Kiritich very fast on the BKB, gets himself to safety, and they don't have the damage to bring him down, not within rage going off.
I hope you have the same feeling, by the way, but when someone's BKB TP'd in front of you, I have the innate desire to scream bash every single time. I really held back that time. I wanted to say bash, even though there's no way Liga can bash.
Also, when someone's bashing someone or like trying to bash someone or doesn't like, you know, with time lock or something, I always tell them it's turned off if they're not bashing it. I always get that, huh? Oh, you're being dumb. Ooh, noticed almost connecting on the Rubik there with the Cyclone. A little bit close for comfort. Game's getting very tense right now. Squadix running up into 3 heroes, but he's got a whole team behind him, and this might just be a tiny death, although it's a little bit of an awkward place to fight. Notice that is a very nice drag him down the low ground, but unfortunately there's just no follow-up right now. It's cute, but yeah, not really going to result in a whole lot. This shard from Notice is being very annoying as well, just using that Storm Panda and causing a whole load of issues for Liga. It's giving them a scout, it's giving them catch. This is looking pretty sick.
That was such a cool vacuum though. Like to go from like high ground to low ground, 3-man. You just wish there was like an avalanche or a roll or a magnetize or something to connect it. Would have been
I was like
the highlight fight of the qualifier so far.
No.
I mean, I've never said vacuum before, but it
took me by surprise. The vacuum, but yeah. I mean, definitely a sick play, but yeah, the follow-up just not there. But Roshan is respawning. This is the next big turning point in this game. Virtus Pro, they really need to get themselves over here and challenge this one. It's a what? That was like a very, very quick respawn. Ruh-roh. Yeah, I mean, this is just a rush going to the side of Liga. All spells available on the side of Virtus Pro. They don't want to contest. They want the Aghanim Scepter on their Ursa, I guess. Wow.
That's quite a bold play. This is the type of play that we might look to critique in the future, right? When you have everything available for VP, to not even think about the contest, but yeah, that's Liga now will take the Aegis and we'll see what they can do with it. The game is very, very even, and CK is quite an interesting carry for the Aegis. Like if he gets his illusions out and dies, as long as the illusions survive, then sure he can utilize them again in that second life, but yeah, the game is very, very awkward at this point. Either team has the ability to take the fight. I'd argue VP still struggle. We cannot disregard the fact that they do lack the control. They do lack the ability to set up the perfect engagement, unlike League, where
I think
you have like 5 stuns.
There's 2 things that have made this game much easier for Virtus Pro, and it's the Ursa Aghanims and the Brewmaster Shard. It gives them so much information where the Ursa can play up, not really be too worried about just getting 100 to 0 burst. He's always going to have that extra survivability. And the vision from this familiar of the Brewmaster, the companion, as well as the illusion clearing ability as well, is going to kind of help swing the vision game in their favor, deal with these illusions, which are just doing way too much on the map. It's something, but yeah, totally agreed that Liga is in a... when it actually comes to clicking the spells and making heroes die, that just feels so much easier for this team.
Well, VP, they're smoked up. Look at them. So close to the steps, but they walked the long way around. Neither team has scans, so they are doing this blind.
Phoenix might pop here. Yeah, Phoenix, he pops. He's going to know as heroes on the high ground here. Someone's farming this camp. That's the information which VP have right now. Liga, I'm not sure they have anything, but they're going to go in. They're going very, very deep here on the CK, and they will bring down Antares. Now looking over towards Squadix. Squadix, of course, has the man to get himself out should he need it. That's Notice pops a primal split. They'll move on to the CK. Ursa trying to bring down Violent here. Violent needs to run himself away. He's got an Aegis, and he's going to lose his first life. BKB swapped in. Just use it here as Rebel. Take to the front lines. They found the Ursa, but Ursa with the BKB just going to turn around and maul the Tiny. Tiny is not gone, though, as I'll jump in. Silence out onto everyone. The egg is there as well. They're going to try and protect it as Rebel tries to kill off, but won't be able to do so, and he's going to go down. Pantomime turns around, tries to help him out with the Sun Ray, but it's not going to do a thing. Rebel is gone, and Squadix gets the double kill, so move over towards FNG. Violence should get that kill on the side, has the vision, has the damage, has the kill. Squadix falls as well. Pantomime brings his down, 4 dead on the side of VP. All that's left is the Brewmaster, and it's not looking great for him. The Panda is going to go extinct, and it's going to be a full 5-man team wipe for the side of Liga. There it is.
And the Aegis just proved too difficult for VP to fight into. And the CK, he's blinking in with absolutely no cares. He's using his illusion to kind of enable him to get deeper. Like, the fact that you pair the main hero with one illusion, it's kind of difficult. Like, is that the real one? Is it just 2 illusions scouting? He gets the Batrider. Sure, VP are on division, but again, they don't get to play close enough to the egg to really utilize it. Earth Spirit's kind of cutting through. The Dark Soul was so patient in then setting up the 3-man back wall to further make VP feel very disjointed in the fight, and VP not contesting that previous Roshan, giving CK so much confidence. It allowed Liga just free entry to the next engagement. They win the fight. They're hitting the tier 3s, most likely going to be taking a Rax here.
This is wild.
Throughout this game. And
I don't know how Virtus Pro let them take that Roshan, and then we immediately see the effects of it in the fight. And ultimately what it comes down to is Violent just having the freedom to just run around the fights and clobber people. Like, spells are cool, yeah, like, you know, vacuum wall, egg coming down, lasso, yeah, like, spells are great, but ultimately it doesn't contest to a farm CK just going from hero to hero, mowing them all down, doing 9,000 damage in that fight. And that's the freedom which an Aegis gives you. You use the resources to kill him the first time, he just comes back and freedom. He grows his
draft
wings.
Is so obnoxious to deal with, because not only is CK killing heroes, Ursa is zoning them, Tiny's repositioning them, Rubik's also doing it, Dark's is dragging him around. Like, they've got so many different ways to have to punish your opponent on top of CK's damage, and we got a lasso.
He's very deep on Violent here, but Notice has just got clobbered down by Rebel and 1J.
That was the offlaner, by the way.
Yeah, that is your offlaner. No longer. Pantomime with the Aeon disc. I mean, he's going to be able to live through this, and this is an egg used? What? Virtus Pro falling apart at the seams right now. Nothing going their way. Facing elimination here in game number 2 at the hands of Liga. And they are falling apart. My goodness. I didn't expect this waking up today. Let me tell you.
They're drawing the line. They do not want to allow VP out of their base. Keep them penned in. Build up the lead. If you see a hero, just jump him. CK also went for the Octarine. He understands just... He can actually just win this game by pressing Phantasm and Manta and letting them do the damage. Oh, he wants it. Oh, if Ursa had stepped up, that would have been potential chaos. Of course, he can press him Rage, but still. Look at him. He wants it.
Oh, it's the hot tub kill. It's the hot tub fight. Silence is there. Stun doesn't connect. Securitage gets a blink away. Violent maybe in an awkward position now.
Bash,
BKB,
bash,
Bash's going to be there, of course. You got the overpower, and now Violent tries to turn around, but he's just going to die.
Oh, okay.
You don't go for the hot tub, Platey. It's just bad manners to try and kill another man in a hot tub. We all know this.
Yeah, very true. That is the unwritten rule for any assassin out there, or any budding assassin.
Aspiring assassin.
What a wild play, by the way, for the CK. Like,
That's
how
crazy.
You're playing into an Agnim's Ursa. Like, is that what angle do you go for? Is that
I want to know if
confidence for
the stun
CK?
connects, does it work?
You can just press enrage. You can just press enrage during disable.
Oh
He's
yeah,
chilling.
no, it doesn't work.
The whole point is like,
Can you kill him through 80% damage reduction and 50% state resistance?
yeah, this is the question though, man. Is that the logic of too much confidence on a CK player, or the disrespect that Kiritich just won't press the button?
I think it's just someone trying to start a fight outside the base. You know, someone's clearly said, if we see them out the base, go for him. And
That's true.
take
I
him
was
back.
saying that's what they were doing. They were doing it, but I think CK could kill any hero.
And Terra's caught, catching a fantastic target here. Rebel's going to be that guy. He's got himself the Blade Mail, the BKB available, but it's not going to matter. He just gets cut
has no
down regardless. Doesn't save you from the bear, and no buyback on him. You're absolutely right as they move in towards the Darkseer as well. He's just going to be the +1. BB3 is gone. Oh dear. The game comes swinging back the other way.
Okay, VP just got the biggest lifeline possible. Yeah, no comment. Violent kind of putting his team into a spiral. Potentially a game 3. Who knows? I don't want to get too carried away, but yeah,
Well, it's certainly going to
looking at
plateau. Like this
swiftly.
is now a game. This is now a completely winnable game for either team. The advantage is just dissipated in front of their eyes when through the back of like 3 big misplayers. I mean, they still have that middle barracks, which is going to give them that map pressure, but yeah.
Roshan respawns in a minute 15. And you didn't actually need to use any buybacks. The issue is, look at your Earth Spirit. It's 40 minutes into the game. Super decisive moments, and your Earth Spirit doesn't have buyback. Due
Or
to
a
him buying a
basher.
Yeah. I
Interesting.
don't know how much I feel about that. Of course, Liga, they were in the position of choking out the map, obtaining 2,000-3,000 gold across their heroes, having no cares. The one death, now it like resets their entire logic for the game, and they'll have to go, wait a second, we need to farm buybacks. And of course, Earthrit with his basher, no buyback. This could be quite a decisive moment in the next fight, and of course,
But, you know, if he...
don't forget though, VP only are in this position because CK died by himself. Like in the 5-on-5, Liga should win every fight.
Yeah, kill that familiar. Get that companion. No pandas around here. Thank you very much. It is important to kill that though. It gives too much vision, too much info.
And Roshan's up in 12 seconds, and Liga, they aren't actually scouting out right now. They're playing here, but they're not checking. They do want to take the fight first. Both teams are smoked, they're ready.
Gay illusion spotted. I mean, if they're checking the debuffs, they'll know the entire team is walking past it.
They're just going straight in.
Wow. Okay.
Roshan
It's got to be
can't
quick.
roll
It's
when
got to be
he's
very
silenced.
quick indeed. They're
Very
coming in
good.
on the side of VP. Roshan cries out, says, somebody please help me, goddammit. And then VP, they're coming through. They're going to try and go for the Tiny, but Tiny's got the Wind Waker, making it awkward. It's inside the pit. They've taken down the Aegis. 1J is dead for this, though. Now the VP follow up on this one. It looks like they want to, as Rebel will pick up the Refresher. And Kiritich immediately going on to Violent here, immediately looking for the
the back
CK.
lines.
He's got no BKB because he's got the Aegis in, so he is going to end up dropping. And now, well, Rebel gets on top of FNG on the sidelines, takes him down, Refresher shot out. Now he has to come and save a CK. They have to get on top of this Ursa. Kiritich pops in rage, turns around, starts blasting away at the CK. He's going to get Wind Wakered up by 1J to buy him the time. He needs to turn around and blow up the Ursa. Liga, they turn it around once again. The Aegis, it's everything they need and more. Notice he's going to yield himself up, but when he comes back to the earth, he is going to drop. The damage is in. The heroes are dead. 2 buybacks available inside of Virtus Pro. They don't have one on the Brewmaster. He doesn't have split for the same amount of time. He's dead anyway. Wow.
They just can't kill the CK with his team. I'll remind you that much. And
Yeah.
you know, for VP, it's so difficult. Like Ursa, he can go toe for toe against the CK. He has all the damage reductions. He has the ability to brush off the toolkit of the CK. But if anyone comes to help the Ursa, that's when the T-Rift comes in, grabs that, you know, a victim, that person who's trying to assist, and then they'll go down instead. And the entire time, VP's trying to skirt around the fight. They're trying not to get anywhere close to the CK. But the Ursa just can't do the damage. And with Octarine and Arcane Blink, repositioning is not a problem for Violent.
This is one of those really sad buybacks where you know you're not going to be able to convert on it. You know you're not going to be able to get any kills from it. You just have to do it to keep yourself from getting mega creeped.
Oh, Liga though. The smoke back in.
I was worried about dewarding Ursa there. Take it down. Lazoa onto the Tiny. Is this the target you want? Well, it's a Tiny they're gonna have to settle for. Wind Waker off to the other side of the Ancient. Okay, let's buy him a little bit of time, but no. How do you get away with that?
The flame break. The Batrider flame breaks, and then the Void Spirit missed his remnant.
Oh no, Antares. Buddy.
Or technically, the Squad X and Antares.
Yeah.
That feels like the final nail in the coffin, right? Like even like your Ursa's buybacking just to keep the game alive, and then the Tiny support is like TPing behind the Ancient in front of your fountain. It's VP, they got a little bit of confidence because they killed off a CK by himself. They took that confidence, weren't able to contest the next Roshan, and Aegis has been instrumental in Liga's ability to win this game. The Roshan before this one gave them mid racks. This Roshan gave them bot racks, and I would expect Liga to have the ability to take the mega creeps without the need for another Roshan. But yeah, VP just not really respecting Roshan as much, especially when they have the Ursa on their team to give Liga all the abilities to take it away from them. It has put them in such a difficult position.
No buyback available on the Ursa now for 6 minutes. That's
going
the
to be a
key
long
point
6
here.
minutes. A single death on Kiritich will send VP. Well, they're already kind of at home, so nowhere. They'll just be sending them nowhere.
It'll keep them at home.
They'll keep them at home, not at the international.
They'll go to the airport, but not to fly to Copenhagen. Instead to fly to a relaxing holiday. Maybe. Notice uses the Flame Panda for a bit. So, new one.
Yeah, he's been doing it to skip waves throughout the quiet portion of the game.
Thanks. Yeah, this is cool. You don't see Brewmasters playing with these companions so much. Not particularly favoured shard, but when you do get it from Tormentor, it can be very nice. Notice definitely finding a lot of value from it, using it better than most. VP just going to be sitting inside their base for the next 6 minutes. Actually, in fairness, make it 5 minutes now. They've survived the first minute. When the Ursa has no buyback. There's a small window where the Ursa not having buyback coincides with Roche. That may be what Liga is hoping for here. But they will be looking for opportunities. I'll be slow playing it, but... And in fairness, you know, both their supports are still on cooldown for their own buybacks as well.
This stage, the VP are yet to retake a fight at that high ground.
Violent, they find him, and Terrace once again always getting them, and they're just going to be able to bring him down. No.
Round 2.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, once again, we see it happening. Tiny tried to go in to save him with the Wind Waker, but he's now going to be in a whole world of hurt himself. He will die. 1J is gone. Squad X looking for more, looking for any targets. Won't be finding them, but that is a huge sigh of relief. Man, and Terrace time and time and time again on this Batrider.
Are we living like in some simulation? It's like Liga take Roshan, take Rax. Violent dies. VP then gets happy, makes move, they die. Liga takes Roshan, takes Rax. Violent dies. we're in the next round of it, okay? So VP at some point will go aggressive now that they got a kill. They will somehow die, and then Roshan will spawn, and Liga will take it and get mega creeps. Just going to pre-warn you, that's the script of the game.
Most of the time, actually, it's just been Liga just walking into the pit and taking it, to be fair. They do just tend to do that.
True. For such an intensely like close game, like there really is kind of like on a nice edge. It's kind of just been the same thing happening. But wait, MKB now complete on the Ursa.
I mean, it does look like they saw him with this ward.
No, this ward was very, very good. It did catch him as he walked into behind it. So, and Terra's with that ward placement, providing VP another opportunity to cross the river potentially. But again, CK is up in 6 seconds, Tiny up in 24.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, they don't get to force the buyback. And keep in mind, Ursa still 2 minutes 30. The Ancient can fall in that time if he is to go down. So, a little
didn't really
scary
go
for
into
VP
it, by
to
the
be
way.
this far out of base, but you
Yeah, we
don't
haven't really
get to
touched on it,
TI
but-
by playing scared, Tigo.
That is true, but you do get it by buying defensive items. And Rubik and Tiny, we've mentioned it throughout the team fights, but they got such critical items to help them out. Because there's no nullifier in play for VP, the A on disc, has come in clutch now. And something to further think about, this also won't simply be able to blink Abyss or support. Both of them are going to be able to get away from that. We smoked up as 5. You know they are one fight away from progressing through the lower bracket. Can they find the jump? And Terra's, he's out by himself, but under cover of nighttime, is able to retreat. If only he knew how close he was to death.
I know.
Roshan might respawn in 10 seconds. Quickly, Nomad, guess when it will respawn. I'm gonna go with 50 seconds.
I'm going to go with 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
That's fair. And it is 1 minute 40.
Thank you.
3,
Thank you.
kind of.
are scanning.
So, any particular huge item timings coming up? I mean, we have the Arcane
Refresher
Blink
Phoenix.
on the CK. Refresher Phoenix, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
those
CK's
eggs.
had that for some time, but the refresher on the Phoenix is like the big one, I feel. I don't think there's anything else in regards to VP. They've actually nullifier on Void Spirit. So everything I just praised about the supports for Liga has now finally been punished. Took them about 50 minutes to get there, but
Yeah. Manuel
do
Rebel
have the tools.
is almost at his own Abyssal Blade as well. So that's just another tool to use against the Ursa. Ideally, you want to force him to use the BKB and the Enrage at the same time. That's what Abyssal does for you. That's why he's been going for this item. It makes Kiritich's life very awkward indeed. It changes it from having to win the fight inside of a BKB plus Enrage duration, which is a pretty long time, to having to win it inside a BKB and Enrage duration, which is a very short time. Time and time again as well, these fights really have just come down to both carries just blasting each other. Kiritich, of course, being the Ursa, does tend to win it when it comes down to the one. Oh my god!
Look at the graph.
Jesus, I want to get off VP's wild ride.
No, this is the road to the international. It's full of potholes and bumpiness. We're yet to really get the collect the taxes to be able to actually properly pave our way there. But that is the joy of multiple rated teams, and yeah,
Yeah.
Hex on Darkseer as well. Something to keep a note for as we look at the items. The jump potential in Liga is so important. VP this time they're actually here for the Roshan.
They're here for the Roshan.
Fighting at the Roshan. The last two
Before the
Roshans.
Aegis is down.
Yeah,
It's in
crazy.
theory. In theory.
Radiant's
Hold.
So first you need to get rid of those wards as Roshan starts to be taken. All the CK is going to work. FNG, he is nearby. They have a vision in the pit. The Roshan is
Guys,
getting
guys,
so low. They need to
go.
hurry up. Virtus
Go.
Pro, not again. Not
Contest.
again. The companion will reveal everything as Kiritich jumps in, but the Aegis, it goes to Violent once more, and he's just going to get dragged around by Antares. His first life is gone. Phantom jumping in. He's got the lasso, but he doesn't have the target. He's trying to find the S, but the S is all over the place right now. The Kiritich will get lassoed up in the end by Pantomim, allowing the CK to run through the fight, but he's getting blasted down right now. He's not going to be able to survive through this. Surrounded by the spirits, surrounded by the bears, surrounded by the pandas, getting tossed left, right, and center, and he's gone. Violent is dead. The Tiny's gone as well. VP, have they just won a fight? It seems like that might be the case. Liga trying to get themselves out. BB3's gone as well. Nice TPs out from them to try and save what they can.
They finally did it. It was a little bit spooky, but VP, they contested the Roshan. Like, the Aegis goes the way of CK, but CK, he used everything to take the Roshan down, to get the Aegis, but the kiting from VP was really exceptional. Constantly dragging the CK around, never allowing the CK to get off a Chaos Bulb, to get another illusion, to then maybe get a Reality Rift. It was just really beautiful control from the Void Spirit and the Brewmaster. And on top of that, the egg from FNG inside the pit, ensuring the fact that CK had to kind of disengage before thinking about the greater fight. And it took them so long to do it. The last two Roshans were comedically absent from VP, but this time it was at the forefront of their game plan. They punished Liga, and now with an 11k lead, they have so much confidence to try and do more, but they need to be careful. They were playing at Roshan. It was a really isolated area that brought most of their fight to life, and I think in the open kind of areas of the jungle, they will still struggle to deal with the amount of lockdown that they are kind of lacking, but still, for VP, it is very commendable that they are in this position. You'd argue it's kind of on the back of Violent due to a couple of his deaths, but that's not to be entertained at the moment. We do not know who's going to be winning this one. I think VP just wish they got an Aegis themselves. At this point, I think net worth is somewhat like kind of, it doesn't really mean anything. Let's be real.
Yeah, no. Net worth is a fairy tale. Don't look at that. I mean, buyback status and key items is what we're interested in at the moment.
And luckily not fantasy points, because that does nothing.
New.
That's just tens across the board. Great game, guys. Great game.
Yeah, everyone's phenomenal. I don't know. I want to know, how does Violent deal with his Brewmaster now? Because that was his big problem in the last fight. The Brewling's just absolutely surrounding him, causing him such big issues, along with the egg going off on top. Like, this combination, it doesn't matter about the Ursa anymore. They can deal with the Chaos Knight without him, which is a scary, scary prospect.
It is about the jump. When CK's...
Hex onto the Ursa. They're going for the big target here. The lasso out onto the Darkseer there. They're going to make the turnaround play, and Virtus Pro will be the winners off it. Who's catching whom? And 1J's not making it up that high ground either. He's got to toss the Ursa in. Well with the stun. And now the CK's upon him. Kiritich, he's in deep. He's trying to fight up into Violent right now. Violent's having to run himself away out of the base. Kiritich weirdly inside the base. He's going to get stunned up again. And this time he might just be dead. The damage is there. The kill comes in. Kiritich is gone. The displacement, it's too damn strong. And now the Yules comes out onto the Void Spirit as well. Squatting on the BKB to try and get himself away. It's going to be an Astral Step out and a TP out on the cover of BKB. And that means he will be surviving. The Abyssal Blade does not find him. VP once again overconfident, caught out. Ursa cannot play the game like this. He's getting juggled like a baton and a juggler.
When they're diving into the tier 3, the egg on top of the tier 3, the Ursa's to the left-hand side of the Radiant base. There's no way Brew, Void Spirit, or Bat are going to join them in that position. It was, again, a very disjointed go from VP. Of course, it started because Liga threw the Darkseer into a fight, back walling, hexing an Ursa with no real follow-up here. Very, very nervous plays being made from both teams here. Liga, of course, going to be capitalizing on it, trading potentially a Darkseer buyback for the likes of an Ursa. Phoenix using his for now. They can use the air panda to put the illusions to half HP, baiting as much as possible to try and get Liga to overextend. Good. But the discipline from Ursa not to buy back here.
This Aghanims from Noticed is like just ridiculous. Like, this entire concept of CK with the Octarine just feels useless. He's trying to spam the high ground with illusions, and this Aghanim set to pick up on Noticed, godlike. Like, it's just been so good all game.
And the balance of CK Brew is always complicated because like Brew can put CK illusions to half HP, but also you don't need the illusion to be full HP to do the damage. And it's like if the fight lasts a little bit longer than the burst of the moment, then yeah, Brew can do really well. So I think you've got to be careful that VP need to construct fights that last a little bit longer so that you see the full effect of the Brewmaster. Because in the when Liga gets the jump, it doesn't matter if there's a Brew into the mix. But luckily for VP, at least they have been able to, before that dive, show us some nice kiting.
Remember, this is Virtus Pro in a 57-minute long game, maybe heading towards tier 5 neutral items, with their TI hopes and dreams on the line. The road to TI. Are they going to fall off the wagon and be left by the roadside? Or are they going to live to get through to at least another game in this series? I don't know, man. I have no idea who's going to take this next fight. The fact that it gotten to the point where both Kiritich and Violent can be made to just look like squishy sausages and get chewed up so easily is just... whew, it's anybody's game. See these this creep wave in the middle lane getting absolutely melted, and Liga will recognize that that is a smoke and get themselves away.
There's still a ward outside the Radiant base. I need to be careful of. Time's gonna get shown on it. I just don't know how aggressive VP really wants to beat him. Like for them to take a fight, they want to get a high ground ward, utilize the steps to get Liga to kind of clump up just a little bit. Of course, the fact that Darkseid doesn't have buyback.
Finally, tiny shard.
Very useful.
Yes. Yeah, both carries about to hit 6 slotted. With no room to expand. I mean, CK's been there a little while, to be honest. Going for the nullifier. I imagine he swaps out the Octarine. I don't know how I feel about this Octarine anymore. It's just...
when I see all his items, that is the item that I can see just getting replaced. You could argue as well Lincoln's maybe, but if his positioning is very defensive, don't allow for the Batrider to find him.
Yeah.
But also Batrider has like the blink
scary.
4 stuff for enough time that... No, I could see, yeah. I can see Lincoln's getting swapped out if he really wants everything else to be on.
It's that time of the game. You can tell Squadix sitting on the high ground, making sure they're not going to be able to come to their own Ancients. And the first tier 5 neutral item is going to be
What are we going to get?
Oh, he's deciding. As is noticed. See, the problem is pro players don't see these items as much as pleb players, so...
Oh, Force stuff. Force Boot, sorry.
Force Boots.
Nice one for Brewmaster. I think Force Boots always is an exceptional choice. Getting
Agreed.
the...
Oh my god, he's so fast.
yeah, additional
when he's brewed up. Jesus.
He can throw it on an ally as well, so very, very big fan. Also going for the Stygian Desolator. For if they ever get to the base, it's going to fall. Heroes are going to fall as well.
This brew looks so funny. Oh my god.
That's where the Giants ring. He's going to be a big boy in the fight. Again, I feel like for Liga, it's a little bit more tankiness from their neutral items will enable them to not get the spook factor of the jump of
God damn, that's a helicopter.
Helicopter.
Yeah, we'll
A
get the
couple mirror
rest
shields
off
going the way of here.
the tier 5s. What have we got on the CK? He's still liking his feather for now.
Okay, just don't show all the items, okay? Because if Valve looks at this, then they're going to remove Philly Stone from the game, okay? Like, we're 61 minutes into the game, and there's like 4 heroes of tier 5s, and there's one guy still holding the Philly Stone, okay? So please, let's not make this some, like, petition to remove the item, okay? I'm a support player. I want to keep it.
You guys have a good enough goal as it is.
Okay, fine.
All right, you guys started getting cocky
the
the moment they made Observe Awards free.
Okay, just for the sanity of all support players, he now picks up a tier 5, and he does go for the Seer Stone. At some point, you got to ask the question. I think Seer Stone is very, very important in this type of game where it's about the jump. I think
if
FNG
Bat
would be
got a
very
Seer
happy he got to
Stone,
get one.
like, holy, that would have been insane.
But luckily they at least
there
have
is a
one.
random gem in the pit.
Yeah, FNG just placed it there, so he can now see when Roshan spawns.
Violent with the
Kiritich.
Pirates hat, so it's going to be a pretty even fight as they toss back the Ursa. Kiritich in some trouble right now. He's got himself the BKB. The Force Boot's being used by Notice to get him out of trouble. Rebel is chasing though. I mean, there's no BKB or Enrage on this Ursa at the moment. He's going to have it back very shortly, but they're going to try and punish this immediately, go back in and try and take down the Earth Spirit, and he will fall, but Kiritich is getting low in the process, but they're looking for more. They don't need their teddy bear anymore. They're strong without him. In they go, but the egg comes down, and Kiritich comes running back in. The absolute madman. It's going to cost him his life. He tries to save FNG. He loves his captain, but that love costs him dearly as Squadix goes down as well. They know they didn't have the buyback on the Phoenix. He decides that he has to try and do anything he can to keep that egg alive, and to be fair, if it went off, it would have been absolutely huge for Virtus Pro, but it doesn't. And now they're in an awkward situation indeed.
The first egg was a bold egg. He identified that the fight had already started. To reposition to kill it was pretty good. It was very central. But then to go for the second egg when the Earth is already on the way out, it's potentially for VP a disengage would have been useful. But again, Liga just have so much damage, and
here we go. Roshan is up, but who cares at this point in the game? Going for the win, Liga. They want Virtus Pro out of these qualifiers. The buyback comes through from the Void Spirit, from the Ursa as well. There will be 4 men strong on the side of Virtus Pro. Can they keep the Mega Creeps away? Maybe. Big old tiny illusions.
Yeah, Liga just reset for Roshan and get themselves the Aegis and secure themselves this Game 2 victory. With no Phoenix in play for 50 seconds, if they can just get to the pit.
They need Roche now.
I mean, VP, they know it's up. The gem's still in the pit. The gem is screaming to VP like, guys, it's up. But of course, Ursa never really been in a position of taking Aegis this entire game. And nor would it be happening here. Violent goes into solo the Fine Beast. Roshan banner.
Yeah, it will die before night time as well.
Probably give the refresher to
Oh my god, Tiny's bigger than Roche.
Yeah, but Tiny's a big guy. So I'd say refresher to Darksith, double hex, Aegis to Rebel, and the banner can just
who cares?
Exist.
I like the way they kept the gem there the whole time as well. Like, we want them to know. Send a message. Okay, refresher orb on Ursa. I was waiting for this one. I've been expecting it for a while. Giving you the double BKB, the double enrage is absolutely huge.
No
gold advantage as well.
Very late game Shadowblade, by the way, on the Void Spirit. There is a gem on Rubik, but at this stage of the game when everyone's so farmed, it's kind of valued to go back for invisibility. It's pretty hard to demand players have detection.
Finally, Pantomime will get the final tier 5 of the game, and it's going to be a Book of Shadows. That's a key one as well, especially versus Ursa. Keeping someone alive for 3 seconds, or 4 seconds, sorry, inside that Ursa jump is so key. He does have the refresher orb now as well on Kiritich, so... Still, though, it's just another layer of things. God, these fights are going to be insane. Refreshers all over the place. We got tier 5 neutral items. Mirror shields all over the place.
AFK illusions in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, who's microing at this point, dude?
Just A-click down mid and see what happens. And Liga, though, they're smoked. Not A-clicking down mid.
Ooh,
maybe
I
even
like
A-clicking
this.
down bot.
I like this.
There's a wall.
The illusion's given away.
It.
Okay.
Yep.
I thought some sneaky
365
wrap around, you know, try and get Antares on the back lines. That's one of your big targets. Obviously, the Ursa is... Both the Ursa and the Void Spirit without buyback, so yeah, your main guys.
I think she's got to be careful. The fact that there's nullifier on the CK, Aeondis will not save you. Just blink, nullify Bloodthorn, and you are going to disappear from the map, from the qualifiers.
Again, in go the CK illusions. In comes the Storm guy. 1J trying to get the toss back, doesn't quite work though. Squad commits to the fight as well. They've got a lasso out onto the Darcy, but he gets broken out of it by the book. But it doesn't matter. The S is upon him and he takes it down. Now, well, backing out of the side of Liga. They don't want to commit to a fight which goes this badly for them to start off with, but I'm not sure they have a choice because the CK is in and he gets the Void Spirit. Huge target to bring down. No buyback on this guy. The egg on the front lines. That is an obnoxious egg. Is this really going to go off? No, it doesn't. It's gone. It's dead. Kiritich now all by himself. They do have the 2 buybacks available. They're going to need to use it. The Fresher Orb comes out. The enrage of the BKB is there, but he needs to do damage. He can't just run away, but he doesn't have a choice. He's forced all the way back into the fountain. Full Liga, 5 men strong, looking to finish off this game. Notice he's getting pummeled, chasing them all the way back into the fountain, and even diving in there as well. Violent taking some heavy hits from that fountain. He needs to back himself away. They'll look over towards the Phoenix. The Phoenix is going to die. No buyback now, and it could be the end. They're looking for the tier 4s. What can you do? So he's got 1 enrage to work with here. That is all they have, and I don't think it's enough. The Ancient is exposed. The Batrider's going to fall. Buyback is there, but Kiritich, there's just nothing left in the tank. Violent needs to be the target here, and with the lasso coming down, they'll bring down the Darkseer. Maybe, even he's not going to fall, and the Ursa will die, and that should be that. GG gets called. Many Gs by 1J as well. Miss? Don't know what that means, but either way, huge win from Liga T.
Yeah, a very strong win from them. Just the way that they played out most of their decision making in this game was really good. Just taking away the Roshans, preventing VP from really getting online. Draft wise as well, they had really good drafts. Also, it's rare to see nowadays, but seeing emotion from players is also very good. Like when they're winning the series, they're happy, they're cheerful. Like we kind of get to this point where a lot of teams, they expect to win, they expect to do well, and they are very kind of stoic in their reactions. So it is good to see the kind of the raw emotion and what it means to Liga. But yeah, for VP, they were not looking good at all today. They look very lost. It's actually just hard to put into words, but they are eliminated. They will not be going to the international, but Liga, another upset. I think we had so many upsets today that it's really kind of hard to call who's meant to be winning this qualifier now.
It's been a crazy day. EEU turned on its head in 1 day of Dota. My God, the road to TI, it is not paved at all at this point. We're on some back street, some bumpy back street. This is wild. But yeah, I mean, huge win coming out from League. You can see what it meant to them as well. And yeah, it does mean that Virtus Pro will not be attending TI. They are out of the qualifiers. They are out of the road to TI. And they are gone. Wow. That's
Violent CK though. I mean, we got to talk about Violent CK. Like, of course, incredible series from him. 2 games in a row he gets to play CK. Game 1, near flawless. Game 2, not so flawless. He had a couple deaths that are a little bit spooky, but I think fundamentally he showed us that CK is an incredibly good hero. We've seen open qualifiers from other regions, the strength of CK, and I think at least in Eastern Europe as well, they are reminding us that this hero has to be respected in some capacity because yeah, it is too much to handle. Rebel on his Earth Spirit, very quiet start to the game, but he itemized really nicely, getting the early BKB, constantly finding the backlines, and yeah, hindsight once again for VP will hurt them, right? When you look at the drafts, when you have this lack of control, this lack of damage, where you scale it into the game, it will cause you a lot of issues, right? How do you kill a hero? You need Void Spirit to jump with an Ursa. You can't do that every single time. Bat jump with an Ursa. Again, Ursa just has to do everything, it seems, because yeah, it was very rough. But for Liga, there's so many different little partnerships they can work on. The Darkseer finding multiple hero vacuums the entire time, then we're able to jump in with a Magnetize, or 1J who's always finding heroes to toss him in. It's Liga, they like to fight. They like to play for the scrap, and it'll be interesting to see how far they can go. Again, it's still relatively early for their run. Their next team will be Na'Vi, so arguably they are playing up against the strongest teams in this qualifier, and they just beat what used to be seed number 1. Now they're going up against, you could argue, seed 3. So it will be, if they are to make the run, they made it through the hardest one.
Yes, yeah, that's true. This is wow, a huge moment here, and Pantomime will be our MVP. Huge steals this game, especially onto the Brewmaster, just grabbing the split most of the time, and the Summon Companions as well, playing with the Earth Spirit, I think, in the end there to help them get the finish. But Yeah, I mean, could have been given to anyone, honestly. Like, the tossbacks from 1J were absolutely insane. Obviously, violent throughout the entire game, just absolutely dominant on the CK. Rebel helping them through the early game when the lanes were looking rough. He was the one who stood up for them, came through for them, and brought the game back into their favor pretty much just by himself. It was pretty impressive. And yeah, I mean, across the board, man, like sick plays from Liga and very deserving win here for them as they take the 2-0 over Virtus Pro, putting themselves forward in this competition a step closer to attending the International 13. T, any closing thoughts before we move to our last series?
I mean, again, like I said at the end of the cast, it's just anyone's game at this point. I think a lot of the favorites have been either eliminated or now in difficult positions to get to the grand finals. It'll be really interesting to see who can make it. And let's say if one win out to qualify, hopefully they've learned how to get visas because, yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting couple of days to close out this qualifier. So, yeah, let's see what happens in the next series.
Let's do it. We've got one more series to come. It's going to be Night Pulse versus Namiga here on the lower brackets of the EEU Road to TI. Who is going to win between this one? I mean, all the others we've had favorites, and the favorites have always lost. This one, I don't know who's going to take it. This is a real 50-50 in my opinion. So we're going to throw it to a break, after which we shall be back with Night Pulse versus Namiga. So we'll see you for that series pretty shortly.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the craziest day in the history of the Eastern European qualifiers for the International. This is just a wild, wild day. Virtus Pro is gone at the hands of Liga. Crazy stuff. Na'Vi knocked down to the lower bracket by one move. Yellow Submarine moving forward as well. Crazy things happening today. And we have one final series to close it all out. And this one really, unfortunately, can't be an upset because I feel like these two teams are pretty evenly matched. We've got Night Pulse versus Namiga Gaming.
Yeah, so this has been the side of the bracket where I'm not really expecting any of these teams to be grand finalists. Of course, we have had a day of upsets. There we go. That was a lot of random words. So technically, they could convince me otherwise, but I'm yet to really see the potential for these teams to make the run. I think, for example, in that previous series where Liga, coming into the series, everyone expected VP to win. Liga showed us some pretty interesting Dota to go, okay, I could see them maybe upsetting Na'Vi in like a classic Na'Vi fashion of unfortunately, choking when it really matters. So I could see a world where, that could happen. But again, Night Pulse, Namiga, it's anyone's game. They're going to go up against 9 Pandas who started really strong, but then also fought to Yellow Submarine. And this is the joy of this qualifier now. I think there are no clear favorites. I don't think we could say one win is the favorite based on, again, track record. So yeah, we'll see how it is. And already into the draft with the first pick Weaver for Night Pulse.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be coming out for them. Their response is the Underlord. Okay. So Weaver versus Underlord. I mean, potentially, if this Weaver is carry, we already know our safe lane matchup for the Radiant. How does that feel? Is this a good lane for the Underlord to play into?
Yeah, it's perfectly fine for the Underlord to play. You have a very, very easy to hit route against Weaver, and in laning phase, Weaver plays on the positioning of early Sakuchi to get himself into position to then right click and then disengage. If you Sakuchi in, get hit by a route, you never get to get the perfect position. You can get clicked down and die. That's why I think the Willow ban, very, very important for Night Pulse. If you can utilize any kill threat on top of the Underlord, don't expect Weaver to enjoy playing the safe lane. Potentially, I'd argue that pushing the Weaver to like a 4 position might be a good option here, because it already just complicates a lot about the lane. Unless Weaver just wants to happily sit back and farm the entire time, then you could argue you can still play it carry, but the killing aspect has been removed due to the counter pick.
Okay. Yeah, noise annoying to play into like roots and whatnot, so makes a lot of sense. We haven't actually seen the Weaver go support yet, I don't think. It's been mostly... Actually, maybe we had one Weaver support game, but it does seem to be really favored as carry. It does just feel super strong, doesn't it?
I mean, I keep talking about it going support, because in high-level pubs, it gets played support a lot, but it's not really been as prevalent in the pro games. So I'll see the day when it happens. I think when I check the pro tracker, it's 3,900 games on position 4, 2,800 on carry, and then 2,000 on position 5. Like, it has played plenty of games across multiple roles, but again, at least in the pro level, it is about 80-90% in that carry role.
Yeah, which is understandable. It's looked really strong. We've seen it. The ability for this hero to just completely kick off, like he's one of these real killing supports, carries, which is only really matched, I feel like, by CK so far. In terms of just being able to chain kills together and really kind of pick up the pace in the game, there's not many which have been ticking that box. So, yeah, just Weaver and CK for me at the moment, but maybe we'll see some new ones coming out.
Namiga trying to ensure that no matter where the Weaver goes, he'll have a bad lane. You put roots in one lane, CM to play the other with another route. I think they've ticked the box on shutting down that laning phase. And Beastmaster Grimstroke, this is quite a pacey looking opening from Night Pulse. The Grimstroke, of course, a natural pairing for Beastmaster, Soulbind into Raw, the laning prowess of the heroes. If they do want to play in the same lane with Grim Beastmaster, it can be very annoying. That, of course, with the world in which Weaver goes to the other lane, but yeah, nice level dependent heroes rather than item in what they can do on the map. And for Namiga, they answer it with some kill threat themselves. It's a tiny plus Skyriff Mage that is so potent. Tiny gets the Blink Dagger. Of course, will be a mid laner in this scenario. Could, of course, still be the carry, but very, very punchy from Amiga to blow up the squishiness of the Grim and the Weaver. Beastmaster also, to be fair, with his current item build, can go down very quickly. If he goes for the Ags, he goes for Ags, then for the Shroud. So you're looking at like 10,000 economy before he can survive, and yeah, quite a natural lifestealer pick for Night Pulse to deal with the jump that I was mentioning. You lane into Underlord really nicely. You can chase him down. You have Rage to get away from the root. Sure, you can get punished a little bit by the silence from the Scarif Mage, but that's about it. Once he gets to like Armlet Radiance Manta, he is going to be very, very unkillable in this game. The last pick from Amiga needs to be a lifestealer counter.
What have you got in mind then? Because they've already got both support, so we can't see anything like the Bane coming out. There's going to be Underlord as the offlaner. Tiny is probably the carry. Could still go mid, to be honest. So pretty open. Is there anything which really comes to mind?
Having a little think at the moment. Need to think what the counters are, because I think Tiny goes to mid, and then you look for what carries are available. So we'll see what the bans are for Night Pulse to see what's left first.
And Troll are already gone, which I feel like would have been two potentially good answers. I mean, Wurt is always a possibility. It's a bit of a weird one because you kind of like don't want to use your ultimate just to stop a lifestealer attacking you. But now with the changes to her innate, she can actually buy a Ghost Scepter and still attack during it. So you have two options to just stop the right clicks coming on through. Can see that being a possibility. Of course, it can be tricky to play into Beastmaster because even if you get the BKB, you can just get roared inside your ulti anyway.
Yeah, I'm having a look now, trying to... what are the carries here? You could maybe go Windrunner for an Amiga. You have really good range to lane against Beastmaster. You don't really care. You can then play behind the Underlord and Tiny, so you can lock on life. So that could be an option. They do have last pick in the draft, so Night Pulse go for the Timbersaw. That is so formidable. Okay, now like the Windrunner and this stuff, like the slightly quirkier heroes, they look very, very underwhelming. You just expect the early map to be very in your face, and they actually okay,
go for it anyway.
Go for it.
All right.
So the only reason I was hesitant after suggesting Windrunner was when I look at Night Pulse's heroes, I expect a very, very not obvious, but very clear timing where Grim Weaver will push heroes forward. And I don't know if Underlord does enough damage early on to help his team out. The Skyroth Mage shouldn't be able to kill off a Timber with obviously like a Shroud or something. Tiny can't really blow up a Timber or a Lifestealer. So I'm expecting Night Pulse just to be able to play more aggressively. There are pick-off potentials from Amiga, but like this Windrunner needs to really just focus up. And it is going to be a carry Tiny mid Windrunner, which slightly changes it a little bit, but then you're picking Tiny to be your carry against a Lifestealer, so the matchup doesn't feel great as well because Lifestealer can scale. I think Night Pulse look pretty good. I think there is a world in which Amiga play on some incredible constant poke and pick off where it's Sky enabling the Tiny, Windrunner playing on the fringe of all the fights, executing heroes before they even get into it. But I think there is something very, very scary about Night Pulse. If they can play strong lanes, the draft like plays itself out. It is really, really scary.
Yeah, I think so as well. There's a lot to be afraid of for this Night Pulse draft. Of course, if this Wind Ranger can get going and take over the game, then you potentially have yourself enough space for the Tiny carry to get online and start being a threat as well. But yeah, these are big question marks, and all of this, of course, underpinned by the fact that you've got this Underlord in the off lane, who we've seen do work, we've seen it not do work as well. Generally, he's just like this big aura carrying guy who can help you out. We'll see what effectiveness he's able to have and whether he's able to survive the offlane matchups. I'm a little bit worried. They're definitely feeling this Night Pulse draft. I think you're probably the same, right?
Yeah, I am. I've kind of already touched on the points of the fact that I think the supports just push the cores into the game much nicer than Amiga. Yes, you do have Skyroth Mage and CM that are very potent, but when the Timber soaks all of that up, you kind of forget about it. And I am worried that Underlord offlane, as much as your laning can be a little bit annoying against certain carriers, against Lifestealer, he won't bully him. and he naturally just wants to farm. Like, he doesn't buy a blink to set pace. He buys auras to kind of exist. And yeah, I feel like for Namiga to win this game, it really is on Night Pulse to overextend or to make some egregious move, and then they hold onto the game and showcase their strengths with items. But yeah, early on, all about Night Pulse and what they can achieve.
They need to excel themselves into the mid game with the heroes they have. You don't want to be playing this one from behind, that's for sure. So,
The battle begins.
Bountier might be a bit of a clash here. Nikki cool, thinking about it. Yeah, I just want to get a bit of damage out onto Warwick and give Nikki the best lane possible at mid. Force him to use a bit of regen, but will be donated until the end to make sure that he's not going to be at too much of a deficit playing into this wind. So in terms of rotations across to the mid lane, it's really easy for Night Pulse and probably not so easy for Namiga. I'm sure we'll still see it. But I would be worried for this Tiny if the Crystal Maiden leaves top. Same thing for the bottom side as well. Actually, maybe an Underlord's fine. But still, Grimstroke's not one of those heroes which you love to rotate in towards a middle lane. He's a little bit underwhelming in that regard.
I think if he levels up the bug and then can smoke to mid and bug the Windrunner, that could be a little bit devastating for a move, but yeah, we'll see what type of moves that they can make.
Imagine going for the XP talent and not immediately leveling Swarm and spamming it on the enemies. For shame.
Oh, wow.
Janta. Who needs to trade an almost half health a CM with just
And
a
win
few
the
lane
lane,
clicks when you could be getting XP?
And you do need
Just
Sakuchi to be able to
yourself.
actually reposition for the camps and stuff, so not
No.
getting carried away.
Just the Swarm. That's all you need. XP is all you want. Yeah, first Beastmaster we've seen today. I believe we've seen one Beastmaster in these qualifiers so far from our games.
I think have we not covered it? I think we covered a Beastmaster before so far in this qualifier. It's just one, right? But they
Just
always
the
go
one,
for
yeah.
the beast mode. Yeah.
Yeah, went Beast mode and built an Aghanim Scepter pretty quickly as well. Seems like the Wild Axes build is back. Plus Ags, you just go Arcanes. Something in between. Ah, the bugs at last. Finally, Swarm. Getting that XP, getting that good stuff. I mean, this is a crazy time. For those of you that haven't seen it before, it's pretty wild. It's down on the bottom side. They actually get the kill onto till the end, and Queasy going to go and self-deny. Don't really want to be hanging out in that amount of HP with that amount of mana as a Skyroth mage. And you can just leave V-Tune now to enjoy the 1v1. Yeah, this one's pretty crazy. The XP does really stack up. You'll be surprised at how much he's going to get. Like, Mixer's going down the bottom side. Oh dear. Yeah, this is a problem with the Skyroth mage self-denying, isn't it? You get that long respawn time, and they take perfect advantage of that on the side of Night Pulse.
Also, you could argue it's the issue of the Underlord, right? You've got an Underlord playing into a Life Stealer and a Grimstroke. The Grimstroke can slow you. He can stun you as well. He's got the Instigate talent. Very great naming. Whoever done that at Valve, you deserve a raise. Or a bonus or whatever it happens. I don't know what the pay structure is like at Valve, but still, that's a very good name, and it's a very good spell to have in the lane. The Underlord, he has to be careful. If he steps up too close to the creeps, it's going to be quite disastrous.
Yeah, it's a bad matchup. For sure. This is what happens when you first phase the Underlord, unfortunately. They do get to answer it.
Yeah, the old bait and switch of the Weaver has now forced Mixer into a hero he probably wishes he wasn't playing, at least in the first 5-6 minutes of the game. Once he gets just a little bit online, things might change, but yeah. Be careful in top lane.
Yeah,
Weaver.
this is
Trying to
looking a
kill off
little
them.
bit awkward for Ike here. A couple more clicks won't come in though, so I will be okay. Oh, the axes! It'll be enough! Kami at the cooldown, at the damage, and brings down the Crystal Maiden.
Do you have the same visual bug where it's like his neck's just snaps to the hard camp? Oh, yeah.
It's moved now for me, but yeah. And they have
So
that
at least
on
production
screen
has
as
the
well,
same.
so
Good.
Enjoy. It's one of those cosmetics.
Big one.
Very Queasy down on the bottom side. Will be fallen once again. Another kill for the Lifestealer Grimstroke lane. It's a brutal one.
I'm just fascinated by this cosmetic. It's still just attached to the same spot. It just hasn't moved. Oh, I just got fixed. Boo. I was hoping that'd stay for the rest of the game. You're just kind of like dragging this like rope around the entire game, but no start.
It will come
It's
back.
looking very, very good.
There's a few of them which do that. That's Alchemist has one as well, and
Okay.
Mars. But yeah, Nicky Cool in the mid lane doing pretty good to start this off against the Timbersaw. He's got the range, the power shot. The mid lane's pretty easy. It's down on the bottom side. We're going to go once again onto Queasy. The Skyrath Mage not having a nice time. A few more clicks will be needed, but with the damage from the Phantom's Embrace, they'll get that kill. Over on the other side, Janta and Ike having a bit of a kerfuffle here. Being helped out by a power shot. Ike will be okay. Janta actually places the Warden Sentry. I mean, if Ike was checking his inventory, then he's probably going to know that there is vision being placed here.
Okay, early Inkswell. Oh, shit.
Should be enough to secure the kill in it.
Oh, I'd say that. It's
away.
Should be enough to threaten him. I don't think you need to be using Inkswell that early on. Like, chase down the Underlord, then throw it on it. But either way, sending him back to base is very, very annoying. Mixer dies once, TP's back to base. Like the first 6 minutes, he's seen the fountain twice, and that is not what you want to see from your offlane. And you compare that to Kami in the offlane, and he's very much enjoying the start of his game. 33 CS, 11 denies.
And that's a little bit awkward there. Nicky Cool tries to come with a rotation, but won't be on the mark. Well,
Just look at the CS
reward
though.
for it though.
For Nightpots, like all of their cores are sitting like mid-30s. Compare that to Namiga, it just isn't the same case. And we already mentioned that we expect Nightpots to leave the lanes with more confidence, and not only that, they are just farming better. We'll have to keep this in mind. I'm hoping that they're talking between them and identifying the fact that this inevitable wall of aggression is coming, and they're going to have to try and stabilize the game in some capacity, because they just are not doing enough right now. They aren't getting any kills. They aren't preventing the confidence in that horse. You got level 3 Crystal Maiden, level 5 Tiny. Winter Rouge gonna help out a little bit as the clock strikes 7, but
we've seen this Tiny before, just never really seems to get online in these kind of games, but maybe they can go for a return kill here. The Roar comes out onto the Wind Ranger, but she's already used the Focus Fire. The moment she's unstunned, she should be able to finish off Cammy here, though. Cammy very low. Nicky Cool playing it careful. Doesn't want to get caught out by the Timber counter rotation, which has come through, but should snipe another kill here on the backlands onto till the end. Meanwhile, Queasy gets chasing down by Warwick. The two mid laners basically just ignoring each other as Nicky Cool grabs another with the Shackle Shot Focus Fire. Arcane Rune doing absolute bits for Namiga here.
a really, really important rotation there from the Windrunner. You know, coming in clutch, turning around the move, and these are the moves that Nightpaws wanted to utilize. Bring the numbers, get the kill, but Tiny doesn't die. Windrunner gets multiple. Wisdom Rune's still available, so Kami's going to walk in and say, oh, no, he doesn't go for it. Okay, Weaver's going to take it instead. That's the type of Wisdom Rune where it's like, after a minute, it's like, well, if the support's not taking it, guys, it's kind of anyone's game. And then
I
Janta's
have
on
to,
like,
guys. Someone could come and steal it. You never know.
Yeah, you just ping some random hero and say, they were missing it. They were very close. Preferably if there's an invis hero, it's much easier to sell to your team. But
The same rotation this time might have just been scouted out by Janta. Certainly was. The focus fire of the shackle shot not going to connect there. Checking for the vision. It's just not going to be there though. Janta, he's really messing with them at the moment. Poking them. Power shot will reveal the camp though. And Nicky wants to try and take it. With the ball points and power shot, should be able to get at least some of it here. And they're not losing anything mid either because the Skyrath sitting there. Mixer kind of happy to be alone, like he's just going to farm his hard camp, and that's that. They've lost bottom. Accept it, get what you can and move on. Nicky Cool being run down a little bit here. Turns around with a focus fire onto the Timbersaw, which is going to chase him back for now, but it's not super free. It's kind of getting run down. Oh, Janta, that's a little bit too far forward, my friend.
yeah, trying to go aggressive in this game as Weaver will always be quite difficult. You're going into a shackle shot, a frostbite, an ancient seal. There are plenty of forms of punishment.
Shield rune in the bottle for Nikki, by the way, so that entire time the Timbersaw was on him. Knew he was absolutely safe. No threat.
We got to smoke up the Windrunner and Scarf Mage. They're looking to move to the bot side of the map. No Mystic Flare available for Scarf Mage, but still Ancient Seal plus the 20-second cooldown Focus Fire. They're kind of lacking a little bit, but check underneath the tower, and yeah, they reveal the ward. I mean, they also had a sentry, so they knew it was there beforehand.
Yeah, Lucas tried to make the counter rotation in onto the Lifestealer, but V2 actually went to check the twin.
Farewell, Grimstroke.
Oh, goodbye, my friend. Another kill to Nemiga. This time Ake's going to pick it up. He's managed to get a fair few of these on the Crystal Maiden, to be honest. Hanging out with Wind Ranger is a very lucrative pastime.
No, I like the fact that Nemiga have kind of recovered what could have been an absolute disaster start of the game, right? They identified the threat top, got the kills. Nikki Cool's making moves, and he's in a very active Windrunner. Not only that, because of how active he is, the Crystal Maiden and Scarf Mage feel like they've got more life to the game, like you were mentioning. If these things aren't occurring, then it would have just been like a 2, 3, 4,000 gold lead to Night Pulse, and the aggression that we expect. And Grimstroke TPing into the top lane. Warwick is here as well on the Timbersaw. They want to open up this tower. This tower easily could have fallen, 2 or 3 minutes earlier.
Yeah, they're doing this because they know that there's a bunch of Nemiga heroes down on the bottom side. Nikki Cool's moved down here as well, so yeah, just a mirror movement at the moment. And it's going to be all about these twin gates here. They are going to move through on their supports. The Quills will follow after. Don't forget, they've got the Fiend's Gate to be there as 5 heroes if they want to be. So they have to be very cautious here on Night Pulse.
Radiant are scanning.
They'll back themselves away, recognize the threat. And all this is kind of giving Lucas a bit of space. I mean, not really, still struggling a bit on the Tiny, but it's the beginnings of freeing up his game.
Blink.
Oh.
Wow,
oh my God.
That is not what you see from your carry Tiny ever.
No, this is
like
the first for me.
Saber, sure, but...
Well, Cammy's going to be the target with Fiend's Gate coming on through here. He's going to have a whole world of hurt on his head. And they will be able to bring him down. Lucas going to grab that kill. And that gets him his Blink Dagger. He's got a Blink Dagger coming to him on the courier right now. This is very unusual for a carry Tiny.
Okay, let's double check. Oh, he also went Crash Landing Facet. Okay, all right.
Didn't mention that, yeah.
Yeah, it just kind of clicked. So he went for Crash Landing. He's going for the damage. He might be playing carry, but he's going to play like he is a mid lane. Go for the Blink. I expect then Kanda as well, but he's going to go. And we got a little, a kidney or something getting drawn.
It was a Blink Dagger, dude. What do you mean kidney? Don't offend me like that. Uh-oh. They're coming in on the side of Night Pulse, and they're going to run down Ake with ease. Warwick looking for the next target here. You got to respect this Timbersaw. He's a beast as he tears through the Underlord. That's an illegal amount of damage being dealt to him as Mixer goes down. Meanwhile, Janta can get jumped here a little bit. God, that toss, it does a lot, but at the same time, they can't really follow up, and now they're held together. Warwick looking to bring them both down. Look at the damage coming out from this Timbersaw. Absolutely ridiculous. Queasy trying to help out here as a Focus Fire comes through. The toss back as well. It's going to get the kill until the end, but also kind of helps Warwick get out. He comes back in. The Madman, he's going to get Mystic Flare down, gunned down in the street. Warwick is dead, and they won't get the kill onto the Tiny either. They'll run down Janta. Oh my God, Nemiga. They try to make that play work out for them, but it just doesn't. Played beautifully by Nemiga.
Yeah, Nemiga using the fact that their early spells are pulling quite a lot, and Nemiga, it wasn't the most comfortable of initiations, right? Like after the fact they throw us the Soulbind in, but there's no follow-up stun to connect on both. They're trying to kill Windrunner and Tiny, but killing neither. It's uncomfortable. We also haven't really seen Raw come into play yet. Lifestealer, meanwhile, was in bot lane going, ignore my team, they're doing nothing. Ignore my team, they're doing nothing. He's completing the Radiance, and this Blink Dagger on Tiny, it will either make or break the game for Nemiga. You do not go Blink and this facet on the carry Tiny if you don't try and break the entire map. And when I look at the heroes, it's not as if this is some free Tiny game, right? Like you're going to be jumping a Shroud, Timbersaw, a Beastmaster with a Shroud as well, a Lifestealer with a potential rage, or sorry, an actual rage. What I mean, potential rage. This is a very short lifetime for this blink to feel good, and I'm hoping Lucas is calling his team to want to keep fighting. Now, I am actually a little bit taken back by the fact that he has opted for this build, and yeah, he is going for like the mid lane as Tiny. The blink, the Kanda, it does a lot of damage, but yeah, like I'm saying, can he bring it into the game whilst it's still relatively effective?
Yeah, weirdly, he has got the Echo Saber queued up afterwards. So it's Phylactery, not completing Kanda, going for the Echo Saber, and then into the Blink Dagger. So it's going to be a very kind of mid-game heavy build. The scaling might be somewhat limited, but with these free kills onto Janta, it's going to make life feel pretty damn good for the Tiny.
Yeah, now it's rinse, repeat. Get the kill top, push the wave, probably use your TP and just keep going for the fights. I'm expecting a very, very high-paced entry to the mid-game for Namiga here.
Very ballsy, not what you'd expect from the lower bracket teams to be putting themselves in this situation. And they move forward here onto Warwick. I mean, this is the Diffusal Blade reveal for the Wind Ranger, and this has already taken away pretty much all of Warwick's mana. They'll be able to get Ake down on the sidelines. Mixer as well, also getting eaten up here as Vichun enters the game for the first time and immediately gets himself 2 kills. What a great position for this Lifestealer to be in.
It all started Nicky Cool. He removed all of Timber's mana with the Diffusal Blade, with the Focus Fire, but I think they got reminded that their draft isn't very good when they have to go 5-on-5. Like, pick off, sure, they can excel, sorry, but when Lifestealer joins in, it's a whole other story. Lucas blinks in, that's the carry.
That's awkward. Yeah. Misinitiation from Lucas, that's always going to cost them pretty heavily. And Lucas actually can't get this bug off himself as well, so...
That's a good point, yeah. Tiny trying to get up the bug. He's like, ugh, please, I need a
He
attack
started
speed.
just pinging it at the end, being like, Skyrath, please, debug me.
Skyrath is going for the Solar Crest to give the attack speed, and maybe Sky's looking at the fact he's Tiny, going for the style of play. He has to go for the Solar Crest for the extra move speed, the extra attack speed.
Yeah.
To kind of... I mean, I respect Namiga trying to go for it, but if I just took a step back and was looking at this game properly, it's like, well, you've given yourself like 15 minutes to win the game, basically. Or it's just not over, but very, very hard. Yeah, and a lot of respect to even try and go for this type of play in a lower bracket game. Sure, it's game 1, you've got a second game if it does fall flat, but
I mean,
hats off to Amiga for giving it a try.
The game can go late, right? Like, it can, but you need to get there with kills. You need to get there ahead. Like, the Tiny needs to be a few items ahead to make this worthwhile. As they move once again onto the Timbersaw. This didn't work last time. It might work this time. He's trying to run away through the cake. Not going to happen. Nicky Cool gets a kill. And now on the backlines, Queasy's getting eaten up by Cammy. Cammy's now got this Aghanim Scepter, and he is doing so much damage. Mixer's already gone. Lucas just has to run himself away. I mean, sure, that does a little bit of damage on the Phylactery, but those birds, they're trying to chase him down. The bug's upon him as well. Nothing he can do about that one, but Ike from the sidelines dropping down with the freezing field, but all the while Vichun is just eaten through Nicky Cool on the side. Sure, they will get the kill onto Cammy after all with the tree throw, with the Phylactery, but at the end, it's still a pretty rough fight here. I don't know how to call this one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It feels like the classic Namiga game plan, right? That we've been very much describing. They want the aggression, they want to go for the fight, but at the end of the day, it's just the inevitable response. Night Pulse bring in the heroes, they get the return kills, and they continue on their journey to farm up. Like, V2, he's 5-0-1. I think any carry player in the world right now would look at this game and go, wow, I should be able to carry this game. Like, V2, in theory, should be able to kind of 1v9 this game.
Yeah.
Like, his enemy carry isn't seen to be a carry. The Windrunner's itemizing to provide like soft control, no major damage at the moment. Like, for a no punishment early game, yeah, V2 will be very, very content.
A patch ago, I might have said that perhaps there's some like logic here where the Tiny can just blow through the Lifestealer's first life with ease. He's actually getting jumped on here, silenced up as well. Hard for him to get away. Going for the TP out, no cancel available. Lucas will escape.
Oh, Weaver botting.
Yeah, he's gone.
If he wanted, he would have been able to time lapse, but he did try to go straight for it. Very, very close. Nearly living.
Have you seen any Staff of the Scion enjoyers? Scarif Mage facet.
Yeah, when you said, I was like, what did you just say? I was like, oh yeah, Sky. It took me a second to
My
process
co-cast
it.
is having a stroke.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, it's naturally quite cool to, again, it's like one of those facets where it doesn't really change Skyrock Mage, but it buffs him up in a way that he gets to play out the fight normally, and yeah, he gets an additional little bonus for playing. It doesn't change Sky. That's basically what I'm hinting at. So yeah, overall, I'm fine.
I think the shield is a lot better in most situations. Like maybe some core Scarif might go for the staff, but yeah, the shield is really good.
The shield is just nice.
Roshan now taken by the side of Night Pulse. This game feels kind of like it's getting a little bit out of control. You have 3 really scary cores online for the side of Night Pulse. You're not just trying to deal with one issue here, you're trying to deal with 3.
And Aegis and the Beastmaster as well. He's got Blink, he can just go straight up to the Windrunner.
Roared up, taking on down the drums. They do be a banging, and the Wind Ranger, she do be a dying. I'll move in towards the Tiny as well. Tiny uses an entire combo to half health of Grimstroke. Now trying to TP back to base. Will make it out once again. The lack of stuns is apparent. But still, the concept remains that your carry is not doing a thing, and he's gone for this early game build and can't even battle into those heroes. Queasy on the run here. V-Tune's coming in from the side. He realizes that's probably not a kill and backs himself away. But again, Night Pulse just marauding across the map at this point.
They got the Aegis, they throw on Beastmaster. He then holds the lights to his hand and takes him towards the kill. And at this point, Windrunner is the carry for Namiga. That is going to be the large amount of physical damage that you're leaning on, and it isn't really apparent. And here it is, the Underlord. I feel like if you compare this Underlord to the previous Underlord that we watched with the other facet, again, not to harp on it, but he would have, like, he'd be pretty much like a quarter of a way away from his pipe by now. He'd be very close to getting piped by 21 minutes with Cleave, but...
Yeah, but no one can resist the cool little dudes coming to join you whenever you go through a portal. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's okay
There's
to
no
like
trendsetters
have opinions, right? And I think you're right as well. I much prefer the Cleave talent, but
I think that is one thing that intrigues me with pro play is someone will do something, you'll see them do it, you'll copy it, but then there's pro players who invent and try and like push deeper into the patch, and there's other pro players who like take a concept and try and perfect it and go, okay, this is it. And once they decide in their mind that that is the version of the hero, they'll never try and like break away from it until someone else comes around and goes, actually, this is how it is. And it is a little bit upsetting that like, we aren't seeing that kind of thing. I think Underlord is like the perfect example of the moment where in the previous game, we saw the utilization of the other facet. It works perfectly, but it is going to take some time for pros that aren't as keen on trying to kind of push the boundaries to kind of catch up to that. So yeah, I think that is one of the best examples. Yeah, pretty much.
Wake up. It's interesting, isn't it? I've always thought that about Dota as well. The way, like, the majority, and it's not like a kind of 50-50. The majority of pros are copiers. They'll do what's being done, and they'll just be like, oh yeah, let other people experiment and discover things. Because jump in onto the Tiny, and Lucas is gonna drop here. He's gone. That's your carry dead. That is a big kill here, and just being caught out by that roar as this game starts to kind of roll in the expected direction.
It'll be very rough.
Cool. Oh, that's a great use coming out from the Weaver. That's going to seal his fate. Can they do anything about this? Nicky Cool trying to run away, trying to get on the tower. The police is there, but it's not going to be nearly enough to keep him alive. Wind Ranger goes down. Queasy trying to get the TP away, but it will just about work. He gets out alive. But your mid and your carry are dead. The game's collapsing all around you here. This one is looking a little brutal.
There's not really much to say in Amiga. They tried to break open the post-laning phase window of the game. Didn't really work out. They're now running into the inevitable tankiness of Night Pulse that they cannot eat through. The Timbersaw went straight for the BKB. Lifestealer has the Rage. Beastmaster has an Aegis. Which core are you going to be killing in this game? And maybe it's the Timber that doesn't actually have the BKB at the moment in the mid lane. So that's a pretty good pick-off.
All right. That's a big one.
You know, polishing the corner of it. With the state of the game, and Will
The
Namiga
one
now
consistent of
spam
this game
smoke?
has been actually Mystic Flare. Like I feel like they've got a kill with every Mystic Flare so far. They've been pretty sick. Janitor on the hunt finds himself a Underlord with the roar coming through from Cammy. We'll be saying goodbye to Mixer. Namiga though, they're sweeping across. They want to fight. They want to chain these kills together with no Timber Saw. Fighting into the Aegis isn't an impossible task, and they will see Cammy here. The silence is up, but he's got a BKB, turns around, and they can no longer chase him. So they'll look for other targets instead. Till the end is going to be that target, but V-Tune is now on top of Lucas. Lucas has to run himself away. He can't stand his ground against the Lifestealer. Cammy coming back and said, "Remember me, the guy you engaged upon." He's now going to bring him down. The toss will get the kill onto Till the end at the very least, but it's a very small consolation prize for this Tiny, who's just being beaten at every opportunity.
The scoreline looks relatively okay right with the 6-2-6, and just killing the wrong hero that feels like he's got, there's 5 deaths from Grim, there's 5 deaths from Weaver. He just can't kill the important heroes. As Nightpass now move towards the top tier 2. Of course, the BKB on the Beastmaster as well. Double BKB, Manta on the Lifestealer. Right, they are so tanky. Just to clarify, by the way, it's a BKB on the Timber, a BKB on the Beastmaster, not 2 BKBs on the Lifestealer. That would have been rather ludicrous, and thank you for clarifying that with my statement. I realized saying double BKB Lifestealer and then Lifestealer kind of could have been a little bit misleading. I mean, if Storms can buy 2 meter hammers pre-patch, then why not?
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? One of those games where there's like not a huge net worth advantage yet. It just feels really despair for the Amiga. It's kind of what happens when you don't have a carry though. Like, sure, Lucas has now got a BKB going back for the Kanda. It's just like, it feels like he's so far behind. The build just didn't work for him.
I think the build, I think the concept that Lucas is showing us is a really cool concept. I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah.
I love the idea. But then it kind of trickles down to Mixer, where if Mixer had any more proactive a hero that wasn't, again, no flame to Mixer, it's just a hero who isn't just an aura bot, this game could be different, right? Like, Windrunner can take away the mana of Timbersaw, the Tiny can blow up the Grimstroke pre-Soulbind, and then you have insert any new initiating hero for Mixer to control someone else. Like, the fact that you are lacking such a key aspect of your offlane, it now makes your Tiny active build look worse. But I think this build can win games 100% from the carry role. It's just the strategy just doesn't really fully enable it.
Lucas is looking for Till the End. I mean, not a bad target to start the fight on, but they don't even bring him down. The concussive shot won't be enough either. Till the End moving to the side here. They need to get this kill, and they will do so eventually, but now Cammy is in. He gets off the Soulbind, the double roar. It's a disaster for Namiga. They'll lose Mixer. They'll move back to deal with Nicky Cool. Nicky Cool trying to get himself away, but the magic damage is too damn much. Lucas, though, will come in, try to help out. This is hard damage onto the Timbersaw. He's forced to BKB and back himself away. Janta, though, he gets him on the sidelines. That tricky little Weaver finds the big kill, brings down the Wind Ranger as Lucas trying to fight up into Warwick. Warwick trying to stand his ground, but he can't. The Avalanche catches him out. Cammy now trying to chase down the Tiny on the sidelines and does get that kill. It's over on the front. It's a chase onto Ike. Ike is gone, and now the Yules also catching up the Skywrath Mage in the tree line as well. Jansa doing some hard carrying in this fight on the Weaver, and it's godlike for V-Tune as they'll take down Queasy as well.
They jump the Grimstroke. They cannot get the kill. He disengages just far enough to then Soulbind up, and from that point it is just a disaster of a fight for Namiga. Killing Timbersaw, it's a little positive to take, but it just isn't enough.
Give me a BKB.
Unfortunately, no matter, this game is as expected. Yeah, like there really is not much to say other than Namiga. They are trying to get the strategy to work, but they have too many, holes in the ship. It is just slowly sinking down. V-Tune is 9-0-7. Aghanim's Radiance, Manta Basher at 28 minutes. This Lifestealer
Lord
is so big. And like your Windrunner, she went for third. Okay, I'm gonna say third item loosely because she bought Diffuser and Atos, very cheap items. But like, she has third item Lincolns. like you rarely see Windrunner players want to go defensive items. They're always trying to push the limits on how much damage they can bring during their focus fire. So you have a Lincoln's on your carry, and then auras on your underlord. It's just hoping to survive, but no real damage. And its damage is what we're lacking right now for Namiga, but the items are not reflecting that. But if they itemize to do damage, then they'll just die quicker. It is a very difficult spot for Namiga to be in. 10,000 gold now, 29
kind of
minutes.
agree. In that last fight, like Nicky Cool definitely needed a BKB in that last fight though. Like he just got ran down by all the magic damage coming his way. He's also getting used up as well. And now, look at this. The things have popped so easily. The roar is there. Mixer trying to help out, trying to save Nicky Cool, but Nicky Cool doesn't have a way out of this one. Windrun is available, but Janta is just going to stay on him. And the moment this Windrun ends, a couple of Germinates might be enough with the Swaxes. Okay, surviving for now. The Twisted Chakron comes whipping on through, and there's the Timber Chain connecting. Warwick gets the kill.
I mean, it's a horrible game to have to itemize for. You want the BKB to not take the cheap damage, but then also it's a kind of a bad BKB game anyways, because you got raw. It's uncomfortable. The entire game's uncomfortable. If you're an Amiga fan, if you're an Amiga coach for some reason watching the English coverage, it's an uncomfortable one. But yeah, I've already stated my case for the change I'd make for Amiga to utilize this strategy better in the next one, and I do expect Night Pulse to kind of put themselves into kind of cruise control now, sweep across the map, go for a couple pickoffs. Maybe they find Lucas here. He has the BKB TP, but with Basher on V-Tune into instant bash. There wasn't even a millisecond of TP.
It really wasn't. I mean, you might not have caught that, but his TP is on cooldown. Can confirm.
That was actually like that wasn't even the first hit bash. That was kind of like the
instantaneous same frame
I don't
bash.
even know what's before. Yeah, Jesus.
That kind of summed up the game, didn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Meanwhile, whilst they know that the lifesteal's down in the bottom lane, Warwick and Cammy just tanking tower, just taking it down together. They have no cares. They really don't. No worries. It's a carefree existence. They're on a beach in Jamaica, drinking from a coconut. Tier 3 tower starting to fall here. It's the beginning of the dismantling of Namiga. Though some could argue that happened much, much earlier in the game, but now it starts happening literally. V-Tune with the Aegis. Pretty much uncontested here. Ike will be able to get away from this one. And they're good at not dying. The other stuff they're struggling with. Time for a fake back, maybe? Maybe. This is the most obvious fake back I've ever seen on the field. I'll jump in, roar out onto the Wind Ranger, straight back in onto Nicky Cool, and Nicky Cool is gone. It doesn't matter, it works anyway. They'll move over towards Ike. Ike gonna be tossed in. Goodbye, Crystal Maiden. Offering her up to the gods. Please, take my Crystal Maiden, but let us live. Sacrificing the Maiden definitely feels like a strategy, which probably isn't going to work. Lucas forced a BKB, but even that's not going to get him away from V-Tune. He's going to have to be forced up out of there. Invest into Cammy to try and keep him alive. I mean, he's a little weak, but he's got a BKB. So the moment that Mystic Flare comes down, BKB comes off, Cammy gets himself away, and life is good. Ike standing on the high ground, attempting to chase them away with a freezing field. V-Tune, he just sees a Crystal Maiden. He's going for it, man. He wants her, and he's going to get her. Godlike on V-Tune, going under the tier 4s now as well. Look at this lifestealer. He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. Queasy's going to go down, moves across to Mixer. Mixer's next to full. It's 33 minutes in. They're under the tier 4s. The G's are coming any minute now, and there they are. Nicky Cool calls it. It's done. Oh my God. You know, as you say, there was a concept there from Amiga. There were ideas, you know, it wasn't a bad plan. It was just very, very hard to execute, and Night Pulse were very much in the way.
I've kind of feel like I've entertained this already a lot throughout the cast, but I think what Amiga just showed us was a perfect example of a tier 2, tier 3 team that started a draft with a concept of let's pick Underlord to punish Weaver. And then rather than respecting the weaknesses of Underlord and move deeper throughout the draft, they kind of forgot that they picked other stuff, and then went, okay, now we got to work with what we have, right? I feel like they kind of tried doing too many things within their lineup, and I think that, again, I really do respect this Tiny strategy. I think putting a Tiny into the carry role to get a little bit more farm, to be active, you pair it with a mid laner who also can get that type of farm from mid lane, that can really overwhelm the game. Like, I don't think the Tiny is the problem here with his item build. It really is the fact that they are trying to do the Tiny with this build. They've picked an Underlord. I just don't think it's a legal play for the drafter to try and bring this strategy in this game when you've already, putting it bluntly, fucked your off lane, and then you're telling your carry player, hey mate, if you make one mistake, you're also gonna get put in the bin, and then it's gonna make you look bad. So I don't know, I think strategically Namiga just did too many things whilst already accepting that Underlord was not gonna have a game. And because of that, they do eventually lose, because on the flip side, you got like a Beastmaster that can progress the map, the Timber that can frontline, the Grim that controls the fights, the Lifestealer that's unkillable. Like, it was so night and day difference, and it all stems back to first picking Underlord to give it a bad lane, and then to hope he does something more than just be Aura. It was strategically a massive blunder from Namiga. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They shouldn't be doing this again. And if they are to do it again, they need to respect the heroes they're picking a little bit more, because it was just disjointed. On the flip side, Night Pulse, I think every series I see them, they are improving a lot very quickly. I think if I have to say a single team that's had the biggest improvements from series to series, other than maybe Liga, I think Night Pulse are in that same kind of realm of improvements per series. The question is, are they quick enough to actually string together a real run? But I am very impressed, again, specifically with VTune as well. He really knows when he wants to join the fights correctly.
Yeah, he's had a few games in a row now of just perfection on VTune. He's been very, very consistent. And yeah, just really kind of getting into the qualifiers. You know, he's enjoying the open road that's in front of him, and looking to, like, hey, no more Virtus Pro. This lower bracket business. All of a sudden, feeling very, very confident about it. That's what it said to me in this first game here. And yeah, I just want to go back and say, like, there is a world in which I can see the Tiny build working. Like, I don't think it was completely unfounded. Like, there's definitely a world where, you know, he gets the burst combo off, the Lifestealer gets caught out, he doesn't get rage off in time, you catch him in the combo with a Kanda and you just 100-0 him. Like, that's not an impossible thing to happen. Even if you get him mostly low, forcing him out of the fight is enough. There's a good logic there that also does apply to the Beastmaster as well. So there is a world in which, you know, this works. But as you say, you have to be absolutely perfect with your gameplay there. And unfortunately, in game one, Night Pulse were just a little bit better. They were just, you know, a little bit more concise. They held it together really well, even when their lanes looked like a little bit behind. You know, Nikki Cool started to pop off a little bit. And yeah, they're just kind of always confident in what they can do. Yeah, I mean, I was feeling the vibes there from VT.
Yeah,
you know,
a little bit.
Cool, fun game. Join the open road. I'm with him. I'm in the passenger seat, just windowed down, feeling the wind through my hair. But yeah, great game one from Night Pulse here, guys. Namiga, they do bring us some good ideas, and I'm fully expecting them to bring something else to the table in game number 2, which might be pretty exciting. So stick around, as we've got a second game coming up just after this short break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
On the edge of the cliff is not a fun place to be, especially when Night Pulse is standing on the other side of you, trying to push you off. That is the situation Namiga is in right now as we step into game number 2 of Namiga versus Night Pulse here at the EEU Road to TI. Only one team will be making it forward here in these qualifiers. Which team is it going to be? Well, if game 1 was anything good to go by, then it's looking pretty good for Night Pulse T.
Yeah, no, I'm struggling to think that Namiga have it in them to win out this series. I think, like, coming into it, there's some concepts that they've used that just maybe aren't too strong against some of the better teams. I really hope that they've got a new plan coming into the second game, like the one that they've either held tight for like the important series or something. But yeah, Night Pulse, series to series, improving greatly. They only lost to one win by a single game. They went 2-1 the full distance, one win in our top 3 team in the qualifier. Night Pulse also beat DMS, which was the Dahak and Kaori team in the lower bracket round. Now they've just put Namiga, very quickly aside in game 1. And trajectory-wise, I mean, Night Pulse, I don't expect them to get to the grand finals, but if they find improvements, then I'm happily ready to be proven wrong. And yeah, we'll see if, again, Namiga can do anything to fight up against a very rapidly improving team that is Night Pulse.
Yeah, very hungry team at that as well. They're always going for the wins, they're always going really aggressive. They don't kind of hold back. We see them going for these builds and then just committing 100% to the idea. And everybody's on board with it as well. This Beastmaster Axe just looked so damn strong. And they're happy to first phase as Weaver again. Batting out the Gyrocopter first phase as well, I think is really important to get in Amiga. Lucas is clearly very comfortable on this gyro. It's something they're good at playing around, so does kind of secure their safe lane as well. So you can see the very smart banning strategy from Night Pulse. Just 2 real comfort heroes. In fact, 3 real comfort heroes, actually.
Radiant team back.
Ooh. We're doing this again, are we?
I would like to think that Namiga have just learnt from their mistakes. So again, put it like their mistakes from the previous draft. And yeah, again, if you rewind into a game 1 draft and we're talking about Underlord, it's not bad against Weaver. It prevents Weaver carry from feeling good. Therefore, Weaver should go to support. Like, it ticks all the boxes. Just got to make sure that you approach the kind of the bans and the pick phase a little bit more accordingly, right? It's so I'm not going to get too reactionary. It's the next couple of picks which will really be a tell-all for how Namiga wants to try and keep themselves in the tournament.
Do you want to see them banning out the Lifestealer now or no?
I think, let me double check. The last game they banned out the Ursa. So
So it's pick your poison, really.
yeah, it's like Ursa. They've already banned out Morphling. They can back, so it's like Ursa or Lifestealer, and they do ban out Lifestealer. There is a world where if they really, really care about Underlord, they go absolute bold here and just pick the Ursa, and it's like now you've removed potentially all of the big laning counters to Underlord. Morphling free foams, Lifestealer runs you down, and then Ursa can beat you out. But again, their big change for the draft, the big change was simply ban Lifestealer, let Ursa through.
Yeah, this is, this is an interesting one to see what Night Pulse pick out here. There's also the Monkey King as well, which has been an option against Underlord in the past as well. Typically a very good answer.
5 seconds remaining.
Of course, there is the counterpoint to that now where Underlord can destroy trees with his Fiend's Gate. I mean, he's always been able to do it, but people discovered it. And that one's always an annoying one for the Monkey King to deal with, so... it's a bit of a threat. Nightpul's going to take their time, though. They've got their 2 picks, so typically here you'll be thinking about both picks, not just one, and locking them both in for themselves. Namiga. What's looked good for Namiga in the past? I mean, Gyro always springs to mind with Lucas.
Just Gyro. That's unfortunately the reality where only Lucas Gyro has been the winning formula so far. Of course, in those games we have seen Nikki Coolslada, Tiny as well, but
They're very good at playing with the clock. Maybe we see a bit of that. But yeah, there's the Ursa coming out along with the Grimstroke. It's the same strategy, dude. It's rinse, repeat, and why not?
It is going to be very, very hard to deal with. Once again, now this is the part where Namiga needs to show that they changed up their concepts. And okay, just a little bit. You've got the DK pickup. Be intriguing to know if he goes for the corrosive facet to go for tower damage and map progression, or maybe even like the blue facet to go for like the slows, the kiting, the regen reduction. Could be maybe kind of cool here against Ursa and potential picks down the line.
That. Yeah, I like it versus Ursa for sure. I could see that being a possibility this game. We'll see.
The thing
corrosive always so good.
I do have one major looming concern though for Amiga is they just exist. These heroes don't do anything. They just farm, right? Like DK, when he gets a Blink Dagger, will start making moves with the Mortimer Kisses. But before then, there is no kind of natural overlap. There's no TP movements. There's no like utilization of early active runes. So potentially Amiga, if their carry also wants to hit creeps, there will be a window for Night Pulse to set some pace with their off lane pick and mid pick. We will see where they go with that now, because of course the off lane is still available. If you want, they could still go back to the Beastmaster. Yeah, as I say that, they're picking Beastmaster. Real change.
One hero different, and it's not even that different, to be honest.
Do you think Timber's going to get banned out from the Amiga? Now that's the pressing question that we have now.
Surely it must. Surely it must. Be very surprised if they let Timber sieve through. It's also good against their heroes as well, right? Like, sure, it suffers a little bit at the hands of the Underlord, but it didn't last game. It tore through him last game, like Swiss cheese.
I think, yeah. So for Night Pulse, mid laners that look really good. Earth Spirit looks incredibly good for them. Storm Spirit is okay.
5 seconds remaining.
I kind of like that. It's a really good Shroud game actually for the Storm to buy. So I don't mind Earth Spirit Storm for mid lanes for Night Pulse. But again, these are some of the specialties that Warwick has presented so far in the qualifier. We've already kind of memed the Timbersaw, but that's just because it was in the last game. Yeah, relatively good here again. Just because you don't really care about any damage. DK won't kill you. You buy Shroud, supports won't kill you. Underlord can try, but I think there's 3 very clear heroes to be talking about here. Earth Spirit, Storm, or Timber. I would be surprised if any other hero got picked outside of those 3.
Okay. We'll see which direction they try to go for. Of course, it is going to be last pick for Nikki Cool, assuming he wants to grab the mid laner here and put the DK to the off lane, which is what I. Oh wait, you've got
No, yeah, it's just carry
yes.
most likely.
Yeah,
So you're looking at Lucas.
I tried to forget the Underlord, but I wasn't able to. Alas.
To be like that, they did play carry DK in previous qualifiers less than 2 weeks ago, but or just over 2 weeks, sorry, but yeah. The time and place, I don't know if game combination game, and you haven't really been sporting it in your strategies. It's the time. Just I'm looking at Lucas's heroes, and none of them look good right now. Like in the last month of pro play, he's played over 50% of his games pretty much on Gyrocopter. Then he's played a couple less games, a Weaver game, some Sven, some Sniper, some Marcy, a little bit of Luna. Like, none of these heroes feel inspirational for, wow, that's it. Of course, he's got a very, very deep pool for sure, but yeah, I'm at a loss to know what he personally wants to play compared to what would be good for the game.
And we are actually paused the entirety of Night Pulse disconnected.
Oh, that's awkward.
So that explains a lot. Yeah. No, I was a little confused. I'm sure we're all kind of wondering, like, this is a really, really long ban.
I was really adding some story to the draft, and suddenly I'm like, wait a second. This was meant to be like a little one single chapter situation. Now I'm writing a whole book. Their internet went down.
Oh no!
All right, I think our sportsmanship, Namiga. Cool GG. Give Night Pulse.
One of those guys.
That would be oh god. That would be a very, very awkward way.
Yeah, it's actually a full 5-man disconnect as well. So definitely some sort of local issue, which is kind of scary. It's not too bad when one person disconnects, but when the whole gang disconnects, you know something's up.
Yeah. And during draft as well. That is like one team thinks draft, one team has to think internet.
Yeah, luckily it's just the last two heroes. They probably had a pretty good idea on what they're going to pick.
But then again, this is a rare opportunity. Namiga better cook up the best 2 bans and pick in their entire lives. Like,
yep.
Lights off. Oh no, they do have a full power cut, no internet. So that is going to be a. Hopefully they can fix that and reconnect swiftly. But actually, no. I'm intrigued to know. Is there like a no? I'm guessing there could be like a no communication rule, like during this pause. I'm guessing because, like, obviously, you know, they have access to. Is that a rule? I'm not seeing anyone talking, so they might be. I think that should probably be a rule. I'm just, you know,
You're just guessing.
I mean, no one's yapping right now.
All right. What would you be doing in this pause then? Are you going on like, you know, Dota 2 Pro tracker, checking out his mid game, seeing what he's been owning with recently?
No, I'm just looking at my heroes, thinking out timings, and focusing on like what I want to do. I think there's a time and a place for research, and if you're researching during a tech pause before you're about to play your elimination game, I don't know if you've got really good chances to winning, you know? So, yeah, this is, of course, we are looking at the 5 players of Namiga. They do have internet, unlike their opponents. This is actually one of the weirdest drafts we have to talk about.
Flowchart.
Yeah, I refuse to talk about the draft. If they're not drafting, we don't talk about the draft. I think that's our new rule.
We've talked enough. If anybody's got any questions about any heroes individually, then, well, guess what? Google exists. Use it, all right? You've heard enough from us.
No. We are at the stage of the game where basically one team has got the identical lineup from the previous game, where the disconnected team, Night Pulse, they swapped out Ursa for the Lifestealer. That's bad English. They have an Ursa instead of Lifestealer. There we go. That's better English. So it's identical gameplay. And my concern right now is Namiga literally do not pressure at all. And I see V2 had reconnected.
The number, it's going down. Woohoo!
Okay. Look at this.
All right.
Oh, Jesus.
After all that.
Look how quick the bans were.
Yeah, they don't give them time to recuperate. It's like, dude, with go time, baby. Put the pressure on, put the heat on them.
But these are the 2 heroes that I was mentioning before the pause. Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit are the big heroes that you need to ban out against Night Pulse. Namiga do both of them, so congratulations, very good bans.
That means they're
Timbersaw,
gonna pick Timber again, and I don't want to do it again, dude. No. I don't want to go
Medusa.
again.
Now select your hero.
Well, I'm
Great.
happy. Okay, this proved at least that the pause did enable Namiga, the drafter, to think what they wanted to do. And
Yeah. The instant picks were very confident. We have an actual carry for sure. It's definitely going to be, there's no way to play Medusa as a super aggro mid-game timing lunatic hero. So yeah, it's definitely more traditional from the Amiga, and I think that's what we wanted after game one.
I am intrigued to know if there's ever a world in which you can go Diffusal still. I think on the carry Ursa, by the way, I think there is a world where you either go Battle Fury, Blink, then Diffusal, or if your game's really good and the lane's chill, maybe you go Diffusal first into Blink, let your Beastmaster become a little bit more of the scaling hero with the Ags. You play behind him, you kill Medusa a couple of times, and you get your economy through kind of just natural aggression. But it will be really cool to know if VTune thinks about this item at all. Because before, when Battle Fury wasn't Battle Fury's not got better, but the game overall flow has enabled Battle Fury to feel good. Ursa's against Medusa was always Ursa favored, because you just go Diffusal, 2-3 hits, boom, see ya. You're not playing Dota anymore. So I am hoping this is at the at least in the mind of VTune a little bit, but maybe he ignores it and they have other ideas to do with it. But overall, drafts, I'm leaning Night Pulse again. A lot of static farm for Namiga, and it didn't really work out for them in the previous game.
It did not, and if anything, this draft is much, much slower. In fact, it's too slow for me. I don't like it at all. DK, Underlord, Medusa, Tricor just feels like they're going to be sat on high ground for 60 minutes. That's kind of the position I'm in right now. I hope that's not too doom and gloom. Of course, recency bias and all that stuff. Maybe if the drafts were swapped around, we might be like, wow, I love this. They're going to sit on their high ground and there's nothing they could do about it. But I mean, there is one thing I like, which I've mentioned before about the Underlord. In fact, earlier on when we saw an Underlord with a Storm Spirit, I believe it was, I said, I'd much prefer this with a DK, because DK's got a nice long stun, which means you're always going to get the Fiend's Gate off, and you're always going to get that follow-up. So this time we do have that. So I guess by honor of my own dignity, I have to say that I like that aspect at least.
Yeah, as much as the honor is in play, Namiga has really simplified my analysis for the second game, because they had problems in game one.
Well, you already did it.
And I've already had to do it. So now I can just sit back and let the game speak for itself. Sure, there is a world for Namiga that, as the game does go later, right? The Medusa with Manta, Butterfly, Skadi, DK as well with his own toolkit. Like, there's ways for them to be super obnoxious, but
Jansen's just going to get first blood literally by himself.
is he going to get
That
out?
is crazy.
Yeah, he's
that
fine.
is wild. Holy. I mean, Weaver's a hell of a hero level 1 these days. You've got Shikuchi, you've got Geminate Attack. Like, that's a powerful guy.
Well,
Frostbite ain't going to do nothing.
He's playing Limbo as well. Look, Jansen's going underneath the Beastmaster Limbo board. He's gone under it twice.
Oh, yeah.
The top lane, don't know if he's going to go underneath it again.
Oh, he does.
Oh, come on.
Oh, it must be different for
Oh,
us.
the
the
they don't
observers
see
don't
it.
have any.
Oh, so poor RNG, actually. Ah, well, we have the visual bug that everyone was intrigued about in the previous game.
Indeed. So, let's see if things go better for Mixer down here in bottom lane in game number 2, because top lane's already looking a little bit scary with the Weaver with a great start. We saw the power of that lane last game, so let's just say that it's probably going to be pretty Nightfall's favor. Down here, meanwhile, Mixer got to play at a kind of distance here. A lot of Underlord players, like people who play this hero a lot, say that they don't mind the Ursa matchup, that it's playable. I don't understand the hero well enough to be able to say yes or no, but...
Well, I'd like to think Underlord should be able to fare okay against Ursa. Like, any offlaner that has a way to prevent the movement of Ursa should be able to do well, right? Because Ursa is about right-clicking down the lane. Mars can spear, Centaur can stomp, Underlord can root, right? Like, all these heroes have ways to navigate the Ursa right clicks. Yeah, it's for sure a playable lane. So. You die once and then you might get pushed out. And Lucas, very low in the top lane.
So much aggression coming out here. Yeah, the Cammy Beastmaster ain't got no chill. Game number 1. People in the chat were calling for him to be MVP. They wanted to see their boy Dream up there. And strong case, to be fair. He did very, very well in his lane in this game, making a similar case as well as he continues to put the pressure onto Lucas and Ike. That said, Lucas farming okay for the early stages of the game.
I was going to say in a minute, it's 2 minutes in. Oh, I missed the range, yes. You jinxed him.
Oh, he's done. He's done.
'Cause I am. Ha!
Have you seen the curved Grimstroke Stroke of Fate facet yet?
Yeah, I've played it a couple times. It's pretty hilarious to use. He is using
think it's
Instigate,
really
so we'll
good.
see it this time. But I think it's less about the whole idea of that facet is you get bonus damage, but in laning phase you don't have to hit the creep wave to do the damage, so you're not suddenly putting the range creep into deny range. But the annoying thing is you're trading maybe more damage, maybe not denying, but not being able to cancel your Inkswell, which has become such an innate, key aspect of the
It's
hero.
why you pick Grimstroke. Yeah, you
Exactly.
pick Grimstroke for Inkswell. Like that's it.
Yeah, you get
Soulbind's
Shard,
nice, but
Strong Dispel.
realistically, yeah. No, I kind of want them to put the this facet, the Instigate facet, back onto the Shard and give Grimstroke a different facet to play with, because I just want to see more bendy Stroke of Fates. It's Ike taking heavy hits here. Janta as well, also gonna die. Getting way too cocky there and standing up against Ike and Lucas. See, Lucas can't play Gyrocopter, been banned out, so he's just gonna play Snake Gyrocopter.
Another split shot style hero.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Janta getting a little bit aggressive there, not respecting the stick from the Crystal Maiden. So far, everyone farming up. So is showing us his build though from his quick buy. He is looking at Battle Fury into Blink into BKB. So no real cares for the Diffusal Blade, which again it's an item that puts maybe a little bit of volatility onto your play. I think I personally, if I had choice, it would be Battle Fury, Blink, and then maybe you entertain it after you've secured your farm, but we shall see.
Ooh, Mixer getting very, very low. The cookie won't be enough to save his life. Down he goes. The Attune pretty low as well, but
Top
of
lane,
course
yeah.
Queasy no spells to help out. Is up on the top side. They'll bring down the Crystal Maiden as well. Janta gets a bit of revenge and brings down Ike once more. Alright, we finally see them converting on the Underlord kill. Was kind of something we're anticipating? Like I don't know the matchup. Well, I know that traditionally it's bad. Some Underlord players have figured it out, but Mixer does get caught out somewhat inevitably.
I'm trying to because we have like the same drafts as the previous game. I'm trying to remember. Okay, what happened in the early game? So Night Pulse, they moved top. Windrunner got some kills, giving a little bit of life. Can the DK really replicate the moves that Nicky Cool made? I don't think so.
No, I think you might be right. A DK rotation is never something to be that excited about unless you've got some real damage coming out from your supports. I always like to see DK comboed up with like a Skyruff Mage or a Hoodwink. Those are like the two big ones. Like maybe Lion or something, but just something which can blast. Give you that extra bit of oomph you're lacking as a hero. Janta just going to secure the power rune. It will be Queasy who grabs
Nice
it though.
cookie.
The cookie's up to the high ground, but unfortunately, for some reason, Timbersaw has a second ultimate and just cuts down Queasy with it. Damn twisted chakram. Always there when you don't want it to be. Ike comes in as well. Nicky Cool will be able to get that bug off him, and we'll be alright for the time being. Two supports still hanging around here for Night Pulse, but I don't think they can do anything. I mean, no one's killing mid. They're way too tanky, the both of them.
Night Pulse still respecting the DK. The fact that when he pops that ultimate, he can. If Timbersaw leaves the lane, we'll be able to chip down that tower. He does have the corrosive facet. And 4 kills. Wisdom runes are spawning. Janta already here for the They're inside, but the Crystal Maiden's trying to wrap around. They understand that Beastmaster is relatively low, but he has a wand and a Lotus and a raindrop.
Oh, it's a lot of healing. It's a lot of healing. He lives long enough to kill off Ike, but won't survive through the Snapfire. But we'll get both of them as return kills. Janta going to be pretty happy about that one. He's also able to grab the Wisdom Rune as well, as Mixer will drag buy it on their side as well. So all in all, pretty decent trade for the side of Nightpulse, I would say.
Yeah, you get 2 supports, and the Beastmaster, he had just enough utility to keep himself alive. He gets 1 kill, then dies. So for him, it's like, well, whatever. I get a little bit of a trade, and they're trying to set up on mid to get the ultimate off on to the DK.
Yeah, he's taking damage here. We'll need one more Whirling Death, and they will find it. And that is the curse of Timbersaw against melee heroes. And Ike's come in on this one, and he's just going to feed another kill the way of Nightpulse. Mixer's coming across as well. They really need to bring the Timbersaw down there. Nice cookie, but you got to be careful, Warwick. He does so much. He's got the heals. He's going to live through it all and cut down Mixer on the person. Oh, no, not another one. He brings out Queasy as well. This is ridiculous. Warwick is just stunting on them right now. A TP back to base, but an absolute disaster for the Mega.
Yeah, I mean, do you really gank a Timbersaw like that? The Mega not really connecting. They're down 8 kills, down 2,000 gold. They tried to kill off a Timbersaw, but it just wasn't the one.
Yikes. This puts him in a really terrible position as well. Now, your Timbersaw, he's happy. He's just going to go straight in for the BKB next. Well, Timbersaw, he doesn't need items.
Rush BKB, that's... Okay, so normally there's always like a... Janta, he's...
Higher or something first. Janta will die, yeah.
Oh, and that was a 3 kill streak, and Queasy took it. That would have been lovely for the DK to get the streak, but not to be the case.
You can't save it against a Weaver, can you?
It's always a little bit spooky, and now Mixer's getting run out of bot lane there, and just kills happening left, right, and center. And I just don't think Mixer's having a very enjoyable series, right? In the first game, he gets run down by a Lifestealer. In the second game, he's getting run down by an Ursa. He's making rotations to mid, but dying to Timbersaw. It is rough. Meanwhile, Lucas is very much ignoring the entire game. He's like hoping he can just get himself to a state of being the 1v9 Medusa in this game, but she is currently behind on net worth to the Ursa. Vitoon has had a 0 pressure lane, 72 CS. Didn't even complete his boots. He has many components for many different items, but eventually will complete one.
Maybe.
Don't kill him again, guys, please. He's having a terrible game. Leave him alone. Okay,
I think he lives this time at least. They'll show mercy. 3 heroes here, but they're like, no, we can't kill him again. These supports on the side of Amiga at least having an okay time. Both of them relatively close to 6 at this point. Like, sure, the Weaver and the Grimstroke are both level 6 and 7 somehow, but you know, they'll be able to get reasonable timing on their level 6s. These are the things you can play with as well. Yeah, to be fair, like, Mortimer's Kiss is also a very nice thing to combo up with the DK, so with this creep, Queasy will hit 6, and I want to see them do something. They're about to hit Blink Dagger on the DK in a couple of camps. That should be a big timing for them. Go in with a Blink, with a stun, with the kisses, and it's a pretty cure kill. As long as you're not jumping the Ursa or the Timbersaw, or maybe the Weaver. Beastmaster's pretty tanky. As long as they're on the Grimstroke, then it's a pretty free kill.
No, so with the combination, right, with CM, Snap, and DK, they easily can kill off Weaver, Grimstroke. And you could argue Beastmaster in the correct circumstances. I think maybe even Underlord might have to assist there, but the key takeaway is get this Blink, get a smoke, find a kill. If they get a Blink
roar
on
out
DK,
onto the Medusa in the top lane. They've got the Inkswell as well on to him. They need some help. He gets off the Manta to buy himself a little bit of time. Is it going to be enough though? Big heals coming out. Medusa, she might live through this yet. Down without the mana shield. Gets rid of the bug. Gets rid of the Phantom's Embrace. And the Medusa will survive. Key movements there from Mixer, keeping the Medusa healthy. I think someone fed her a Lotus, or maybe it was just, yeah, no, it was a Lotus. I don't know who from.
She had a very big one. She had mana boots as well. Mixer didn't actually have any mana boots when he went through the portal, but there was just enough mana in play to keep herself alive there. If Lucas dies as the DK gets blink and then Nightpulse get momentum, it could have been a rough couple of minutes for them, but
Yeah. It's a breath for them to take.
Yeah,
Jump in, Nicky Cool, grab the Arcane Rune. Pretty key catch here. If they can turn this into a kill, that's be huge, and I think they just might. A lot of damage available, turns around, blasts them, but Warwick will fall, and once again, it's Queasy getting the kill streak, so Snapfire super rich right now. Go on, Snap, buy something fun.
Solar Crest. Oh, very fun. Yeah. To be fair, though, I think a Solar Crest in this game, when you have Medusa, very useful. Putting it onto her, giving it more just purpose in the fight. Even the DK early on to get through towers even quicker. But I think Solar Crest is very, very valuable. Nightpulse, they are relatively content. Right? They aren't really buying items to break the map as of yet. The Grimstroke wants his 15-minute shard. The Timbersaw is going straight for a BKB, which you don't see too often, but in this game he is respecting some of the magic damage that Namiga can provide, and so he's still in farm mode. Battle for you complete. Wants to get that Blink Dagger, then he'll be hunting. He's not the ring of health from laning phase. He went for the ring just to get through the fight, and eventually most likely will become an abyssal.
Couple of key kills have really brought Amiga back into this. They kind of went around and killed off those problem heroes in the Weaver and the Timbersaw. And now their game's not looking awful, but Nightpulse might be finding something here. Well, Crystal Maiden going to be the first target, brought down with ease. Everybody else, they're scattered to the wind. They're out of here. They're going to be fine. When is our Aghanims coming on the Beastmaster? Ah, now. He's literally just picked it up. They can either play with this or they can wait and get the Ursa Blink Dagger and then make a movement with him instead. We'll see. Nicky Cool, hang out under tower. Nightpulse are here as 4. Ursa can come in if he really wants, and that's a great swarm. Going to catch both onto the DK. The Roar is out onto him as well. The Cookie, will it help him? No, it will not. Down goes Nicky Cool. Till the end, does die in response. A nice ultimate from Egg brings him down. Queasy up to the high ground, keeping his distance, but wants to be nearby if there is an opportunity to throw out some kisses. But he's a big threat here as Warwick tries to chase him down, keeping his distance, being careful. It looks like the situation will be diffused, so whilst they do lose their DK, they'll hold off Nightpulse for the time being, keep their tower alive. It's a small win, but one they'll be forced to take.
Reacting accordingly. I mean, for Namiga, it really is just, you see some aggression, you gotta poke out just a little bit, and then sit back. Unfortunately for the viewers, we are just gonna be watching a Namiga Farm Fest for around over 15 minutes. And if you want to see how close they are to making moves themselves, it's click Medusa. Does she have Butterfly? Does she have Skadi? Does she have maybe like a Daedalus or something? And then when she hits like these items, that's when you know Namiga are really going to try and enter the game. And I think for Nightpulse at least, Roshan should be calling your name. You know Namiga aren't really able to contest it. And
You're actually looking to move bottom side here. I'm not too sure. Never mind. We'll cancel the twin gate and makes her happy to stay up in the top side. You would think with one of these farming games, I'm gonna say it once because I know you've been itching but holding yourself back the entire time. Queen Talon Underlord might have been pretty cool.
Mate,
say it.
It's my pet peeve. It really is.
All good, bro.
Thanks, mate. You know, I'm gonna triple check what pros do it in pubs, like the better facet. Need to find out.
All right, maybe after the game we can have like we'll stick behind after the cast for a few hours, and you guys can join us. Any Cleave enjoyers, the Cleave fans.
Amar goes for the Horde talent, so one of the best Underlord players in the world. He's pioneering it, but he just plays better than the others, so he has an exception. He is 14,000 MMR.
Mix is about to die. Unlucky. Caught out by the 4 Night Pulse heroes, and they'll make light work off this Underlord. Turn it into a tower, turn it into a Roshan. The shopping list is long. Full side of Night Pulse here. It all comes down to, you know, can they amount a big enough lead here to take down these towers, to start pressuring this Medusa, because she has just been farming this entire time. Like, sure, the other 2 cores are being threatened, having a nasty time. Lucas, he's 2-0-0. The dream Medusa KDA at this point in the game.
She took bot tower, she's moving to mid, and Roshan full, 17 minutes now, Aegis in play. We spoke about the fact that Medusa is doing well, and she's gonna have Butterfly in about 500 gold time. So this Aegis on V2 isn't going to be like the Aegis of the game, right? It's an Aegis that syncs up very nicely with Lucas having all this farm. And I guess, something we didn't really think about. There's a Grimstroke in the game. If he goes Aghanims when Medusa's buying this much stat, it's going to be really, really strong. Maybe Grimstroke thinks about this.
Yeah, he hasn't spent his money yet.
He's sporting 1,000 gold. If they win a fight or 2, then he's suddenly halfway there. That could break down the meager and everything they're hoping to lean on.
See, this is a classic support gameplay here where you just hold the money and wait to, if you get flamed, you buy full stuff. If no one flames you, if the fights go well, you grab that axe. Definitely. Janta gonna get freed from the stun, buy till the end from the low ground, but in goes Lucas, committing to the fight and cutting down the Grimstroke. Can't quite finish the job though, the uphill miss, the Grimstroke gets away. Lucas though, still sticking by Mixer here, V-Tune's upon him, but he doesn't seem to care. Maybe, just maybe, Namiga start backing themselves away. They'll lose Mixer at least. Lucas still very, very tanky, very, very healthy, and with the Butterfly being delivered, it's gonna get cookied in. Okay. The problems are being presented, and Night Pulse may not have the answers.
Warwick just didn't want to use his BKB on the Timber Sword, and he kind of realized he was by himself and delayed it into the very end. And yeah, I think the Namiga did a relatively good job at just breaking open that fight. Like, Medusa runs in, then you have Underlord throwing the portal. Underlord then kind of dies, and at that point, Namiga are on retreat. But Night Pulse very much respecting this Medusa. Like, she was the one that kind of really cemented the get out of this, you're not fighting. And maybe V-Tune after the BKB will instantly be queuing up this MKB, as he knows he cannot kill. But like every Medusa game, just kill everyone else. Ignore the Medusa.
Yeah, Mixer's going to be that target once more, and doesn't stand a chance here. Will go down.
Oh, he's 0-6 and 3.
It's not looking great, I'll be honest. The back-to-back Underlord picks have been pretty awful. But they do get a Weaver kill down on the bottom side at least.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scared.
Snapfire did complete that Solar Crest as we saw in the last fight, which is very big for Lucas. One of the reasons why he was feeling so strong. He just had the cookie. He had the Soul Crest to buff him up, give him that extra shield. And that's certainly been causing some issues for Night Pulse. They continue to try and play around the Medusa, not into the Medusa. Yeah, they do feel a little lost here. They're going to go for another smoke up. Aegis, 2 minutes remaining. Night Pulse really want to make something happen with this Aegis. They need to advance their game state somewhat because they don't want to get stalled out. They don't want to be stuck in this position where Namiga just have like 40% of their maps still available to them, but now they'll jump in. V-Tune committing hard to this fight. But once again, the Stone Gaze, the Runaway, they definitely don't have enough to cut through a Butterfly Manta Medusa.
Yeah, they're kind of like forcing them back, making them play certain areas, and then once they've kind of cleaned it out, then they go back for the objective. And V-Tune is going to be controlling all of the momentum though for Night Pulse. He could be completing 1,000 gold. So yeah, this Aegis, of course, didn't really net them everything they wanted, but it did get them to the next round of items. As we click across the cores, they are all picking up quite big ticket progression, and we shall see. And yeah, the Grimstroke is going for the 4 stuff. I feel like this could have been the game. He's still holding on to a tier 1 neutral item, so I'm guessing he just had terrible tier 2 choices, or he forgot. It happens.
It do.
If he had Philly Stone, that's an Axe game. But
That's an axe right there. Oh, yes. Yeah, no, I mean, whilst Night Pulse won't be like super scared about this game right now, it's certainly starting to feel, you know, this Medusa is online already, basically. And she's just going to get scarier and scarier as time goes on. Of course, you've got 3 heroes scaling on the side of Night Pulse versus the 1 hero scaling on the Mega. This DK and this Underlord are too far behind to come back into the game, really. They are just 4 supports plus Medusa.
yeah, and unfortunately, that sometimes happens with Medusa games. You have to do so much to keep the map alive, to allow her to farm, that you are just, you know, victim to your economy being extremely starved. And I think luckily for Namiga, your DK doesn't really need a lot of net worth, right? Once you're a Blink BKB stun, you're kind of content. This could maybe also be a little bit of a benefit to the Horde facet, that as long as Mixer gets levels and can throw down the Twin Gate, he's going to be throwing in the Necromonicons and getting that additional, you know, potential damage through that. But it's not very comfortable for them. It just takes one mispositioning from Lucas, and the entire hopes for Namiga will come crumbling down.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Lucas to keep them in these qualifiers.
Oh, it's all on Lucas. If you want to see Namiga progress into a game 3, you need to channel all your energy into him.
That said, they have excellent high ground defense with the Underlord and with the Medusa as well. They're also pretty good at shoving lanes. If Crystal Maiden's able to get the shard from a Tormentor, then it's going to be pretty awesome for them to just be able to stay out on the map on a support, sit in the trees, cut a wave or two. These are the kind of things we'll be looking at in the next 10 minutes or so, as if Night Pulse are to continue on their trajectory. They're just kind of going around the map as 5 right now, taking some towers, trying to restrict Namiga's game. It's slow progress for them, but it's steady and it's safe, most importantly. They're not leaving anything to chance. They're not risking anything. It's an important game here for them to take. They don't want to get carried away and end up feeding the Medusa. You know, one lost team fight to this Medusa, and all of a sudden she's going to be then an item ahead of the Ursa, like a full item ahead of the Ursa.
Yeah, you can't allow that. You need to keep it, at least for Night Pulse, the Ursa, at least within the same realm of economy. Like V2, he's looking for the Basher actually for his build, and that does showcase the I don't want to go near Medusa.
I'm not sure about this.
Let me kill other people, and Namiga now they're
If we can get onto the high ground, then this could be a fight for them. But immediate blink away from the Timbersaw. Wow, the respect coming out from Night Pulse.
Again, it is well-deserved respect.
Is under attack.
Next Roshan will be when Night Pulse really want to return to their aggressive form. I think until then it's farm the map, get what you can. Cammy's looking for a Christmas gun, help with, you know, nullifying that split shot damage from the Medusa. You've got maybe the actually he went for Kaya, so just a little bit more additional damage from the Timbersaw. Oh,
Janta and Hank finding each other on the side here. TP out, going to be successful because Maiden gets back to the base.
I just saw Underlord's items. I'm so despair. Here's a 4-staff. It's pretty good, I think, to obviously to disengage, but when your offlane is going for a 4-staff,
Whoa, the 4-staff. Well,
yeah.
I mean, in fairness, getting him somewhat out of danger. Pretty hard for V-Tune to track him down, but unfortunately works upon him, and the amount of damage that Timbersaw deals to Strength Heroes is just ridiculous. They're trying to hold their ground here under the freezing field from the Crystal Maiden, and it's forced them back for now, but now V-Tune finds the entry to the fight, finds Nicky Cool, and starts ripping away at him with those bear claws. A few more hits will be required in the meantime. The Medusa's just slamming away at him, forcing V-Tune out of the fight. Warwick also trying to kill off a support here, will be able to do so. The Axes find the Crystal Maiden. They'll play around the Medusa, killing off her teammates from under her as Janta goes for the time lapse. The kisses are nice. The full bore is there as well. Snapfire brings him down. Nice plays there from Queasy. As once again, this is the Queasy and Lucas show. It really is. It's some good stuff coming out from the two of them.
Night Pulse have done exactly what every single pub game you want to do, right? It's like, guys, all right, Medusa's the raid boss. Dance around her, do not go near her, kill everybody else, and
pull the ads.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so rough to to play this type of game because Lucas, he wants to be in the middle of the fight, but of course no one's going to go near him. There isn't going to be this clutch moment where Medusa turns it around. She's going to be, you know, hoping to find it. And I think maybe she's looking at Daedalus, but Hurricane Pike with the crystals could be a slightly better option just so she can reposition in the fight whilst Night Pulse are, you know, comedically kiting her the entire time. 5,000 net worth leading.
It's kind of the philosophy of carry players, right? Like, do you want to be doing enough damage to kill them whilst they're in your radius, or do you want to go for that Hurricane Pike to stay on them as they move around your radius? You know, like, it's an interesting decision. And Lucas, at the moment, has decided to go for the damage. We'll see if he changes his mind. Now here's a nice thing about Medusa. You get to hide behind her. Why does she make little statues of goods? Oh, Warwick jumping in on this one, finding himself a target, immediately jumping onto the DK. They want to take him down nice and quickly here, and they'll be able to do exactly that. Cammy, though, he's taking hard hits from Lucas as he just rips through that Beastmaster, despite the BKB, forcing him out of the fight. And once again, they'll look to the sides, they'll find Mixer. Mixer, he's not close enough to Mummy Snake Lady, and he's going to get cut down by V-Tune. V-Tune immediately just looks for the next Queasy up onto the high ground, chasing into V-Tune, being aggressive, knowing that he's near Lucas. Buyback from Ike as he comes back into the fight, utilizing that outpost. And the kisses,
nice
they catch the Ursa. Ah, Queasy. The sniper, Mortimer. Damn.
The entire fight, full HP, full mana on the Medusa. She's just like, please.
She didn't get hit once.
Yeah.
That's the thing, you got to be like baby ducks. You know those videos where like the baby ducks get lost along the way? You know, that's his Underlord. That's this dark Dragon Knight. They're falling down the drain, and Lucas is just looking back and, oh well. Whoops.
Yeah, at some point I'll clean them up, and yeah, because of the fact that Night Pulse weren't able to break down more resources, more heroes outside of Medusa, right? It's what they killed Underlord and didn't really punish anyone else, and yeah, Roshan's going to be falling for Namiga. This will be the Aegis and the Cheese. Very, very scary portion of the game. This is the type of game where Lucas feels unkillable, but at some point, Night Pulse will be able to kill him off. I'm pretty sure when Ursa gets MKB, which is on the horizon, like 10 minutes away, you roar, you right click on Ursa, maybe even throw the Grimstroke spells into the mix as well. She dies. And again, it's like there is so much pressure on Lucas. One death, one poor position, and everything you've built, like your entire lineup for, will come down. It's like so scary. And CM's dead. And yes, the Grimstroke, he is doing it. Okay. He is doing it. Okay, Mixers might be dying, but Grimstroke is going for the Aghanim's. Take the back, Timber might be dying. I don't know, like, no one's dying.
Yeah, no one's dying. Peace offering has been made. Everybody's backing out. Who's buying what now? What are you getting excited about?
Grimstroke going Aghanim's. He had the 4-star for a brief second, but I think you know when Bane players would rush Aghanim's? That was such a cool period of time for support players because they showed hero item combinations where they don't want to go for the Force or the Drum or some cheap item and hopefully by 40-45 minutes get the big item. They identify like, this is an item that is impactful, I'm going straight for it. And I think Grimstroke Aghanim's in the correct games is that item. Who cares if you have a 4-star at minute 20? If by minute 35 you can get an Aghanim's and suddenly break open the fights and punish cores. Right? Everything. She's itemized to not care. Like, if she goes against an illusion, it's terrible, right? Like, every single item is rough for her. She bought Butterfly and Skadi. It's like the best game to go. Like, again, to be clear, you need to take the clone of the Medusa, run it away from her, and kill everyone else. Technically, you could leave it fighting her because the evasion, she doesn't have an MKB, but this clone is going to be crazy in the fights.
Yeah, it's a combination of the Ursa jumping the Medusa and at the same time getting that clone out and either like just giving you that extra oomph you need to finish off the Medusa, and then you have Medusa for the rest of the fight. I imagine that's what we're going to see, but yeah, there's a chance you steal it and run it away and cause issues for other heroes. The more static heroes, which can't run away from it. And this is aggressive positioning from Cammy here. He is under a ward, so won't be able to get off the blink.
He has Ogre Seal Totem, Crimson, and BKB, so
Can't blink now.
very
and runs
elusive.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I'm really, really excited for the upcoming fights. I think all the problems that Night Pulse are facing, they're soon to answer. MKB on the Ursa, getting the Aghanims. I don't know how long he's had Diffuse on Weaver, but I'm pretty sure that's relatively new.
Ursa here. I mean, very, very aggressive. B-Team's going to BKB TP out here. Without a
Kami
Medusa,
as
there's no
well.
real way they're killing her. Kami is in deep. Yeah, he's already used the Roar, trying to TP himself out of this one, and will just about make it home.
That was really close.
That was super close.
What are they
He got
doing?
Yulzed in the fountain.
They had some pretty big timings coming up, and they were just like throwing their bodies in for some memes, and yeah, that's not what Night Pulse needs
For
to
the
be doing.
Grimstroke. Look at till the end, farming up the creep corridor, where we've seen carries sit thousands and thousands of games in a row. Now it's till the end's point.
But it's not going to be
He's
the
got
best
it.
reveal. It's not going to be the best reveal though, because now the Ursa has BKB on cooldown. So for 60 seconds, if an Amiga do force to
Hide.
fight, yeah, they've got to be a
Do
little
not
bit careful.
show this. I honestly think you need to surprise the Medusa with it. You know, if she doesn't know about it, there's a really good chance
They
of
know
you just
about it.
getting
They
a
know about
freebie.
it. Look at top
Oh,
lane.
for God's sakes. What is
Oh,
this?
come on.
What? Come on.
Radiant's bottom tower
Okay,
is
he
under
got greedy. He's like, I could get a couple of creep waves with this.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, it could taunt. Didn't know that. Well, yeah,
Or maybe it was the instant Ags reveal on the illusion to warn the Amiga, hey, don't come high ground. It doesn't matter though. Wait, no, Grim, no!
Oh, no, not like this. That's not how you want it to go down. Caught out by Nikki Cool, now lying in the grave for 45 seconds. Where is your dark portrait now? You can't draw when you're dead, Grimstroke. Tier 3 tower has gone down. Amiga, they're making the best usage out of the 20 seconds left off this Aegis. Actually, he wants middle tower as well. Lucas, this is so greedy. I mean, they don't have the fortifier because the melee barrack is still alive. This little creep's trying to do it.
I mean, the Grim just fed through the game for his team. It's not greedy at all. Take everything, Lucas.
They're going to jump him now.
maybe
The
that.
Aegis, it's gone. The damage, it's there. The Medusa is dead. They didn't keep an eye on the Aegis timing at all. Now the DK's being jumped. He's got a cheese. He's not going to use it. Knows there's no point. What the...
Well, okay, so just to clarify what just happened. So the Grimstroke just by himself showed him and died to DK. Medusa then takes Rax. I didn't even check the Aegis time, so I assumed she still had it. She then dies. They also then just used Glyph on a melee Rax, thinking that the DK poison was still ticking. It wasn't. So Night Pulse wasted Glyph. Grimstroke dies to the random DK stun. Medusa dies to the Aegis timeout, which all catches I think everyone by surprise.
I think including her, I think including Medusa. Like, I'll be honest, she was
I look at the
positioning
glyph,
very
oh,
much
we
like
just
there
said,
was
but
a
it's-
minute left on that Aegis, not 10 seconds.
You know how we said like it's one Lucas death that brings everything down?
Oh yeah, that was
Like
always
that-
coming, wasn't it? Well, I mean,
Amiga should have
they did
taken
a lot
2
of
racks.
damage. A ranged
been
barrack,
2
a melee
racks.
barrack.
Sorry, I'm too giddy, Nomad. The last 2 minutes of this game have really just spun everything in my mind. Oh my god.
It hasn't been the cleanest Dota I've ever seen, but it's certainly been some of the most entertaining. Now they're coming high ground. They've got Magnums on the Grimstroke. They've got a lot. In goes Warwick. I mean, no Medusa still, so feeling pretty cocky about this one. BKB also available. He's got a Cyclone above his head as BKB comes out. But now with the Medusa respawning, Night Pulse will respect that and get themselves away. What's more is that, like, they didn't even commit to saving the Medusa's life. You know, that's how convinced I am that there was no consideration for this Aegis timing out. There was no kisses. There was no freezing field.
I'll be honest with Nomad. So basically, when Grimstroke died, I spent the next 20 seconds with my head in my hands, not even looking at the game.
I know.
Just
I know. You're a
in
support
shock.
player. You're about to see a support player make like some sick,
I was in
huge
shock.
impact play.
I look
It
up
was
to my
exciting for us
screen,
all.
and it just. So, I couldn't really contribute to that post-game fight because I was,
You good. You good.
But now Amiga grouped up together. Round 2 of the high ground. No
Get that
glyph.
barrack. Go on, Lucas. I mean, it's healed up quite a lot now, so not the easiest. They're going to try and flood it with illusions. Observer and Sentry is down to try and give them what they need. But they've got the illusions. That's a problem. These aren't normal illusions either. These are river illusions. So not just mantas. They're pretty annoying. Ursa will be able to deal with them. Yeah, they're not willing to commit to the high ground. That would be absolutely insane. Lucas sent an illusion to deny the wisdom rune as well. That's pretty sweaty. I like it. Ooh, Baby Butterfly as a tier 3 neutral item for Lucas. Going to be replaced now by the Trickster's Cloak. Basically another Baby Butterfly, but this time with added magic resist, not just evasion. Cheese also on Lucas as well, so everything for Mother. That is the strategy for Namiga. It always has been and always will be. Yeah, and it's all about Roshan. Yeah, they want to give the based Snake Lady an Aegis, not just a smelly cheese.
It's going to be up in a minute 15, so a very awkward amount of time to linger around the pit. And so there's a gem on Beastmaster, so should be able to deal with this ward if the beast just walks a little bit closer.
A little bit further in. Do they jump on Lucas? Do they throw everything onto Medusa? Yes, they do. That is the plan. Everything being thrown her way. She pops the Stone Gate. She's out of mana, though. Cheese is available. And back up to full HP. Back up to most of her mana back. And this makes the fight incredibly awkward from Nightpulse, especially with Kami being caught out here. But Vichun, he commits again. He's got so much damage. Lucas forced after wave Magenta. He's there and waiting. Can the little Weaver do it all by himself? You bet he can. They take him down. Warwick comes cutting on through. Nikki Cool is dead. Queasy trying to do the damage from the high ground as well. But their NP, they are low, but they're holding their ground. Warwick trying to get away from these supports as Lucas buys back into the game. The Namiga are back in force. They want to take this Roshan. They know how important it is for both of these teams. Vichun, he's jumping in again. He wants to get the supports down, and then he wants to go for the big lady. Everybody onto Lucas once again, but I'm not sure it's enough. Warwick is gone. Buyback comes out. Everybody's coming to this fight. Mix is going to be the next target. He's going to fall. Vichun backing himself away, but a beautiful cookie, a beautiful stun, a beautiful kill. The Ezra is dead. Till the end falls as well. Lucas with the triple kill. The buybacks are coming from Nightpulse here, but they've got to get through the portal. It's so awkward for them. And Warwick, he might have just spent his life away. Kami comes in as well. He uses the roar down onto the DK, but Lucas just blasting away from the sidelines. Warwick jumping himself away. The Shotgun back in towards them. Where is the Ursa? Where is he coming from? The Teddy is here, but the Invis, the Trickster's Cloak is doing so much work. Nikki Cool and Queasy might be the new targets here as Kami looking to chase him down. The DK's in some trouble. Turns around with the Dragon Tail, does get away. Medusa fighting with herself. Vichun trying to close the gap here. There's another Stone Gates coming out, but Lucas is all alone. His children, the little duckies have left him. The scan. It connects. They're going to find him, but can they cancel the TP? They can't. The Medusa survives. No way does she get out.
There's a small little spot for her to hide in, and they check every single location other than that.
God.
And now Roshan wants to run away from this madness. He wants to get to the bottom side of the map, but they're weirdly holding.
I don't blame him. It was a silly game. Get out of here, Roshan.
He's kind of dying.
Yeah, they're taking him down.
Oh, they got that max.
Weird place for the Aegis to get dropped, but
cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's a funny game sometimes.
Oh, this is a beautiful game. This is exactly what you want from a potential, from an elimination game for one team. And
elimination series.
Yes. What do we have here? Buybacks are on cooldown for pretty much everyone but Beastmaster and Snapfire. Either team, if they are able to get a kill.
Here we go onto the other. Immediately trying to commit onto Vichun here. I mean, it's a bold target. He's got an Aegis. I'm not sure about this one, Chief. Nikki Cool trying to back himself away. Lucas just hitting from the low ground, peppering away at NP, and Vichun might just be losing his first life here. He does. BKB's ready for the second life, but look at Lucas. He's just sitting on him right now. He doesn't care about a BKB. He's got so much damage to throw out onto him. Vichun has to go in aggressively to try and survive first, but Lucas blinks into his face again. The aggression from the Medusa. It might just be enough. enough. The Ursa's dead. It's over. Surely, with them both going down till the end. He's trying to fight up here. He's trying to use the Medusa illusion. The double roar coming on out here. Cammy, he's got to do it all by himself, but it's just not gonna be enough. Warwick, he's here. The damage. Oh my god, they can do it. They kill the Medusa. 4 heroes dead on the side of Namika. It is GG, but not for Night Pulse. I mean, this might not even be. I don't know if they have the pushing power here without the Ursa, but they're gonna try for it. Night Pulse running down the middle lane now.
You have to respect the Grimstroke in these positions, right? You had the constant chip damage of the Beast and then the Timbersaw, but then you throw in the Ink Swells, the Dark Portraits. It was just enough to get them over the line and to win that fight. And don't forget that the Dark Portrait doesn't actually take into account his damage. It's fine. You know, it's okay. But Lucas trying to play with so much confidence in that fight, right? He's jumping in front of that Ursa, getting the kill, but he now puts himself so vulnerable that they are able to find the backlines. Like Namiga were like kind of chasing in, trying to follow their great carrier. Now they're sending couriers down mid, trying to do anything they can to keep themselves in this game. 68 seconds for the Medusa to respawn. Had to wait a second before I could say that one.
No, they can't.
Oh,
they also don't have
wave away. Yeah, look, they're doing the courier shenanigans.
Oh dang, that's next
Good
level.
Job, DK. Good job, Nicky Core. If there's now a fight at the Ancient, that is because DK bought 10 seconds of life with the courier play. We'll see if it really comes down from that or not.
Till the end takes the outpost to give Ursa a spot to TP2. They're clearing through the creep wave. MP, they will not relent until the Medusa is alive. They will not stop taking these buildings. I can't believe that game didn't end there. Like, both carries died without buyback. And yeah, I mean, if both carries died without buyback, the game's not going to go anywhere. Still, though, big damage being dealt here by NP.
Rats don't mean anything, though. It means nothing.
No.
You're against the Medusa. One team's got a battle crew, another team's got split shot. It's just a novelty right now what's happening here. It's just a little bit of a, okay, haha, we've progressed the game.
Distraction.
We've got 3 minutes until pretty much everyone returns to their state of having buyback. And Beast and Snap used it in that previous fight. They were the only ones available. B2 would love to complete his Abyssal Blade. Simplify some of his initiations. This is like the most pure form of Dota, right? It's about the fight. There's nothing about split push. There's nothing about the objective. It really is just who jumps who can find that X factor moment to outplay their opponent.
We've not seen the rapier coming out for Lucas, nor even tempted in the quick buy or anything.
It's not that good this game, to be fair. It's about surviving and like repositioning constantly, right? That's why he went for the Swift Blink. He's got Lincolns and Manta. It's, you know, like he's not giving up the Manta yet as well. Like they're also smoked up. They're down again, net worth kind of whatever at this stage of the game, but they are the ones smoked up.
He sold Butterfly. That's insane.
Yeah, he. 9
That's
second
some
BKB. We'll
Grimstroke
see if it helps
respect right there.
Yes, literally it's because of Grimstroke, correct.
Jump onto Weaver. Weaver's annoying, but not that annoying, and they're going to go immediately onto the DK. Yields out onto the DK to buy himself a bit of time, and look at Lucas just blasting away at NP, forcing them back, but it is Stone Gaze used. It's a really important defensive tool from Lucas, and they're going to be able to grab the clone here off the Medusa. And ouch, Ike, he's just being blasted by his own teammate. Warwick will finish him off. You got to run. You got to run from the Dark Portrait. It's a terrifying illusion. I'm not sure how many carry players would honestly sell the Butterfly in this situation, but I think it's kind of sick that Lucas did. Rather than being like, okay, I'll have to buy the MKB, just being like, screw it.
It's like, the thing is he can't buy MKB, right? Because like, let's say he has Butterfly instead of BKB right now. Is he going to give up the Lincolns to not get roared for a MKB? He needs a Swift Blink. Scardy's imperative for just natural tankiness. Like,
yeah, it
is so annoying. It's why Grimstroke or any illusion creating hero is a thorn in the side of Medusa, because her itemization, the S tier itemization, is every item that you don't want to buy against an illusion creating heroes.
Yeah.
And no Night Pulse moving to the bot side of the map. V2 hasn't completed the Abyssal because he is ensuring his buyback when it comes back off cooldown. Roshan might
45
respawn in
seconds.
2 minutes. It's a really, really long time before we get there. And
Yeah, the Aegis didn't last long. They got the Aegis at top, ran mid, immediately lost it on the Ursa. Namiga forced it super hard, so it's a long time between the two of them. Both teams likely just going to play it slow here. We'll get a bit of a chance to breathe, a bit of a chance to look at these alternative items. For example, Refresher or Beastmaster. It's pretty interesting. She's literally just used for some reason. I don't quite know why the Beastmaster's Refresher was on cooldown, but that's a question for another day. Double rolls on the fight can be annoying. Even in the clutch situations, having to double roll the Medusa might just be a necessity in some situations. Like, there is very literally one problem this game. Although DK is trying to be an issue. Nikki Cool trying to be a factor. You might kill a support with this build.
both teams, though, they understand the severity of the upcoming fight, right? Like there is no time to be a pop. Push out the waves as 5, move around the map as 5. I would argue that Nightpaws don't really have strong vision at the moment. They've used a lot of wards on the bottom side of the map just to win that one clutch moment. Now the repercussion of that is they are running around into the fog the entire time. Grimstroke holding onto a single observer, so they have to very smartly choose where they want to engage.
There's also an X factor in this game which we haven't talked about. You mentioned the Grimstroke X factor. We haven't mentioned the hold on, they're gonna go up this high ground here, immediately looking for a kill, but they don't realize that Nomiga are all together here. Nicky Cool trying to look his V-tune. He's gonna use the charges to try and get. He doesn't make it down the hill though, but they don't realize that the bear is stuck. Mixer gonna get soul bound up, doesn't really mean a whole lot, as once again Warwick going on to the backlines and looking on to Mixer here. Mixer, he is gonna lose his life. Down goes the Underlord. No buyback available for Underlord right now. He's 500 gold off. That could cost them dearly. Inside the base, Ike is dealing with the creeps who just took down a tier 4 tower. Lucas still positioned very aggressively here. I mean, Roshan's up. You can't back away from fights. And they're going to move on to Warwick. They're going to move on to the Timbersaw and try and take him down, but he's got the BKB, but he doesn't latch with the Timber Chain, but still, the Meagle will back themselves away. They don't want to be led into the enemy team. It's too scary at this point without their Underlord.
It's also pretty hard to miss Timber Chain, right? When he has the left talent at 25, the Timber Chain range, then you can just kind of close your eyes and you'll hit any tree. Like the cast range on it is rather ludicrous, but yeah, it's... We get
Rush time.
It is rush time, and the Amiga are the ones to be there. They're scanning. They're able to go for the Twin Gate if they want to, but the Amiga have the vision.
We need to send the clone first, but the illusion's not going.
No.
No, the illusion won't go, which means nobody will go. Aegis going to be grabbed by Lucas. Aghanims grabbed by the Snapfire. Oh, come on. I want to see some goblins.
They're going through.
They're coming through. What? Surely this isn't the play. They're immediately going to get upon them. They'll look for Gita right now, but he's managing to get off the Wind Waker to get himself away. Lucas just standing on the high ground, standing and delivering. They've killed off Nicky Cool though. He's running out of teammates very, very quickly, and now they'll come and deal with the Snake Lady herself. The first life is going to fall. Medusa is down. Kiss is coming in from the sideline, but Queasy getting jumped up by Warwick, has to jump himself out of the bit to try and get himself away. Medusa with the Stone Gaze, trying to look for Vici. Vici go for the TP up. That's not going to happen. The S has gone down. Jansa running away on the side. He's going to be able to escape. Buybacks used en masse here for Namiga. Aegis also being taken from them. And the Aghanims will actually go to Lucas in the end as well. Gets handed over at the last second, but wow, what a ballsy play from the side of Nightpulse.
I mean, the decision making from Nightpulse there was rather incredible. They send through the ball first from the Beastmaster. They understand the situation. They wait for some heroes to be in position, so they're not all mass twin gating. It's a couple twin gate, a couple have to already kind of walk their way there. The fight starts. They get the DK instantly. The Soulbind, beautiful. The Dark Portrait to Medusa once again to then kill off the DK. On top of that, you just have constant poke, and the backlines from Amiga disappeared so quickly, right? Yeah, the Snapfire had to run through the Roshan pit, and you buy back on DK and CM.
Insane that went as well as it did. Like
Yeah,
every Twin
it was
Gate
so
play we've
impressive.
casted has been an absolute like dumpster fire, but that one actually worked pretty well. If they can save the rest of buyback, that would be huge. But they're going for the Megas right now. Super creeps mean nothing. Mega creeps mean something. Mixer holding this high ground here, forcing Night Pulse back, but Night Pulse are kind of happy to back themselves away here, but so slow on the Timbersaw, so slow and getting cut down. He's going to have to use the BKB to get up to the high ground. Mixer, he's going very aggressively, as is Lucas, jumping up onto the high ground. They want to force his Ursa buyback, but they might not be able to do so. Hex out onto the Deucer. Don't forget, no Aegis. It was using the last fight, so BKB is going to have to be used. Whoa, she's left, she's right, she's down, she's back into the faces of the Beastmaster. Beastmaster losing his life. He turns around with the roll, but the Link is going to block it. He's going to go down. Lucas very, very low here. If the Ursa can get upon him, then he might just be able to get the kill. He's going to instead go on the sidelines onto Nikki Cool. Has no buyback on the DK. They'll kill him. They'll move to the Medusa. She's gone as well. 2 heroes dead. 1 without buyback on the side of Namiga. They'll go in deep. They'll find Mixer as well. Mixer has a buyback available. So it's just 1 really big kill here. Is that enough to give Night Pulse the confidence to go for the jugular here, T?
But surely it has to be DK. He's been doing so much work throughout these fights, being able to find some heroes, lock them down, be it with Orc stun, the AC to amplify the damage of the Medusa. He's dead for 92 seconds, no buyback. You would expect Night Pulse to be able to construct the fight to break Namiga now. Underlord's going to have to buy back. It's a 4 versus 5. Everything's in play. And don't forget, Ursa himself still has buyback available. He didn't have to use it. So there's multiple lives in play here. The value of Ursa Timber buyback is way superior compared to the likes of maybe the Snap if he's to die. Namiga need a miracle to be able to defend their base now.
60 seconds is a long time. 5 minutes on the buyback. Not going to be coming up anytime soon. Medusa, she doesn't have it. And now they jump in, and now the roar comes down. Queasy's going to be that target, of course, has the buyback available on the Snapfire. She can die. Lucas coming on the side, trying to deal with the Grimstroke, stop that Dark Portrait coming on through, but he can't deal the damage to finish the job. Till the end's gonna get away. Gem on the deck, picked up by Mixer. As V-Tune gonna keep the pressure coming. Doesn't want to leave this high ground, doesn't want to relent. But 30 seconds now on the DK. It's starting to get a little bit nervous for NP. They need to just wait for another roar and they can just do it again. And then have the refresher, or do they? As they find Mixer. Mixer is gone. Yields out onto the Snapfire as well. Queasy needs to get away from this. Doesn't have another life to work with. Medusa, where is she? Oh, she is in deep. She is in very deep. And chasing back the heroes with the Stone Form. But the moment the Stone Form runs out, she's going to have issues. They'll get on the Medusa and they'll bring her down. The Yules, the Wind Waker. Is it going to save her? Absolutely not. Lucas is dead, and with it, the game, it will go to NP in the end. GGs are called. Night Pulse take game 2 after all.
Oh, what a turbulent game it was. Like, this is the game that could have maybe kept Namiga in the Eastern European TI qualifiers, but Night Pulse eventually closing it out with the non-stop aggression. There were moments, but I think Lucas from Namiga, he tried his best on this Medusa. He tried so hard to keep them in the game, but yeah, fundamentally, I think there was too many strategic problems with Namiga. I think it's a very cheap thing to say, but I also don't like really harping on it too much. But yeah, Namiga's drafts were just inferior compared to Night Pulse, and their players were having to do so much work in the game to make it feel like it was more competitive. So respect to Namiga to making what looked like a very lackluster draft to be as competitive as it was. But yeah, Night Pulse, every series they are showing improvements. They are looking to be a potential upset contender. Again, I'm skeptical to see if to say there'll be a grand finals team here to qualify for the single spot, but they are causing upsets, and they're a loud lower bracket team.
They are indeed. Yeah, they're definitely making the name for themselves at the moment. People are going to be looking at them, potentially looking at their players as well, because they are doing some cool stuff. So yeah, Night Pulse, another victory for them as they continue on that lower bracket run. Namiga, kudos to them. They've put out some really entertaining performances. They've put out some great games. They've given us some cool strategies as well. The Tiny from last game, their gyrocopter utilizing the chop shop and whatnot. It's been pretty fun to watch them run, and they've put in a good performance, but unfortunately this is the end of the road for them, at least when it comes to the road to TI. They are now eliminated, so goodbye and thanks for the games. Any particular shout out to me? I mean, honestly, Lucas has been cool to watch. I think Queasy is a really, really sick support player. So definitely watching his crew with interest.
Yeah, I think Queasy showed us some very... what's the correct phrasing? It's like he was always not high octane, but like he was always like looking for the next kill, looking for the I'm going to try and play the limit. So yeah, I think if we're looking for like shout outs in regards to what the TI qualifiers can do for certain players, I think Lucas and carry role, I think Queasy and support, they were the two big players for me. I think Nicky Cool sometimes had moments, but it wasn't just as consistent as the kind of the joy of watching, you know, Queasy on support. And yeah, we'll see what happens. And unfortunately, the way the Dota year works is once the TI qualifiers have finished, if you haven't made it to the big event, often you do, you know, fade back into the pubs and see what happens, and you wait to go again. Exactly. Yeah. So we'll see where these players do land. Do they stick on the same team in the upcoming months of the TI season? Do they, you know, maybe drift into new stacks and whatnot? But we shall see. And yeah, again, what a banging game. Warwick is to be the standout player. He played the limits on his Timbersaw for sure. Like we saw the start of the highlight, he getting helping out with the 4 kills at the mid tier 1. He kept charging in deeper. He goes for the late game meteor hammer as well, just for a little bit more poke and prod and map progression to some degree. But yeah, overall it is fun to watch them. I think there's a lot of growing pains for this team because Cammy playing off lane, even though he's a like ex carry player, he still plays off lane like he's trying to be a carry player. He's kind of like a Ramses-esque offlaner, and that can hurt you against teams because seeing the greed can sometimes be a bit of a but like his Beastmaster today, that wasn't any carry in him. That was just pure offlane, in your face aggression. And yeah, it's what is their next opponent again? Oh, I've forgotten. It's Nine Pandas. That is, I really don't know what to call on that series. That is, I think this was the only series I actually got right today. So in regards to my yesterday prediction, so
yeah, that's true.
All the other 3 series were just upsets. You know, it's like the Yellow Submarine beating Nine Pandas, and yeah, it's luckily we are going to be showing you the results, which will, you know, make this a little bit clearer to you. But coming into this day, I honestly thought that, you know, Nine Pandas looked really good. They beat VP. Yellow Submarine beat them. I thought Na'Vi looked pretty good. One beat them. VP shit the bed. Again, being blunt. Like, I think Fair. VP losing to Nine Pandas, I didn't really truly understand how bad they were looking at this qualifier. So that maybe skewed my perspective of the entire qualifier. I think
it was very easy to just brush that game aside and be like, hey, you know, even really good teams lose a series here and there. It's like a group stage loss where you're just like, it's no issue. But actually, it was issue. It was very issue.
Big issue, yes.
And now they're gone. VP
Look at these series for tomorrow.
To dust. Oh my goodness. We're going to start things off with Na'Vi versus Liga. Considering the vibe which Liga's been on recently, just coming off the back of eliminating VP, if they go on the death run of VP Na'Vi, oh my goodness, they're going to be making a name for themselves. But Na'Vi, of course, down the lower bracket, they're going to be bucking up their ideas and putting in a hell of a fight. Then it's Nine Pandas versus Night Pulse, as we just talked about, you know, could be very close, honestly.
Yeah, I think these series, yesterday I was a little bit more kind of, I expect to see these types of teams getting to the finals and whatnot, but now I'm a little bit more on the fence. I think the Na'Vi Liga series, I'm still leaning Na'Vi, but Liga are improving. Nine Pandas, Night Pulse, yesterday I would have probably leaned Nine Pandas, but Night Pulse are improving. And then Yellow Submarine 1 win, I have no idea. Like 1 win have shown to win qualifiers before or get into qualifying positions, but Yellow Submarine are showcasing a little bit of that kind of that brilliance between some of the individual players that they have, and maybe it could be their time to just shock everyone. Like imagine being this team where you've not qualified for anything in the year, you've kind of been like the Spirit Academy style team the entire year, and now you rock up to TI qualifiers of all qualifiers, and you're 2 series away from getting to the biggest event of the year. That's pretty cool. That's a very cool storyline. So we'll see if it really comes to play. But yeah, schedule for tomorrow. No idea what's going to happen. Not going to make any predictions. Just going to see it and enjoy the Dota.
We've learned our lesson.
We've learned our lesson. Don't predict in Eastern Europe.
Don't do it. Don't do it at all. And then, of course, we have the lower bracket finals to come through from that one. I believe it's a lower bracket, or is it upper bracket? No, it's a lower bracket. Semi-finals, yes. So that'll be the final match for tomorrow. So, guys, make sure you tune in for that one. It's going to be a banger, as the rest of these EEU games have been. And this is how things are looking right now. As you can see with that win, 2-0 for Night Pulse, puts them against Nine Pandas in the lower bracket round 3. So yeah, very exciting games coming up tomorrow. Big upsets here in the region. I don't think if we did a guess the bracket, anybody would have got this right so far. And that's what we love to see in the qualifiers, the road to TI. I mean, we're starting to get to the point now where it's like one of these teams is going to make it to TI. And, you know, like the fact that Yellow Submarine and one were up in the upper bracket, like Liga and Night Pulse just keeps pulling off wins, you know, like if any of these teams make it through, they're going to be entertaining to watch, you know. So all of the teams left are kind of like inexperienced teams which haven't had an international showing yet, which is really exciting. So we're definitely going to get a team in the TI from the EE region, which we haven't seen on the international stage before, which is already exciting. Who it's going to be, I mean, we're going to find out. And from today, we are all done. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We've had some awesome games. We've had some crazy upsets. It's been another awesome day of EEU action. Of course, there's plenty more Road to TI action going on around the place right now. So go and check out some of the streams. But for today and for the stream, we're going to be saying goodbye, good night, and thanks for watching.